but it would cause significant damage to the shadowy phantom rat. There was no other choice. Time was pressing. This was the only solution Fan Heng could come up with. Let's try it. Fan Heng looked towards the shadowy phantom rat and pointed to the magic array nearby. This thing is powerful. I can't handle it alone. I need your help. Fan Heng gestured towards the rat. The rat, with high intelligence, seemed to understand Fan Heng's words. Realizing that Fan Heng could help it escape its prison, its eyes lit up with excitement, making squeaking sounds. It looked like it had been suffering from the binding for many years and dreaming of breaking free from the shackle. And it will be very painful, causing you great harm, even fainting. You must be prepared to endure great pain. Squeak. The shadowy phantom rat squeaked in response. The rapidly rotating magic array once again absorbed the dark mist power overflowing from the shadowy ghost rat. The imprisonment effect strengthened once more. Squeak. The shadowy ghost rat was covered with red web-like patterns, its eyes flashing with pain. Not enough. Hold on a little longer, Fan Heng shouted. Blood tears streaming down his face from his right eye, and the alchemy magic array in his pupils spinning at maximum speed. Swish. Swish. A large amount of dense fog overflowed from the shadowy ghost rat. It endured immense pain, rolling constantly on the ground. Acto in the rear only saw the black mist flying out in front, completely obscuring his view. He couldn't see Fan Heng and the shadowy ghost rat's figures at all. Fan Heng. Acto shouted into the black fog but received no response, only hearing the painful squeaks coming from the shadowy ghost rat in the mist. Damn it. Acto felt uneasy, not daring to approach, afraid of disrupting Fan Heng's plan, so he could only wait in place. Swish. Faster. Under the shroud of black mist, Fan Heng poured his mental power into controlling the Eye of Omniscience, sensing that the magic array was nearing its limit. The power of the shadowy ghost rat was gradually being depleted. Hold on a little longer. The concentration of the dark mist emanating from the shadowy ghost rat had reached its limit, unable to increase further. The pain the shadowy ghost rat could endure was nearing its limit, rolling and struggling on the ground, emitting squeaks of agony. Swish. The pain directly shattered the last trace of sanity in the shadowy ghost rat. Its eyes turned crimson, and it swiftly pounced towards Fan Heng. Fan Heng preemptively sensed the ghost rat's movement, dissolving his form in the air and swiftly retreating into a secondary spatial projection to avoid the attack. Bang! The shadowy ghost rat penetrated through the image left by Fan Heng, crashing heavily into the rock wall. The soul-piercing pain struck again, causing the shadowy ghost rat to frantically move around, but was firmly restricted within a certain range by the shackles on its ankles. Fan Heng hid in the secondary spatial projection, closely monitoring the shadowy ghost rat outside, the alchemy magic array in his right eye continuing to rotate at high speed. Even within the secondary spatial projection, he could still use the Eye of Omniscience to affect objects outside the space, but the consumption increased several times over. Judging from the shadowy ghost rat state, its struggles were showing signs of gradually weakening. It was almost at its limit. After holding on for a minute, Fan Heng stepped out of the secondary spatial projection. The shadowy ghost rat, having crazily roamed around before, collapsed on the ground as if it had passed out, and the emissions from its body began decreasing rapidly. At the same time, the hidden magic array on the ground lost its support from the black mist, and its efficiency began gradually slowing down. Just a little longer. Wait until the power of the magic array decreases to a certain extent before violently destroying it. Fan Heng closely watched the state of the magic array, waiting for the black mist to reach a certain concentration before making his move. Chew. As the fluctuations in the black mist gradually receded, the vision became clearer. Suddenly, Fan Heng felt an extremely strong power wave emanating from the now unconscious shadowy ghost rat. Mixed with a powerful contaminating force, the black mist exploded from the rat. In an instant, the entire cave was completely shrouded in dense black mist. The power magic array that was gradually losing its strength erupted once again. Full speed ahead. Acto, standing not far away, was shocked. This is bad. He sensed a terrifying power emanating from the front. The entire space was enveloped in thick black mist. The dense black mist consumed all his senses. He even began to doubt his own existence. Acto's back was drenched in cold sweat. A level 3's difficulty mission. What terrifying power is this? Fan Heng also kept his eyes fixed on the central area of the dense black mist in front. Two scarlet figures emerged from the darkness. The previously unconscious shadowy ghost rat struggled to its feet, its eyes now covered in thick crimson. This time, The shadowy ghost rat's eyes were completely covered in a deep blood-red color. Fang Heng sensed a huge power surge building up rapidly within the shadowy ghost rat. Swiftly, the dense black mist formed a massive shadow behind the shadowy ghost rat, surging frantically towards both the rat and Fang Heng. Fang Heng's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling himself being suppressed in place by the surrounding black mist, unable to move an inch. Warning: player is in a special state of confinement, and some skills cannot be used. Fang Heng was alarmed, quickly assessing his own skills. Except for a few passive skills, all his skills were unable to be used. He couldn't even sense the spatial power around him, unable to even retreat into the secondary spatial projection. Even more terrifyingly, the power around them continued to accumulate. Just when the power was about to erupt, it suddenly stopped. A perplexed voice resonated from the shadowy figure. "Brother, is that you? How did you end up here?" Fang Heng was taken aback, staring at the shadow. The shadowy rat below the figure seemed like a controlled puppet. "You are a demon. Haha." The black shadow yawned. "Brother, why is my power so scattered? Your power is also so weak. I don't want to think anymore. Brother, as long as you're here, help me." Swiftly, the shadowy ghost rat swayed a few times, then tilted its head and fainted once more. The black mist emanating frantically from its body suddenly stopped and rapidly dissipated. Fang Heng watched in amazement at what was happening before him. He instantly understood. He had a terrifying conjecture. The shadowy ghost rat. It was the true demon. The shadowy ghost rat was highly likely to be a product of the Xiaoxi ceremony. Gu Qingju accepted the ceremony but failed. The successful one was the shadowy ghost rat. Therefore, it was highly likely that when the game crack first appeared, the shadowy ghost rat was not affected by the contamination and did not participate in the demon inheritance ceremony. That's why the Federation did not notice the existence of demons and contamination during their initial exploration of the cave. Later on, it was likely due to Xiaoxi's relationship. The shadowy ghost rat became the celebrant of the demon, leading to changes in the black mist. Subsequently, the Mushin sect, also known as the followers of laziness, discovered the source of contamination and followed the trail to this place. Perhaps they wanted to help the shadowy ghost rat escape its prison. Finally, until he and Gu Qingju were pursued by the Federation all the way here. Fang Heng tried to sort out his thoughts. No wonder the mission difficulty was rated as SS level. If it weren't for the demon seed within him, he might have even had to confront the demon in this mission. Fortunately, dong, a muffled impact sound. A red light emerged on the hidden alchemical magic circle inscribed on the ground. Cod, cod, caw. Fine cracks appeared at the position where the staff impacted on the alchemical magic circle. The cracks quickly filled the entire magic circle until there was a loud shattering sound. Dang. The chain coiled around the right leg of the shadow imp mouse in the magic circle also shattered at the same time. Fang Heng stepped forward. The shadow imp mouse collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds. Blood soaked its brown fur. Suddenly, Fang Heng opened his hand, and the Book of Nature appeared in his palm. Spell. Natural Blessing. The lowest level natural healing spell. A gentle light blue glow enveloped the shadow imp mouse. The wounds on its body gradually healed, and it soon regained consciousness from its heavily injured state, slowly opening its eyes again. It was initially still weak, but upon realizing that the chains on its body had suddenly disappeared, its eyes lit up with surprise. It stood up directly from Fang Heng's palm, took a deep breath, and sucked in the black mist filling the cave in large mouthfuls. Its visible injuries on the body quickly healed. After absorbing most of the remaining black mist in the cave, the shadow imp mouse regained its strength and ran around the cave space, enjoying the feeling of freedom. Fang Heng nodded silently. The shadow imp mouse's self-healing ability was equally strong, and he estimated that he wouldn't have won if he had engaged in a direct confrontation earlier. Just as he was thinking, a game hint flashed on a retina. Hint. You helped the shadow imp mouse break free from the chains. The current stage of the player's mission is completed, and your goodwill with the shadow imp mouse has greatly increased. Hint. Player triggered the next stage of the mission. Escape the cage. Current mission stage. Escape the cage. Mission difficulty. S description. You have discovered one of the sealed lazy demon incarnations in a special game space. Please try to help the shadow imp mouse, one of the incarnations of the lazy demon, to leave the special space. Mission requirement. Help the shadow imp mouse leave the special game space. Mission reward. Friendliness of the lazy incarnation shadow imp mouse. Kikomi. Regaining freedom, the Shadow Imp Mouse ran around excitedly in the space for a moment, then returned and jumped onto Fang Heng's shoulder, making squeaking noises. Fang Heng raised his head high and looked at the circular game crack at the top, saying, "Do you want to leave from here? Is that right?" The Shadow Imp Mouse nodded repeatedly. Acto was covered in thick black mist before his eyes and had no idea what had happened. As the mist cleared, he received the prompt that the mission was completed. He looked at Fang Heng incredulously. What had happened in that thick fog just now? The terrifying squirrel had actually climbed onto his shoulder along Fang Heng's hand and looked very obedient. Squeak, squeak. Feeling Acto's gaze, the Shadow Imp Mouse called out to him as if to show off. Startled, Acto took a half step back. "Brother Fang Hen, well, the problem has been solved. No need to be nervous. This little guy is not dangerous." Fang Heng gently rubbed Kikomi's head and continued to look at the sky. Undoubtedly, the Shadow Imp Mouse's strength had been enhanced by the lazy demon, making it quite powerful. With its help, perhaps they could escape from the layers of encirclement from the outside Federation. Thinking so, Fang Heng once again observed the surroundings of the game cave. Previously, the Shadow Imp Mouse was affected by the magic circle chains, causing uncontrolled black mist to erupt from its body. After removing the shackles, the black mist on the Shadow Imp Mouse's body no longer spread, and the density of the black mist in the space gradually decreased, making the side clearer for Fang Heng and his companion. The entire space was like a large cage with no exits around. The bottom was wide, becoming narrower as it went up. At the highest point was the location of the game crack. In any case, they needed to leave this place first. Fang Heng looked up at the crack at the top of the game. Previously, they were forcibly pulled into the game crack by the power of the black mist. As for getting out, Fang Heng looked at Acto. "Give it a try. See if you can leave the space." "Okay." Excited, Acto agreed. He didn't care how Fang Heng did it, but it seemed that Fang Heng could now control the squirrel. The squirrel's strength was visibly terrifying. With its help, the two brothers might be saved. Squeak, squeak. The Shadow Imp Mouse probably knew it was about to be freed, and it stood excitedly on Fang Heng's shoulder, squeaking. Swish. Fang Heng lightly stepped on the ground, leaping lightly, quickly climbing up the rocky wall. The surface of the rock wall was uneven, but climbing it was not difficult. Fang Heng climbed near the position of the top game crack, reaching out and grabbing a crevice on the rock wall. Acto also climbed up the opposite side. The two exchanged a look, and Acto nodded, saying, "Brother Fang Hen, I'll go try first, and you cover me." "Okay." With that, Acto exerted force and leapt towards the black game crack floating at the top of the cave. Swish! Acto's finger touched the spherical game crack at the moment and suddenly disappeared. It seemed like it was successful. Fang Heng felt somewhat at ease and looked at the Shadow Imp Mouse standing on his shoulder. "It's our turn now." Saying so, Fang Heng leapt forward with all his strength. Hot! Fang Heng's body was still in midair, not yet close to the crack, when a dark golden light flashed in front of his eyes. A wave of divine power burst open from the game crack. Dang! Fang Heng was bounced back by the surge of divine power, reaching out and grabbing the other side of the rock wall to prevent himself from falling. Looking up again at the crack at the top, Fang Heng had a guess in his mind. It was a sealing magic circle. The external sealing magic circle was targeted at the Shadow Imp Mouse. Squeak! 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 The Shadow Imp Mouse called out a few times towards the game crack above, looking somewhat angry. "Don't worry, you stay here and wait. I will go out first to break the seal from the outside, and I will be back soon to take you out," Fang Heng said, patting the Shadow Imp Mouse's head. "I still need your help here." Squeak! 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 At the other end of the game crack, Acto stared outside the crack, wondering why Fang Heng hadn't come out yet. As he lifted his head, a figure leapt out from the crack. "Brother Fang Hen." Acto looked Fang Heng up and down, puzzled. "Where is the squirrel that just appeared? Didn't it come out with you?" "Well, the seal outside the game crack is largely aimed at the shadowy phantom mouse, so we need to open the seal first before we can bring it out." "Ah, this is a seal jointly set up by the Holy Court and the Federation." Acto's face turned bitter upon hearing this. How could a seal left by the divine envoy of the Holy Court with the help of an artifact be so easily broken? Finally seeing a glimmer of hope for escape on the other side of the game crack, only for it to seemingly be shattered in an instant. It's not a big problem. After all, it has been so long that the seal has decayed substantially. And we still have the shadowy phantom mouse helping on the other side. Fang Heng felt confident that there was no major issue and nodded to Acto. Acto took several steps back, giving Fang Heng plenty of space. He couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it really be true? Would the seal left by the divine envoy of the Holy Court be so easily broken? Shoo! Fang Heng flicked his wrist forward, and the Book of Oaths floated in front of him. The divine magic seal set up by the divine envoy with the help of the artifact was of a very high intensity. With his current abilities, he could not break it in a short time. But he also had an artifact, and it worked against this kind of thing. Shoo! Fang Heng infused his spiritual power into the Book of Oaths. Absorb. The Book of Oaths emitted a faint light. Influenced by the Book of Oaths, faint golden stars gradually appeared on the magic seal outside the game crack. The stars quickly merged into the Book of Oaths, being absorbed and converted into energy within. As the energy in the seal's magic array was gradually dissipated by the stars, the speed of the magic array's operation also gradually slowed down. It's really working. Acto watched in shock at the scene before him. When he saw Fang Heng using the Holy Quartz techniques in the game crack earlier, he had felt something was amiss. It all looked like techniques from the Holy Court, and now he could actually use this to dispel the seal left by the Holy Court. Shoo! Shoo! The magic array in Fang Heng's right eye pupil spun rapidly. At the same time, on the other side of the game crack, the shadowy phantom mouse also sensed the seal's power being consumed and released black mist with all its strength. Hissing continuously, the black mist kept overflowing from the seal's magic array, accelerating the corrosion of the external seal's magic array. With all three effects combined, the power of the seal's magic array left by the Holy Core was rapidly being depleted. In fact, over the years, the pollution emanating from the shadowy phantom mouse had been continuously corroding the external seal's magic array. Basically, it was being suppressed only by the divine seal. Apart from the divine seal, the remaining seals had long been corroded. As soon as the divine seal was resolved, the rest could be forcibly overcome. Fang Heng's spirit was invigorated. At this rate, it would only take an hour at most to break through all the magic arrays. With the help of the shadowy phantom mouse, it was not impossible to escape from the Federation's encirclement. Outside the Mutt residence, the Federal Military Department had completely occupied the Dark City area of Mutt's residence, surrounding it tightly. From the temporary camp area outside, they could see the black fog continuously overflowing from the cave entrance. Commander, we have received a reply regarding the Mutt incident from the superiors. The superiors have ordered that all individuals entering the Dark City area be handled by the Special Events Handling Headquarters, and the military must assist unconditionally. Until further orders are received, the camp must be kept secure, and no one is allowed to leave the Dark City area without authorization. The soldier reported with a serious expression. The Special Crisis Event Handling Special Team has set up defensive protective magic arrays around the cave perimeter, and the surrounding civilians are being evacuated. When Zhou Chen and other federal high-level officials learned about this, they had serious expressions. The reaction from the higher-ups was significant. Even Zhou Chen's command authority had been replaced by others from the military department. No one could leave the Dark City until they underwent a full check. It seemed that the contamination from the creatures was even more terrifying than they had anticipated. Soon, under the escort of a group of federal soldiers, a middle-aged man entered the federal camp. Upon seeing him, the federal members showed signs of surprise. It was Lei Yu. Over a decade ago, Lei Yu was already a legendary figure in the gaming world. After experiencing some events, Lei Yu accepted the call from the Federation and joined the Federal Crisis Handling Department. In recent years, Lei Yu had retired from the spotlight. It was unexpected that he would personally intervene this time. Lei Yu had a kind demeanor and looked at Otoria, nodding gently at her. Otoria, it's been a while since we last met. Yes. The last time we met was 3 years ago. Otoria was initially surprised to see Lei Yu, but quickly understood. Lei Yu was among those who had been involved in sealing the crack in the Dark City years ago, so it made sense for him to take charge on behalf of the Federation this time. Lei Yu gazed around at the people and got straight to the point. Everyone, in accordance with the instructions from the higher-ups, I will be coordinating and managing this leakage crisis related to the game crack. This crisis is considered to be of the highest level, so please handle it with the utmost care. Any slight negligence could lead to the downfall of our entire world, so we must not take this lightly. Let's go back to the camp to discuss further. Without waiting for a response from the others, Liu waved his hand and led the federal department heads and high-ranking members of the Holy Court into the tent. Zhou Chen first elaborated on the combat report from the Dark City. After listening, Liu fell silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, "When we first sealed the game crack, there was no trace of pollution in the black fog that spilled out from the crack. This time, the sudden discovery of pollution indicates that some internal changes have occurred." Otoria nodded. "Do you think it is related to the Mutt Gang?" "The Mutt Gang is definitely involved." Liu glanced at the members of the Holy Corps, who were still arranging the sacred magic array outside the tent. Why did they suddenly launch a surprise attack to clean up the Dark City? "I want to know all the details of the situation." Commander Lei Kleiman stepped forward and said, "I suppose I should start from the beginning. At first, we were merely capturing a demi-human." After listening to the entire report, Liu lowered his head in deep thought for a moment. Then, he looked up and gazed toward the direction outside the tent, where thick black mist was gathering. "After the completion of the sacred magic array, we will act immediately." Liu decisively made a decision. "We must take down the Mutt Brigade's headquarters with a thunderous strike to prevent any unexpected incidents." "Understood." The federal officers immediately ordered the troops to prepare for battle. 10 minutes later, the team assembled at the entrance of the Mutt Brigade's headquarters. Due to the dangerous contamination inside the Mutt Brigade's headquarters, Liu stationed Zhou Chen and most of his troops outside the perimeter to prevent the spread of pollution. Liu personally led his team, the Holy Court, and a small group of soldiers from the military to investigate the interior of the Mutt Brigade. As the team was about to depart, Zhou Chen walked up to Liu and quietly asked, "The former leaders of the Mutt Brigade, ManhwaRecap and Yin Mo, have already been captured by us and have just regained consciousness. Should we ask them about the situation inside the headquarters? They have been contaminated by the demon seeds and won't be able to tell us anything. There's no need to waste time with them." Liu waved his hand and looked at Otoria. "This mission is extremely dangerous, and the Holy Light has a great restraint against pollution. With your Holy Court leading, we will provide support. The situation is urgent. Otoria, you don't need to decline." "I understand." Otoria nodded lightly, raising his sacred scepter. A golden light radiated from the sacred scepter, dispersing the black mist in the surrounding area. "Let's go." The federal team slowly advanced towards the interior of the headquarters. Meanwhile, ManhwaRecap and Yin Mo, who were detained in a temporary camp, had just woken up. Upon seeing the contamination spreading in the depths of the Mutt Brigade's headquarters, Yin Mo's expression immediately turned grave, showing a hint of despair. "Brother, it's contamination. The pollution has leaked out, and our sealed trap in the sanctuary may have been triggered." Yin Mo smirked with a hint of self-mockery. "Acto, that brat, never listens. Can't blame him. Unfortunately, I didn't expect the Holy Court to take the black mist so seriously and arrive so quickly, resulting in the failure of this operation." ManhwaRecap sighed inwardly. He had miscalculated. Originally, the black mist hidden in the sanctuary was their final bargaining chip for survival in negotiations with the federal forces. However, he never expected the federal forces to deny them that chance, not even meeting them, but launching a full-scale attack as soon as they sensed something was wrong. The federal forces were extremely decisive in handling this incident. "Brother, do we still have a chance to turn the tables?" ManhwaRecap smiled bitterly, shaking his head. "It's probably too late. Brother, Acto usually listens to us very well. He wouldn't enter the sanctuary without a reason. I think he might have been influenced by Fang Han. Have you noticed? That guy's background is a bit peculiar." "Indeed, what do you want to say?" "The seal outside the game rift." Yin Mo hadn't given up yet and said, in a deep voice, if Fang Han and Acto entered the sanctuary together, they would naturally discover the issue with the seal. Fang Han has a good understanding of the seal. What if they have the ability to break the seal? We might still have a chance. It's useless. ManhwaRecap had considered all possibilities and couldn't think of any way to turn the tables. "For the past 2 years, I've been trying to find a way to break the seal on the outer layer of the game rift. Unfortunately, the outer seal left by the Holy Court is too strong, terrifyingly restraining the black mist, and I haven't found a way yet." Yin Mo also smiled bitterly. "Yeah, we've searched for all the experts in magic arrays, but the logic was sound. However, he couldn't accept such a failure." Yin Mo looked into the distance again, hoping for some miracle to happen. Perhaps ManhwaRecap knew there was no chance to turn the tables, but he couldn't help but follow Yin Mo's thread of thought and asked, "Perhaps what? Maybe it's an opportunity for the people of the Holy Court to enter the sanctuary. If the demon seed sealed within the game rift were stimulated by the surge of sacred power, could they escape from the rift?" ManhwaRecap smiled bitterly. It was impossible. The stimulation of the external sacred seal was not less than that of the divine emissary Otoria. After so many years, if it hadn't happened already, would it happen now? Yin Mo also knew he was probably deluding himself, but faced with death, his mind was filled with unrealistic thoughts. "Brother, Yin Mo was speaking when he suddenly caught sight of something and turned his head to look towards the interior of the headquarters in the distance, his eyes flashing with astonishment. "Brother, this..." ManhwaRecap's gaze had also focused on the black mist. His eyes were filled with the same surprised expression. The dense fog. It was spreading outward. Was it possible that the being sealed within the game rift had been triggered? The demon seeds. Deep within the Mutt Brigade's headquarters, many players from various Dark City factions gathered at the collapsed entrance of the sanctuary. The collapse of the previous passage had almost crushed their morale. At the last moment, under the immense pressure from the federal forces, the crowd chose to fight to the death. Of course, it was impossible to rush out and fight against the federal forces. At this moment, everyone was desperately digging around the collapsed entrance of the sanctuary, occasionally casting cautious glances at the two people beside them, Fana and Guqingju. These two women who suddenly appeared from nowhere were terrifying. The explosion in the sanctuary had caused the collapse of the passage, leading to chaos within the Mutt Brigade. The leaders of various Dark City factions and the Mutt Brigade were almost at each other's throats, on the verge of internal conflict. In the critical moment, Guqingju took action, easily taking down to troublemaking faction leaders and intimidating the players. Following Guqingju's cold threats of death, the players finally calmed down. Fana guided the players to believe that there was something inside the sanctuary that could help them turn the tide, so they desperately dug around the collapsed entrance in hopes of grasping the last straw for survival. As they continued to dig deeper, a dense black mist began to seep out from the collapsed rocks. "Faster! The federal forces have already broken in. Take some men to delay them." "Damn, why aren't your people going for this suicide mission? There is hope." While speaking, three players worked together to move a huge boulder, and thick black mist gushed crazily from a small crack behind the rock as if finding a vent to escape. "Everyone, step back." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly retreated to the back. Hiss, hiss. The black mist pouring out of the crack instantly doubled the density of the mist in the entire cave. The players stared at the crack, occasionally glancing at Guqingju, who remained focused on the crack. With a loud explosion, a passage covered by the giant boulder was blasted open. Almost instantly, even denser black mist overflowed from the opening, filling the entire cave. The view of everyone was soon covered by a thick fog. However, it seemed that the fog on the other side of the opening was not sufficient in quantity and quickly stopped overflowing. As the black mist inside the headquarters gradually dispersed outward, the opening was once again clearly visible to the players. The passage to the sacred place should have been cleared. Everyone looked at the broken entrance, their gazes showing a hint of caution. What happened? Why no movement? Where is AKTU? Did he faint, or is he injured? While the players from the mute sect remained calm, some players from the Dark City couldn't help but start murmuring. "What's going on? Let's go in and have a look. Could someone be injured? The black mist is dissipating. What's happening inside your mute sect's sacred place? Is there anyone alive to tell us?" Earlier, the players had barely managed to communicate with the federal team through the black mist emanating from the sacred place. Now, although the entrance to the sacred place was reopened, the vital black mist was gone. What was the point then? Where is the lifeline we were promised? "Stop panicking. What are you all screaming about?" Aktu's voice echoed loudly throughout the cave. Instantly, the entire cave became silent. A burly figure walked out from inside the cave. "Boss." The members of the mute sect saw AKTU coming out of the cave and their hearts steadied, feeling reassured. The others from the Dark City also turned their eyes towards AKTU. AKTU was still alive. They still had hope. However, Guqingju was closely watching beside AKTU. Fang Heng followed AKTU out, stooping to emerge from the broken opening. Unlike their last meeting, Fang Heng was now shrouded in a faint black mist. Guqingju nodded gently at Fang Heng, feeling very puzzled. The source of the earlier black mist was the mute sect's sacred place, but now, the black mist had disappeared. Was it related to Fang Heng? What did he do inside? Moreover, there was a significant change in Fang Heng's aura, making her feel very confused. It seemed like there was a faint aura around Fang Heng that could shield perceptions. AKTU gestured for everyone to calm down and sneakily glanced at Fang Heng beside him. Everything that had just happened inside the sacred place felt like a dream. In any case, the fact was, the large magical array at the Federation had spent a lot of time and effort setting up more than 10 years ago, had been completely dismantled by Fang Heng and the Shadow Mouse in under an hour. Completely destroy. What impressed AKTU even more was that Fang Heng had indeed brought the Shadow Mouse out of the game crevice. That terrifying little squirrel monster. Fang Heng's retina flashed a faint game prompt. Note: player has completed current stage task, escape from the cage. Note: player's friendly level with Shadow Mouse Kekmi has significantly increased. Player gains 50,000 main god points. Note: player has triggered the next stage task, the divided demon species. Task description: due to certain reasons, the power of the lazy demon species has been divided, and only a part of the power originating from the lazy demon species remains in the body of the Shadow Mouse Kekmi. Please try to find the remaining power of the demon species to assist the Shadow Mouse Kekmi in merging with the lazy power. Task rewards: main god points, Shadow Mouse Kekmi friendly level, subsequent stage tasks. Fang Heng glanced at the Shadow Mouse, which was cautiously observing the outside world from his neck, and nodded gently at AKTU. No need to panic. It was just a minor incident. Now that I'm out, I will help everyone escape. AKTU stepped forward, showing confidence. Let me make it clear now, the Federation has surrounded us outside. If we want to survive, we must unite and follow my arrangements. If anyone doubts me, they can leave now. The hall was terrifyingly quiet, with no one speaking. The expressions of everyone were extremely solemn. They all knew they had done something serious. If caught by the Federation, they would likely be imprisoned for life. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they were willing to take a chance. What should we do? AKTU. Just tell us. Act 2's expression softened slightly as he quickly explained the plan that had been previously discussed with Fang Heng. Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed expressions of doubt. Surrender? Surrender directly to the Federation? Would that work? I know you have many doubts, but now the outside courtyard has already been breached. There's no time to explain in detail with you all. Either follow the plan or we are all doomed together. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped hesitating and began to act accordingly. AKTU took a deep breath. Despite pretending to be calm in front of others, his heart was also full of anxiety. Fang Heng, are you okay? I'm fine. Fang Heng nodded gently and looked at Gu Qingju and Fanao. Nodding to them, you did well earlier. Rest assured. This time I am confident. Let's prepare to act. ... Inside the Mute Sect's headquarters, the god envoy Otolia was leading a team slowly towards the direction of the Mute Sect's headquarters. The blooming holy power waves dispersed the polluted black mist around them. To prevent any unexpected incidents, the team was moving very slowly. Currently, their biggest concern was the game crevice. It was the demon species. Once the demon species contamination spread, the whole world could potentially turn into ruins. Superiors had issued strict orders that such a thing must not be allowed to happen. The team had only been moving for about 10 minutes when, ahead of them, in the direction of the entrance cave of the Mute Sect headquarters, thick black mist erupted once again. Be careful. Alert. The military commander saw a change in Otolia's expression and immediately shouted a warning. The members of the squad quickly raised their defenses and vigilantly looked at the black mist ahead. Soon, a group of players' figures emerged from the black mist ahead. They were from the Dark City. Were they preparing to fight to the death? The federal military soldiers raised their guns and aimed at the players ahead. Don't attack. We surrender. Before Lei Yu could order an attack, a chaotic shouting and pleading could be heard from the front. Wait. Wait. We surrender. Don't hurt us. Help me. We surrender. A group of over 100 people ran out from the black mist, loudly approaching the federal team. Stop right there. Lei Yu shouted loudly, his voice booming like a bell. The players from the Dark City, who were frantically trying to escape, suddenly felt a ringing in their ears, feeling dizzy for a moment, and stood still in place, not daring to move. Lei Yu nodded towards the team leader of the federal military behind him, who immediately led the soldiers forward. Everyone stay where you are. Shut up. Drop your weapons. Submit to inspection. The players quickly dropped their weapons, obediently standing in place. Take them all away. Yes. The soldiers confiscated the players' weapons and handcuffed them with specially made handcuffs. You. Stop. What's going on? Liu grabbed a player who was being taken away in handcuffs and asked in a deep voice, what happened at the headquarters of the Mutt Gang? Commander ... The player Liu grabbed happened to be Xiaoqi, who had previously led Fang Heng and the others. He looked anxious and cautiously said, Acto, the leader of the Mutt Gang, he's gone mad. Be more specific. How did he go mad? Acto just entered the sacred place of the Mutt Gang, and then there was an explosion in the sacred place, and a large amount of dense fog spilled out from inside. Xiaoqi was very frightened, gesturing with his hands, his voice trembling. After the black mist spread out, many people had problems on their bodies. They fled from the sacred place. Their bodies were decaying. It was too terrifying. And Acto, he's gone mad. Lost his sanity. Liu and Atolia exchanged a glance. The situation described by Xiaoqi undoubtedly was corruption caused by contamination. It seemed that contamination had already spread inside the cave. Xiaoqi looked terrified and continued, we saw the black mist spreading out from the cave entrance. We dared not stay there any longer, so we all ran away. Those who ran slowly turned into monsters. What about Acto? I don't know. He seems to still be inside the cave. There's still a lot of dense fog inside. I don't know about him. Liu thought for a moment and waved to the soldiers, instructing, take them down first, isolate them at the outskirts of the base, and test the contamination level. Yes, understood. These fleeing players were just small fries. Liu and Atolia didn't pay much attention to them. What they were most concerned about now was not anything else, but the game crack. It seemed that the dark corruption aura from inside the game crack had spread outward, even causing corruption. Our speculations were correct. There are changes in the Mutt Gang. Be careful in dealing with it. Atolia also looked serious, dispersing the polluted mist around with a wave of her hand, then gesturing for the team to continue forward. Soon, the team approached the Mutt Gang headquarters. The mist ahead was now carrying more severe contamination. Military personnel, escort the prisoners back and leave first. Enter the external guard zone. Understood. The military personnel laid the prisoners away. Atolia's divide barrier could provide some protection for the team, but the resistance of the military players themselves to contamination was weak. If they were to encounter more severe contamination inside the Mutt Gang headquarters and accidentally become corrupted, it would only cause unnecessary chaos. The Mutt Gang headquarters is up ahead. There may be contaminated and corrupted creatures inside. Be careful. Let's proceed. Atolia reminded everyone and expanded her divine barrier a bit more before stepping into the headquarters. However, it was different from Atolia's expectations. The interior of the Mutt Gang headquarters seemed unnaturally quiet, with only the sound of the black mist touching the divine barrier echoing in the cave. Where were the human beings corrupted by contamination? Liu carefully observed the surroundings and whispered, I haven't found any corrupted creatures. They might be hiding. After being corrupted, most creatures lose their senses. They might leave the cave. Let's leave those corrupted creatures for later. Let's go check the game crack. Atolia walked at the front of the team, breaking through the area shrouded in thick fog and noting the path leading to the Mutt Gang's sacred place. After some thought, she resumed her steps forward. Eventually, they arrived at the bottom of the cave. The game crack. Everyone noticed the game crack that appeared at the end of the cave, stopped, and didn't continue to approach. A mix of contaminated black mist was continuously spilling out from the game crack. Liu frowned and turned to Atolia beside him. Atolia's eyes also showed a deep surprise. 10 years ago, they had left behind dozens of layers of seals here, but now, all the seals had been completely broken. The Mutt Gang had opened all the seals they had left here. From the traces, it seemed that the seals had been broken recently. Rumors outside claimed that Atolia, the holy ombo of the court, had laid down powerful sacred seals with the help of divine artifacts outside the game crack to ensure its safety. In fact, only those who were present at that time knew that it was not just Atolia who arranged the holy seals, but that half of the court's power had gathered for this task. Unexpectedly, the seals had now been completely broken. Who had such great ability? Strangely, that wasn't the only unusual thing. Although the seals outside the game crack were completely broken, the intensity of the contamination black mist spewing out from the crack was not high. and it even showed a trend of gradually weakening. Autolia tried to approach the game crack. In any case, we can't ignore it. I will try to seal it first. Autolia and Leyu exchanged a few words before she concentrated on creating a mark in front of her. Swish! Flecks of divine light gradually appeared around Autolia. Controlled by her spiritual power, the spakes of divine light gathered towards the game crack and formed a dark golden sphere around its periphery. Both of them had a deep sense of doubt in their eyes. How could the game crack be easily sealed like this? It's so strange. More than 10 years ago, the Federation and the Holy Court cooperated to temporarily seal the crack at a great cost. This time, clearly the sealing had undergone huge changes, even with connections to the demon race. Yet the difficulty of sealing had unexpectedly decreased. It's simply unbelievable. Otto and Ryu both felt that something was amiss. There seems to be no issue with the game crack. Let's step out and take a look. All right. Ryu signaled several members of the Holy Court and the Federation Crisis Response Team to remain on guard, before leading everyone out of the sanctuary to thoroughly inspect the entire Mute Gang cave. Hopefully, they could discover something. Ryu furrowed his brows. He felt that things were progressing too strangely this time. It was smooth, very smooth, but something was not right. So where exactly was the problem? Just as everyone had exited the cave, suddenly, Ryu and Otto simultaneously sensed something and looked towards the direction of the cave's exterior. What? From a distance, outside the Mute Gang headquarters, a dense black mist suddenly exploded. At the same time, the sacred protective magic arrays arranged on the periphery of the headquarters began to rotate rapidly. Sacred barriers and columns of light shot up into the sky. The black mist and the sacred barriers once again gather and intertwine. In an instant, Ryu realized something. This is bad. Something is wrong with those people just now. Lure them away from the mountain. At the same time, outside the Mute Gang headquarters, a blanket of black mist shrouded the area. The military was relatively weak against pollution. To prevent being affected by the contamination, the soldiers escorted the surrendered Mute Gang members and the criminals from the Shadow City out of the headquarters area after a preliminary registration. According to regulations, all captives would be detained outside the camp after a comprehensive review. Unexpectedly, during the inspection of the captives, a dense black mist suddenly rose from the periphery of the Mute Gang headquarters. The Mute Gang members who had surrendered suddenly launched a counterattack. Zhou Chen immediately ordered a counteroffensive, leaving no survivors. However, as soon as the command was given, the dense black mist enveloped the battlefield area. Attack! Akutu roared and broke free from restraints, emerging from the black mist. The federal military troops immediately raised their guns to shoot. Doom! Akutu manipulated the black mist to form a huge hen entity and swept forward, knocking back a unit of federal military troops who had come for reinforcement. Reinforcements! The camp prisoners have revolted and require support. It's Gu Qingju. Found the target. Gu Qingju. Long-range firepower suppression. Don't let them approach the sacred seal. Amidst chaos, a shadowy rat emerged from under the collar of Fang Heng standing in the center of the black mist. The dense black mist was emitted from the shadowy rat. Finally escaping from the game space, the shadowy rat was exhilarated. The dense black mist continued to billow from its mouth, enveloping large areas in the mist. With the help of the black mist, the Mute Gang players' strength greatly increased, and they launched a fierce counterattack. Archbishop Luobo saw the situation was turning bad and immediately ordered a retreat, activating the alchemical magic circle to purify the black mist with the sacred column of light. The defensive magic barrier spun rapidly. In a moment of chaos, the shadowy rat, which had been confined in the game crack, was exuberant. Expelling dense black mist continuously from its mouth, it enveloped vast areas in the mist. Taking advantage of the black mist, the Mute Gang players launched a robust counterattack. Archbishop Luobo glanced ahead at the barrier and gently rubbed the shadowy rat's head. Let's show them what we're capable of. Squeak! The shadowy rat, long trapped in the game crack, got excited at the prospect of such fun. Let out an excited cry and darted forward with Fang Heng. Fang Heng swiftly approached the barrier outside the federal temporary camp. The shadowy rat took a deep breath, swelling up like a balloon several times its size, resembling a ball. Doom! Even denser black mist spewed from the shadowy rat's mouth, rushing towards the sacred defense barrier. This time was different. The black mist was mixed with a high concentration of pollution. Instantly, The sacred barrier was stimulated by the black mist, emitting more intense cracking sounds. The purification efficiency of the magic barrier decreased significantly. The players from the holy court congregated behind the sacred barrier were alarmed. Luobo looked at the location where the thick fog was overflowing, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What was going on? How could such a violent fog emerge from the front area? It couldn't be stopped. What exactly was it? Could it be a demon race? The federal military personnel immediately rushed forward to assist. Unfortunately, they couldn't see the figures in the black mist clearly and could only shoot wildly at the area shrouded in black mist. However, once the bullets entered the black mist, the resistance increased thousands of times, halting their progress after a few meters, falling to the ground one after another. Now's our chance. Crush it. Fang Heng didn't waste any time, swiftly forming a mark in front of him with his hands. Boom, boom. The arrows strike once again against the sacred defense barrier. The already shaky barrier was instantly shattered by the burst of black mist. The menacing black mist continued to surge into the entire federal camp. At the same time, ManhwaRecap and Yin Mo, who were locked up in the federal camp, also noticed the turmoil happening outside. What's going on? Turmoil in the camp. And a large amount of black mist entering the federal camp. ManhwaRecap and Yin Mo didn't know what was happening, but upon hearing about the chaos inside the camp, a glimmer of hope rose within them. Regardless of what was happening, perhaps they could use this opportunity to escape during the confusion. Just then, ManhwaRecap heard a familiar shout nearby. Brother, are you there? Yin Mo's face lit up upon hearing the call and shouted back, Acto, we are here. Acto, upon hearing the response, was overjoyed, with over 10 mud helpers under the influence of the black mist, quickly fought their way in and took down the guards outside the temporary prison, rushing inside. Brother, seeing the two brothers unharmed, Acto hurried forward to help them remove the seals and ropes from their bodies. Acto, how did you come here? What's happening outside? And what's with the black mist? Brother, I know everything related to the demon seeds. It was Brother Fang Heng who led us into the other side of the game rift. He brought the demon seeds out from the game rift, and the black mist outside is all caused by the demon seeds. What? ManhwaRecap and Yin Mo were completely stunned to hear this. They never expected to get such an answer and began to doubt if Acto had made a mistake somewhere. The demon seed sealed at the other end of the game rift had actually been brought out. This was their initial 3S level mission target. The difficulty of this mission was unimaginable. Not to mention, just the holy seals outside the game rift alone had rendered them helpless. And those were demon seeds. Could they really be controlled by someone? Brother, now the sacred ground over there is in ruins. Let's first escape with Brother Fang Heng before discussing anything. Okay. It was indeed not the time to go into details now. After calming down, the two nodded and immediately fled outside the camp with Acto's help. With the power of the black mist enveloping the camp, although ManhwaRecap and Yin Mo were drugged by the Federation and unable to exert their full strength for a period of time, at least part of their combat power could help them stay alive. Just as the three of them left the temporary tent, they happened to see the federal team regrouping around the sacred light column, trying to use the power of the magic array light pillar to dispel the black mist. Acto, it's almost done. Let's go. After shattering the sacred barrier, Fang Heng continued to surge forward with the phantom shadow mouse, leading the way through the black mist. In the rear, Gu Qingju looked at Fang Heng, a pensive expression in her eyes. The power of the black mist had many similarities to the ritual she had previously undergone. How did he do it? Had he mastered the power of the demon seeds? In her contemplation, Gu Qingju followed Fang Heng along with Fana towards the front. Stop. Fang Heng was running forward frantically trying to break through. Ahead, 12 players stood scattered, blocking the path where Fang Heng needed to retreat. It was a small team composed of several senior Federation officers and elite members of the Federal Inspection Team. Each one of them was an elite. Fang Heng, be careful. Gu Qingju whispered behind Fang Heng, reminding him quietly. Among this group was the one who had previously besieged her at the end school. Okay. Fang Heng nodded slightly. He recognized one of the men standing on the far right. It's him again. The federal military officer Rui, whom he had seen twice before. Previously, he had managed to escape using secret techniques, but he didn't expect Rui to restore himself so quickly and join the battle again. Rui kept a close eye on Fang Heng, with his palm slightly sweaty. He had previously used a secret technique to escape and had to use restorative potions once he returned to be able to fight again. At this moment, his strength had decreased by a third compared to his peak period. With so many departments united on this mission, if Fang Heng managed to escape again, it would be a great embarrassment for the federal military and the federal inspection team. Ruid forcibly used the potion. Even if he had to lie in bed for a year or two after this, he had to make sure they all stayed. Fang Heng, Gu Qingju. Claremont didn't join the battle, just observing Gu Qingju and Fang Heng from afar, muttering to himself, lost in thought. Sensing the fluctuations of life energy emanating from the 12 people in front of him, Fang Heng let out a disdainful snort. What's this? Bullying the few with many again? Move aside, or do you seek death? It seemed that this group of people was the Federation's last card to stop them. Once they dealt with them, they could escape the blockade. One of them said, Gu Qingju, Fang Heng, you can't escape. It's not too late to surrender now. Unaware that even the Federal Special Events Handling Team had arrived due to the Demon Sea, Fang Heng had made various arrangements beforehand to avoid a battle with the Celestial Court Envoy. He was most afraid that the Celestial Court Envoy was still inside the Mutt's shrine. If she arrived, it would be troublesome. Fang Heng didn't want to waste time arguing with the Federation. He just wanted to break through and escape. No more nonsense, come if you dare, Fang Heng shouted loudly, with Gu Qingju already rushing out ahead towards the front. Suddenly, the federal team also immediately flew up. Fang Heng's hands clasped together in front of him. Converge. The phantom shadow mouse standing on Fang Heng's shoulder spat out a thick black mist again. The black mist gathered rapidly, forming into over a dozen dark spears in front of Fang Heng, stabbing forward. The 12 federal officers and members of the Celestial Court were all taken aback. The dark spears contained a terrifying power fluctuation that made their hearts tremble. Careful. The spell is contaminated. Quickly dodge. Don't confront it head-on. The federal players were particularly wary of contamination, and upon seeing the dark spears coming, they all dodged to the sides. Doom. Boom boom boom. The spears exploded, enveloping the area in front with a thick layer of black mist once again. Fang Heng opened his hands forward. The surrounding black mist quickly condensed into a long spear gripped in his palm. Root's pupil suddenly contracted, his fist slamming onto the long spear formed by the black mist. He felt a huge force surging, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backward. The surroundings rapidly retreated. Root's eyes were filled with astonishment. Fang Heng, how did that guy do it? The first time they met, he could easily suppress Fang Heng with his own strength. The second time, the situation completely reversed, with Fang Heng overpowering him, almost dying if not for using secret techniques. Now the third time, he was in an even worse situation. In their confrontation, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Fang Heng. Why does Fang Heng's strength seem to improve drastically every time they meet? Fang Heng glanced at Root being knocked back, then charged towards another federal officer nearby. The federal officer targeted by Fang Heng immediately raised his long knife in front of him, preparing to resist with all his might. Empowered by the black mist of the dark shadow rat, Fang Heng faced the federal officer without falling behind in the slightest. Dang! The long spear thrust forward. The federal officer raised his long knife to defend. Unexpectedly, a huge force transmitted through the long knife, causing it to shatter instantaneously, scattering in all directions. The shattered blade cut the federal officer's face. The federal officer stared fiercely at Fang Heng, shouting loudly. Suddenly, green vines emerged from his sleeves, quickly wrapping around Fang Heng's hands unexpectedly. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched, caught off guard as the vines bound his hands. Two elite players from the Federal Inspection Bureau rushed towards Fang Heng from behind. Leave this to me. The two elite players thrust their swords directly towards Fang Heng. Bang! Bang! What's going on? The two federal officers showed surprise. Their swords, when thrust at Fang Heng, had their force mostly dispelled by a burst of black mist emanating from him. Hiss! The swords pierced through the black mist defense, leaving a long blooded streak on Fang Heng's body. However, the wound quickly healed in the blink of an eye. Dang! The black long spear in Fang Heng's hand burst into black mist, freeing him from the entwining vines, quickly moving backward. As he retreated, Fang Heng raised his right hand again, and the black mist rapidly gathered towards his palm. Another black mist spear instantly condensed, held in his hand and thrown forward. Dang! The black mist burst again, repelling the pursuing federal players. Fang Heng, shielded by the black mist, quickly assessed the enemy's positions. Troublesome. The Federal team was formidable. Their own strength was high, and with coordinated support, it was almost impossible to kill even one of them. The Federal officers and Inspection Bureau elites attacking Fang Heng gradually withdrew after multiple failed attempts, exchanging glances. Few could withstand their siege. The young man before them was extraordinary. The thick black mist around him provided high defense, rendering normal attacks almost ineffective. However, in turn, under the influence of the black mist, their stamina was rapidly draining. Not only Fang Heng was difficult to deal with, but also the re-entered berserk state of Gu Qingju on the other side. Gu Qingju effortlessly held his ground against four military officers from the headquarters. "Brother Fang Heng, we're here to assist you." The three Acto brothers quickly followed and provided support behind Fang Heng. Empowered by the dense black mist, Acto's strength significantly increased, helping alleviate the pressure together. If they couldn't win, they would retreat deep into the mist, and the Federal team indeed didn't dare to pursue recklessly. Some who ventured into the mist soon realized that their stamina was rapidly draining, and there were mysterious creatures moving swiftly within the mist. These creatures were elusive and hard to track within the mist. Several players entering the mist only noticed the existence of these mysterious enemies after being struck. Combined with the fear of contamination mentioned by the Sanctum, the Federal team didn't dare linger in the mist, immediately retreating towards the outer limit. After a prolonged fight, they began panting heavily in just 3 minutes, feeling their stamina depleting rapidly. Retreat first. Realizing they couldn't win, continuing would only worsen their situation. They chose to abandon the fight, while some stamina remained, rallying the team to flee towards the direction of the sacred pillar beyond the black mist. "Let's go." Fang Heng saw the Federal team retreating and felt relieved. He was wary of delaying then, and risking facing the arrival of the Sanctum's Archangel Otolia. "Charge out." Fang Heng immediately led the Dark City players behind him to break through the Federal's defensive line, forcing their way out from under the shroud of black mist and left quickly. The military commander Zhou Chen's face turned pale as he tightly clenched his fists. How did a situation where victory seemed certain turn into this? Outside, a dense black mist suddenly surged from a cavern. The Federal military forces stationed outside, as well as the crisis management team of players, tensed up upon seeing this, gripping their weapons tightly, and stared intently at the cave entrance. The mist leaked out so quickly. Every cavern's exit had just been sealed off by the crisis management team to prevent mist diffusion, but they lacked sufficient guard forces, making the defense far from adequate. Detected black mist. Possible contamination. Run the barrier at full capacity. Due to the mist's interference with communications, the external Federal guards were unaware of the precise situation inside the Dark City. Doom. The mist suddenly erupted from the cave entrance. Attack. A figure darted out from the mist-filled cave. The Federal team commander's eyes twitched, shouting, "Fire!" Dang bang bang. The intense barrage of bullets rained down on Fang Heng as he emerged from the mist. However, the black mist encompassing him dissipated most of the bullets' impact. The remaining bullets that hit Fang Heng couldn't break through his formidable defense. Under the impact of a heavy punch, the defense barrier surrounding the cave instantly shattered into pieces. Sparkling debris burst out. Just one punch. It all shattered like that. What kind of terrifying creature is this? The players all stared at Fang Heng in horror, momentarily forgetting to continue firing. In fact, the defense barriers set up by the Federal Crisis Response Team on the periphery were only meant to prevent the black mist from spreading out, so their physical defense capabilities were weak to begin with. Fire! Stop them! Don't let them escape! After a brief half-second pause, the Federal troops opened fire again. Fang Heng was also somewhat surprised that one punch shattered the barrier. He raised his head and disdainfully looked at the Federal crowd outside. The black mist quickly seeped out from the cave towards his position. The Federal group's vision was soon obscured by the thick black mist. In the black mist, players from various factions of the Shadow City, who were running away with Fang Heng and those from the Mud Alliance were also seen rushing out. As they saw the black mist swiftly approaching their location, the Federal team was even more alarmed. Retreat. Quick, retreat. Most of the ordinary Federal soldiers responsible for external security only had firearms for attack. Seeing that their firearms were ineffective, they immediately began to cover each other for retreat. However, Ordinary firearms were completely ineffective in stopping Fang Heng and his group engulfed by the black mist. The guard team was almost instantly breached by Fang Heng's group. "Follow me. Charge out together." Fang Heng led the Mud Alliance members behind him and charged forward, completely breaking free of the federal encirclement. After leaving the federal blockade area, it was already new. Players from various factions in the Shadow City who managed to escape immediately scattered to safety, each finding their own way to safety. Act 2 quickly caught up to Fang Heng and asked, "Fang Heng, we have a few hidden bases outside. Our alliance members will disperse to those bases. Do you have any plans?" ManhwaRecap and Yunmo also looked towards Fang Heng with questions in their eyes, especially regarding the issue of the demon species. Initially, Fang Heng had not made plans for after their escape. Pan couldn't help but look at Gu Qingju by his side. Gu Qingju glanced behind him and quickly said, "The Black Mist has the ability to shield our presence, reducing the Federal's accuracy in targeting us. Right now, we need to find a way to deal with the pursuers behind us." "Okay," Fang Heng said, turning towards the rear. Seeing the Federal forces catching up again, he looked down at the shadow mouse hidden in his clothes. "Kikumi, show them what you've got." Squeak squeak. The shadow mouse squeaked before jumping onto Fang Heng's shoulder, taking a deep breath and then puffing out a thick black mist towards the pursuers behind them. The nearest Federal players were immediately covered by the dense black mist. "Not good. Be careful. It might be contaminated. Don't pursue them." Seeing the situation, the Federal commander instantly broke out in a cold sweat and immediately ordered the soldiers to stop pursuing, his eyes filled with panic and fear. The demon species. What they encountered just now was likely the demon species. Once contaminated by the demon species, if it spread carelessly, it would be disastrous. Releasing a large amount of black mist in a short period of time, the shadow mouse also showed signs of exhaustion, curling up again and hiding in Fang Heng's pocket. ManhwaRecap and Yunmo exchanged a glance, filled with suspicions. The demon species. Judging from the black mist it released, most likely, they never would have thought that the little creature resembling a squirrel that was sealed in the game rift was the demon species. Gu Qingju said, "Fang Heng, we are being tracked by the Federal. With so many of us together, our location is to concentrate it and we will soon be targeted by them." Fang Heng looked towards the members of the Mud Alliance. "Do you have any recommendations?" "The Mud Alliance will temporarily disappear for a while. Once the situation calms down, we will gather our members through summoning. Fang Heng brother, I will provide you with an address. We will wait for you there." "Okay." Fang Heng took the note handed to him by ManhwaRecap. Nodded. "Stay in touch. We are being tracked by the Federal. Being together will only cause trouble for you. We will find a way to remove the tracking mark and meet again later." ManhwaRecap nodded. "Understood." Fang Heng then turned to Fana. Fana nodded and said, "Fang Heng, we have worked together before. There is no need for pleasantries. The mission is complete, and I also need to report back to Black Castle. I wish you a pleasant cooperation next time. Take care." "Definitely." With that, Fang Heng and Gu Qingju quickly dispersed from the group and headed in various directions away from the black mist. An hour later, Fang Heng and Gu Qingju intercepted a car on the road and quickly drove towards a direction away from the Shadow City. Shadow Mouse. Inside the car, after listening to Fang Heng's observations and experiences in the Mud Alliance Sanctuary, Gu Qingju's eyes revealed a pensive look. She glanced at Fang Heng's bulging pocket in the passenger seat and said, "I believe your judgment is correct. The Shadow Mouse underwent the sloth ritual, and it successfully obtained some of the power of the sloth demon species." Thinking of the previous task related to the demon species that he had received, Fang Heng asked, "What does it mean by some?" "Before undergoing the ritual, I heard Summer mention that due to compatibility issues, each person's ability to bear the power of the demon species varies. Sometimes it is difficult to find a suitable candidate for adaptation, so Summer used a certain method to divide the power of the demon species into many parts. Due to the weakened power of the demon species, even individuals with lower compatibility have a probability of completing the ritual. By holding the ritual first, once the ritual is completed, as the body gradually integrates with the demon species, the strength and compatibility with the demon species will increase until one can fully accommodate the entire demon species." Recalling the situation back then, Gu Qingju continued, "The ritual I underwent was only a part of the demon species. Before the ritual, Summer provided me with some power to help strengthen my body and compatibility. But unfortunately, I still failed in the end. Fang Heng nodded. Currently, Mute's helpers have already dispersed to evade the federal investigation. They plan to resolve the federal tracking on them before regrouping with them later. The trouble is, pollution exists in the real world as well. With lazy believers present, would jealous believers also exist in the real world? Fang Heng felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Additionally, this trip also had unexpected gains. If they could unite with lazy believers, it would provide more assurance when dealing with jealousy later. It would be best to find a few more useful cards. Gu Qingju drove the car all the way towards the nearest train station. Where are we going next? I haven't decided yet. The black mist released by the Shadow Phantom Mouse has the ability to shield perception. It can help us influence the federal tracking accuracy of the imprints. The federal can only lock onto a rough area, estimated to be around a radius of 500 kilometers. That's good news for us, but the seals and restraints on us are still in place, and we are not completely safe yet. Gu Qingju thought for a moment. I think we should find a densely populated place to spend the next 6 days, such as some large cities. On one hand, the dense population in large cities is suitable for us to hide and make it difficult for the federal to locate us accurately. On the other hand, in densely populated cities, the federal will be concerned about contamination spreading to the public and may not take aggressive actions. Fang Heng pondered and agreed with this reasoning. The federal tracking and positioning were not completely ineffective. It had just decreased in accuracy by tens of times, only able to lock onto a specific area. This meant it was not feasible to hide at the Undead Research Society. It was better to follow Gu Qingju's arrangement. After all, Gu Qingju had ample experience dealing with the federal. Since dispatching to members of the Holy Court last night, too many things had happened during that short time. Only about a day had passed. Fang Heng needed some time to organize his thoughts. Opening the window, Fang Heng looked at the hurried scenery passing by outside the car window. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "There's something I've been wanting to ask you all along, but I never got the chance due to the troubles we faced." "What is it you want to ask?" "The first time I saw you, you were seriously injured. Were you ambushed by the federal? I'm curious, what were you doing at Haines School?" Gu Qingju fell silent at the question. Fang Heng noticed that she still had some reservations towards him, so he waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, I shouldn't have asked." Gu Qingju pursed her lips, remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke. "Do you remember me telling you about how our Asian people were detained and forcibly subjected to experiments by the Federation?" Fang Heng furrowed his brows. The Federation had, indeed, carried out inhumane human experiments on the Asian people. He had seen some related reports on the dark web. Now, it seemed all these things were true. "Yes, I remember." Soon after the incident was exposed, the news was quickly blocked by the Central Federation. Under pressure from the Asian community, all research labs targeting Asian people were dismantled, and the people responsible were punished. It seemed like everything had settled, but ironically, a few years ago, we discovered that the experiments were still ongoing, just underground this time. There were still a large number of Asian comrades suffering persecution by the Federation. The Federation secretly conducted higher-level experiments on the Asian people, and we found out that part of the research was subcontracted after dismantling and granted to a project team at Haines School. The project team was unaware of the connection to the Asian people. Only the contact person for the project, the honorary principal of Haines School, Shagorui, knew about the situation. Our goal in entering Haines School was to start from the project team and investigate information about the secret Asian research laboratory related to us. Gu Qingju tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her eyes cold with anger. "Fang Heng, they never reflected on their actions." Fang Heng said softly, "I'm sorry. It's not your fault." Gu Qingju took a deep breath, staring ahead. "It's my fault. My lack of experience led to the Federation picking up on our trail this time, and it cost a life." Fang Heng gently patted Gu Qingju's shoulder. "It's not your fault." Gu Qingju, surprised at the comfort, felt a slight tremble when Fang Heng touched her. She didn't avoid it nor continue speaking. After a moment, Gu Qingju's emotions eased slightly, and she continued. "Fang Heng, you're not good at comforting others, but thank you anyway." "Oh." Gu Qingju composed herself. "What about you? How did you meet Zia Shi?" "You might think I'm lying when I tell you." Fang Heng shook his head. "Honestly, most of my memories from the past are gone. I only remember going through some kind of ritual. From that, I have only a few images. In those images, I saw Zia Shi, but I don't remember anything else related to her or what conditions I reached with her. After that, I entered the Vaz world, where I learned that the ritual I experienced was related to the Dark Sea and almost died there. Fang Heng chuckled. But it seems my luck is still holding. The Dark Seed ritual on me was successful. Gu Qingju continued to ask, so why did you come to Hain School? When I saw you that night, were you caught by the Federation? Did they discover your identity? Recalling the situation, Gu Qingju found it a bit strange. If the Federation had discovered that Fang Heng was related to the Dark Seed, they would have taken more cautious actions rather than capturing him so easily. Well, I happened to get into some other trouble. When you saw me, I had just been brought back by the Federation for investigation. Fang Heng shrugged. As for going to Hain School, it was for studying. My academic foundation is weak. I haven't had systematic learning. Secondly, I was a bit lost about my future advancement path, so I thought about learning systematically, settling down a bit, hoping to find a clear learning path. I didn't expect. Upon reflection, he had already paid a lot of tuition and bought many course materials at Hain School. Now this identity was utterly useless. The tuition and teaching materials were all wasted. What a disaster! Just as Fang Heng sighed at the situation, he noticed Gu Qingju had fallen into silence, not saying a word. Hey! Why so quiet? Do I not seem like the type to come to school to study? On this journey, Fang Heng and his companion first drove to the train station, mingled with the crowd, and boarded the train to leave the Central Federation. They then continued by hitching a ride, stopping at a used car dealership midway to purchase a second-hand car. By the evening of the next day, the two of them arrived at a supersized hotel in the city center. At this point, they had entered the jurisdiction of the North District Federation. Fang Heng had a rough idea of the North District Federation. Among the major federations, it had a relatively loose control and high regional autonomy. The North District Federation was the least obedient to the Central Federation among the four federations. Moreover, the people of the North District Federation were bold and straightforward, often ready for confrontation over a single word. As Fang Heng descended from the parking lot, he followed Gu Qingju and rode the elevator to the first floor of the hotel. Where is this place? The Multiverse Library. Hot. Fang Heng had never heard of it before. It's a library established by a mysterious intelligent race in the game for the real world. It shares information with the library in the game, where you can access most academic materials and receive one-on-one professional skills coaching. Gu Qingju explained as she stepped out of the elevator, leading Fang Heng into the hotel's first floor. Hello. Two waiters in black suits at the elevator entrance bowed in unison. Welcome to the Multiverse Library. Fang Heng looked at the waiter beside him, feeling a ripple of no aura or blood from them. Fang Heng stared at the waiter, and with the effect of the all-knowing eye, he saw the internal structure of the waiter. It turned out the other party was a mechanical being. Ms. Amanda, welcome back. Your VIP room has been automatically assigned. You can go to room 2341 to rest. Saying this, the mechanical waiter turned to Fang Heng. Gu Qingju explained to Fang Heng, there are two ways to enter the Multiverse Library. The first is to obtain qualifications through the game's preliminary tasks or by direct recommendation from someone. The second way is temporary status, but it comes with many restrictions. The library in the real world cooperates with the Federation, and the Federation may investigate your identity information. For safety reasons, we'll use temporary status this time. Fang Heng nodded in agreement. Gu Qingju handed a card to the mechanical attendant, saying, "This is my husband. Grant him my secondary card privileges and temporary status, opening up my points sharing usage." All right. Processing your command now. The mechanical attendant dutifully accepted the instructions, focused its eyes on Fang Heng, recorded his facial information with the built-in camera, then respectfully handed over the original identity card and a copied secondary card, saying, "Please take your secondary card." Fang Heng took the secondary card, put it in his pocket. You'll need points to live here. The card has over 3,000 points, enough for you to use. Room resources are limited. We only have one room. Okay. Fang Heng followed Gu Qingju towards another elevator on the opposite side. By the way, is there a game channel here? A game channel? A game warehouse? Gu Qingju, hearing Fang Heng's question, looked at him surprisingly. What do you need that for? Fan Heng also looked puzzled. What else would you use a game warehouse for? Of course, to enter the game. He realized it had been almost 2 days since he last logged into the game. Could he log in using the special way of the Vulcan race? It should be fine through conventional means, right? Gu Qingju found Fan Heng's question strange and nodded. It's been a while since I'd been in the game. I want to try using the game warehouse to go back and take a look inside. When Gu Qingju heard this, she looked at Fan Heng as if she was reassessing him. Using the game warehouse. Can the Vulcan race also enter the game using the methods of humans? What kind of joke was this? Seeing Gu Qingju's expression, Fan Heng thought of the special abilities of the Vulcan race and explained, my condition is a bit unusual. With the game warehouse, I can enter the game without being affected by the seal that the Federation left on us, right? I'm not sure. Gu Qingju frowned, stepped out of the elevator, and continued walking forward, saying, there's a game warehouse in the room. There are too many people here. Let's go back and discuss it later. Shortly after, Gu Qingju found the room and swiped the card to enter. The room was quite spacious, over 120 square meters, gorgeously decorated like a hotel apartment. There were even two guest rooms. What caught Fan Heng's attention wasn't the room, but the game warehouse placed in the studio. I'll go into the game first. Sure, Gu Qingju said coldly, sitting next to him, quietly watching Fan Heng. She had seen Fan Heng use the Vulcan race's method to enter the game, confirming he was part of the Vulcan race. But the game warehouse, wasn't that a way only humans could enter the game? Yet, looking at Fan Heng, it didn't seem like a lie. Fan Heng felt a bit helpless under Gu Qingju's scrutiny. Alright, I know I'm strange. You don't have to stare at me like that. Let me demonstrate to you. And by the way, take care of him, please. He pointed to the shadow mouse on his shoulder. Squeak. The shadow mouse couldn't enter the game and could only jump down from Fan Heng's shoulder, as watching from the sidelines. With that, Fan Heng pressed the game warehouse button. Under Gu Qingju's doubtful gaze, Fan Heng lay in the game warehouse. The game warehouse vibrated slightly for half a second, followed by the indicator light outside the chamber illuminating, indicating it was in stable operation. He had really entered the game. What was happening? Gu Qingju looked at the signal displayed on the game warehouse, furrowing her brows, completely puzzled. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Turning her head, Gu Qingju saw the shadow mouse on the ground squeaking towards her. The shadow mouse tilted its head, looking at Gu Qingju, showing a cute expression. Gu Qingju also looked at the shadow mouse. Perhaps because Gu Qingju had performed the lazy ritual of the demon breed before, the shadow mouse was familiar with her aura, showing some fondness. After a brief moment of eye contact, Gu Qingju hesitantly asked, "Are you hungry? Let's forget about him. I'll take you to eat something delicious, okay?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. Understanding Gu Qingju's words, the shadow mouse became excited and quickly jumped onto Gu Qingju's shoulder. For the first time, a smile appeared on Gu Qingju's usually cold face. "All right, let's go." Tip. Player has entered the game. Tipped. Player's status shows anomalies, entering special abnormal state, with some abilities restricted. Hint. During the time you were offline, your zombie avatar killed 57,000 low-level life forms, 270,000 mid-level life forms, 12,000 high-level life forms, and 220,000 unknown life forms. Hint. Your zombie avatar completed resource collection. Hint. Your zombie avatar is under attack. Hint. Due to the mutant infection effect, you additionally gained. It took more than 10 seconds before the activity ceased. Before logging off, Fan Heng issued the command to cyclically spawn monsters. After the zombie avatar talent upgraded to receive the mutant infection enhancement effect, it continuously created new zombie avatars through mutant infection. This directly caused the game prompts to increase by hundreds of times. Fan Heng flipped through more than 10 pages backward, feeling confused and unlike before, when he could easily find useful information. So, Fan Heng decided to overlook the game prompts and directly check the communication messages from the survival radio. Most of the messages were from Lu Yanlan, with a few from Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei mainly received an investigation message from the Central Federation to confirm his current status and need for assistance. Fan Heng immediately responded, stating he had already escaped and was safe. On Lu Yanlan's side, things were a bit more complicated. A series of game prompts left Fan Heng puzzled. Lu Yanlan. "Fang boss, where are you?" "Big trouble. The Federation found a horde of zombies, and they're reacting strongly, mustering a large team. They might come after us. If it's convenient, please reply. Thanks, Lu Yanlong. Fang boss, the Federation sent a team to probe. Many zombies are gathering on the outskirts. Will they meet the Federation? Is it really okay? Lu Yanlong. Fang boss, the issue is resolved. All good. Lu Yanlong. Fang boss, the Federation has launched a formal attack. They've raised the danger level of the Tomb World. Gathering teams. Seems they're preparing to deal with the zombie horde. Could you come over to take a look when you have time? Lu Yanlong. Fang boss, sorry to bother you. I was startled. Responding to Lu Yanlong's messages, Fang Heng pondered and carefully examined the game log. In just 2 days, there had been significant changes in the Tomb World due to the offline operations he set up. His numerous zombie avatars, enhanced by the enhanced talent skill mutant infection, began spreading infection dramatically. The Federation, after discovering the zombie horde, was puzzled and, after several probes, was astonished by the zombies' strength, subsequently raising the world's danger level. Initially, the Federation's plan was to gradually occupy the Tomb World and even develop it. However, with the sudden appearance of the zombie horde, the Federation had to postpone its plans. Subsequently, the Federation engaged in 7 direct battles with the zombie life forms. Fang Heng saw through the game prompts that his zombie avatars mostly lost. Only once did they manage a draw, the other 6 times ended in defeat. Since he was offline, the intelligence of the normal zombie avatars was not high, making them vulnerable to the Federation's tactics. However, later on, strangely, the Federation started being cautious, choosing to defend rather than attack. What was happening? Didn't his zombie avatars lose? Fang Heng pondered for a moment and sent a message to Lu Yanlong, then went to the Tomb Game World to assess the situation. In fact, the Federation in the Tomb World was on the verge of collapse. They couldn't understand where these mutated zombie creatures had emerged from. While the people from Black Castle had clearly fled, they were left with a huge problem. Dealing with the mutated zombie creatures was not challenging for the elite team of high-level players. However, the opponent's use of the Corpse C tactic made it difficult for them. People grew weary. Resources were quickly depleted during the battles. Moreover, they gained nothing from dealing with the mutated zombie creatures, not even a reward for killing them. It was pure depletion. But in terms of depletion, the zombie avatars had no fear. Once one wave was exhausted, immediately another wave would replenish their forces. The Federation side no longer saw any hope of eradicating the zombie horde. The 12 consortiums had joined the battle in the Tomb World only for the potential gains and profits. However, after days of being continuously consumed by the mutated zombie creatures without seeing any benefits, they quickly grew impatient and prepared to leave. Thus, 2 days later, the Federation changed tactics and chose to defend. While they could handle direct confrontations, the endless horde seemingly had no end. Simple depletion had no meaningful effect. Furthermore, the mutated zombie creatures showed no intent of initiating attacks. Coupled with the crisis in Black Castle temporarily subsiding and the high-level elite team having other tasks, they would not continue to waste time there and would soon depart. After careful consideration, the Federation's operational command decided to feign ignorance, choosing to defend. As their current tasks were mostly completed, they would leave the rest for the wiser successors. They were ready for the next generation to take over this mess. The Seahorse Company was ecstatic to see this situation. Boss Fang was truly impressive. Initially, they had a simple wish to gain some benefits from the Federation. With Boss Fang's capabilities and the space teleportation portal, they believed they could at least compete with the Federation and secure some mineral resources, even if just a small advantage. They never expected that Boss Fang would deliver a tremendous surprise. The entire Federation had been defeated by Boss Fang. Lu Yanlong recalled his frantic messages to Boss Fang when facing the Federation's attack on the zombie horde, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. Constantly messaging Boss Fang, he realized he looked like a fool. No wonder Boss Fang didn't respond. He was entirely calm. Excellent. The supplies collected by the zombies are continuously transported back to the zombie doomsday world through several teleportation channels within the current Tomb World. Afterwards, the supplies are transferred from the zombie doomsday world to the High Crossing Corporation for external sales. In just 2 days, High Crossing Corporation earned abundant profits. Lu Yanlong could already see the amount he would receive in profits, feeling extremely good and giving Fang Heng a big thumbs up. Fang Heng nodded and said, "Regarding sales, we will rely on your team at High Crossing Corporation. In addition, I am currently lacking in main god points due to the trading limit, making it difficult to acquire them. I wonder if you had any solutions." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanlong immediately perked up. Fang Boss was a major client, and catering to major clients was High Crossing Corporation's principle. After some thought, Lu Yanlong nodded and replied, "Currently, there are no suitable tasks, but we will keep an eye out. We will promptly inform you once we had any updates. Thank you." Fang Heng waved his hand. With the enhanced transformation talent, the zombie clones group clearing and expansion capabilities had greatly improved. However, he still didn't want to continue direct confrontation with the Federation. After all, it was unnecessary. The resources in the tomb world were limited, and after exhausting them, there wouldn't be much profit. There was no need to forcefully occupy a tomb world. Continuing to tangle with the Federation might inadvertently reveal clues about the zombie clones. It was unnecessary. Once everything was cleared out, it would be best to stop. Fang Heng thought to himself and added, "In addition, we had other things to attend to, so regarding collecting resources, we need to wrap it up as soon as possible. I need it done within 3 days. Arrange to focus on gathering high-value materials, so urgent?" Lu Yanlong raised an eyebrow, but immediately agreed. "All right, I'll make arrangements now." After spending some time with Fang Heng, Lu Yanlong had a clear understanding. Fang Boss had his reasons for every decision he made. After all, the big picture was at play. He couldn't understand why at the moment, perhaps because he wasn't standing at the same height. It didn't matter. Thinking too much was unnecessary. Being a tool and completing the tasks, well, was enough. Lu Yanlong nodded and hurried to make arrangements. After finalizing the online tasks, Fang Heng realized that Mo Jiawei was currently unavailable. He left a message for Mo Jiawei via the survival radio to arrange a meeting the next day before logging off. It was safe online for now, so Fang Heng returned to the offline world. Where was everyone? Where did they go? Walking out of the game storage room, Fang Heng looked around the house and realized that Gu Qingju was not there. "Kiki?" Fang Heng tried calling softly. Why did even the shadow ghost mouse disappear with her? That couldn't be right. Fang Heng was puzzled and was about to check the guest room when he coincidentally saw Gu Qingju returning. Gu Qingju seemed in a good mood. However, upon seeing Fang Heng once she opened the door, her smile turned cold again. "Are you going out?" "Oh." Looking for him, Fang Heng said, pointing at the shadow ghost mouse perched on Gu Qingju's shoulder. Gu Qingju explained, "I just took it out to eat something." Indeed, compared to before, the shadow ghost mouse appeared to have gained some weight. Burp. After hearing Gu Qingju's words, the shadow ghost mouse let out a satisfied burp. As Fang Heng watched the shadow ghost mouse nestled on Gu Qingju's shoulder, looking very close to her, he suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Gu Qingju walked towards the room, asking, "Is everything going smoothly in the game?" "Yes. It's okay. I managed to log in smoothly, and most of the in-game matters have been taken care of." "That's good. I'll take him for a bath later. He's been inside for decades without washing. Very unhygienic. He needs a thorough cleanup." Squeak, squeak. The shadow ghost mouse heard her words and squeaked, quieting down when Gu Qingju gently pressed it on the nose. Fang Heng blinked as he watched the obedient response of the shadow ghost mouse. It really listened so well. The Thousand Realms Library is one of the top 10 star-rated hotels in the North Federation. Many requests from players could be met here at the cost of their accumulated card points. After a satisfying meal at the restaurant on the second floor, Fang Heng credited Gu Qingju's card and comfortably lay back on the chair. The in-game events were temporarily halted, allowing him to contemplate his next steps. One issue required immediate attention, concerning the shadow ghost mouse. It possessed some of the power of the sloth demon species fused within it. Undoubtedly, this power was what he needed now. The recent intimate interactions between the shadow ghost mouse and Gu Qingju made Fang Heng more cautious. Although the shadow ghost mouse had a high level of friendliness towards him, what if someone kidnapped it later on? The shadow ghost mouse was immensely powerful, with the risk of losing control. A small mistake could lead to pollution across the entire world. This was unacceptable. There was a method to solve this problem. Beast control. It was a relatively niche academic discipline in the game. Through beast control, players could form cooperative agreements with most creatures, even understanding the language of some magical beasts. However, Most players considered this skill rubbish because, in the early stages of the game, acquiring a magical pet took considerable effort, yet its combat capabilities were inferior to wielding a firearm. Furthermore, it required caring for the magical pet's needs, and in the later stages of the game, players often opted for more practical academic skills due to the game's punitive mechanisms for mastering multiple disciplines. Additionally, high-tier magical pets were difficult to form contracts with lower obedience levels and quickly decreasing friendliness. These disadvantages made players regard the skill as somewhat worthless. While Fang Heng didn't need it before, the current situation warranted learning it. Whether it would work remained uncertain. Nevertheless, giving it a try was necessary. With his zombie clone, he could quickly level up the skill, giving him a significant advantage over regular players. Rising from the chair, Fang Heng recalled Gu Qingzhu's mention that the Thousand Realms Library was a place for academic studies. Borrowing books seems like a good idea. Should be able to find books related to beast taming. Fang Heng thought to himself and decided to take the elevator to the 7th floor reading hall to check the situation. As soon as he got out of the elevator on the 7th floor, he entered a large reading hall. The entire floor was laid out like a library. You could see scattered players sitting at tables reading here and there. Fang Heng followed the signs purposefully and quickly found his target among piles of large bookshelves in a corner. A total of 12 bookshelves, all filled with books related to beast taming. Each shelf seemed to have about 80 books, estimating there to be about 1,000 books in total, and they were all about the relatively obscure and rare subject of beast taming. The Library of the 10,000 Worlds really lived up to its reputation. Fang Heng thought to himself, picking up a book from the shelf. A game prompt suddenly appeared on his retina. Prompt: player discovers the book A Few Things About Communicating with Demon Pets. Prompt: this book is protected. Placing it in your backpack without permission will incur hostility from certain related characters. Very well. The game recognizes the book. Fang Heng felt a sense of calm. Next, he needed to ensure that bringing the book into the game wouldn't have any other effects. If there were no adverse effects, then he could leverage the power of the game to bring the book back to the game world and have his zombie avatar help with reading it. Quickly gain skill experience points. Not just beast taming. Even other academic subjects could be handled this way. Fang Heng felt like he had discovered a great treasure. If he could bring back all the books from the Library of the 10,000 Worlds to let his zombie avatars read them all over again, it would be much more efficient than attending classes at school. Fang Heng felt like he had stumbled upon a game bug that could rapidly gain skill experience points, casually taking 10 books on beast taming with him to the front desk to check them out. Behind the counter, a robotic attendant checked the books and asked Fang Heng, "You wish to borrow 10 books, which require a total deposit of 7,260 points. If any books are damaged, corresponding compensation will be required, and borrowing them for several days will cost an additional 126 points. So expensive? Fang Heng was shocked. He remembered he only had a little over 3,000 points in his account, and earlier, a lavish meal only cost him 0.03 points. The required deposit and borrowing fee depend on the value and rarity of each book, the robotic attendant explained. Never mind, I'll just take this one, Fang Heng said, taking one book from the stack and proceeded to check it out. Then he asked, "How can I earn points in my account?" "Currency exchange. What's the rate?" The robotic attendant replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "Sorry, sir. Knowledge is priceless." Of course, you can exchange knowledge for knowledge. You can take on some of the Library of the 10,000 Worlds commissions to earn points, help provide diverse book collections, and also collaborate with external parties to provide tasks outside the library for point rewards. Earning points seemed not so straightforward after all. The Library of the 10,000 Worlds was intriguing. This challenge was what made it interesting. Fang Heng muttered to himself, nodding, "I see. Thank you. You have completed the borrowing registration for the books. You may now take them with you. But please do not take the books out of the Library of the 10,000 Worlds," the attendant said, handing Fang Heng the book. The additional game prompt on the book changed. Prompt: you have borrowed this book. If not returned within the given time, your camaraderie with the Library of the 10,000 Worlds will decrease, and you may face penalties from certain characters. Back to the room. Let's see if the books can be brought into the game world for experience points, and then find a way to earn some points. 10 minutes later, Fang Heng brought the registered books back to his room, put them in his game backpack, and entered the game world smoothly. Prompt: your zombie avatar is using the skill-efficient reading to read the book A Few Things About Communicating with Demon Pets. Fang Heng watched his zombie avatar reading the book, a slowly increasing progress bar appearing above its head, nodding in satisfaction and logging off once again. Everything seemed to go exceptionally smoothly today, according to plan and in order. Next step: find a way to earn more points. Reading book after book was just too slow. His zombie avatar was his biggest advantage. Time to step up. Fang Heng then headed to the third floor's task commission hall. At the information desk, Fang Heng had a one-on-one chat with a mechanical consultant, getting a general understanding of some details. Any valuable books could be exchanged for points at the library of the 10,000 worlds. If one found rare books, that would surely lead to considerable returns. This was the primary source of points for regular players. Additionally, players could write books about their experiences and insights into various academic topics. Once completed, the library of the 10,000 worlds would assess the books. For some players who didn't know how to write, the library offered mechanical assistance to help write books, this service costing points as well. In simple terms, writing books turned out to be a loss-making activity. Fang Heng looked back at the mechanical attendant and asked, "Are there any tasks suitable for me here? Seems like most of them are about teaching academic knowledge and guidance." Fang Heng was still a bit apprehensive. His academic level had been forcibly increased through task rewards and experience point grinding, and his knowledge base wasn't exactly solidly established. If he still had points, he even thought about paying a professional to educate him. "We can conduct specialized tests for you, determine your level after the test, and recommend suitable tasks for you," the attendant responded. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. He had been warned by Gu Qingju before that such tests would record his identity and various academic skill data, risking data exposure. The identity he currently bound was as Amanda's husband, almost anonymous. But once he underwent the test and registration, with data upload, his information might end up in the hands of the federal authorities, increasing the chances of being noticed. The entrusted list contains almost all tasks that require professional knowledge. For most of the entrusted tasks, even master-level academics can only meet the basic entry requirements. It's difficult. Tasks like writing and selling books, even with 24 hours of non-stop work and assistance from mechanical servants, would take at least 2 days to complete a book. It's a waste of time, so it's rejected. As for the several secure tasks released by the Multiverse Library officials that require leaving the hotel to complete, the entrusted points reward is good. Unfortunately, leaving the hotel is too dangerous, so Fang Heng directly vetoed it. Fang Heng continued to look through the list. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. He found it. Alchemy. Perhaps the only suitable task for him is alchemy. The tasks in alchemy are different from most other academic subjects. They are more practical, mostly requiring solutions to be provided in exchange for payment. For example, solving an academic problem in alchemy. This is good. Fang Heng became interested. With his own knowing eye, along with his advanced alchemy skills and the heritage of an alchemy saint, Fang Heng believed that solving specific problems would be much easier than teaching. He could give it a try. "I need to look up more tasks related to alchemy magic formation," Fang Heng said. The mechanical consultant immediately printed out the list and handed it to Fang Heng, saying, "All right, here is the list you need." After taking the list, Fang Heng briefly looked through several task descriptions, feeling unsure whether he could complete the tasks as described by the entrusters. After all, many data in the task descriptions were not clear enough. After careful comparison of several sets of task information, he selected the task that he was most confident in completing. "This is it. I need to confirm this task," he said. "All right, we will immediately register the task for you. Please provide your identity card. And please wait," the mechanical servant said. "You have deducted 50 point tokens as a guarantee to accept the task registration. Your identity card has been granted permission. You can go to room 3723 to complete the task. Also, please be reminded that if the task fails, you will lose some point tokens and reputation points." Understood. Fang Heng nodded lightly as he accepted the identity card. To accept the task, a deposit of points is required. In case of a failed task, both point tokens and reputation points as required by the task will be deducted. To save money, Fang Heng chose a task without a penalty for failure this time. Even if he fails, it would only affect his completion rate on the task list. Let's get started. Fang Heng took the central elevator to the 37th floor. The entire 37th floor of the hotel was designated for alchemy-related tasks. Fang Heng swiped his card and entered room 3723. As he stepped in, the lights in the room turned on. A holographic magic formation appeared on the floor. Quite high-tech, Fang Heng murmured as he observed the magic formation. This electronic magic formation board allowed for drawing without manual engraving. The electronic version recorded all the changes made by the operator to the magic formation. From the task description, the entruster needed some basic modifications to enable energy transfer and compatibility between two large magic formations. The entruster had designed a magic formation, but after completing the construction, they found that there was a problem. Almost 80% of the energy was lost after passing through the intermediate magic formation. I see, a small issue, Fang Heng concluded roughly. He was prepared before coming, and seeing the magic formation made him even more assured. For ordinary players, solving such magic formations is very troublesome as it requires mastering the corresponding skills. Most alchemists don't have the necessary skills for this kind of task. The magic formation in front of him required knowledge in mysticism, alchemy, spatial studies, and elemental studies to provide a solution. Academic expertise alone at the basic level isn't enough. Otherwise, it would require a long time and multiple attempts to solve the problem, like an enumeration method. A stroke of bad luck could stall progress. But Fang Heng, not being a master in all, at least had some understanding of most academic subjects along with the assistance of his all-knowing eye. Standing in front of the magic formation, Fang Heng saw the rapidly rotating magic formation in his right eye. Simple, he quickly found a solution. He picked up the electronic alchemy pen on the table, made modifications to the electronic magic formation on the floor, leaving only a rough outline. He added new lines, as he didn't need the actual arrangement but only to provide a solution. In less than 5 minutes, the magic formation was transformed. He flicked the pen back onto the table and looked at the monitor in the corner, saying, "Task submission." An electronic synthesis sound echoed in the room. The player has submitted the task. The task appraiser has been notified for the preliminary confirmation within 12 hours, and upon feedback, the player will receive 30% of the reward. The full point reward will be provided within 48 hours after verification of the task completion. The voice echoed. If the task is not confirmed or verified, the deposit and your reputation points will be deducted accordingly. Please note that you can appeal at the service counter if you are not satisfied with the confirmation or verification results. It seemed that the results would take some time. Fang Heng shrugged. He had great confidence in the alchemy magic formation he arranged. A medium difficulty magic formation would only yield 220 points in return. Every little bit helps. Let's go. Onwards. After all, alchemy, something where what is actually seen, is very different from what is imagined and described. This difference can lead to all tasks failing, so the commissioning publisher will not set the failure penalty too high. Even if it fails, you won't lose too much. The only trouble is, the mechanical consultant looked at Fang Heng for the 8th time, and reminded him again, "Mr. Amanda, you have already taken on 11 tasks at the same time. If the tasks fail, you will be penalized. Are you sure you want to take on this task?" Fang Heng, helpless, said, "I know, you have reminded me for the 8th time. Please close this reminder service." "Okay. Your related commission risk reminder service has been closed, Mr. Amanda. Your deposit has been deducted, your current commission has been taken, and your identity card has been upgraded." "Huh, can you really do this?" Fang Heng's heart moved and continued. "Based on this list, please help me reverse order the tasks by point reward. Remove the top 30% of tasks. Then remove tasks with point deduction for failure or credibility higher than 5 points, and then help me take on tasks in batches and devise the fastest route to complete them." "Hello, we have helped you take on tasks in bulk, depositing 3,112 points. Your points are currently not enough to take on additional tasks. Here is your identity card and the task completion room route chart for your reference." "Thank you." Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction, took the identity card and the task list. "Let's go." "Keep going." Private Artificial Hot Spring. After experiencing some torment, the shadow magic mouse comfortably soaked in the hot spring. Gu Qingju also quietly enjoyed the leisure and relaxation after the great battle. Soaking in a hot spring can relieve physical and mental exhaustion. Gu Qingju raised her hand. Beside her, a mechanical servant came forward. "Hello, may I help you?" "Bring me a cup of jasmine black tea," Gu Qingju said, looking at the shadow magic mouse swimming in the hot spring beside her. "Do you want some?" The shadow magic mouse swiftly rolled over and popped its head out of the water. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gu Qingju nodded. "2 cups, and 2 desserts." "I'm sorry, Ms. Amanda, your remaining points are not sufficient for this expense." "Huh?" Gu Qingju was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean there aren't enough points? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Yes, I'm sure. Sorry, Ms. Amanda, your current points balance is not sufficient." Gu Qingju opened her mouth, thinking about Fang Heng, who was tied to her secondary card. Fang Heng? That's over 3,000 points. How did it disappear? Where did it all go? Gu Qingju suddenly felt like a fool. She wasn't a rich woman. The points at the multiverse library were very difficult to come by, and she had painstakingly saved up this money over a long period of time. Gu Qingju looked at the shadow magic mouse playing in the water. "Your master is so impolite, spending all my savings. Wait till you go wash dishes to earn the money back from me." Squeak, squeak. The shadow magic mouse popped its head out of the water, looking puzzled. Gu Qingju wasn't really angry. Even if you splurged at the multiverse library, you wouldn't spend too many points. Based on her previous interactions with Fang Heng, she didn't think he was the kind of person. So what was this money used for? Gu Qingju became even more curious and turned to the mechanical attendant, asking, "I need to know where the funds went. Give me a list." "All right, I apologize. I need to update the information. Your husband has just completed a commission, and your account has gained 255 points in profit. This expense can be completed. Do you still need it?" "Huh, profit too?" Gu Qingju listened, again feeling bewildered. "How is there profit now?" The mechanical servant handed the printed point usage list to Gu Qingju, saying, "This is your consumption list for today. Please review it." Gu Qingju was puzzled, took the bill from the mechanical servant's hand, and was stunned. Fang Heng's expenses today were simple. Apart from food and drink and borrowing a book consuming a small portion of points, the remaining nearly 3,000 points were all used as task deposits. Looking at the list with about 40 relevant commission tasks, Gu Qingju couldn't help but open her mouth. Taking on so many tasks all at once. Is he crazy? Whoosh! The shadow magic mouse swiftly emerged from the water and leapt onto Gu Qingju's shoulder, looking at the text on the paper, tilting its head, with a cute expression, completely uncomprehending. Gu Qingju flipped through the information sheet to the last few lines. Just now, Fang Heng submitted commission receipt confirmation from the employer. The employer provided positive feedback. Perfect solution. I didn't expect there to be such an approach. Positive review. I have several related research projects here. If you're interested, contact me. We can settle the rewards in other ways. The employer even gave an additional 5 points as a reward. So, is Fang Heng making money? Is he doing something legitimate? Gu Qingju thought, crumpled the bill and threw it aside, calling the shadow magic mouse to come over. "Let's go. We should also do something legitimate." Hua Weixing, who had just taken office as the teaching tutor at the Central University of the North District this year, was participating in the teaching level evaluation for the first time this year. These days, working on research projects was really overwhelming. If there were no new results on the projects by the end of the year, the entire project could be cut. He was helpless, as he encountered too many difficult points in the project that he couldn't resolve. Hua Weixing had tried his best and still exerted all his efforts, trying every possible solution, as long as it wasn't illegal. If it still doesn't work, I can only beg the teacher to find a way to delay the project until next year, and then figure out how to continue efforts next year. After finishing today's analysis, report, and tomorrow's experimental plan, in the early morning, Hua Weixing felt tremendous pressure. He sighed deeply, rubbed his temples, and prepared to rest. If this continued, his body wouldn't be able to bear it soon. Ding dong. You have a new email notification. An email? There's still email at this late hour. Was it just him, or was everyone so overwhelmed? Hua Weixing smiled bitterly in his heart and opened his mailbox. The latest document in the mailbox. Email generated by the system. Dear customer of the Multiverse Library, your commission has been completed. Please confirm feedback within 12 hours. If the confirmation is delayed, additional points will be deducted per hour. In 48 hours without feedback, the task will be considered completed by default. If you ask the master to help, these 200 points are nowhere near enough. Despite his misgivings, Hua Weeksing reluctantly posted a request at the World Library. Just give it a try. What if he actually succeeds? Hua Weeksing didn't set any penalties for failing the task. He just hoped to attract more participants to increase the completion probability. After a couple of months, without any news, Hua Weeksing had already forgotten about the task and hadn't even bothered to cancel it. The World Library in the game had a mysterious origin. Apart from existing in the mid-tier game world he was in, there were rumors that there was also a physical store offline in the Northern Federation. Could it be that he had really succeeded? Hua Weeksing couldn't help but feel excited and left his desk. He had to check inside the game. Upon logging in, Hua Weeksing rushed back to the World Library and quickly found the magical array blueprint obtained after completing the request. Wow! With just one glance, Hua Weeksing couldn't look away. Perfect design, no redundant elements. After seeing the refined alchemical magic array blueprint, Hua Weeksing couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Marvelous! Whose masterpiece was this?" Without any need for physical verification, Hua Weeksing was almost certain that this magical array had no issues. He was definitely in luck this time. This blueprint was worth its weight in gold to him, and undoubtedly solved the major problem he was facing. Eager to check the request's information and see who submitted it, Hua Weeksing was puzzled when he saw the name. Amanda's husband. He didn't even have a name. Frowning at the information, Hua Weeksing realized it was a secondary quota. In the World Library, a player's spouse or children could obtain a temporary secondary card, limited to 100 hours only, right? There were still many issues in the lab. Perhaps he could seek his help again. As for the points, no, he had to report to the professor immediately. Fang Heng worked on alchemical magic array all night until the next morning when he completed over 40 requests. 80% were easily solvable. Another 15% posed some difficulty, requiring more time for contemplation. The remaining 5% were very challenging, and after 10 minutes of thought, he only had a faint idea. If he spent more time, he might be able to solve them. But Fang Heng felt a bit cheated. With this much time, he could have completed other tasks to earn points. Prolonged analysis left Fang Heng feeling a bit confused, so he set aside some of the challenging problems. Taking a break, he left the 37th floor and returned to his room. Gu Qingju wasn't there, but the shadow phantom rat was fast asleep on the bed, looking even plumper than the night before. It seemed Gu Qingju had taken it out to feast again. But where was Gu Qingju? Fang Heng shrugged and entered the game warehouse to log in. While in the game, numerous prompts flashed on his retina. Reminder: your zombie avatar has completed reading the book Conversations with Magical Creatures. Reminder: the player does not possess the relevant academic skills. Experience points will accumulate at a certain current rate. 55%, player will immediately gain corresponding skill experience after mastering academic skills. Looks like trouble, Fang Heng muttered to himself. Reading indeed increased skill experience, but most academic skills couldn't be acquired through reading alone. Reflecting, he realized that part of the academic skills he possessed were obtained through task rewards, some from NPC teachings, and the rest through the special effect of the all-knowing eye. Beast taming wasn't within the range of the all-knowing eye. It seemed he needed another approach to master the skill. Just then, Mo Jiawei walked in from the hall and greeted Fang Heng. Morning. Heard your trip to the Central Federation didn't go well. Yeah. You found out. Mo Jiawei had returned early today after receiving Fang Heng's message yesterday. He patted Fang Heng on the shoulder. Why are you getting involved with the D-My humans again? I'm puzzled about it too. Fang Heng shrugged helplessly. I should have taken you along. Can we stop with the mysticism? Whenever the topic turned to mysticism, Mo Jiawei's face turned bitter. Changing the subject, he continued. The Federation's people came to the Ned Research Society looking for you 2 days ago. Rest assured, we arranged a stand-in in advance, and members of the society covered for you. Even if they're suspicious, they have no concrete evidence. Besides, you have control over several intermediate game worlds now, so they dare not push you too far. Fang Heng nodded. Okay, I got it. Mo Jiawei also had a few internal sources within the Federation and knew that this matter alone wasn't a big problem. Pausing for a moment, he added, Nothing else. Oh, Li Qingren asked about you several times. Seems she's facing some issues, but she insists it won't distract you. Then there's that kid, Ji Xiaobo. When it came to Ji Xiaobo, Mo Jiawei felt a headache coming on. He's been clamoring all over the place to see you, talking about the grand revival project of necromancy. I casually told him we were thinking of researching the sacred giant sword from the Prinyo's game world and told him to participate in the research to keep him quiet. Mo Jiawei was also tired of dealing with him. After all, the sacred giant sword was used by the Holy Court to seal mysterious cracks. Since the sword couldn't be activated right now and Ji Xiaobo was into necromancy, he wasn't the right person to solve this issue. If he managed to research it, that'd be a miracle. Mo Jiawei was just giving Ji Xiaobo something to do to keep him occupied. It's bizarre, but it seems he really made some sort of discovery. Yesterday, he was yelling again to see you, claiming he had a big fine. Fang Heng, why don't you go meet him later? Oh, this was new. Fang Heng felt a stir inside him. Since he and Ji Xiaobo had worked together to resolve the Saint Viorna incident last time, Ji Xiaobo had been temper. Fang Heng and Mo Jiawei briefly discussed and found that in the past few days, when Fang Heng was away, there were no major issues encountered. So he went to the Zeus temple built by Sandy to look for Ji Xiaobo. It is worth mentioning that due to the inability to activate the sacred great sword and the property that cannot be placed in the backpack, Fang Heng couldn't carry it around all the time. So after the last incident, he temporarily placed the sacred great sword in the Zeus temple. The believers of the Holy Light could feel the waves of sacred power emanating from the sacred great sword, which increased their loyalty and favor towards the prison. In this sense, the sacred great sword couldn't be said to be completely useless. When Fang Heng arrived at the Zeus temple, Ji Xiaobo was sitting next to the sacred great sword in the center of the hall, pondering deeply. Sandy was also there with him. Sandy was also very interested in the sacred great sword. After exchanging some words, they surprisingly had a sense of kindred spirits. Brother Fang. Ji Xiaobo became excited as soon as he saw Fang Heng, and without hesitation, he ran over with admiration in his eyes. Brother Fang, I heard you went over there and clashed with the Holy Court again, right? Tell me about it. Who did you encounter this time? Give me the details. Cough. Fang Heng couldn't help but cough lightly. What did he mean by clashing with the Holy Court again? It made it seem like he was some troublemaking demon king, but it couldn't be completely dismissed as a rumor either. Fang Heng paused and said, the Holy Court's divine envoy Autoleia. Do you know her? It turned out to be the Holy Court's divine envoy, one of the 3 top leaders of the real-world Holy Court. Autoleia, the controller of the artifact, Tianting. Ji Xiaobo was excited when he heard the name, looking at Fang Heng with a fiery admiration in his eyes. I've heard of her. Of course, I've heard of her. Autoleia, the Holy Court's divine envoy. Brother Fang, how was it? Did you win? Tell me. How did it go? There was no winning or losing. Fang Heng shrugged. There was no fight, so naturally, there was no winning or losing. No problem. Impressive. Ji Xiaobo was so excited, he even gave Fang Heng a thumbs up. Finally, their necromancy sect had someone making waves. The matter of killing Viorna before couldn't be publicized. It could only be secretly celebrated. This time, if Brother Fang and Divine Envoy Autoleia had fought evenly, this kind of thing could be properly publicized, right? Ji Xiaobo was happily thinking about it when Fang Heng lightly patted him on the back. By the way, let's not publicize this matter, Fang Heng said. Huh? Why? I used the same name, but the Holy Court can't confirm that the person was me. Spreading it around will only cause trouble for the Necromancy Research Association. Do you understand? Okay. I got it. Ji Xiaobo suddenly felt low. Not being able to brag outside was very uncomfortable. I hear from old Mo that you've made some discoveries in studying the sacred great sword. Yes. When mentioning the sacred sword, Ji Xiaobo became excited again. With Fang Heng, he went to the sacred great sword and said, Brother Fang, I discussed with Mr. Sandy, did a lot of research, and finally made a discovery. Tell me about it. Well, we suspect that this giant sword is a legendary weapon from the divine realm, the chosen seal giant sword. It is said that this sword was originally designed to suppress the realm of death. The Holy Court once used this giant sword to completely cleanse the rift in the death realm in Kyberleia, and the sword lost some of its power. Later on, the sacred sword was lost, And as for why this sword is now located near the fissure in the cold prison of Prunose, we don't know. Kyberlea? Fang Heng frowned. He felt like he had heard of that place somewhere. Wasn't it a mid-level game world? Fang Heng studied the sacred greatsword and asked, what happened next? And then, Ji Xiaobo choked again. Ow. This. And then, Ji Xiaobo glanced at Sandy beside him, seems to be related to Kyberlea. Out. Fang Heng, there is very little information available. There is no information on this giant sword. Nor do you have any information related to Prunose. We may have to go to Prunose or Kyberlea to find some information, Sandy said. I see. Fang Heng replied. Wait for a few more days. It's not convenient for you to go out now. Start from other places first and then see. Fang Heng patted Ji Xiaobo's shoulder and said, you're doing very well. Keep investigating. I believe in your abilities. After all, both of us bear the future of necromancy studies. The glory of necromancy studies depends on us. Don't worry. Ji Xiaobo was pumped up by Fang Heng's words, nodding eagerly and feeling full of enthusiasm. Brother Fang, you can rest assured. Leave it to me. I will investigate thoroughly. Good. Fang Heng didn't expect Ji Xiaobo to find something useful. He just hoped to temporarily keep him under control and not cause trouble. After comforting Ji Xiaobo, and seeing that there were no urgent events in the game world that needed attention, Fang Heng logged off again and returned to the third-floor commission desk to inquire. Hello, Mr. Amando. Is there anything you need help with? Check my current points balance and the status of my commissions. Sure. Your point balance is 1310 points. You still have 29 commissions awaiting confirmation. 11 commissions awaiting verification. Please wait for confirmation. Once confirmed, you will receive a 30% bonus in points. Upon verification, you will receive the remaining bonus points. Is there a Beast Mastery skill book available here for sale? So mechanical attendant checked and replied, the Multiverse Library does not have any related books for sale. We suggest you can post a commission. If someone is willing to accept the commission to teach the skill, you will be notified immediately. Fang Heng pondered for a moment. He only had 1,000 points in hand now. Would 1,000 points be enough to exchange for the basic knowledge of Beast Mastery? It seemed a bit difficult. Anyway, he should give it a try. Fang Heng nodded. All right, I need to post a commission, asking to learn the basics of Beast Mastery. Payment in points, 1,000 points, and also willing to exchange with other items. Okay, we have posted the information for you. If a player accepts the commission, we will notify you immediately at the contact information you provided. Please keep an eye out. Thank you. The next step is to wait. Fang Heng stretched and felt a bit tired. He decided to go back to sleep first, then come back for another round of tasks. It was highly probable that 1,000 points might not be enough to buy the Beast Mastery skill. What about 10,000? 100,000. Offer a good price, and it will eventually be learned. Fang Heng yawned and went back to his room to sleep. Upon returning to the room, Fang Heng found that Gu Qingju had still not returned. Only the shadow phantom rat was running amok in the room, knocking over some decorations. Fang Heng was a little surprised. Not many people knew his phone number. Fang Heng glanced at his phone's caller ID. It was Li Qingren. Fang Heng, is that you? Li Qingren had hesitated for a long time before finally calling Fang Heng. Once the call connected, Li Qingren seemed very calm. Fang Heng, I need your help. Okay. Let's talk face to face. Where can I meet you? In the game. I'm in Prunoj, the Tower of White Bones. Okay. I'll be there soon. Not seeing Gu Qingju's figure, and with Li Qingren urgently looking for him, Fang Heng didn't think much and went directly into the game warehouse. Upon re-entering the game, Fang Heng took out the Prunoj Game World invitation card and entered the Prunoj Game World. About a month ago, he had broken the seal inside the cold ice prison of Prunoj, causing the entire prison's aura to spread outward. Subsequently, a large number of undead players entered the cold ice prison in search of relevant quests. Fang Heng hadn't paid much attention to this area. Could it be that Li Qingren was looking for him regarding the cold ice prison? If that was the case, Fang Heng felt that he should advise Li Qingren to drop it. This task was not simple. It couldn't be completed quickly. Outside the Tower of White Bones, Fang Heng saw Li Qingren. Fang Heng, thanks for coming so quickly. I appreciate it. After a month's separation, when Li Qingren saw Fang Heng again, her eyes held a hint of strangeness. The scene of their first meeting was still vivid in her mind. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Suddenly, Fang Heng had touched the threshold of the master level of undead studies. Just learning from Master Guru that Fang Heng had successfully advanced to the senior level of undead studies and had already reached the peak left Li Qingren dumbfounded. Half a year. He broke the record of the entire Undead Research Association directly. Senior, what kind of trouble are you facing? Is there something I can help you with? I will do my best. The Undead Research Association had always taken good care of him. Upon receiving Li Qingren's request for help, Fang Heng hurried over. Well, I won't be polite. It's about the master-level academic advancement mission. Li Qingren adjusted her mood. She didn't like to bother others. However, she had been stuck on the master-level Undead Studies advancement mission for too long. Finally finding this opportunity, even Master Guru advised her to seek Fang Heng's help. After some consideration, Li Qingren turned to Fang Heng for help. Thinking this way, she quickly pushed aside her random thoughts and nodded, saying, Fang Heng, this is about the master-level Undead Studies advancement. I heard that your Undead Studies have reached the master-level requirements, right? If possible, I hope you can help me and complete the master-level academic advancement together. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched at her words. He hadn't expected it to be about academic advancement. It was quite a coincidence. Master Guru had also suggested to him about quickly completing the next master-level Undead Studies advancement. Fang Heng wasn't unwilling. He was just eager to try out the new enhanced zombie avatar talent he had just acquired, which is why he didn't immediately agree. Now that Li Qingren had invited him for help, he would just go along with it. Sure. Okay. Seeing Fang Heng's enthusiastic agreement, Li Qingren felt even more guilty. She silently vowed to help Fang Heng in the future whenever there was an opportunity. She just couldn't believe how Fang Heng had progressed from a beginner to a seasoned player in high-level Undead Studies in just a few months. The gap in strength between her and Fang Heng would continue to widen, making it difficult to repay this favor in the future. Not thinking too much about it, but seeking a clear conscience, Li Qingren raised her head and said, Fang Heng, this is a time-limited task. A rare opportunity. Let's first meet Master Guru to receive the task. Okay. Great. Soon, Fang Heng put on his mask and, under the leadership of the undead attendant, entered the Tower of White Bones with Li Qingren, finding Master Guru in a room at the top of the tower. Master Guru. Ah. Fang Heng. Come. Please sit. Qingren. You too. When Master Guru saw Fang Heng, the atmosphere in the room became much warmer, and he visibly became more cheerful. Fang Heng found it strange. What was up with Master Guru? Why was he in such a good mood today? Master Guru looked at Fang Heng, then at Li Qingren, secretly pleased with his accurate judgment of human nature. Young people are always susceptible to flattery. Master Guru felt the sense of accomplishment, as he had suggested to Fang Heng a few days ago to participate in the master-level Undead Studies academic advancement, but Fang Heng had been hesitant. Now, when Li Qingren invited him over, Fang Heng rushed over. Was it the advice of an old friend that was better? Young people are just unable to resist flattery. Fang Heng felt a little uneasy under Master Guru's scrutinizing eyes and quickly broke the silence, asking, Master Guru, do you have a suitable master-level academic advancement task in Undead Studies? Yes. Master Guru withdrew his gaze, smiled and nodded repeatedly. This task is a time-limited team task with corresponding completion requirements. As for the final reward, once you meet a certain completion level, you can obtain the master-level academic advancement and academic skill experience value rewards from me. Of course, if you can exceed my expected completion of the task, upgrading the reward to grandmother level in Undead Studies is also possible. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. There was even a chance to directly upgrade to the grandmother level. Great. This way it would save even more time. Taking advantage of this task opportunity, he decided to make a leap forward. Fang Heng nodded, saying, Please explain the task, Master. Master Guru waved his hand and moved his gaze to Li Qingren. Qingren, please step aside for a moment. I have something to discuss with Fang Heng alone. Okay. Master. Li Qingren watched Fang Heng's changing expressions and couldn't help but smile wryly. She felt that Master Guru's talk of exceeding task completion levels was aimed at Fang Heng. Advancing to the master level in academic studies was not that simple. She had been stuck at this same step for so long. Not to mention the higher grandmother level. She just didn't expect Master Guru to have such high hopes for Fang Heng. With a respectful nod, she got up and left the room, closing the wooden door behind her. With no one else present, Master Guru's expression became more serious. He spread a layer of dark defensive barrier around them both. Fan Heng found it a bit odd to see Master Guru in such a vigilant state. Wasn't it a cooperation task? Why avoid Li Qingren? Why all this caution? Just as he was thinking this, Fan Heng heard Master Guru ask, "Have you heard of Kibalaya?" Kyboria is one of the regions where our necromancy studies are spread, and it's also one of the game worlds where more players studying necromancy gather. But currently, Kyboria is under a frontal attack from the Holy See. Fan Heng looked surprised and asked, "When did this happen? Has the Holy See really started to attack us?" "It hasn't escalated to a full-blown conflict yet, but it's getting close," said Guluo gravely. He continued, "Fan Heng, you may not be aware, but this matter involves you." "Me?" Fan Heng was even more puzzled and asked, "Master, why do you say that?" "The origin of the matter revolves around the Holy See Saintess, Fiona," Guluo said, looking at Fan Heng. "Do you remember Lord Donnie?" Fan Heng nodded. "I remember. Lord Donnie was a smart man and decisive in his actions. Initially, they had conflicts over their interests. However, when facing a common enemy and shared interests, they only needed 3 sentences to agree on a cooperative strategy. During their cooperation, Lord Donnie was very cooperative and performed perfectly. Lord Donnie once tried to capture Fiona to complete a mission I had assigned. Subsequently, Saintess Fiona disappeared, and on the Federation side, things got muddled up. The Holy See then shifted their suspicions onto Lord Donnie." Fan Heng nodded silently. "Indeed, Lord Donnie had shielded him. This was also part of their cooperative agreement. The world where Lord Donnie is located is Kyboria." Master Guluo continued, "The Holy See's current actions against Kyboria are to locate the Saintess, and they also claim to have some evidence linking Fiona's disappearance to Lord Donnie. Currently, Lord Donnie is leading the necromancer forces in Kyboria to fight against the Holy See. The High Council of the Necromancer faction is not willing to represent the entire necromancer community in a war against the Holy See, as they believe it could lead to a complete rupture between the two factions. From the current situation, Lord Donnie and his group may not hold out much longer, and it is expected that they will soon choose to evacuate from Kyboria. You also know that the old fogies in the High Council of the Necromancer faction have always been tolerating the Holy See. They think that a mere piece of land is not worth such a fuss. Today we step back, and tomorrow they will dare to advance 2 steps." As he spoke, Master Guluo's temper rose. The Necromancer faction will eventually be destroyed by these old fogies. Guluo looked at Fan Heng and asked, "Can you do it?" A game prompt flashed in Fan Heng's retinas. Prompt: Player triggers special main mission. Rescue Kyboria team, maximum of 5 team members. Mission name: Rescue Kyboria. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: one of the Necromancer strongholds, Kyboria, is under attack by the Holy See's army. For some reasons, Master Guluo and the Necromancer faction cannot directly join the battle. Master Guluo hopes you will assist the Necromancer faction in resisting the Holy See's attack, showcasing the Necromancer faction's power to deter the Holy See. Mission requirements: from all aspects, assist Kyboria in resisting the Holy See's encroachment and strike the Holy See in various ways. Any strike and completion of related tasks will earn the player corresponding mission completion percentages. Current mission completion percentage: 0%. Reward description: after the mission enters the settlement phase, if the mission completion percentage reaches 200%, you can find Master Guluo to obtain the Grand Master level Necromancy Advanced Book. If not reaching 200%, you can receive some Necromancy experience based on the completion percentage. Mission deadline: if Kyboria falls or the Holy See retreats from Kyboria, the mission will forcibly enter the settlement phase. Players can also submit the mission to Master Guluo at any time for an early settlement. If the settlement completion percentage is lower than 20%, it will reduce Master Guluo's favorability. Fan Heng glanced at the mission prompt. Interesting. It's clear. Completing this mission to 200% will grant the Grand Master level Necromancy advancement. The difficulty is not low. Previously, Master Guluo had also mentioned to him that if the task is completed better, he could receive a higher-ranking Master-level Necromancy advancement reward. Therefore, even after reaching 200% of the mission, there is room for additional completion. Done. Fan Heng closed the game prompt, nodded, and said, "Master, I understand. I'm prepared and can leave for Kyboria anytime. The leader of this mission is Lord Donnie. You can find her to learn more about the specifics of Kyboria, and this is a team mission. You can also invite companions to join the mission team. Kyboria's situation is becoming worse, so act quickly. The teleportation channels in Punos are open to mission participants during this time. You can head there directly. Thank you, Master. I will go complete the mission now. Fang Heng nodded, respectfully inclined his head to Master Guluo, and left the room. Outside the door, Li Qingren had been waiting all along. Seeing Fang Heng come out, she asked, Fang Heng, what did Master say? Well, he roughly introduced the situation of the mission in Kyboria. I agreed to participate in the mission, Fang Heng said, as he sent Li Qingren a mission invite. Hearing this, Li Qingren breathed a sigh of relief and immediately accepted the invitation. Prompt: Player Li Qingren has joined your shared team mission. Li Qingren had already known the gist of the mission beforehand and looked at the mission description, asking, Fang Heng, do we need other teammates? Teammates? Fang Heng pondered for a moment. Indeed, the mission is for a team of maximum 5 people. The team shares the completion rate of the task. Since this game world is related to Kyboria and offers a chance to find clues related to the Divine Greatsword and involves a direct confrontation with the Holy See, Jixiabo will undoubtedly get wind of this. They couldn't stop him. He would definitely count as one. That leaves 2 more slots open. Fang Heng glanced at Li Qingren and suddenly understood something. Often, players who are strong in skills are unwilling to be inferior to others, preferring to work alone or be the team leader themselves. Let's forget it. Joining a team with unfamiliar players inevitably raises issues of authority. Not necessary. Let's keep the team slots open for now, and if we encounter specific troubles during the mission, we can find players with relevant skills to help. Li Qingren nodded, thinking that this plan was also very good. On the other hand, Fang Heng was thinking to himself, if they were close to completing the mission, but still had open spots, could they sell those spots for a profit? That would be a grand opportunity. Masters of Undead Studies. Trade but not sell. Exchange for equivalent goods. Let's go take a look at Kyboria first. Okay. After a brief discussion, the 2 of them left the White Bone Tower and headed towards the direction of the teleportation tower. Kyboria. Among the many mid-tier game worlds, it can be considered a relatively stable one. The main continent is mainly divided into 3 major human empires and around 20 to 30 small countries around them. The Enigma Empire is one of the 3 major human empires. Lord Donnie is a high-ranking lord of the Enigma Empire who occupies a large fertile territory and promotes the study of undead magic in the area. The entire Enigma Empire, and even the continent of Kyboria, have always held an open and supportive attitude towards various academic disciplines. The influence of the Vatican here is minimal. Therefore, many players who study undead magic choose to enter Kyboria and study within Lord Donnie's territory. Combined with some special geographical advantages, the study of undead magic has gradually risen in the Enigma Empire. The game world of Kyboria has also become one of the strongholds for players studying undead magic. Thanks to the assistance of players, the Enigma Empire has become increasingly powerful. In recent years, with the steady strengthening of Lord Donnie's influence, the Enigma Empire has faintly shown a posture of challenging to empires, and there have been ongoing conflicts with the other 2 major empires on the continent, engaging in a subtle power struggle. If this situation continues, it is likely that the Enigma Empire will officially become the #1 power on the continent after a decade or so of gradual growth, all due to the outbreak of the Viola incident within the Vatican. Several major forces secretly supported by the Vatican have shown their ferocious side, opened teleportation portals to the high-level game world, increased their presence in Kyboria, and launched a direct assault on the Enigma Empire. The 2 major empires also sensed the opportunity and, behind the scenes, sought to take advantage of it to weaken the Enigma Empire. The Enigma Empire faces a great crisis. Fang Heng, we're ready to set off. Along the way to the teleportation tower, Fang Heng learned about some of the situation on the continent from Li Qingren. Kyboria belongs to a mid-tier game world. The overall strength of the world is not top-notch, but due to the Vatican's intervention, the strength of the world has fluctuated. There is a high possibility of encountering powerful enemies from high-level games. Let's go check out the situation first. The 2 of them exchanged glances and nodded, and then entered the teleportation channel one after the other. Hint: players can enter a special game world, Cheboleya, through special teleportation. Hint: current world tier, mid-tier. Hint: the current world is in a state of chaos, under invasion, and the actual strength levels of characters and creatures may exceed mid-level. Players should be careful. They were directly teleported into the human city controlled by Lord Donnie, Moon Bay. A flash of light passed in front of Fang Heng's eyes. When the light dissipated, Fang Heng observed the surrounding environment. The whole city was covered in a light mist of undead magic. Looking up, one could vaguely see the towering Dark Soul towers within the city. Fang Heng, let me take you to the city council hall first, as Lord Donnie is currently leading undead magic players in resisting the Vatican invasion. She may not be in the city right now. Okay. The two of them left the Soul Tower and entered the outer region of Moon Bay. The main city council hall was bustling with players coming and going. As the conflict between undead magic and the Vatican intensified, many players had come to accept related tasks. Some were just there for the excitement. Li Qingren chatted with the soldiers outside the city gate, returned somewhat disappointed, and said, Lord Donnie went to support the front lines and fight the Vatican last night. She is expected to come back tonight. Li Qingren knew Lord Donnie, and Fang Heng had worked with her before, so they went directly to find her to gain more information and quickly join a mission. Unable to find her for now, they had to resort to a more simple method. Let's go to the City Mission Commission to see what's available. During special times, the City Mission Commission would release various tasks specifically for players aligned with the undead camp and the Enigma Empire. A group of players had gathered in front of the commission, making a lot of noise. Fang Heng and Li Qingren walked to the front of the crowd. The magical task board showed all currently available tasks. Hint: detected that the player has received a related task. Rescue Cheboleya team. Players can access all available level tasks without meeting any prerequisites such as reputation or friendly requirements. Hint: players can directly receive public tasks and complete them to obtain task rewards, as well as additional undead camp friendly points, Enigma Empire favor, and main task completion percentage. After glancing at the game hints, Fang Heng thought it was not bad. He had the main task of Mentor Gullo, which could exempt him from all task prerequisites and grant additional completion status. Besides the task board, there was a contribution rank beside the public board. What's this? It's the contribution ranking provided by the undead camp. After this campaign ends, the top 100 on the list will receive rewards based on contribution points. Fang Heng nodded and glanced at the list. They were already late, with the first place having several million contribution points. He didn't recognize any of the names above. Fang Heng shifted his focus away from the list and checked the task board for available missions. At a rough glance, most of them were minor tasks. A bit disappointing. The players gathered in front of the exhibition board also discovered the suddenly popping up mission, causing an immediate commotion. Legendary Gold. A legendary gold level mission. It's rare to come across such a high-level mission. Fang Heng's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the mission. Instantly, the scene erupted in commotion once again. Wow, who acted so fast? They are still reading the mission. It was unclear who it was, but before they could even read the mission description clearly, someone had already accepted the mission so quickly. It should be noted that only one team can accept the mission once it's taken. Once accepted, it disappears. Similar missions carry severe penalties for failure. Depending on the completion, it could deduct a portion of Undead Society goodwill and contribution, so everyone proceeded cautiously. Of course, there is another crucial reason. Most of the players present did not meet the qualifications to accept the mission. Li Qingren also seemed puzzled. She had just seen the legendary gold level mission flash by, and it was taken right after. Who acted so quickly? Li Qingren had just checked and didn't see any senior players she recognized nearby. After all, among Undead Society players, there aren't many highly skilled senior players. This level of difficulty doesn't seem like something an ordinary team could accomplish. Who could it be? While pondering this, a game hint flashed quickly on the retina. Hint: your team has accepted the mission. Sniper Frontline Holy Legion. Mission name: Sniper Frontline Holy Legion. Mission difficulty: SS. Mission description: due to the neighboring country of Jones surprisingly betraying and defecting to the Holy Legion, The Angma Empire's peripheral border faces a significant risk. Recent intelligence has revealed that a large-scale Holy Legion combat unit is launching an assault on the Angma Empire's border city. Proceed immediately to the front lines, assist in gathering intelligence on this team, prevent the Holy Legion from occupying Angma Empire territory, mitigate the threat spreading, and eliminate the unit. Additional note: this mission is urgent, and failure will lead to a disadvantage on the front lines, significantly reducing goodwill and reputation. Players are advised to accept with caution. Mission requirement: prevent the Holy Legion from occupying Angma Empire territory. Repel the enemy. Game dynamics may cause fluctuations in mission completion. Current mission completion: minus 10% mission rewards. Main mission completion: faction mission contribution, additional rewards. Estimated time remaining for mission settlement: 120 minutes. This time is an estimation by the game, for reference only. There could be significant fluctuations due to various influences. Li Qingren was taken aback. After all that, her own team was the one accepting the mission. Fang Heng, turning around, Li Qingren saw Fang Heng observing the mission information with a serious expression. Fang Heng quickly browsed the mission instructions, his brow furrowed. Having been used to snatching tasks before, he didn't think much of it. He didn't expect the mission deadline to be so tight. Looking up, he said, "The time limit for the task is a bit tight. We need to act immediately. Let's go." Okay. Li Qingren immediately took Fang Heng on an Undead Bone Horse and rushed towards the mission location. Honestly, the mission was really worth it. Besides the inherent rewards after completing the mission, there was the completion reward from the main task of the Great Roman Master and the reward from the Undead Camp. There was even a chance to receive contribution ranking rewards, equivalent to 4 rewards for one task. Certainly a profitable move. Along the way, Fang Heng and Li Qingren exchanged words for a moment, roughly understanding the difficulties of the mission. Time was a crucial factor. As for the location, it was in the border area between the Angma Empire and the neighboring country. Jones has always been a subsidiary of the Angma Empire. Obediently so. Unexpectedly, this time it turned against them and sided with the Holy Legion. The Holy Legion had secretly organized a powerful army, taking advantage of the Angma Empire's unawareness, forcefully leading an invasion targeting the Empire's towns in the heartland. If the central area of the Otto Empire fell into the hands of the enemy, it would greatly hamper the Angma Empire, potentially leading to a complete defeat. Their task was to prevent the situation from escalating, resist the Holy Legion team invasion, just relying on their small team. The difficulty was evident. Hint: player's current task has changed. Town is currently under attack by the vanguard team of the Holy Legion. Players can choose to go for rescue. Hint: player's current mission completion, minus 10%. Hint: player's current mission remaining time, 92 minutes. Midway, a new prompt about the mission change appeared. Fang Heng and Li Qingren exchanged a glance, then immediately rushed towards Town. Apart from Fang Heng, there were many Undead Society player squads and players from the Angma Empire camp accepting related missions, coming from various directions towards Town. Unlike Fang Heng, most of these players had accepted missions more focused on killing or guarding. These tasks earn smaller merit points, with less severe punishment for failure. Several players Li Qingren was familiar with caught up, shouting, "Senior Qingren, did you also accept the task to guard Town? Shall we form a team together?" "We all accepted tasks too and were planning to team up. Senior, we have several squads that accepted related tasks. This sudden task caught us off guard. Most of us are scattered, lacking leadership. You've led our team before. If you could lead this time... Li Qingren was part of the new generation trained by the Undead Society in the real world. Many players recognized her, coming up to say hi. With the abruptness of the task, many top-ranking teams were still engaged in other frontline tasks, leaving many of those who accepted the urgent task as medium or small-sized player teams. Coupled with the urgency, players rushed over immediately after accepting without time to plan. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng and Li Qingren quickly exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Great. Let's do it together. The mission difficulty was extremely high, and having more friends to help was always good. After all, there was no competition between the two sides, and they complemented each other. With players' help, they might just achieve a miraculous effect. Follow us. Let's work together to complete the task. Fantastic. With Senior Qingren's help, We will surely succeed in the task smoothly. I have a few more friends who accepted the task. I'll bring them along too. Li Qingren welcomed all who wanted to join, inviting all willing teams to join, forming a large team moving towards Sheikh Town for support. Subsequently, many players who had just arrived didn't know the exact situation and joined the main force without complete awareness. Players assumed Li Qingren accepted the city support task like them. If they worked together and completed the task, they could secure better results. Besides, Li Qingren's strength was not to be underestimated. When the crowd rushed into the city at top speed, Li Qingren had already assembled a medium-sized player team of over 100 people. At the outskirts of the town, the battle had already begun. The first batch of vanguard teams from the Holy Court had launched an assault on the town of Sheikh. Outside the city, a large number of undead creatures had gathered, hindering the footsteps of the Holy Court's attack. The town's defense team captain commanded soldiers on the city wall to resist with all their might. Li Qingren ascended the city wall, quickly scanning the battlefield situation, furrowing her brows and speaking gravely. Fang Heng, the strength of just the vanguard team alone is formidable. The team that the Holy Court has sent this time is extraordinary. We must be especially careful in dealing with them. Understood, Fang Heng replied as he gazed at the Imperial soldiers and various undead-summoned creatures engaged in battle outside the city walls. Over 80% of the Anma Empire were undead scholars, and even ordinary soldiers had some basic knowledge of necromancy. The trouble was that necromancy was greatly suppressed by the Holy Court in the early stages. Just the first wave of attack from the Holy Court Vanguard army showed signs that the town could not withstand. The town mayor, an elderly man, had never seen such a scene before. Upon seeing Li Qingren leading so many people to support them, he immediately came forward to greet. "Are you the Empire's reinforcements sent to rescue us? We have been waiting for you." The town guard captain explained the situation. "Sir, the ones outside are most likely the first batch of the Holy Court's vanguard team. According to the news obtained from soldiers returned just now, while Joan's country was undergoing rebellion, the Holy Court swiftly broke through the borders with a large team and subsequently dispatched 8 vanguard armies to attack the heart of the Empire. We are one of the first targets." Fang Heng and Li Qingren exchanged a quick glance. The mission was very troublesome, so the other 7 towns would also be attacked in succession. A solution had to be found quickly. Li Qingren had a good commanding presence. Despite gathering so many players behind her, a large part of them had joined the team on a whim. It was fine when things were going smoothly, but once facing strong opponents, the whole team could easily lose control. So they had to first boost morale. Fang Heng nodded at Li Qingren and said, "Let's deal with this batch of vanguard troops first." "Good." Li Qingren nodded in agreement and raised her hand, saying, "Friends, the first wave of the Holy Court vanguard troops is not that strong. Let's help the town break through this wave of enemy attacks." "Understood. Charge." The players also noticed that the first wave of the Holy Court's attack was strong but not numerous. Some players leapt off the city wall directly into the battlefield to join the fight, while the rest used ranged spells to bombard from afar. "I'll handle them. You stay here and command," Fang Heng said before leaping down from the city wall. Just as he entered the game, he immediately received an emergency task. His zombie avatar hadn't even revived yet after the suicide. Let the undead skeletons block the first wave. Fang Heng flew into the battlefield and joined the crowd, quickly forming magical circles in front of him. Sculpt. Suddenly, four magic circles condensed around Fang Heng. A chilling aura emanated from the magic circles. Several players nearby felt the icy aura and shivered, turning to look at Fang Heng with astonishment. What kind of summoned creature was that? It could emit such a strong aura. Other players also felt the chilling cold emanating from behind them and turned to look back. They didn't know Fang Heng's identity, only seeing the ghost mask on his face and associating him with the companion who had been with Li Qingren earlier. Four undead skeleton leaders emerged successively from the magic circles, brandishing their ice cleaver blades and charging forward. They were leader-class creatures. The players were all visibly shocked at the sight. Who was that player? Li Qingren, on the city wall, was also somewhat surprised to see Fang Heng effortlessly summoning for undead skeleton leaders. She hadn't seen him for a while, but Fang Heng had already reached this level. She had originally thought that Fang Heng had spent most of his time studying necromancy and might not have had the time to practice other combat skills. She didn't expect him to give her such a huge surprise with his immediate actions. Bang! Bang bang. The four undead skeleton leaders were massive in size, striding forward and charging into the front lines. In a blink of an eye, the situation shifted more in favor of the players' side. After the players joined the battle, the Holy Court side, which was already struggling, could not resist the addition of the undead skeleton leaders and began to retreat step by step. At the rear of the Holy Court team, the commander of the Vanguard team, the Holy Court's honor Knight Wolven, quickly focused his gaze on Fang Heng, controlling the undead skeletons from behind, raising his lance high and shouting to the knights behind him, "Prepare to charge." Originally thinking it would be a surefire raid, they did not expect the town to organize a defense in such a short amount of time. Not only that, they could even summon leader-class undead beings. How could a necromancer who could summon undead skeletons be an ordinary person? Wolven determined that Fang Heng was the leader of this support team. Take him out. As long as they took him out, the defense team would be close to collapse. Wolven led dozens of honor knights from behind to charge into the battlefield, heading straight for Fang Heng in the crowd. The war horses surged forward. Charge. Wolven initiated the charge at the forefront of the team. Using a special tactic, he gathered the entire Holy Court Knights team's strength to focus on one point, piercing into the center of the two conflicting teams like a sharp spear. The players saw the sudden entry of the Knights and inwardly felt it was not good, dodging one after another. Even just the dispersion of power fluctuations during the Knights' charge made them wary, and there was no need to confront them head-on. Fang Heng stared intently at the charging Wolven team, and immediately controlled the undead skeleton leaders to stand in the path that the Holy Knights would have to take. Charge! Wolven shouted, leading his team to accelerate once again towards Fang Heng. The entire team was enveloped in a layer of divine light. Asterisk boom, asterisk, swoosh. Fang Heng simultaneously swung the metal rod in his hand. Dang! A muffled sound. The two sides passed each other. Suddenly, Wolven felt his chest being severely hit by a large stone. What was that terrifying force? After Wolven's long spear thrust, he only felt blood bowling in his chest, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even though the team's charge had been greatly weakened, they were still blocked by the opponent. Wolven pulled on his warhorse, turned to look at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had thought Fang Heng was a skilled necromancer specializing in summoning, but he turned out to be skilled in close combat. In the clash, Wolven's entire team of paladins saw their divine shield grow dimmer, and the momentum of their charge was completely disrupted. After a brief pause, four skeletal undead leaders swiftly approached them. Wolven realized things were going south. The team's charge skill required a period of sprinting, and they were unable to execute it a second time in a short time. After the failed strike, they had fallen into layers of enemy encirclement. Their skill meant to win in one strike. With the failure, they were naturally at a disadvantage. Not good. Retreat. Wolven had never imagined this attack would fail. His expression changed slightly, leading the team to resist the enemies attacking from all sides and trying to break free from the encirclement of the skeletal undead leaders. But it was not that easy. The icy effect added by the skeletal undead leaders significantly slowed their movement speed. The players were not to be underestimated. Knowing Wolven was the team leader, they continuously threw various annoying and troublesome skills at Wolven. Swoosh! Facing the enemies attacking from all sides, Wolven found himself in a dilemma. Upon looking up, he saw the skeletal undead leader wielding a blade coming towards him, and quickly held his breath, raising his spear to defend. Dang! A surge of force came from his hand, pushing Wolven continuously backward. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! Not good. During his retreat, Wolven heard sounds coming from behind. His face changed suddenly. He turned his head and saw several soul chains flying towards him from behind. At some unknown moment, a Book of the Dead floated in front of Fang Heng. Swish! Swish swish! The chains attacked from various directions, instantly binding Wolven's limbs tightly, immobilizing him completely. Hiss! Wolven immediately lost control of his body, unable to struggle before the soul chains tightened and lifted him high up into the air. Fang Heng stared at Wolven in midair, his mental force once again in action. Doom! The soul chains tightened to their limits. Dang! A dim layer of holy light shield on Wolven shattered with a bang. Following that, dozens of soul chains pierced through Wolven's body completely. Swish! Swish swish! Immediately, several dark breaths rushed towards Wolven's escaping soul in midair. Dang! Dang bang! Several consecutive explosions shattered the protective holy shield around the soul, and the gray breaths entwined around the soul, dragging it back down. Seeing this scene, the members of the Knights of the Holy Court were immediately shocked. The terrifying necromancer, he not only easily defeated Wolven, but also effortlessly broke through his soul protection shield. The players from the necromancer side also looked at Fang Heng with strange eyes. They had just witnessed the enemy leader's powerful charge skill and had no thoughts of resisting, fleeing as far as possible. Unexpectedly, within just a few minutes, the enemy leader was actually killed in return. Who was that guy? Not only could he summon powerful undead creatures to battle, but his close combat strength was also extraordinary. Hint: the player has killed the leader of the Knights of the Holy Court, Wolven. The player's current mission: snipe the front line of the Holy Court Legion. Completion rate increased by 0.2%. Hint: the morale of the Knights of the Holy Court front has significantly decreased. Seeing Wolven being killed, the vanguard team of the Holy Court immediately knew that capturing the town was hopeless. Their spirits broken, and they began to retreat. Lee Kingren stood on the city wall observing the situation, and upon seeing this, she shouted, "Chase them! Don't let any of them escape!" Without waiting for Lee Kingren's command, the players had already charged forward. Just as Lee Kingren and Fang Heng had anticipated, facing tough battles was not their forte, but as for beating defenseless stragglers, they excelled at it. Especially, and the enemies were fleeing in a panic. The pursuit began, with the players getting red-eyed one by one. To them, it was a chance to earn valuable points and rewards. Kill. Seizing the opportunity is earning. Fang Heng completely obliterated Wolven's soul using the Shrine of Bone Spirits, glanced at the battlefield, and decided not to continue the pursuit. He recalled the heavier skeletal undead leader's deck to continue defending. He leapt onto the city wall beside Lee Kingren. The Holy Court's offensive this time is divided, with several towns under attack at once. Rushing to defend each town is too passive. I'll go ahead and try to find the main force of the Holy Court to see if there are other options. I'll leave this to you. Let's split up. Lee Kingren also shared this idea. Being led around by the nose by the enemy would only make them more passive. Dividing forces was the best response. All right, you take care too. I'll take them to support the other towns later. Got it. Fang Heng took one last look at the mission prompt. Hint: the Holy Court Vanguard team has already dispersed. The player's current mission: snipe the front line of the Holy Court Legion. Completion rate increased by 10%. Estimated remaining time for the current mission 118 minutes. As the vanguard team of the Holy Court began to retreat, the completion rate finally turned from negative to positive. The estimated remaining time also increased by over 50 minutes. Let's catch up first, see how strong the enemy's reinforcements are. Fang Heng summoned his skeletal warhorse and caught up with the players in front, joining in the pursuit of the retreating Holy Court forces. Unfortunately, Fang Heng wasn't particularly skilled in chasing, spending most of the time trailing behind and eating dust. As the Holy Court's dispersed team rapidly retreated, the players in the rear relentlessly pursue, and not at their ranks, only returning gradually after chasing out about 2 kilometers. When the time comes, they will have to run around the world like a fire brigade leader. It should be easy to defeat ordinary squads one after another, but doing so is way too time-consuming. In terms of the duration of the task, it is definitely not feasible. It would be best to find the main force of the enemy, and then figure out a way to deal a heavy blow to that main force. However, Fang Heng did not expect that when he chased after them, he ended up chasing for more than half an hour, even reaching the border area between the Angma Empire and the Kingdom of Jones. Passing through a canyon with a gourd-like shape, he could see 3 buildings ahead. Large war fortresses built by the Kingdom of Jones. The 3 fortresses stood in a shape on the edge of the plain. 2 of the fortresses were built along the mountains with extremely strong defense capabilities. Fang Heng circled in the sky, observing for a few rounds before landing back on the ground, following the scattered remnants of the Holy See retreating straight into one of the fortresses. It seemed that the Holy See and the Kingdom of Jones had reached a close cooperation. The Holy See team directly set up camp inside the fortress. Troublesome. Originally thinking of finding the main force of the Holy See and trying to complete the mission starting from there. Now that the main force has not been found, only the war fortresses of the Kingdom of Jones have been found. Should he try to strike at the fortresses? However, these 3 military fortresses were of high strength, and the difficulty of capturing them was not small. Moreover, the 3 military fortresses belonged to the architecture of the Kingdom of Jones. Would capturing them contribute to the completion of the mission? As Fang Heng pondered, a game prompt appeared. Hint: the city of Gan in the Angma Empire territory is under attack. Please be careful, players. Hint: mission completion rate decreased by -5%. Estimated remaining time for the current mission is 56 minutes. Then, he received a message from Li Qingren through the survival radio station. Li Qingren, Fang Heng, the Saint Court did not pursue after the Shaku town. We have formed a team to go to the city of Gan for rescue. Along the way, we encountered a scattered Saint Court squad, which delayed us a bit. How are things on your end now? Fang Heng frowned and immediately replied on the survival radio. Fang Heng, I'm fine. I followed the retreating Holy See troops into the bordering area of the Kingdom of Jones. They have now returned to the war fortresses of the Kingdom of Jones, but I did not find the main force of the Holy See. Li Qingren, we found that the Holy See's teams are very loose. Their purpose may be to create chaos and pressure the front line. The Angma Empire is vulnerable internally. One of the two major legions that remain has been deployed for rescue operations, while the other legion is guarding the Imperial City and will not easily leave. As Fang Heng looked at the information feedback from Li Qingren, an idea sparked in his mind. Along the way chasing the retreating Holy See troops, he saw at least 3 Holy See teams entering the heartland of the Empire to provide support. The teams were not large in number but formed small-scale groups. The advantage of this approach was flexibility. It seemed that the Holy See this time sent out dispersed strike teams to quickly penetrate the heart of the Angma Empire, causing chaos within the Empire. And the true large-scale team was most likely hidden within these few teams. Perhaps they wanted to exploit weaknesses after causing chaos, to deliver a fatal blow. Or maybe they had even bigger plans. Fang Heng immediately alerted Li Qingren to be careful of encountering the main force of the Holy See, then put away the survival radio and once again observed the fortress in front of him. He had initially hoped to find the main enemy force this way, but now it seemed he was being played. It would be too time-consuming to go back and search for the main enemy force now. Round trip would cost him an extra hour he couldn't afford. Perhaps, as Fang Heng contemplated, he turned to look behind him. The canyon. Fang Heng thought of the canyon he had entered on his way here. His eyelids twitched slightly as an idea struck him. Let's use that move. Fang Heng leapt into the air once again in his bat form and flew towards the canyon area. The 2 entrances to the canyon were originally an area that was easily defensible. The Angma Empire had set up defensive structures at one of the exits of the canyon on the periphery of their territory. However, a decade of peace had made the guards of the Angma Empire lax. Combined with the urgent withdrawal of many guards to the front lines, the remaining defense was limited. With various factors working against them, the guarding area at the mouth of the canyon was easily breached by the sudden arrival of the Holy See troops, leaving only rubble behind. Fang Heng returned to his human form, standing at the entrance of the ruins. Very good. This stretch of the canyon area was not the only passage connecting the Kingdom of Jones and the Angma Empire. However, taking a detour would consume a lot of extra time. The Holy See's forces sent to attack the Heartland would probably choose this passage. Fang Heng stepped into the interior of the canyon to investigate. Just as he had anticipated, the interior passage had a somewhat winding gourd-like shape, where a large number of undead creatures could be hidden. Perfect for an ambush. This is it. Fang Heng looked around, leapt onto a giant rock, and waited. Soon, magic arrays began to appear one after another on the ground around Fang Heng. Hint: players' undead doppelganger normal form resurrects. Hint: players' undead doppelganger vine form resurrects. Numerous undead doppelgangers began to resurrect around him, gathering in the interior of the canyon, standing sparsely behind Fang Heng in a large group. Before long, under Fang Heng's control, the undead doppelgangers swayed unsteadily and hid in the gore area of the canyon. Fang Heng looked back at the entrance of the canyon. New tactic: cut off the supply line. Whether it's the reinforcing supply line or the retreat line, cut off, wipe them out. Inside the military fortress, the Kingdom of Jones chose to cooperate with the Holy See, temporarily assigning a large area inside the fortress, including the teleportation channel, to the Holy See. Bishop Hote accepted instructions from the high ranks of the Holy See and was protected by a Holy See guard, closely monitoring the situation inside the fortress. Currently, the follow-up support squad of the Holy See was continuously descending into the military fortress from the higher-level game world through the teleportation channel. Due to the fluctuations in the teleportation space, the channel could not be used continuously, it could only be activated every once in a while. Once again, the teleportation channel emitted a golden light. Coat waved his hand, waiting for nearly 100 Sanctum Honor Knights riding on sacred war horses to converge through the transmission channel behind him before leaving the city fortress in a grand procession. They intended to turn the Angma Empire upside down. Let's go. According to the map, Captain Ulb immediately led the way into the canyon at a fast pace, waiting to pass through the canyon and enter the interior of the Angma Empire. Suddenly, Captain Ulb squinted his eyes as he noticed a figure emerging in the center of the passage ahead. Who was it? As he approached, Ulb saw a young man standing in the middle of the canyon, wearing a strange ghost-faced mask, which made him feel uneasy. Who's there? Move aside. Seeing no response, Ulb shouted loudly, lifted his knight's lance, spurred his sacred warhorse, and charged straight at the person in front. The person did not seem to evade at all. Ulb's pupils contracted. Just as the lance was about to strike, the person swiftly waved a metal rod in defense. Dang! The lance struck the metal rod with a loud impact, causing Ulb's entire right arm to go numb and tingly. His warhorse and the flying figure of Fang Heng passed by each other. Ulb turned around and watched as the masked man he had hit flew backward, his eyes filled with astonishment. How could someone possess such terrifying strength? Fang Heng was hit by Ulb's charge riding on the warhorse and flew until he hit the rock wall behind to stabilize himself. Hint: you have received 4,423 points of impact damage. Hint: the player's passive talent effect Life Drain is activated. This time the damage was shared with the zombie clone. This new skill is really useful. With his zombie clones around him, he was completely immune to this damage. Ulb watched as the masked man he had hit stood up quickly, even patting his pants as if nothing had happened, revealing a look of astonishment. What's going on? Who is this person? Ulb had a bad feeling about it, controlling his warhorse to face Fang Heng head-on, pointing his lance at Fang Heng's face from a distance. Who are you? Why are you blocking our path? Fang Heng did not reply, only extending his hand forward. A dark book of the dead floated in front of Fang Heng. At the same time, Fang Heng's hands created a mark in front of him. Oh no! A practitioner of necromancy. Seeing the surge of necromantic energy emanating from Fang Heng, Ulb's expression changed suddenly. Was he alone? Gather, Fang Heng whispered softly. The Book of the Dead activated. Bang! Bang bang. Several bone walls rose continuously from the ground before Fang Heng, blocking the path of Ulb and the Sanctum Honor Knights behind him. Bone walls? What was he planning to do? Ulb furrowed his brows, not yet deciding whether to charge his team through or not, but in the next moment, the surrounding area was filled with the mourning wails of zombies. Woo! Woo woo! The zombie clones hidden in the canyon began to reveal themselves and gather towards the group of Sanctum Knights blocked by the bone walls. They are undead creatures. Purge them. Seeing the zombies flooding in, Ulb's eyes lessened slightly, pulling out his long sword from his waist, signaling the team to prepare for battle. After the initial scare, it turned out to be just the lowest tier zombies among the undead creatures. They thought they could stop them with these creatures. The Sanctum Honor Knights followed the orders and immediately charged into the zombie group to begin the slaughter. Charge! The Knights of the Sanctum Honor Knights shouted in unison. In a round of charging, the forefront zombies were pierced through the head by the Knights' lances. After the initial charge, they drew their longswords and began close combat. At this point, the Sanctum Honor Knights realized that something was amiss. They never expected the zombies to be so difficult to deal with. Hiss! A sword thrust out. The knight's longsword, infused with divine power, could not even cut through the zombies. The blade was stuck in the zombie's body. The Sanctum Honor Knights, experienced in battles, used their divine weapons in the past to deal with similar low-tier and undead creatures as easily as cutting through vegetables, never expecting to encounter such a situation. The first step was to use cavalry impact to break through the formation, and the second step was to use swords for the harvest. Unfortunately, the second step ran into trouble. As soon as they engaged in battle, the team fell into disarray. Ulb also realized the difficulty of dealing with the zombie creatures, furrowing his brows and shouting to try and stabilize the team. Don't panic, these zombies have strong defense. Be cautious in battle. Slow down. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Heng had already sneaked into the dense zombie group, carefully observing from the rear. The Sanctum Knight Squad was formidable, using their war horses and long-range attacks to quickly deal with the first line of zombie clones. With the additional damage from Sacred Power against the zombies, they soon stabilized their position and calmed down to deal with the zombie group. Soon, the numerical advantage of the zombie clones began to show. This Sanctum Honor Knights consisted entirely of cavalry. In addition to their charging skills, they could infuse their combat skills with divine power on their longswords, adding some spell damage to their attacks. But it was not enough. The zombie clones possessed horrifying regeneration effects with the undead body and Fang Heng's bloodline enhanced vitality, making it extremely difficult to kill them. As more and more zombie clones gathered, the Sanctum Honor Knights found themselves surrounded in the center, with the remaining space to dodge being gradually compressed. There was no way out. The Sanctum Knights unconsciously began gathering towards the center. Alb continued to wield his weapon vigorously to break free from the zombie group's restrictions, but unable to charge, he had to resort to using his battle skills to deal with the zombie. How could they be so resilient? The Sanctum Honor Knights also realized this. These zombie creatures were impossible to kill. Their stamina and mental strength were being drained continuously by the zombies. Finally, after a tangled conflict lasting 5 minutes, a Sanctum Honor Knight was pulled down from his horse by the continuous assault of the zombies due to physical exhaustion. He's here. I've been waiting for this moment. Watching as he finally killed off a Holy Knight Cavalier, Fang Heng immediately used his passive talent skill to transform the body. Hint: player zombie split body passive skill mutant infection takes effect. Player consumes additional energy and gains a total of 7 zombie split bodies mutant infected body. God. Gaw. Gaw. What sound is that? The Courtyard Knights, who were battling the zombies, heard a strange noise coming from the fallen comrade's body and turned to look. They saw the fallen companion's body rapidly decomposing, and from the decomposing, convulsing body emerged 7 cocoons. The cocoons swiftly wriggled and grew in size. What disgusting thing is this? Members of the Honor Knights were frowning in horror. Break! Albert shouted, raising his longsword and thrusting it towards the cocoon. Chi! A divine light burst forth. The longsword instantly pierced through the entire cocoon. A bunch of foul-smelling green liquid burst out from the cocoon. Chi! 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 Following that, the remaining few rapidly expanding cocoons around them cracked open. The members of the Honor Knights were shocked by this disgusting scene, and dead creatures crawled out of the cocoons, staggering to their feet with green slime clinging to them. Is this a resurrection skill of necromancy? It's been said that undead can enslave the dead, but this horrifying and disgusting way, unheard of. The newly born zombies howled and rushed towards the knights. The knights had seen many battles, but they had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, and couldn't help but feel a chill. No one would feel good seeing their comrades turn into such unnatural beings after death. The thought that they might face the same fate after death instantly dampened their morale. Charge out! Albert also felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, shouting as he attempted for the 7th time to lead the team in breaking through the blockade of zombies. However, it was already too late, and the space left for them was too narrow. In such a small area, the cavalry couldn't complete an accelerated charge. They had barely ran a few meters before being blocked by a dense crowd of zombies. What to do? Albert's forehead was already covered in sweat with the realization that there was no way out. He could only hold on, hoping that the support team from behind would arrive soon. But deep down, he knew there was no backup team. At least another 10 minutes would pass before the next Holy Court team would arrive. They wouldn't be able to hold on. Albert watched helplessly as his teammates around him fell one by one, only to rise again and attack their companions as undead minions. Undead! Albert's eyes turned red, putting forth his last bits of strength, shouting and charging forward. With all his might, he thrust his spear, instantly penetrating and killing 3 zombie split bodies blocking his way. But that was as far as he could go. After that strike, Albert's gaze shifted to the dozens of layers of zombie split bodies standing firmly behind the fallen zombies, a look of despair and then gradually resignation creeping into his eyes. Humming, Albert's shield quickly faded until it shattered with a loud bang. Finally done, Fang Heng had been watching all along until he saw Albert fall, quickly bringing his hands together in front of him. Condense, swish, the spirit altar of bone appeared, emitting several gray mists that flew towards Albert, enveloped in the divine light, attacking his soul. Dang! The dark mists hit against Albert's soul, outside his divine shield. Pretty strong. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise, once again driving the second wave of mists towards Ulber, breaking through the divine shield, firmly grabbing Ulber's soul and dragging it into the spirit altar of bone. Ulber's soul was completely destroyed inside the spirit altar of bone. Hint: player has destroyed Ulber's soul through the spirit altar of bone, gaining 40 points of favor from the undead faction. Hint: player has eliminated the honorable knights led by Ulber, gaining 5,600 points of contribution to the undead faction and 10,292 points of contribution to the Empire of Enigma faction. Hint: player's current mission, sniping the front line of the Holy Court Legion. Task completion increased to -7%. Estimated remaining time for the current mission is 68 minutes. Hint: player's current mission, rescuing Chibalea team. Task completion increased to 0.12%. Fang Heng put away the spirit altar of bone, scanning the wreckage left behind after the battle. The zombie split bodies quickly moved forward to clean up the battlefield, moving the remnants of weapons and armor from the main passage of the canyon. Overall, the battle took about 10 minutes, relying solely on the durable zombie split bodies. If higher-level eaters and vine zombies were used, along with Fang Heng secretly using the bloodthirsty skill to influence the enemy team leader in the rear, the killing speed could be even faster. And surprisingly, after the battle, due to the effect of mutant infection, the total number of zombie split bodies was actually increased. Support was born out of fighting. The ability to continue combat was not affected in the slightest. Fang Heng contemplated silently. The recent battle was just a test. He was still holding back with an 8-point reserve to guard against any unexpected situations, not going all out with his output. Now he was certain that there were no players among the Holy Court's assault team this time. And after the battle, he could use the special abilities of necromancy to strangle the soul of the leader of the Holy Court Knights. This meant, theoretically, the enemy had no idea of his ambush here. The military interception plan could continue. Just wait a little longer. Try it out. Fang Heng licked his lips slightly, commanding the zombie split bodies to ambush, quietly waiting for the lurking. As he expected, after waiting patiently in place for 5 minutes, the second group of teams, consisting of folk knights and priests, entered the canyon passage area. Good. Fang Heng rubbed his fists gently, observing the team entering the canyon. The strength and composition of the troops sent by the Holy Court to support within the Enigma Empire vary. Last time it was the Knights Legion, this time it was a simple mixed force. Carry on. When the enemy formed a line and entered the deep recesses of the canyon, Fang Heng once again ordered the zombie split bodies to launch a surprise attack. This time, it was not just ordinary zombies. Eaters and vine zombies emerged from hidden crevices, rushing towards the Holy Court support team. She realized it too. They were being led around by the people of the Holy Court. Originally, she had been ready to rush to support Gen City, only to find just a harassment force from the Holy Court, wasting a lot of time for nothing. But she didn't have a good way to deal with it either. The time limit for the mission was too tight, no time to think about anything else, so she hurried to support Liukui town. Furthermore, from the information gathered from various sources, the strongest Holy Court team had already penetrated deep into the heartland of the Angma Empire. The Legion's movements were still unclear. There might be some other deeper plot going on. Unfortunately, she simply didn't have the time to calm down and collect more intelligence to make a judgment. Besides, with their current team strength, it was impossible to break through this team head-on. What should she do? Li Qingren felt that if things continued like this, the mission would probably not be completed, just die a slow death. But she had no other choice, only to persevere. Now she could only hope that Fang Heng could find a breakthrough. Hint: player's current mission, snipe the Holy Court Legion front line. Mission completion rate increased to 8.1%. Estimated remaining time for the current mission is 141 minutes. Hint: player's current mission, rescue Chibalea team. Completion rate increased to 0.51%. Li Qingren just thought of Fang Heng, and the game prompt popped up. Fang Heng? Did he defeat the enemy team again? Li Qingren had been concentrating on commanding the team in battle, personally participating in the decapitation operation, so she did not carefully check the mission prompts. But now, seeing the mission change prompt, her eyes lit up. She was not fighting alone. Fang Heng was also in action. Li Qingren thought and carefully checked the game prompts again, suddenly noticing an interesting change. Almost every 15 minutes or so, there would be a game prompt record of Fang Heng killing and wiping out the Holy Court team. Because of this, even though 2 other small towns in the heartland of Angma Empire had fallen, their mission completion rate had been hovering around 8%. The estimated remaining time for the mission was not decreasing but increasing, with over 2 hours past. It seemed like Fang Heng had found a way to deal with the enemy. Senior Sister Li Qingren, the enemy seems to be retreating. What should we do now? Immediately pursue, but don't chase too far. We still need to rush to support the next town. All right. Upon hearing the instructions, the players immediately went down to convey them. The pressure they bore was nowhere near as great as Li Qingren's. For them, they just needed to focus on the current task, hold on to each city, continuously defeat the Holy Court teams, and they could receive a steady stream of task point rewards. It felt like earning points together with a big shot, without having to put in much effort. Ride the tide when you have the advantage, and if you can't win, just abandon the task and run away. Meanwhile, in the heartland of the Angma Empire, just having broken through the small town of Puguan, the elite squad leader of the Holy Knights, Savovich, once again led the team forward. He found it strange. The rear defense line of the Angma Empire was not as heavily damaged as they had expected, and the speed at which the imperial towns were being breached was slower than he had anticipated. Even the subsequent Holy Court support teams were much fewer than expected. It was very strange. Where exactly had things gone wrong? Up ahead was a medium-sized city in the Angma Empire. Originally, Savovich had anticipated joining forces with 4 to 5 other teams to launch a joint attack on the city, but now, he had only managed to unite with 2 other teams. The planned next step to attack the city had been delayed. Savovich felt that something was amiss and called the player following the team forward to approach and ask questions. There were very few players involved in the Holy Court's actions this time. In fact, Savovich generally did not trust players and did not want them to participate in this operation. However, players had a special advantage, able to communicate quickly and conveniently at long distances. He also admitted that this ability was extremely useful in war. Any news from the Holy Court side? The player was called over and was somewhat nervous, and after hearing the question, he shook his head blankly, responding, "My lord, Lady Danny's group has been delayed on the front line, and the teleportation channel at Bishop Court's Jones' Nation Fortress is normal. There is also news that other Holy Court squads invading the Empire have already broken through 3 imperial towns. It seems there are no issues." Savovich pondered for a moment, then continued, "I understand. Had Bishop Court go and confirm the situation in the rear?" Yes. The player, unsure if Savovich had noticed something, nodded in agreement. Understood. I will immediately contact the military fortresses and have them be cautious. Send out reconnaissance teams to confirm. Savovich thought for a moment, but found no oversight. Perhaps he had been overthinking things. Maybe the resistance from the undead side was very strong. If so, then they would need to wait a bit longer, temporarily change the target after breaking through another small town and then regroup to attack the city. The frontline battle had been delayed, and they had plenty of time. Savovich pointed towards the distance. Next target, Foro Town. Charge. On the war front of the Angma Empire, Lady Danny and various undead player teams who had come to assist in the battle were engaged in a fierce battle with the Holy Court. The situation was not optimistic. During a lull in the attack, Lady Danny's side received news from the Empire regarding the rebellion of the Jones' Nation, and immediately called an emergency meeting of all team leaders. Upon learning this news, everyone appeared unusually tense. The current battle was already in a stalemate. They were at a disadvantage, and now with an attack on the heartland of the Empire, things were getting very complicated. Even if they now allocated a small number of personnel to return and assist, it would not provide substantial help. If they did not send anyone back, it meant that the Holy Court teams would rampage unchecked within the Angma Empire. Their supply line would soon be destroyed, possibly entering a dire situation surrounded by enemies on all sides. The team was in a dilemma. Should they go back or not? Whichever choice they made now was stepping into a big pit. They had to choose one to jump into. Very frustrating. There's no time. We need to immediately send someone to block this hole in the Jones' Nation border. Lady Danny remained silent. She knew the difficulty of this mission. The Holy Court had gathered all its practical strengths in full force, and she alone would not be able to withstand it with her abilities. It took her so much time and effort to establish a foothold in the Empire of Enma, finally developing to where she was today. Lady Dani naturally did not want to give up. However, it seemed that they could no longer continue the battle now. Reason told her that she needed to find a way to stop the loss in time. But suddenly, Lady Dani caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye. Her heart raced. Fang Heng. Unexpectedly, Lady Dani saw a familiar name in the game prompt. The player who received the sniper invasion team-related tasks from the Holy Court was him. Confirming Fang Heng's name, Lady Dani's eyes burst with a sharp light. So he's here too. Lady Dani murmured to herself, "Everyone. There's no need to discuss further." Lady Dani suddenly raised her head and looked at everyone, saying in a deep voice, "There is no need to discuss whether to retreat for support. I have a way to handle the trouble in the country of Chauncey. At the moment, we need to focus all our efforts on the front lines to resist the enemies of the Holy Court." What? Everyone started gossiping at her words, with many looking at Lady Dani with confusion. Just a moment ago she hurriedly called everyone over for a discussion, but now she seemed as if nothing was wrong. Was the problem resolved? "Lady Dani, the Holy Court army has invaded the heartland of the Empire through the cracks in the country of Chauncey. According to reports, several towns in the Empire have been attacked and destroyed." Next to her, a hesitant Imperial commander hesitated and asked, "The Holy Court is likely to attack Gancheng. The Lord is worried that if Gancheng is destroyed, the Empire's capital will be directly exposed to the enemy's attack." "I know, I have a solution already. There is no need to worry." Lady Dani nodded. "At the moment, I have a plan targeting the Holy Court. The success or failure of this plan will directly determine our future." Once again, the room fell silent as they listened to Lady Dani's action plan. Pretend to retreat. Set up an ambush. Lady Dani's plan was indeed a risky one. The room was silent, and no one spoke up. But Lord Yu stood up. "I have made up my mind. There is no need to say more. Get ready to act." Yes. The others were unsure where Lady Dani's confidence came from, suddenly transforming and showing sharpness. In the territory of the Empire of Enma, Lady Dani had always been a force to be reckoned with, having absolute command authority. The rest of the players knew Lady Dani's character well and would not publicly oppose her once she made a decision. The group immediately went off to prepare for retreat and ambush plans. Lady Dani watched them leave, her eyes revealing a sharpness. Fang Heng, bold and capable enough to take down the Holy Court's Holy Maiden Viola. Just a few invading teams from the Holy Court, it was no problem for him. The most difficult thing now was the front lines. Fang Heng's arrival gave her a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. If the plan succeeded, they would surely be able to buy more time. After thinking it over, Lady Dani sent a message to her friend. There was something very important that Fang Heng needed to be reminded of. He must be careful. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Heng was still laying in ambush with his zombie doppelgangers in the center of the canyon, constantly preying on passing teams. 3 hours had passed, and he had roughly judged the tempo of the military fortress's troops. The Holy Court side would send out a support team from the town approximately every 15 minutes. Sometimes it was a single cavalry team, other times it was a mixed force. The strength of the teams was not very high, mostly led by a team leader. Since Fang Heng had completely shattered the souls of the Holy Court team leaders after their deaths through his ability to manipulate souls, the Holy Court was still unaware of the ambush in the canyon. The continuously dispatched support teams were still walking into the trap. Everything was going perfectly, except for one thing. The efficiency of their efforts was too slow. Not satisfying. However, Fang Heng soon noticed a change in the situation, swiftly transforming into bat form and flying high in the sky, observing the soldiers leaving the military fortress in the distance. A large group of soldiers was heading straight towards the canyon this time. Unlike the previous encounters, the number of troops had increased several times compared to before, and the composition of the group was different. It was not entirely made up of Holy Court teams, but a rare mixed force. Most of the troops were from the country of Jones, with a few members from the Holy Court's Knights of the Holy Order. Fang Heng even noticed the figures of several players in the group. "Have we been discovered?" Fang Heng muttered softly. He had two choices at that moment. 1. Retract the zombie horde and hide, allowing this group to leave first so he could continue to ambush them afterward. Or, Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, to swiftly overwhelm and annihilate this group of troops, take them all out. Let's see how many can be taken out. Fang Heng almost immediately decided on the second option. After all, wiping them out one by one was too slow. At this speed, even if he stayed up all night, how long would it take to clear them all? It was rare to have such a large group to target. As soon as they all showed up, let's finish them off. Fang Heng made up his mind and immediately controlled his zombie doppelgangers to hide carefully in ambush. Not far away, a large group was slowly advancing towards the canyon area. The leader commanding the team's expedition to the border of the Empire of Angma was Angxia, the female leader of Jones. For Jones, this cooperation with the Holy Court was undoubtedly a gamble. If they won, it would at least secure decades of stability and huge benefits for Jones. If they lost, Jones might disappear from this world. Angxia was not willing to take that risk, but the country's ruler had already made up his mind, even sending the king's uncle, who facilitated this cooperation with the Holy Court, to personally oversee the situation at the military fortress. Just moments ago, the Holy Court received a warning from a player and learned that the support teams they send out might have some anomalies. At the request of the Holy Court's High Priest Coat, Angxia was ordered by the king's uncle to lead the expedition to explore the surrounding areas of the military fortress and the border of the Empire of Angma, to ensure safety. In fact, Angxia was not initially willing to get involved in a direct war with the Empire of Angma. They had agreements and treaties with the Holy Court as well. The soldiers of Jones were not supposed to join the war. The setting sun revealed a gap in the ravine. Nightfall was approaching in 2 hours. As the team entered the canyon passage, the line stretched out gradually until they entered the winding canyon. Around a certain corner, Angxia sniffed the air and caught a pungent smell of blood. Something was not right. Angxia furrowed her brows and saw fresh bloodstains remaining on the ground. This was very fresh blood. Something was amiss. Angxia's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately signaled the team to stop and remain vigilant, surveying their surroundings. The military halted halfway, staying on guard where they were. A deputy captain of the Holy Knights who was accompanying the group walked up to Angxia and whispered, "Commander Angxia, what's wrong?" "Blood. There's a strong smell of blood here. There must have been recent combat." "What's wrong with that?" Some players who were following the team couldn't help but feel puzzled by the conversation. "The Angma Empire has guard posts outside the canyon. There shouldn't be this much blood inside the canyon, and the bloodstains are very fresh." "I didn't see any bloodstains, and I was here this morning." Others gradually realized that something was off. "It's not safe here. Let's retreat." Before Angxia could give the order, a group of shadows suddenly emerged from the passage ahead of the canyon. "Ghouls." Everyone's expression changed suddenly at the sight. The canyon was somewhat dimly lit, and they were too far away to see clearly, but they could see a large number of red creatures running towards them rapidly. And there were constantly dropping zombie creatures from above on both sides of the canyon. "Be careful. It's an undead ambush." Angxia immediately drew her longsword, shouted commands to keep the team calm, and prepared to fight. The group of lickers moved incredibly fast, and in a flash, the soldiers at the forefront were knocked down by the charging lickers. The battle broke out instantly. "Damn undead. They've ambushed us here. Take them out." The following Holy Knight squad immediately wielded their sacred longswords and joined the fight. The players who followed the team into the canyon also had shocked expressions. These weren't just ghouls. Ghouls were indeed agile creatures, but their movement speed was nowhere near as fast as the red creatures before them. This wasn't the licker from the zombie apocalypse game. They were sure of it. Just as they were getting ready to fight, the licker group surrounded them from all sides, trapping the vanguard team of Jones the Kingdom, launching relentless attacks. The rear and both sides saw more and more zombie creatures advancing towards the team. As soon as they engaged in battle, Angxia immediately realized the strength of the enemy, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Something was wrong. The strength of these summoned undead creatures was terrifying. Where did they come from? The terrain inside the canyon was also terrible, and they were caught off guard by the sudden attack. The combat skills of the ordinary soldiers of the Jones Kingdom were not particularly high, and with the surprise ambush, they were immediately at a disadvantage. Retreat. Pull back. Luckily, the team hadn't fully penetrated the canyon yet, so there was still some room to maneuver. Angxia shouted to provide cover for the team as they slowly retreated. Several players who had entered the canyon alongside the team were also feeling uncertain. These zombie creatures and lickers were completely different from what they had encountered in previous battles. To put it simply, they were a higher-level version. Even when several individuals joined forces, they couldn't completely kill a licker. Their HP was off the charts, and they had a terrifying rapid recovery ability. Look, that person. As they were entangled with the lickers, a player who had joined the battle noticed a masked man standing not far away on the rock wall, with an expression of astonishment in his eyes. Isn't he familiar? The other two team members also noticed that the lickers were virtually unkillable and quickly retreated to the rear of the Holy Knight squad, gazing towards the direction of the rock wall. Could it be him? Fang Heng? Jessamine observed Fang Heng standing on the rock wall from a distance, feeling uncertain. His physique looks a lot like him. Fang Heng, the Realm Lord. He has a close relationship with the Undead faction. I heard that. His ability is to control zombie creatures. If he comes over, it also makes sense. I heard before that the disappearance of the Holy Course Saintess Viorna might be related to Fang Heng as well. These analyses led the players to a sudden realization. No wonder they couldn't win. They were now facing opponents who were not ghouls or zombies, but enhanced versions of zombies and lickers from the apocalyptic world. There had been rumors that the Realm Lord Fang Heng could control large numbers of enhanced zombies and lickers and even enhanced tyrant creatures. He virtually controlled the entire zombie apocalypse world. He was a figure who could challenge the Federation. If the masked person was really Fang Heng. Just as they were pondering this, Jessamine suddenly felt a chill as if being hunted. The masked young man also noticed then and fixed his gaze on them. The two locked eyes, and Jessamine's heart trembled. In that moment, he was almost certain that the person was none other than Fang Heng, the Realm Lord. Even if he wasn't, he was a player at the level of a lord. How could they fight against that? Go. Without further thought, realizing they had picked up the most unfortunate mission, they tried to escape. Jessamine yelled to run, but found that the lickers that had been engaging with the Imperial soldiers moments before stopped attacking them, and all turned towards Jessamine's group, rushing towards them. This is not good. Be careful. In a matter of moments, over 30 lickers surrounded the trio in the center, not moving to attack. Jessamine and his companions were paralyzed with fear, surrounded by the lickers, while the Holy Knights and Jones Kingdom soldiers, who had initially been uncertain, tried to help but soon realized they couldn't and fled. Hiss, hiss. Around them, as the soldiers fell one by one under the slaughter by the lickers, new cocoons emerged from the fallen bodies. The newly born zombie creatures kept emerging from the cocoons. What kind of eerie zombie summoning ability is this? I've never heard of it in the documentation related to the domain Lord Fang Cheng. Jessamine felt a cold chill down his back, forced himself to calm down. Lowered his voice and reminded, I don't know what's going on, but it looks like they won't attack as long as we don't move. Let's stay calm and not make any sudden moves. Seeing cocoons emerging from the bodies, the Holy Court Paladin squad and the soldiers from the Kingdom of Jones couldn't help but feel a chill. Anthea had some understanding of necromancy, but she had never heard of this kind of eerie and terrifying ability in necromancy. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones lost their will to continue fighting, only wanting to escape this earthly purgatory as quickly as possible. The morale of the team plummeted, their formation was broken, and they rushed towards the exit of the canyon, afraid of being left behind and caught up by the densely packed and dead creatures. Don't panic. Don't panic. The combat skills of the Paladin team were slightly higher, trying to calm the team down. However, once panic spread, a few reassuring words from teammates were not effective. The Paladin team could only curse at their foolish teammates in their hearts while barely maintaining their formation and heading towards the exit of the canyon. Fan Cheng saw the enemy trying to escape and quickly controlled the licker horde to chase after them. Deal a final blow to the fleeing enemy. The pursuit was targeted. It's okay. The trash soldiers from the Kingdom of Jones can escape, but not a single living force from the Holy Court should be let go. The zombies kept chasing after the Holy Court, attacking relentlessly. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones, seeing the Holy Court being entangled by the undead creatures, had no intention of helping and were even more afraid of being caught, running even faster. The entire team faced rapid defeat. Anthea saw that she couldn't control the situation and had to be escorted out of the canyon by her guards, gathering the panicked team. The battle had just begun, but the team had already suffered heavy losses. Anthea looked towards the mouth of the canyon, where the cries and screams continued, a hint of worrying flashing in her eyes. The Empire of Engma had deep roots. There were rumors that they even had the power to control death. Compared to that, the Kingdom of Jones, aside from the elite heavy armor knights, couldn't compare in any way. With the rash decision to join forces with the Holy Court this time, the consequences might be unbearable for them in the end. In the team, not only Jasmine and a few players, but also several players who had accepted the related tasks were initially following at the back of the team. When they saw the situation worsening, they ran even faster, discovering Fan Cheng's lickers and zombie creatures and fleeing immediately. Escaping from the canyon, the players looked at each other with a sense of relief after surviving the ordeal. Explosive news. It seemed that Domain Lord Fan Cheng had appeared in the Empire of Engma. It was necessary to inform the Holy Court immediately. Hint: players successfully repel the joint reconnaissance team of the Kingdom of Jones. Players gain 9,028 points of contribution to the Undead faction, and 24,000 points of contribution to the Empire of Engma. Hint: current mission for players: Sniper Frontline Holy Court Legion. Mission completion rate increased to 9.2%. Estimated remaining time for the current mission is 162 minutes. Hint: current mission for players: Rescue Chibalaya Team. Mission completion rate increased to 0.81%. Inside the canyon, Fan Cheng glanced at the game prompts, then controlled the zombies to finish off the remaining trapped soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones and the Holy Court. The flesh cocoons quickly formed on the bodies, creating new zombie duplicates to join the team. After an ambush, the number of zombie duplicates increased by over 2,000. Jasmine and the three players were surrounded by layer upon layer of densely packed zombie creatures, not daring to move. Moving would mean death. Deader to die later than earlier. Maybe a miracle could happen. After a moment, the crowded zombie horde in front of the players parted, and a young man wearing a mask approached them. Domain Lord Fan Cheng. Jasmine knew this moment would come sooner or later, took a deep breath, stepped forward courageously, and apologized. "We didn't know it was you. We apologize for delaying your mission. Please forgive us. We meant no harm. We'll leave now." Fan Cheng looked at Jasmine with surprise. "Oh, you know me? You're famous. Your control over the Lickers and zombie army has detailed images online. I see. Never mind." Fan Cheng inwardly cursed the trouble. Who was idle enough to conduct a best news personality poll online? His name easily made it to the top 3. The detailed personal information was all there. He had seen it on the official website before. Although the information on skills was somewhat outdated and vague, at least most players outside now knew about his ability to control zombies and lickers. As soon as the licker appeared, there was no way to hide. After all, the zombies could still disguise themselves as undead zombies, but the lickers were harder to disguise, and it was normal to be recognized. "I want to ask you about the internal situation of the Kingdom of Jones." Fan Cheng raised his hand lightly as the zombie creatures around him slowly retreated. "We're all players, different factions. For survival, I understand your choices," Fan Cheng said, tapping his finger lightly again. The zombie duplicates lined up and walked slowly towards him, passing by Fan Cheng and dropping the equipment they had collected from the recently defeated team of the Kingdom of Jones. All of them were low-level items that Fan Cheng found unappealing. Due to trade limits, even if these items were sold, they couldn't be exchanged for the god points he urgently needed. They only occupy his inventory space and carry weight. Soon, a small mountain of equipment piled up next to Fan Cheng. Jasmine and the three players looked at Fan Cheng and the pile of over 1 meter high equipment, cautiously swallowing their saliva, not quite understanding what game Fan Cheng was playing. "I don't like to force others to do things. If possible, I would like to get some information from you, and then help me with some tasks. In return, I'm willing to provide some equipment. Each of you can choose 5 pieces from all the equipment here." At Fan Cheng's words, Jasmine and his companions' eyes lit up instantly. The players nodded incessantly, either refuse to cooperate and lose a life, or surrender and make a big profit. Even fools know how to choose. The players couldn't help but glance at the pile of equipment, cautiously looking at Fan Heng, and asked, "Lord of the Boundary, what do you want to know?" "As long as we know, we will not dare to hide anything." Good. First, I want to know about the situation of Jones Country and the Holy Court." Several players exchanged looks, showing a hint of difficulty on their faces. "Lord of the Boundary, we are players living in Jones Country. We only joined the battlefield after receiving a mission commissioned by the country. We are not on the same path as those players from the Holy Court, so we don't know much about the situation there. Also, The cooperation between Jones Country and the Holy Court has always been kept confidential. We only recently found out about the news and hurriedly accepted the task to come here, hoping to try our luck. Fang Heng nodded slightly. It's okay, just tell me what you know. The more the better. Well, when we came out of the fortress, there weren't many people from the Holy Court. The leader was a Holy Court bishop named Corday. Now the Grand Chamberlain is in charge inside the military fortress. Another player reminded, we heard that Jones Country cooperated with the Holy Court to build a teleportation channel in the military fortress, connecting the Holy Court's high-level game world. The Holy Court supported the army continuously arriving through the teleportation channel. Because the channel is unstable, there are only teams who can come to support every once in a while. Fang Heng rubbed his chin upon hearing this. As he expected, the military fortress of Jones Country was a point of departure for the Holy Court. It is estimated that eradicating the point of departure could achieve a high completion rate for missions. Fang Heng continued to ask, what about the situation inside the fortress? How is the defense capability? The teleportation channels are all guarded by people from the Holy Court, and Jones Country's guards also assist in defense. Ji Siming added, when I passed by before, I glanced at the fortress. The defense inside is extremely strict, led by the commander of Jones Country, and Sia. It's difficult to sneak in. Fang Heng raised his head and once again looked at the 3 military fortresses outside the canyon. Can the teleportation channel only operate once in a while? Are the numbers of Holy Court troops arriving each time about the same? Yes, that's what we've heard, but we can't guarantee the specifics. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, lost in thought. These ordinary players like Ji Siming could see through his identity, and most of the players hidden in the Holy Court could as well. The news of him taking over the canyon had already spread out, and his plan to cut off the supply lines might not continue. The Holy Court would definitely adjust their actions. The simplest adjustment would be to change the route of troops to bypass the canyon. In this way, the support troops could still continuously invade the heart of the Enigma Empire. He needed to adjust his strategy accordingly to take the initiative. The fortresses were easy to defend and difficult to attack. The military strength of Jones Country itself was not strong, and there wouldn't be many troops they could send to join the battle. If they could find a way to directly breach the fortress, forget it. There's no more time to waste. After waiting for several hours, even the deathly zombies he had defeated had revived. Plus, with the additional zombie clones gained through the talent of mutant infection, the fighting power of the zombie clones had increased further. He could just rush in frontally now. Charge. Try to capture the military fortress. Seize the point of departure. If he can take it, that's 10,000 times better. If not, he'll think of another way. Fang Heng quickly made a decision and looked at Ji Siming and the others. For now, to avoid trouble, please stay here for a while. I will need your help later. Ji Siming and the others looked at each other and nodded. They were just puppets on a string now. Staying alive was already good enough. They had no other choice. On the other side, Sia returned to the military fortress with the heavily damaged team, and immediately, and to find the Grand Chamberlain to report and negotiate with the Holy Court personnel. The guarding forces within the military fortress were not sufficient. Bishop Corday also did not expect this situation. One look, one surprise. No wonder the frontline battles were far from what they had anticipated. Their supply lines had been cut off, and Bishop Corday unexpectedly got the name of Fang Heng from the players who escaped. The Bloodline event, the disappearance of the Saintess Fiona, and even the recent rumors of the Demonkind event were all closely related to Fang Heng. The Holy Court had already listed Fang Heng as an extremely dangerous individual. At present, the Holy Court had already spread the news through player channels and teleportation channels to the frontline and the Holy Court Sanctuary. The Grand Chamberlain received the news that the team encountered an ambush and was defeated, which made him very angry. Talk. What's the situation? Why did the undead appear in that place? Grand Chamberlain, please calm down. Currently, there are numerous undead creatures gathered in ambush inside the canyon. Judging from their past actions, they are used to taking advantage of the terrain, lying in wait to ambush passing teams inside the canyon. They do not have long-range assault and siege capabilities. This discovery of the enemy's tricks is not a bad thing for us. Bishop Corday thought for a moment and tried to reassure everyone. Since we know that the undead are hiding in the canyon, we simply do not need to pay attention to them. we can continue with our original plan to attack the heartland of the Enigma Empire from a distance. Everyone felt that this approach made sense. The low-level, undead creatures lurking in the canyon were slow-moving units. Short-distance assaults and sieges had always been their weaknesses. And Sia remained silent, with a serious expression. Indeed, what the Holy Court personnel said made sense. Once the Holy Court successfully invaded the interior of the Enigma Empire, the undead in the canyon would be of little use. But she felt a lingering sense of unease. After all, the Holy Court had solemnly promised initially that Joan's country would not be affected by any war. And now, the undead were already appearing at the doorstep of the border. Bishop Corda looked at Ancia and asked, "Commander Ancia, what do you think?" Outside, people only know that there is a teleportation channel inside the fortress that links to a high-level world. In fact, it's not just one, it's two. Each one links to a different high-level gaming world. The second teleportation channel is more powerful, able to transport higher-level teams from the Holy Court into the Chaborea game world for support. However, correspondingly, it takes longer to use. Upon learning about Fang Heng's whereabouts, the Holy Court immediately deployed and prepared a team to capture Fang Heng. All right. I entrust all of you from the Holy Court. The Duke felt that most of the situation had been resolved and nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, a soldier hurried over. Report to the Grand Marshal. Undead creatures have emerged from the valley and are heading towards the fortress. Please prepare early. Undead creatures coming out of the valley. What is going on now? The crowd was stunned. Bishop Coates' face turned slightly pale, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. He had just confidently stated that there was no problem at all, but then, in the blink of an eye, undead creatures were running out from the valley. He was also puzzled. What's going on? How did they come out? All right. The Duke was also taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. They dare to come out again. Grand Marshal Angxia. We were defeated earlier by those undead creatures taking advantage of the terrain, ambushing us. Now that they are all out, let us launch a full attack and crush them in one fell swoop. The people from the Holy Court suddenly became spirited upon hearing this. Of course, he hoped that the elite soldiers of Joan's country would enter directly into the scene, join the battle, and assist them in dealing with the undead. Coate was overjoyed and agreed. With the elite of Joan's country joining in, coupled with the Holy Court team's assistance, we will definitely be able to crush the undead in one strike. Anxia's expression changed as she hurriedly responded, "Duke, this matter needs to be treated with caution. Joan's country has agreed with the Holy Court beforehand to simply provide convenience by lending the teleportation channel for the passage of the Holy Court's army. They do not participate in the battle themselves." Grand Marshal Angxia. The Duke raised his voice a few notches, interrupting Anxia's words in a somewhat displeased tone. Angxia had repeatedly questioned his decisions, essentially implying that he didn't understand, right? You have to understand. The situation outside now is not about whether we want to participate in the battle or not. It's about the undead creatures of the Empire of Enigma coming to our doorstep. Can we just sit still like sitting ducks? Are you suggesting that the brave warriors of Joan's country fear these undead? The Duke felt Angxia was being overly cautious. The military fortress is equipped with magic crystal cannons. Even if a large number of high-level undead creatures come, we can hold them back. Are we afraid of these low-level zombies and ghouls? Turning to Bishop Coate, the Duke asked in a deep voice, "Bishop Coate, can the Holy Court help deal with this group of undead?" At this point, how could Coate say they were inferior to the undead? The only slight concern was Fang Heng. However, Coate had only heard of Fang Heng's name and didn't know his true strength. He thought that no matter how powerful Fang Heng was, he was just a player. How much power could he have? Duke, you are joking. The undead in the valley are indeed extraordinary, but we are prepared now. After enchanting with divine power, your soldiers can inflict additional damage on the undead creatures. I guarantee that we will not lose this battle. Good. The Duke turned to Angxia. Grand Marshal, you heard it. Is there anything else you want to say? But, Angxia. The Duke lost his patience, interrupting sharply. Have you thought about what the consequences will be once these undead creatures invade our country of Jones? My people are about to face the threat to their lives. I am ordering you now. Go out of the city to face the enemy. Prepare the magic crystal cannons. Ensure the complete annihilation of these undead. Angxia took a deep breath and solemnly replied, "Yes, I will follow your orders." Fang Heng led a large number of zombie clones out of the canyon passage, using normal zombie clones as the vanguard army, heading densely towards the military fortress, regardless of what else is there. Let's probe first. Fang Heng had figured it out. After the battle just now, as long as the people from the Holy Court weren't foolish, they wouldn't continue to send people into the valley. Worst case scenario, all the zombie clones would be consumed, causing whatever damage they could. When done, he could figure out a way elsewhere. But Fang Heng hadn't expected that the zombie clones leaving the canyon were now converging outside the canyon and rushing towards the military fortress. Up ahead, the gate of the Jones Country military fortress was wide open. Elite heavy armored knights of Jones were lined up in a right-angled formation, assembling at the gate of the military fortress on the right side. In the rear were the Holy Court's team of paladins and priests. After the application of the Divine Series talents, the knight's long spear shimmered with the holy power's brilliance. This group of elite heavy armored knights was the accumulation of Jones Country's resources over the years. Each knight's equipment was extremely sophisticated, completely different from the cannon fodders sent out earlier. To be on the safe side, Jones Country's military power deployment this time was almost entirely concentrated on the border adjacent to the Empire of Enigma. Prepared for battle, Anxia put her random thoughts aside and raised her knight's long spear high. Behind us is our homeland. For the protection of our families, for the honor of knights, follow me. Charge. Crush them. Roar. The knights clad in heavy armor urged their war horses, accelerating towards the large swarm of undead creatures rushing towards the valley mouth in front. There was about 700 to 800 meters of flat terrain between the two sides. Anxia shouted loudly, leading the charge into the midst of the zombie horde. Doom. The heavy armored knights fiercely collided with the zombies, as if hitting a wall of flesh and blood. A layer of blood mist rose up. The first 10-second rows of zombies in front were instantly pierced and slaughtered by the knights' long spears. With the powerful charge skill bonus of the heavy armored knights, they dealt with the zombies in the front rows and then smashed into the third, fourth, and fifth rows behind, sending the zombies sprawling and causing chaos. Good. On the city wall, seeing the effectiveness of the heavy armored knights' legion, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started cheering and applauding, their spirits uplifted. The king nodded in satisfaction. This is more like it. They are the most prestigious and elite heavy armored knights in the Kingdom of Jones. The enemies are just low-level undead creatures. They are nothing in front of the heavy armored knights. Hint. Player's zombie avatar altered infected form receives charge damage, penetration damage, holy attribute damage. Due to the piercing effect of heavy armor attacks, your zombie avatar receives triple additional damage. Hint. Player's zombie avatar altered infected form was knocked back. Fang Heng saw the game prompts, refreshing on the retina with some surprise. After the knight's long-distance charging and the addition of the holy attribute, they were able to instantly take down his ordinary altar-infected zombies. And they even took down 2 rows consecutively. Upon closer inspection, the heavy damage caused by the knight's accelerated charge could deal triple additional damage to units without or with light armor. No wonder the zombie avatars couldn't hold up. Fortunately, only the frontline meat shields were taken down in an instant. He wasn't afraid of the number of zombie avatars. There were plenty more. Fang Heng quickly adjusted his actions. Some players following him not far behind couldn't help but feel shocked as they witnessed the famous elite knights legion of the Kingdom of Jones. Even the Empire of Angmar was unwilling to face them head-on, as they were practically invincible on the plains. Can they be defeated? Why not run away? What are we waiting for? Fang Heng focused on the situation ahead, quickly adjusting his strategy, controlling his zombie avatars to engage. Actually, after withstanding the first wave of charges, things weren't too bad. Only the first 10-second rows of zombie avatars were taken down instantly. The losses were still manageable. After the subsequent rows of zombie avatars were sent flying by the charging skill and recovered quickly due to the undead body bug effect, they climbed back up from the ground and re-entered the battle. The following zombies quickly regrouped, trying to trap the heavy armored knights. A large number of zombie avatars, mixed among the infected ones, along with the lickers, began to close in. Fall back. Anxia frowned, shouting out orders. In the past, when facing ordinary enemies, the knights relied on a charging attack from 500 meters away to maximize damage, piercing through over 10 layers of enemy forces at once, causing great chaos within the enemy ranks. But this time, they only managed to pierce through 5 layers. The defense capabilities of the zombie creatures were terrifyingly strong, and the heavy armored knights only had 1 chance for their strongest charge. After that, their melee attack effectiveness would return to normal levels. It would take time to prepare for another charge. Although in most cases, 1 charge from the heavy armored knights legion was enough to break the enemy formation, this time was different. The densely packed zombie horde ahead was simply too numerous. 1 charge could only deal with a small amount, and more zombies kept pouring in. It would be manageable if they were just a bit meatier. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. Anxia already had experience from previous battles in the canyon. After a charge attack, she immediately called back the heavy armored knights, regrouped, and prepared to launch another charge after circling around. She had done her best. However, after 1 charge, a few elite soldiers were trapped and overtaken by the incoming zombies, unable to retreat, and eventually engulfed by the swarm of zombie creatures. Anxia's heart ached. These were the battle elites that the Kingdom of Jones had invested a lot of effort and resources in cultivating. Each death was a great loss. Save them, there might still be hope. Anxia was an excellent leader and knew that she couldn't afford to be impatient at this moment. With the reorganized Knights Legion, she circled around and adjusted her angle, returning to the base of the city wall. The Holy Court's holy knights and priests waiting below the wall once again applied the Holy Enhancement status to the Knights Legion. Charge! Once the status was applied, Anxia raised her spear and shouted again. Thud! 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 The Iron Cavalry once again charged towards the zombie horde. Here they come again. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, preparing to continue controlling his zombie avatars to engage, when he suddenly saw a prompt flash on the crowded gaming interface. Ha! Hint. Player successfully killed the elite heavy-armored knights of the Kingdom of Jones. Player's current mission: snipe the frontline Holy Court troops. Mission completion increased by 0.02%. Estimated remaining mission time plus 2 minutes. The Empire's elite heavy-armored knights were worth that much. In the past, mission prompts only appear when the leader of the Holy Court team was killed or when the team was defeated. Never did he expect to gain a 2-minute extension to the mission time and completion percentage for killing just 1 elite heavy-armored knight. In that case, not a bad deal. Could there even be a small profit? With these thoughts in mind, Fan Heng lifted his head to look forward once again. The Empire's heavy-armored Knights Legion, comprised of around 600 to 700 people. With the experience from the first encounter, Fan Heng began to make slight adjustments to the positioning of the zombie avatars. He had a countermeasure. The heavy-armored knight's charging skill was indeed formidable, but it also had weaknesses. For example, once the charging speed increased, their control ability decreased slightly. He could exploit this weakness. Fang Heng gazed at the charging knights coming towards him, calmly waiting, ready to deliver a deadly blow. Anxia had been cautious to a fault. She had never encountered the zombie avatars controlled by Fang Heng and had not noticed anything abnormal about the zombie creatures ahead. She saw the zombies lined up again, piled up in a straight line as if waiting to be hit. And the several heavy-armored knights who were previously trapped had been completely engulfed by the zombies. Their figures were long gone. There was no hope of survival left. Anxia suppressed the fury in her heart. The vitality of those zombie creatures is too terrifying. She saw with her own eyes a zombie whose heart was pierced and flew out, then struggled on the ground for a moment before standing back up and joining the battle again. Such terrifying vitality. What kind of medicine have these undead taken to become so terrifying? The situation changed in an instant. Anya dared not be distracted and quickly called upon the heavy armor knights to retreat and organize the next attack. With the experience of 2 successful charges in a rout previously, the heavy armor knights feared being entangled by the zombies again, so after the charge, they began to retreat. Why are there fewer people now? After gathering the elite heavy armor knights under her command and retreating to the fortress once more, Anya roughly counted the numbers and felt a sinking feeling in her heart. She found that there had been more casualties. Compared to the previous charge, she had been more careful this time, trying her best not to give the enemy a chance. But why were there still merely 20 fewer people, and even more casualties than before? Why? Was it just an accident? Anya looked towards the distant horde of zombie creatures that had regrouped after the charge, feeling a strong sense of unease. In the rear, the Holy Court Paladins once again approached, hastily bestowing a divine status upon the heavy armor knights. Anya, charge! They are almost done for. Crush them. The country's chancellor shouted from the city wall. Anya, upon hearing this, glanced at the chancellor on the wall before looking towards the mouth of the canyon ahead. Indeed, with 2 consecutive charges by the heavy cavalry, the number of zombies had reduced by over 1,000. It seemed that the zombies didn't have an effective way to deal with the night charges. However, the loss of forces after each charge deeply pained her. Anya's gaze was resolute as she once again raised her knight's lance and shouted, "Follow me. Charge." The heavy armor knights charged into the horde of zombies for the 3rd time. Fang Heng stood amidst the layers of zombies, watching the enemy charge again, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Coming again, huh? During the first charge, he was not aware of the power of the cavalry and the enemy took advantage of it. During the second charge, he made some adjustments. It was more of a test. The test confirmed his suspicions. Dare to come for the 3rd time. Then the enemy would be taught a lesson. He would take a bite out of the heavy armor knights when they approached. Fang Heng snorted coldly, quickly organizing his zombie clones, blocking the front as in the previous 2 charges, forming a wall-like defense to withstand the charging attack. On the fortress wall not far away, the players and soldiers cheered as the fearless heavy armor knights charged forward. In their eyes, the formation of these zombies was extremely foolish. Under the charge of the heavy armor knights, these zombie creatures were all doomed. Anya led the heavy armor knights to charge into the horde of zombies for the 3rd time. The long lances pierced through, killing a swath of zombies. But this time, Anya quickly realized that something was wrong. Not good. Almost at the moment of charging into the zombie horde, Anya realized that this was completely different from the previous 2 charges. In the previous charges, her attacks continued forward after penetrating to zombie creatures for about 3 meters before being stopped by the densely packed zombies. But this time was different. She charged forward for about 7 or 8 meters. This was bad. The density of zombies had changed. Anya immediately thought of something, her expression changing, and she shouted, "Retreat! Fall back!" The density of the zombies fluctuated unevenly. When the heavy armor knights charged into the zombie horde, some were stopped after 2 to 3 meters by layers of zombies, while others charged deeper, stopping only after 10 to 15 meters. During the retreat, those who had charged into 2 to 3 meters could easily retreat, but those who had charged deeper into the zombie horde were unable to retreat in time, quickly being surrounded by the zombies pouring in from all sides. Unable to break free, after noticing the danger, Anya immediately retreated and, upon escaping the zombie horde, rallied the heavy armor knights to reassemble not far away. From a distance, just from this one wave of attacks, nearly 100 elite heavy armor knights were trapped in the zombie horde. The zombies from all directions were slowly encroaching, trapping them in the middle. The 100+ heavy armor knights hadn't been immediately annihilated by the undead, still wielding their swords fiercely, struggling to break free and carve a path through the layers of zombies. Anya was left with only 2 choices: charge back in and try to rescue the trapped knights, or simply abandon them. Anya clenched her fists tightly, nails digging deep into her flesh, her gaze shifting to the deeper parts of the zombie horde. Though she couldn't see, she could vividly sense that there were a pair of cold eyes among the zombie creatures staring at her. What a frightening enemy! Was it Fang Heng? Based on the 2 probing attacks just now, Anya could conclude that with the abilities of these zombies, it wouldn't be so difficult to completely devour this batch of over 100 heavy armor knights. They could have easily split them up and devoured them quickly. But strangely, after such a long time had passed, when their knights group had regrouped, the besieged soldiers hadn't been wiped out but were instead gathered by the zombies. There was only one reason. The enemy had done it deliberately. They intentionally slowed down their attack, deliberately leaving behind their beleaguered comrades for her to rescue. It was clearly a trap. Anya was certain, if she were to charge into the zombie horde now to rescue the trapped members, the remaining heavy armor knight group would also fall into a heavy crisis. A terrifying enemy. As the commander, Anya had to make this incredibly painful decision. Abandon the trapped comrades. Retreat. Yes. The military fortress wall fell silent. No one could have predicted that the situation, which had seemed favorable, would suddenly take a drastic turn. The invincible Imperial Heavy Armor Knights group was unexpectedly trapped. Failed. Seeing hundreds of heavy armor knights struggling in the center, surrounded by zombies, the ministers of the Kingdom of Jones were filled with anxiousness. Retreat? Why did they suddenly retreat? Quick, go back and rescue them. The atmosphere was lively on the city wall. The Chancellor clenched his fists tightly. Shut up. The uncle turned his head and stared at the speaking guard. With angry flames flickering in his eyes, he forcefully interrupted. The soldiers outside are loyal to my country. How can I watch them die in vain? Blast! Fire! Yes. The guard dared not talk back, hurriedly went down to convey the order. Not far outside the city, watching Nangxia lead the heavy armor knight brigade to regroup and leave her companions behind to retreat back into the city fortress, Fang Heng silently shook his head. It's a pity. Killing a knight brigade can deceive 0.02% of the commission task completion rate and gain an extra 2 minutes. Simply profitable. He had planned to fake another wave to deceive the knight brigade into attacking again. Unexpectedly, the other side was very clever and didn't fall for it. Oh well. Fang Heng quickly controlled the zombie clones to quickly solve the nearly 100 surrounded heavy armor knights, then glanced at the rapidly refreshing game prompts. Hint. Player successfully killed Jones's elite heavy armor knights. Current task. Snipe the frontline Holy Court army. Task completion rate increased to 0.02%. Estimated remaining task time plus 2 minutes. Hint. Due to your performance on the battlefield, your reputation in the country of Jones has been negatively affected, and there is a chance to intimidate the enemy during battles with Jones's country. Great. After wiping out this wave of heavy armor knights, the increase in task completion rate is secondary, easily earning an extra 200 minutes of task time. In the rear, the Jessamine people captured by Fang Heng looked at each other, each showing different expressions. Unexpectedly, even Jones's strongest heavy knight brigade was defeated by Fang Heng. Doom. Boom boom boom. Just as Fang Heng was thinking about how to continue the next move to deal with the city, suddenly, the cannons roared. A pale purple beam shot out from the cannon on the military fortress. The beam cannon landed on the ground, creating huge deep craters. The earth continued to shake violently. Jessamine and the others immediately looked towards the direction of the military fortress and warned, "Be careful, it's a crystal cannon." Fang Heng also frowned and looked towards the 3 military fortresses in the distance. He had heard of the crystal cannon before. Very strong. And the final damage is magical. The effective range is relatively short. As long as the target leaves the effective range, hitting becomes difficult to guarantee. In addition, moving the cannon is also very troublesome. Each attack consumes a significant amount of energy. The position of the Ned group had clearly left the effective range. Under the intense bombardment of the crystal cannon, a few shots happened to hit the Ned group, instantly killing 30 or 40 of them. The crystal cannon chaotic bombardment was not completely unable to hit the Ned group, but it seemed more like a venting of frustration. Fang Heng turned back to the few player captives behind him. Are there many large crystal cannons inside the military fortress? Jessamine and the others looked at each other and shook their heads, saying, "We've heard there are military installations inside the fortress. The crystal cannon is something we just found out." Fang Heng hummed lightly. It was normal for the military deployment of the country of Jones to be kept secret from players. Although the crystal cannon is powerful, it is not impossible to deal with. Let's try again. It was now certain that defeating the Jones country soldiers would earn time bonuses and completion rate rewards for the mission. And the Imperial Knight's deployment point is also located inside the military fortress. As long as they can find a way to break through the fortress, there will definitely be opportunities to earn completion rates. So let's continue. Fang Heng changed his tactics, instructing the zombie clones to maintain a loose formation, slowly moving towards the fortress on the front. This way they wouldn't be easily wiped out by the crystal cannon. They're coming. Undead. They're attacking. On the city walls, seeing a large number of undead creatures slowly advancing towards the fortress, everyone became nervous. Nangxia deployed the Imperial Heavy Armor Knight Legion into the military fortress for a brief rest and immediately returned to the main military fortress where the uncle was located, climbing onto the city wall to observe the battle. Upon reaching the wall, Nangxia saw that the uncle had already initiated the crystal cannon and couldn't help but sigh. The crystal cannon had a short effective range and high energy consumption. It might seem impressive to fire randomly, but its actual effectiveness was limited. They could have easily waited for the enemy to enter the effective range of the crystal cannon before suddenly firing, catching them by surprise and eliminating a large number of Lev forces in one go. Unfortunately, They were dealing with someone who didn't understand anything and liked to command blindly. The uncle, seeing Anxia's arrival, the uncle, with a displeased expression, restrained himself from outbursts. He didn't think the undead were daunting, but rather believed that Anxia was incapable, resulting in a defeat. Anxia turned to the bishop court first and spoke in a deep voice. Holy court, I need an explanation from you why the strength of the undead creatures has suddenly increased. These are definitely not ordinary undead zombie creatures. When will your reinforcements arrive? Bishop Court also realized the seriousness of the situation. The undead creatures outside were exceptional. Seeing the two about to quarrel again, the uncle said solemnly, Commander Anxia, the sudden increase in the strength of the undead is not what we want to see. For now, let's set aside the issue of accountability and focus on finding ways to deal with the undead outside. Anxia clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. The teleportation array, still in the final charging phase, it will take some time. Court bowed to Anxia, his tone soothing. Commander Anxia, the undead have already begun to attack the fortress. Relying solely on the crystal cannon may not be enough to withstand it. Anxia looked at Bishop Court. Bishop, what do you think? We believe that we should take the initiative, and the Holy Court will assist the Imperial Knights to intercept and disperse those undead who break through the range of the crystal cannon bombardment. Do you think this method is feasible? Anxia glanced at the battlefield below the city wall. In the distance, a large number of scatter undead creatures were slowly approaching the rightmost military fortress. The crystal cannons on the three military fortresses continued to fire outwards. Unfortunately, the density of the zombies was relatively loose. At most, 3 or 4 were killed with one shot. There were still a few remaining, undead crossing beyond the dense bombardment range of the crystal cannon. These undead creatures needed to be dealt with, otherwise, it would definitely have an impact on the fortress over time. Indeed, as Bishop Hort had said, they needed to dispatch troops to deal with this group of undead. Joan's 3 fortresses were built in such strategically advantageous locations. Additionally, the zombie clone siege capabilities were somewhat lacking. If the formation of the zombie clones was to lose, the night squads of Joan's country would interweave attacks, easily eliminating the zombie clones. If they were too dense, they would be blasted away by the magic crystal cannon. Seeing that the siege was taking too long, just keep consuming them. Fang Heng couldn't come up with a better solution. Indeed, as the player said, military fortresses are easy to defend but hard to attack. This battle couldn't be resolved quickly. He wasn't at a disadvantage. It's just a matter of endurance. The use of the magic crystal cannon required a great deal of energy, and there were durability limits. Continuous usage in a short period would cause overheating, greatly increasing the failure and damage rates. I don't believe you can rely on the magic crystal cannon forever. Additionally, the knight squads and paladins of Joan's country were slowly being worn down by the zombie clones. The casualty rate was a bit high, reaching several hundred to 1. It doesn't matter, killing one is still a gain. Fang Heng roughly calculated that at this rate, the number of following zombie clones might not be enough. Perhaps he could find a place to reinforce. Fang Heng turned back and looked at the players beside him, asking, by the way, do any of you have a map of the nearby area? Map. Several players led by Jizming were already intimidated by the ongoing siege, so when they heard Fang Heng's question, they were all momentarily stunned. What do they need a map for at this critical moment? Yes, we do. Here it is. Jizming quickly realized and handed over the map from his backpack. Fang Heng took the map and quickly checked it. After bypassing the military fortress ahead, the Joan's country's hinterland was behind it. There were several gathering points of wild creatures there. Very good. With the military fortress surrounded, he could completely engage in a dual-front strategy, using the zombie clones to gradually deplete the main battlefield here, while going to find a few lower-level creature gathering places on the other side and rely on the infectious mutation effect of the zombie clones to reinforce. I need to leave for a while to handle some matters, Fang Heng thought, then looked up and said, let's exchange communication contacts first. You all stay here. If you notice anything, use the survival radio to notify me in time. Okay. No problem. Jizming was somewhat surprised to be added as a contact by the commander, eagerly agreeing. The leader's contact is worth a fortune. Fang Heng separated a group of zombie clones from the main force. Hiss, hiss. Hundreds of zombie clones formed a flesh cocoon in place. After a moment, devourers crawled out of the cocoon, Go. Fang Heng waved towards the right side of the fortress ahead. Hiss, hiss. Under Fang Heng's command, the Devourer group swiftly moved along the edge covered by the military fortress's magic crystal cannon blast range. In the distance, on the city wall, another small wave of fast-moving Devourer creatures crossed the edge of the artillery area, causing the people of Jones country to frown. It's an aberrant ghoul. They are attacking us. They aren't heading towards the fortress. Stop them. Don't let them break through the artillery line. They want to cross the national border area. Once the ghouls broke through, it would be the territory of Jones country's hinterland. The magic crystal cannons aimed at the area where the Devourer group was. Fire together. What? Just before the magic crystal cannons were about to hit the Devourers, faint white sparks suddenly overflowed from the group of Devourers. Doom. Boom boom. The cannons fell on the ground in the swiftly running area of the hundreds of Devourers, leaving deep craters, but all of them hit the air. Where are the Devourers? The people on the city wall were extremely surprised. There were so many Devourers, but just before the cannons hit, they suddenly disappeared completely. Suddenly, the head gatekeeper shouted, "Look over there." Faint white starlight spots appeared in the distance. The group of Devourers seemed to have passed through a space out of nowhere, swiftly darting forward across the space from another location, rushing rapidly ahead. Crossing space. What kind of mysterious ability is this? Since when can undead creatures use such abilities? The people of Jones country on the city wall couldn't help but feel a bit chilled. Hehe. Fang Heng smiled wryly from the back, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Secondary space projection ability. He simultaneously controlled so many Devourers to enter the secondary space projection for swift movement, which also greatly consumed his mental strength. Moreover, about 1/3 of the Devourers lost control and died in the space projection. It's still worth it. If they had directly charged through the bombardment range of the magic crystal cannon, probably less than 1/5 would have survived. Fire! Stop them! The Royal Chancellor regained his senses and shouted on the city wall. Don't let them pass. The soldiers on the city wall were preparing for a second round of magic crystal cannon attacks. However, the Devourers moved very quickly. They continued to move forward in the secondary projection space and had already run out of the effective firing range by the time of the second round of cannon fire. Doom. Boom boom. After the second wave of dense magic crystal cannon attacks, only a few scattered shots hit the Devourer group, causing effective casualties. Follow me. Charge. Seeing the situation, Anxia immediately led the heavy armored knight squad behind to support and block the Devourer group invading the hinterland of Jones country. However, unlike the slow-moving ordinary zombies, Devourers belonged to the agile category of lifeforms and were easier to control. Seeing Anxia chasing after with the heavy armor cavalry, Fang Heng immediately dispersed the Devourer group. In an instant, they split into a dozen or 20 small teams, flying in various directions after passing by the military fortress, raiding and invading the hinterland of Jones country. Anxia's leadership capability was very strong, but no matter how strong she was, she couldn't instantly split the heavy armor knight squad behind into a dozen small teams to pursue. She could only watch helplessly as the Devourer group quickly entered the hinterland of Jones country, gradually disappearing from view. Damn it! Anxia tightly gripped the knight's long spear in her hand, feeling a sense of powerlessness rising from her heart. The military fortress was still under threat from the undead, and she couldn't even chase after the group of Devourers invading the country's territory. Retreat. Anxia knew the undead had a conspiracy, and allowing these Devourers to invade the country's interior was definitely not a good thing, but she had no choice. With the military fortress under attack, she could only turn back to provide support. According to the map, head straight to the monster spawn point. On the city walls, some people felt fearful. Undead creatures surprisingly possess a certain spatial teleportation ability. What should be done if they use this ability to bypass the coverage area of the magic crystal cannon's range? Does this mean that the undead have the ability to attack military fortresses? Several ministers from the Jones kingdom felt their lives were threatened and afraid. One of them looked at Bishop Hort, loudly questioning, "Bishop, how did you promise us before? You told us that you would ensure the security of our Jones kingdom's territory. What about now? This is just an accident. Please stay calm." Bishop Hort was also shocked by the special spatial abilities of the liquor. After regaining his composure, he persuaded, The teleportation channel is accelerating its energy storage. Support from the Holy See will arrive soon. Please trust us. We will quickly deal with the undead. Bishop Hort knew he was in the wrong. Anything he said now would be wrong, so he might as well keep quiet. All right. Everyone quiet down. Now is not the time for this talk. Think about how to deal with the enemies in front of us. The Duke also felt some fear in his heart. Hearing the ministers quarreling, he felt more agitated, clenched his fists and loudly questioned, "Is there anyone here who can go out and deal with those undead? Anyone?" Cooperation with the Holy See was what he facilitated. These questioners were undoubtedly slapping him in the face. If not, then everyone quiet down. The Duke stared outside the city firmly. "Those under threat from the undead are my people. Do you think I don't feel heartache? The number of undead creatures is limited. Their attack will not last long after we have dealt with the undead outside the fortress." At the same time, in the heartland of the Angma Empire, Li Qingren led a team of players who had gathered and encountered a wave of Holy See elite knights attacking the town. After a difficult defense and launching a few raids back and forth, consuming most of the Holy See's strength, the players barely held on to the town. Watching the Holy See forces slowly retreat from outside the town, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the players were almost exhausted and had no more desire to pursue the Holy See. Li Qingren also felt a wave of exhaustion. 5 towns in the Angma Empire had fallen one after another. The completion rate of the mission and the remaining game time continued to decrease. The situation was not optimistic. I wonder how Fang Heng's side is doing. They haven't received a mission failure prompt yet, which should be good news. But it might come soon, right? Unfortunately, she couldn't continue the battle on her side in the short term. Li Qingren comforted herself and opened the game to check the mission. Prompt: Player's current mission, Sniper the front line of the Holy See Legion. Mission completion rate, 3.02%. Estimated remaining time for the current task, 267 minutes. The completion rate and remaining time of the mission in the game prompt were way beyond her expectations. The completion rate was understandable, not far off from what she expected, but so much remaining time, over 4 hours. Did Fang Heng find a breakthrough? Li Qingren suddenly felt invigorated. She sent a message to Fang Heng via the survival radio for information. Li Qingren, Fang Heng, things are not going well on our end. The Holy See Legion is attacking the town with multiple teams. The team's strength varies and we are in dire straits due to being distracted. It's hard to counter head-on. We just repelled a team. Need some time to regroup before we continue. How's it going on your end? Less than half a minute after sending the message, Fang Heng's response came. Fang Heng, I'm figuring out how to break through the military fortress of the Jones Kingdom. There's a teleportation channel built by the Holy See inside the fortress. I'm trying to break through it. There's some progress. We can buy more time here. Don't force on your end. Rest and regroup before taking action. Try to maintain combat effectiveness. Seeing Fang Heng's reply, Li Qingren suddenly felt a surge of energy. The military fortress of the Jones Kingdom, the Holy See's teleportation channel, is the war on Fang Heng's side already at this stage. Looking back at their side, Li Qingren couldn't help but glance at the players who had just repelled a Holy See attack and were now recovering. They're here. At this moment, within the territory of the Jones Kingdom, Fang Heng closed the game's survival computer communication and looked at a mountain stream area ahead, the nearest gathering point of creatures to the military fortress of the Jones Kingdom. The mountain stream was inhabited by a large number of demonic beetle creatures, a kind of large beetle creature, about a meter long, with short flight ability and venomous sting attack ability, possessing a group attribute. The demonic beetle was named after the demonic pattern on its back carapace. Even in this environment of the mountain stream, the licker could still maneuver flexibly, not at a disadvantage against creatures with brief flight abilities. The key is that the demonic beetle's attributes were not strong, all of which were purely physical attacks, with the main output means being venom. Compared to them, the licker was in an unbeatable position, suitable for his reinforcement plan. Fang Heng landed and reverted to his human form, pointed forward. Let's go. Hiss, hiss. The licker immediately rushed towards the mountain stream in front. Upon entering the mountain stream and finding the demonic beetles nesting there, the licker immediately pounced, utilizing the strategy of overwhelming numbers to attack with undead body health advantage and quick life recovery in melee combat. After knocking down one demonic beetle, a large number of lickers around followed by lunging and biting attacks. When the companion of the group was attacked, a large number of demonic beetles in the vicinity flew over to support, triggering a massive chain reaction. Thus, suddenly, the entire mountain stream resounded with the buzzing sound of the demonic beetles flying. This sound served as a warning to invaders. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain stream. The densely packed large beetles almost obscured his vision. Very good. Demonic beetles, isn't it? Human sea tactics, right? The more, the better. The demonic beetles swarmed in. But it was futile. The group of lickers stood strong against the onslaught of the demonic beetles, beginning to pick off one by one, pouncing on each and tearing it apart. Reminder: when the player's zombie clone licker kills a demon beetle, the player gains 20 survival points. Reminder: the player's zombie clone's passive skill, Mutation Infection, takes effect. The player consumes extra energy and gains a total of 3 zombie clones' mutated forms. As more demon beetles are killed, rapidly coalescing from the decaying bodies of the fallen demon beetles are cocoons. The cocoons rapidly expand until bursting open and opening. Newly born mutated, infected zombies crawl out one by one from the openings, forming new combat strength. Very good. After a few minutes of stalemate, the number of zombie clones begins to rapidly increase. As the number of mutated, infected zombie clones increases, the lickers begin to change tactics, leaping into the air and snatching the demon beetles flying briefly in the air, then followed by the ground zombie clones for continuous output. The efficiency of spawning monsters increases with the growing number of infected zombie clones, and with the improvement in spawn efficiency, the number of zombie clones also significantly increases. Under the positive cycle, soon the ground is densely filled with clusters of cocoons. Reminder: the player's zombie clone's passive skill, Mutation Infection, takes effect. The player consumes extra energy and gains 2 zombie clones' mutated forms. Game tips continued to appear. Fang Heng looks at the clusters of cocoons in front of him and can't help but yawn, feeling a bit tired. It's been a while since he entered the game. The reinforcement plan has been set in motion, so he decides to continue brushing for a while, go offline to rest and catch a breath, and check back later. Thinking this, Fang Heng controls hundreds of zombie clones to protect himself and takes out a sleeping bag from his backpack. Logging off. Multi-World Library. In the guest room, Fang Heng just logged off and opened the game warehouse when a figure dashed towards him. Shoo! The shadow mouse leapt onto Fang Heng's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his neck, making squeaky noises, and pointed at its belly. Hungry? Fang Heng blinked, glanced towards the living room, and asked, "Where's Gu Qingju? Didn't she take you out to eat something delicious?" The shadow mouse then gestured towards a room beside it, showing a look of grievance. Following the direction the shadow mouse pointed to, Fang Heng glanced at the master bedroom and saw a sign on the door saying "Working, Do Not Disturb," with faint sounds of the keyboard being pressed coming from inside. "Seems like she's busy." Fang Heng shrugged and said, "All right, I'll take you to eat something tasty. Go." Fang Heng first accompanied the shadow mouse to the restaurant for a meal, then headed to the 3rd floor commission consulting office to inquire about the commissions along the way. The issues of the shadow mouse need to be resolved quickly. Learning the beast taming technique as soon as possible will bring some peace of mind. As he arrived at the consulting office, Fang Heng asked, "Hello, please check my current commissions for me." "Sure, sir. Your points card balance is 6,712 points. There are still 20 for commissions pending verification, for commissions pending confirmation, and you have 482 unread messages." Fang Heng lightly hummed, thinking, why do people always wait until the last moment to confirm the verifications? This habit isn't good. Fang Heng is confident that there are no problems with the magic array design. The returns are a bit slow, indeed a bit frustrating. Originally, he was planning to continue receiving alchemy commission tasks to earn some points. But it seems like there are too many things happening in the game now, so he can't extricate himself for a while. By the way, any updates on the commissions I posted? "Currently checking for you," the mechanical steward said, with data rapidly flowing through his eyes, continuing, "Your commissions have been viewed 322 times. Currently no one has accepted the commissions. Additionally, you have received a related commission message." "What is it? Please check." Fang Heng took the slip the mechanical steward handed him. "Hello, esteemed scholar. Pardon the intrusion. We are a research team from the Federal North District's Levert-Mignon University, undergoing an advanced academic study, and you've helped us solve a major problem. Your proficiency in alchemy has impressed us greatly. Upon seeing the commission you posted, we found the relevant beast-taming academic skills you need through various channels. In exchange, we hope you can help us solve several other academic alchemy questions. If you are willing, we'd like to meet and discuss with you. Thank you. Fang Heng put away the slip, pondered for a moment, then replied immediately, setting up a meeting to listen to what the other party has to say. At least Fang Heng feels that he originally used alchemy to complete commissions in exchange for points, then used those points to exchange for beast-taming skills. Now missing a step in between might not be a problem. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the Multi-World Library, within the Levert-Mignon University. He's here. We have news. The research team at Levert-Mignon University receives the latest feedback from Fang Heng, causing a commotion in the university's teaching and research office. Look at what he said. This Mr. Amanda is incredibly competent, effortlessly solving the alchemical magic array problem they faced. Not only that, several teachers found that in conversations with other research project companions, Mr. Amanda answered their related problems perfectly, and all problems were solved. Upon further examination, they discovered that Mr. Amanda's average completion time for commissions was shockingly short, and the success rate was 80%. Thus, the university research team wanted to find this mysterious person and establish deeper cooperation with him. Unfortunately, they were unable to contact Amanda's husband again. It seems that he only accepts commissions and never checks messages. Unfortunately, they do not have enough points at the 10,000 Worlds Library to post the remaining questions in the form of a commission. With only 200 reward points, they cannot bring themselves to post dozens of high-difficulty alchemical magic circle-related commissions. If they accidentally offend a big shot, further cooperation will become even more impossible. They even tried to send a message directly to Amanda's account. However, this mysterious Amanda account is also very strange, as all messages sent to her have gone unanswered, and all previous information is in a hidden state. Finally, after spending a lot of time searching for information, they unexpectedly discovered a commission posted by Amanda's husband in the mission commission. Beast Mastery? Why would a big shot need to study such an obscure subject as Beast Mastery? No matter, just try to contact the person through this channel first. After all, as mentioned in the mission commission, as long as there is Beast Mastery, other things can also be exchanged. So, a roundabout strategy. You see, finding a way to teach basic Beast Mastery or a player who can teach Beast Mastery is much simpler than finding an expert in alchemical magic circles. Fine. Be sure to find Beast Mastery before dawn tomorrow. The entire University of Levert-Mignon immediately mobilized to frantically search for methods to teach Beast Mastery through various channels. Meanwhile, Gu Qingju was still in the room analyzing encrypted data on the computer screen, lost in thought. The last operation at N School was discovered by federal agents at the last moment, but it was not entirely fruitless. She obtained some intelligence from N School, though the information was encrypted. Her purpose in coming to the 10,000 Worlds Library this time was also partially to decrypt it. During the day, she found professionals through the channels of the 10,000 Worlds Library and transferred part of the decrypted data into the computer. The data was very diverse, and she still needed some time to analyze it. Recently, Gu Qingju found that she was receiving more inexplicable harassing messages from the 10,000 Worlds Library. There were also many who sought to collaborate with her on alchemy. Why are scammers so strange lately? In the room next to Gu Qingju, Fang Heng had just returned with the Shadow Phantom Mouse. He had no idea why the Levert-Mignon University in the Northern District had gone to such great lengths to find him. When the other party replied to meet the next day, he didn't find anything suspicious. Perfect, as he still had urgent matters to attend to in the game. Meeting the next morning would be fine. Fang Heng entered the room, glanced at the study where the sound of keyboard typing continued, shook his head, and returned to the game inventory. Logging in. Within the game world, Joan's border fortress. On the city wall, the ministers of Joan saw the number of undead creatures rapidly decreasing under the continuous attacks of the magic crystal cannons, and the suspended heart gradually calmed a bit. The strength of individual undead creatures was not weak, but in terms of intelligence, they were slightly lower and only charged forward foolishly. The strange spatial teleportation ability displayed by the undead creatures just now did not appear again. Of course, if these low-level undead creatures could be perfect, the undead would have dominated the world long ago. A palace guard hurried over and whispered a few words to the Archbishop. Coat's complexion turned serious as he looked towards the Prime Minister. Things were moving quickly on the palace side. And finally, a teleportation channel was set up within an hour and a half. Prime Minister, the teleportation channel is ready. The reinforcements from the high-level game world sent by the palace are gathering through the teleportation channel, with the significant reduction in the number of undead outside. Once the reinforcements are assembled, please allow us to send out the main force to crush the undead in one fell swoop. At that time, we also request assistance from Jones. Good. Finally, the reinforcements had arrived. The Prime Minister nodded in satisfaction. Task the order. Tell Njia outside to prepare. The palace forces will soon join the battlefield. Cooperate with the palace to charge and completely defeat those undead. Everyone, prepare to cooperate with the palace and break through the undead outside in one fell swoop. Yes, the people on the city wall were thrilled. The time for counterattack had finally arrived. Soon, the teleportation magic circle in the military fortress emitted a dazzling golden light. Miles, the captain of the prestigious Order of Knights from the palace, led 500 prestigious knights through the teleportation channel into the battlefield. As the prestigious knights passed through the teleportation channel one by one, Miles urged his warhorse to the outskirts of the military fortress to observe the battle between the undead and the outside world. Archbishop Coat hastily descended from the city wall to meet Miles. Upon seeing Miles, Coat went up and said, "Grand Knight Miles, you're here. The situation outside is quite unusual. Those undead creatures are extraordinary. Please be extra careful." Miles lightly acknowledged Coat's reminder, but didn't pay too much attention. He had been in the high-level game world all this time, and the enemies he faced and the challenges were on a different level compared to the mid-level games, so he came here with a hint of disdain. Now, seeing that all he faced outside were low-level undead creatures, he felt even more contemptuous. Just mere low-level undead creatures. How strong could they possibly be? Miles sneered at the zombies outside and nodded. "I heard about the general situation before coming. The zombies are nothing to worry about. However, Fang Heng is crucial to the palace, and he may hold vital information we urgently need. Have you seen anyone matching his description? We've heard some players mention him. They confirm seeing Fang Heng among the zombies, controlling them from behind, but this information is not yet verified by us." Miles nodded and once again looked towards the group of zombies gathered in the distance. He didn't sense strong undead energy fluctuations, but that was the only place where someone could be hiding. The strength of these zombie creatures is quite exceptional. In the past, the zombies encountered by him could not have the opportunity to stand up again after being stabbed by his long spear. But even so, what can they do? Just a little bit of meat. In Meyer's view, these zombie creatures are just live targets. They are not worth him personally taking action. Perhaps because of the news of Fang Heng's appearance, the Holy Court will pay extra attention and have him come in person. Meyer shifted his gaze towards the direction where the zombies gathered behind. The number of zombies on the battlefield is already not many. Only a large group still gathered over there. Where is the person controlling the zombies? Meyer released his perception, but still did not detect any special undead presence. "Look over there," Meyer commanded loudly. "Follow me. Tear them apart." Roar. The morale of the Holy Court Knights soared, following Meyer as they continued to charge towards the direction where the zombies gathered. Not far ahead, a large group of zombies gathered. Several players captured by Fang Heng saw the high-level team from the Holy Court join the team, charging straight towards the center of the area where they were. And they became nervous. The Holy Court is here for support. So many legions. It seems to be the elite knights of the Holy Court. "Quick," Ji Siming hurriedly said. "Quickly send a message to Fang Heng." The players scrambled to open the survival radio to send a message requesting support to Fang Heng. "Look. Over there. Over there." Just as the request for help was broadcasted through the survival radio, a player suddenly noticed something and pointed to the area on the right side of the military fortress in the distance. Ji Siming looked over and saw a large group of black zombie troops surging from the rear of Jones' country. His eyes widened in surprise. Zombie reinforcements. On the city walls, The National Uncle was personally overseeing the battle. Seeing the Holy Court Knights already charging into the forefront, about to completely annihilate the group of zombies outside the canyon, a soldier hurriedly reported to the National Uncle, "National Uncle, it's not good. Undead creatures have been found in the area on the right side of the 3rd military fortress." "What? In the area on the right side of the fortress?" The National Uncle was surprised. Strange. Wasn't that their homeland area of Jones country? How could undead creatures come out from there? The National Uncle suddenly had a bad feeling, snatching a telescope from a soldier's hand and looking towards the right side area. Through the telescope, a large group of swaying undead creatures were seen in the distance, forming a black line on the horizon, slowly surging towards the direction of the military fortress. Unbelievable. They were really undead creatures. Why would undead creatures emerge from the hinterlands of Jones country? Is it related to the group of flesh-eating creatures that previously breached the border? Could it be? A cold sweat broke out on the National Uncle's forehead, and a terrifying thought surged from the depths of his heart. Has the hinterlands of Jones country already? Below the city walls, Anxia, who was leading the heavy armored knights in combat, also noticed the large-scale undead team coming to support from the right rear. She looked stunned. So many zombies? After fighting continuously for over an hour, the heavy armored knight team was exhausted from continuous charging back and forth, and most were already fatigued. They were only persevering with sheer willpower up to now. Just as the reinforcement of the Holy Court Knights joined the battlefield, the once strong determination began to wane, and the situation on the battlefield became somewhat unclear again. How should they choose? Anxia signaled the team to slow down and observe the battlefield again. The Holy Court Knights had no intention of retreating, charging directly towards the gathering of undead ahead. "We retreat." Anxia made a decisive decision and ordered the team to retreat. The Holy Court Knights who came to support were extremely strong and all in peak physical condition. However, the intensity of the undead creatures was equally high. Perhaps the Holy Court Knights could confront them head-on, but they could not. Such a charge would have no meaning for them. Even if she led her team to join the battle, she would not be able to change the situation. Moreover, a slight mistake could potentially lead the heavy armored knight team into a dilemma. Considering the risk-reward ratio, Anxia led the team to retreat. On the city walls, seeing Anxia and her knights retreat, the National Uncle's anger intensified, glaring resentfully at Anxia below. What does this mean? He just ordered an all-out attack, and Anxia, the commander, led her troops back. Are they deliberately defying him? Are they deliberately trying to provoke him? Seeing the National Uncle's extremely unpleasant expression, no one dared to speak. It was only after a long while that someone persuaded, "National Uncle, Commander Anxia has rich combat experience. There must be a reason for the retreat at this moment. Please do not be angry." Angry? Why should I be angry? The heavy armored knight team has been fighting continuously and is exhausted, unable to continue the battle. Are we unable to continue without them? The National Uncle snorted coldly, his tone icy. Ignore them. Where are the reserves? And the player legions, all of them charge with me and take them down in one fell swoop. Understood. In the midst of the conversation, the gates of the 3 military fortresses opened, and the remaining soldiers of Jones country all surged forward, launching an attack on the approaching zombie horde outside. At the same time Anxia led her knights to withdraw, she happened to see the team from Jones country charging out. That fool! Anxia knew in her heart that it was probably the National Uncle who had issued the order for the all-out attack, and couldn't help but sigh. She arranged for the heavy armored knight team to regroup in the fortress, then immediately took a few trusted individuals to the main fortress to find the National Uncle, hoping to persuade him to stand down. It was at this moment that the Holy Court led by Miles had already charged into the undead team at the mouth of the gorge. First wave of assault. Under the state of assault, the Knight's holy spear struck the zombies directly, piercing and killing them instantly. A large number of zombies were instantly killed. The combat power of the Holy Court's Honor Knight team was no weaker than that of Jones country's heavy armored knight team. With the protection of the Holy Shield, the Honor Knight team was even stronger and had higher output. What kind of undead is this? The vitality is so strong that it gives him a sense of incredibility. Fortunately, the threat posed by the zombie creatures in terms of attack is not great. By keeping the sacred shield open, even ordinary honor can be completely immune to zombie attacks. Suddenly, Miles, who was fighting the zombie group, sensed something turned around, and saw a large army of zombies emerging from behind the country of Joneses. Miles frowned. What's going on? How are there more zombie creatures coming out from behind the country of Joneses? It seems like there are more new zombie creatures joining the battlefield. Are they trying to surround them? In addition, Miles also felt a scent of undead emanating from the team behind him. Undead aura. Could Fang Heng be among these people? HMPH. A trace of disdain appeared in Miles's eyes. Trash is always trash. Thinking that by accumulating more trash creatures continuously, they can defeat them. Ridiculous. Miles chuckled and raised his hand. Assemble. Follow me. Charge forward. Several players led by Miles, who were surrounded by the zombie group, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Miles leading the Sacred Court Legion back. The recent situation had frightened them half to death. Shouldn't the Lord of Fang Heng be able to handle it? Everyone glanced at each other, silent involuntarily, considering the situation. Difficult. Charge. The Sacred Honor Knights quickly assembled behind Miles and gathered together, emitting a strong sacred aura, rushing towards the large zombie reinforcements emerging from the country of Joneses. Charge. Miles spurred his sacred war horse to accelerate and led the way. Kill. In just a few blinks of an eye, the divine army collided with the new coming zombie group at the back. The long spears shrouded in divine light struck the zombie duplicates, radiating dazzling golden light, continuously piercing and killing 3 zombie duplicates completely with their powerful penetration. Under a single charge, large numbers of zombie creatures fell one after another under the long spears. Is this just their strength? It's nothing. Suddenly, Miles felt something amiss and looked up ahead. What is that? Suddenly, several large alchemical magic arrays appeared in the midst of the zombie group in front, rapidly rotating. Then, a strong chilly aura erupted from the alchemical magic arrays. White frost flew everywhere. 4 undead skeletal leaders then stepped out from the 4 large magic arrays with their sabers, joining the frontline battlefield. Miles was surprised to see this scene. Undead skeletal leaders? For the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared in Miles's eyes. The appearance of the undead skeletal leaders finally made him more cautious. He had heard that Fang Heng had the ability to summon undead skeletal leaders. It seemed that the information was correct. Fang Heng was among these creatures. HMPH. Perfect timing. Kill them. Miles snorted coldly, drew the knight's longsword at his waist, and once again led the sacred knights behind him to charge towards the direction of the undead skeletal leaders, intending to find Fang Heng hidden within the undead creatures. The most effective way to deal with undead summoned creatures is to eliminate the summoner. Suddenly, Miles met head-on with the undead skeletal leader stepping out from the summoning array of the alchemical magic, wielding his sacred longsword forward. Doom. The ice-cold sword wielded by the undead skeletal leader clashed with the sacred knight's longsword in midair, producing a booming impact sound. The frosty aura containing undead power exploded along with the sacred power. Surprisingly, under the clash of swords, the undead skeletal leader was forced to recoil. Miles snorted again, his sacred shield shining brightly once more, taking another step forward to chase, swinging his longsword forward once again. Suddenly, Miles distinctly sensed something was wrong. What is that? In the instant the longsword was swung, Miles felt his blood accelerating uncontrollably, causing the force of the sword strike to be greatly reduced. Doom. The Holy Knight's longsword still exploded on the undead skeletal leader's body, resulting in a high damage number of tens of thousands. The undead skeletal leader was pushed back by this sword strike once again. The longsword left a deep imprint on the icy skeletal bones. While he succeeded in his strike, Miles furrowed his brow. This blood acceleration, even bowling gradually, made Miles feel extremely astonished. What is that exactly? Immediately, Miles heightened his perception to the maximum and suddenly sensed something, turning his head to look into the layers of the zombie group ahead. He clearly saw a figure among the zombies, the person hiding there. It's him. He's the one using some special ability to control his own blood flow. Fang Heng. Although the other party wore a demon mask on his face and could not be clearly seen, Miles almost confirmed Fang Heng's identity at a glance. It really is him. The person hiding behind these creatures and manipulating them. Damn it, Miles couldn't control the accelerating flow of blood in his body. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, he immediately changed his target, leaving the Knight Battalion behind to deal with the undead skeletal leader and rushing straight towards Fang Heng in the zombie group. Take down that kid. Miles stared fixedly at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, on the other hand, stared back at Miles, who was rapidly approaching him. The Blood Vampire Bloodline additional skill. Blood Boil. The effect is very good. The weakness is that it requires a long time to guide and release. Fang Heng had tried this several times when dealing with the Sacred Core in the Gorge before. It was perfect to secretly release the effect hidden in the zombie group. Seeing Miles charging straight towards him, Fang Heng calmly continued casting spells, secretly laughing in his heart. Tay hey. The fish took the bait. Fang Heng. Miles fixedly stared at Fang Heng, maneuvering through the zombie group, slashing the zombie duplicates, blocking his path with his Night Longsword, quickly narrowing the distance between him and Fang Heng. Chi. Miles swung his Divine Night Longsword towards Fang Heng. Doom. The Divine Light exploded. Fang Heng had already preemptively brandished a metal staff to defend, but was still bombarded out by the Divine Light explosion for the second time. Having successfully landed a hit, Miles immediately felt the effect of his blood accelerating dissipate, along with the impact of Fang Heng being knocked away. Indeed, it was him. Miles watched intently as Fang Heng was knocked away. Not only could he summon undead skeletal leaders, but he also possessed means to control blood flow that were enough to astonish people, and the power attribute exceeding that of a regular summoner. Miles lightly tapped his toe on the ground and flew towards Fang Heng, who had been blasted away. Passing through layers of zombie groups, Miles caught up with the landing Fang Heng. Seizing the opportunity while Fang Heng was still struggling to get up, Miles once again fiercely thrust his sword forward. Swiftly, unexpectedly, after landing, Fang Heng propped himself up, swiftly turned around, facing Miles head-on, and raised the aloe metal stick in his hand to block. Dang! At the crucial moment, Fang Heng barely swung the aloe metal stick to clash against the Sacred Knight's long sword. Doom! The second stage Sacred Strike exploded, once again blasting Fang Heng backward. Unfortunately, Miles inwardly exclaimed in regret. It was so close. Unfortunately, Fang Heng still managed to block it. Miles had his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Heng, chasing after him once again. For the third time, Miles caught up to Fang Heng, and the bright golden sacred light on his knight's longsword burst forth. You're as good as dead. Facing the oncoming strike, Fang Heng, with whitened pupils, once again swung the metal stick to block it, this time with even more difficulty, not even able to steady his stance. Doom. The sacred power, stronger than the previous two times, once again erupted. PFF. Fang Heng spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown back. The mask on his face flew off, and he lost his grip on the aloe metal stick, sending it flying out of his hand. Seeing Fang Heng had lost his fighting ability, Miles didn't hold back and continued to chase after Fang Heng, who was flying backward in midair. This person was too dangerous. The risk of capturing him alive was too great. The threat was enormous. He must be eliminated directly. A glance of killing intent flashed through Miles' eyes as he sent a forceful blow, the sacred longsword stabbing directly towards Fang Heng's heart. Just as the longsword was about to pierce Fang Heng's heart, Miles saw Fang Heng suddenly open his eyes wide. From his eyes, Miles couldn't see any fear. Instead, he saw a smirk like a successful conspiracy. What? In that moment, Miles suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What was with that strange smile? Could it be? Impossible. He absolutely couldn't have any other means to turn the tables. Tearish. And dead. Miles shouted, as the longsword in his hand emitted dazzling sacred power and stabbed towards Fang Heng's heart position. CHK. A dry sound rang out. The Sacred Knight's longsword pierced through Fang Heng's heart. Blood spurted from the wound. What? Miles, however, stared at Fang Heng in disbelief, his eyes showing an expression of incredulity. Fang Heng's heart was pierced by the Sacred Knight's longsword, yet his facial expression remained unchanged. He seemed completely unaffected by the sword piercing, even suddenly reaching out a hand and firmly gripping the hilt of the longsword. How is this possible? Hint. Player receives fatal damage, 92,080 for *5. Player receives sacred purification damage 29,801 *5. Affected by talent skill. Life drain. This damage is borne by other duplicate units of the player. Fang Heng looked at the red game prompt appearing on his retina, smiling wryly. Heh, sorry. Just kidding with you, Fang Heng said, tightly holding the sacred light knight's longsword pierced into his body with his left hand, his right hand manifesting the sacred staff from the backpack, fiercely striking towards Miles. Whoosh! Just as Miles was full of uncertainty, a sound of breaking through the air sounded next to his ears. Dang! What? A powerful force surge. How did the opponent's strength suddenly increase so much? This thought flashed through Miles' mind. The next moment, Miles saw the surroundings swiftly retreating, his whole person being fiercely smashed aside by a staff. He flew out far away, falling into the densely packed zombie group. Dang. Landing. After tumbling on the ground twice, Miles raised his head and looked towards Fang Heng, who was walking step by step towards him from a distance, his eyes showing an expression of incredulity. What's going on? Why was the opponent's power so strong just now? It was completely different from the first encounter. And what about the terrifying vitality? How is that possible? Clearly, the knight's longsword had pierced his body. Why could he still stand up and fight like nothing happened, even showing no signs of injury? Could it be? Were all those defeats previously just pretended by him? All a disguise? Why? Why did he do this? In a state of doubt and confusion, Miles heard the friction sounds of the approaching zombies around him. Looking around, he noticed a large number of undead creatures surrounding him. Not good. Miles suddenly realized something and broke out in a cold sweat on his back. His knight team behind him. In the previous pursuits of Fang Heng, he had already distanced himself quite far from his Holy Court Honor Knight team, and this distance was already occupied by countless undead creatures. Miles only realized this now. It turned out that Fang Heng had been luring him deeper into the zombie group, intentionally trying to separate him from the team behind him. Damn it, he thought this would trap him. Miles was filled with immense anger, took a deep breath, struggled to stand up, and swung the sacred longsword in his hand to push back the surrounding undead creatures gathering towards him, attempting to retreat back to regroup with his team. What's going on? After a few consecutive swings, Miles found another problem. The undead creatures were completely different from when he was chasing Fang Heng just now. The density had greatly increased. The densely packed undead creatures were converging on him from all sides, suffocating him and squeezing his available space to move severely. He couldn't maneuver in the gaps between the undead creatures as he did when chasing Fang Heng because there were no gaps at all. Bad. Trapped. Go away. Miles shouted loudly, forcibly bursting open the sacred shield surrounding his body, vigorously swinging the sacred longsword in his hand forward. Dang! Several undead creatures in front were forcibly repelled by the bursting sacred light. With great difficulty, Miles broke open a gap in the undead creatures, intending to step forward and retreat, but before he could take a step, the familiar feeling came again. His blood accelerated within him. Miles immediately felt the source of the abnormal power in his blood, turned his head to tightly stare at Fang Heng among the densely packed zombies. Fang Heng looked from a distance at Miles already under his control, lightly licked his lips, and whispered softly, "The captain of the Holy Court Knights from the high-level game. That's it. Let's see if he can hold on for 5 minutes. Shoo, shoo, shoo." In the next moment, a dense horde of zombie avatars surged towards Miles. Behind, the Holy Honor Knight Order lost command of Miles, causing temporary chaos. Most of the members of the Honor Knight Order saw their leader, Miles, trapped, choosing to forcefully rush into the zombie horde for rescue. This further fell into Fang Heng's trap. The zombie avatars were not afraid of the Holy God's Honor Knight Order's strong attacks. They directly exchanged casualties with the enemy. The ratio of 10:1 began to show casualties, and Fang Heng naturally felt that he was making a huge profit. Soon, the internal chaos of the Honor Knight Order escalated. Some squad leaders were determined to rescue the trapped Captain Miles, while others believed that forcefully attacking couldn't break through the undead creature's blockade and suggested retreating to regroup and reconsider. However, by the time they thought about retreating, it was already too late. A large number of zombie avatars surrounded the entire team from all sides, trapping them in the center. On the city wall, the Holy Court Knights, who were originally fiercely intending to completely eradicate the undead, suddenly found themselves surrounded and fell into silence once again. The Prime Minister's complexion turned blue. What's going on? How come even the Holy Court's Honor Knight Order can't break through the blockade of these undead creatures? Just a moment ago, they were fighting vigorously, but now, upon turning back, the whole team was surrounded by the undead. The Prime Minister felt greatly dissatisfied with the Holy Court and sternly questioned, "Bishop Cote, can you explain what is happening here? After waiting for a long time, where are the promised reinforcements that could have easily defeated the undead? And now, he's just being shown this." Cote looked outside and also looked dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to happen. Captain Miles of the Holy Honor Knight Order, who rushed to support from the high-level game world, has rich combat experience and outstanding personal strength. The Holy Court had high expectations for him. How did he suddenly suffer such a thorough defeat? He couldn't even see how Miles was defeated. Coat, I'm asking you a question. Answer me. Bishop Coat snapped out of his shock and quickly explained, Your Excellency, the enemy is cunning. Knight Commander Miles must have been confused by the enemy. We should move to assist immediately and help Knight Commander Miles break free. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth and looked at a group of Imperial soldiers under his command. Didn't you hear? Are you all deaf? I command you to go help rescue Knight Commander Miles. Wait. Jones, an Imperial soldier, was about to take orders to assist when General Anastasia rushed to the city wall with a few trusted aides and intercepted everyone. General Anastasia, the Prime Minister, seeing Anastasia, further suppressed the rising anger in his heart and asked, The undead were just about to collapse. We could have easily defeated the enemy's headquarters. Why did you retreat with your men prematurely? Anastasia cast a glance at the enraged Prime Minister and thought the other party was incredibly foolish. To easily defeat the headquarters? From the current situation, it seems that only Fang Heng commands the undead creatures. Where did the headquarters come from? Not to mention the current situation. Even the captain of the Holy Court Knights is being trapped by the undead outside. This fool of a Prime Minister still wants to go out to rescue the situation. Is it to rescue or go and die together? Anastasia solemnly said, Your Excellency, our troops have been fighting continuously for over an hour, and our energy is at its limit. Retreat is our only choice. HMPH. The Prime Minister grunted heavily, discontent evident. Is that so? How come I feel that the Empire's soldiers still have strength in reserve? All right, Anastasia, the situation is critical now. The Holy Court Knights are in danger. I order you to go to their rescue. Anastasia remained silent, not agreeing or refusing, just coldly looking at the Holy Court Bishop Coat standing aside. Coat felt uneasy under Anastasia's gaze. Bishop Coat, I remember we reached an agreement with the Holy Court. The Holy Court promised to ensure the security of our territory. Why has the Holy Court not only failed to fulfill its promise, but is asking us to assist? The Prime Minister, seeing Anastasia hesitating to go to the rescue, was getting more and more angry. Anastasia paid no attention to the Prime Minister's expression, looked at Bishop Coat, and asked, I'd like to ask, do you have confidence in the success of this rescue? If the rescue fails, we will lose all our defensive strength, and the 3 military fortresses will have no protection except for the magic crystal cannon. How can we ensure that the military fortresses will not fall? The Prime Minister was about to get angry, but when he heard Anastasia's complete words, he suddenly calmed down. Yes, the strength inside their fortress was weak, and they had only this much military strength left. If they recklessly went out in a wave now, it would be one thing if they successfully rescued the Holy Court Knights, but if they failed, could these 3 fortresses still hold up? It seems unlikely. If something went wrong, wouldn't he also end up being buried with these 3 military fortresses? Realizing this, the Prime Minister immediately fell silent. The Prime Minister didn't know what had gotten into him just now. He was at a loss of what to do all of a sudden, and for some reason, his mind was heated, wanting to gamble everything on going out for a rescue. At this moment, hearing Anastasia's reminder, he immediately calmed down as if cold water had been poured over him, and his back was covered in cold sweat. No, they couldn't rashly rush out for a rescue. Feeling his life threatened, the Prime Minister was also feeling fear at this moment. He turned to Bishop Coat. Coat, do you really have the ability to break through the Empire of Anmar? Do you have the confidence? Bishop Coat cast a sidelong glance at the city outside, feeling very unsure as well. Coat stared at Anxia and said, in a deep voice, No, I can guarantee that as long as everyone is willing to give it their all, combined with the Sacred Honor Knights Legion of the Holy See, we will definitely be able to. But what if we lose? Anxia looked at the Prime Minister and continued, If we fail to rescue Miles, or successfully rescue Knight Commander Miles, but suffer heavy casualties, how can we protect the military fortress? The Prime Minister's face darkened. After Anxia's analysis, he finally realized, goodness gracious, so there's such a high risk in going out for a rescue. He did want to annex the territory of the Angna Empire, but if he failed, his own life would be at stake. That's unacceptable. Bishop Ho, isn't a good person either, so they want to use soldiers from Jones's country to rescue people. If they fail, he would have to pay with his life. That's unacceptable. The Prime Minister understood the key points and immediately said, in a deep voice, What Angshia leader said makes some sense. It's indeed inappropriate to charge in recklessly, as Bishop Coate said. Although this group of undead is not strong overall, they are exceptionally crafty. We need to observe more, study more, and find a more reliable plan. Bishop Coate, who was on the side, became anxious upon hearing this. What time is it now? Still studying? Still observing? By the time they finish studying, let alone miles, their entire Holy See sacred knights will be wiped out. Prime Minister, what do you think? The Prime Minister waved his hand to stop Coate from speaking further. Enough. No need to say more. I have my own arrangements. Just watch and see. Not surprisingly, the main remaining forces of the Holy See Knights attempted to rescue Knight Commander Miles, launching a fierce attack on the zombie horde. Quickly, under the siege of the zombies, heavy casualties appeared. The most terrifying part was that from the fallen bodies of the Holy See Knights, cocoons emerged. A large number of newly born and dead creatures crawled out from the cocoons. In the rear, densely packed hordes of zombies continued to swarm towards the front line, joining the battle. After a full 10 minutes of fighting, the holy power of the members of the Holy See Knights gradually began to deplete. The sacred shields covering them shattered one after another, gradually being consumed by the undead. And the aura of Knight Commander Miles had been completely unattackable a few minutes ago. The atmosphere on the city walls became extremely tense. Coate clenched his fists tightly, casting a sidelong glance at the people from Jones's country. Miles was indeed a fool, but if Jones's country was willing to lend a hand, they wouldn't lose so miserably, so thoroughly. Perhaps there was still a chance. The Prime Minister, watching the tragic scene of the Holy See Knights being wiped out outside, also felt some relief. They had indeed lost. Fortunately, they weren't persuaded by that old man from the Holy See to rush out to the rescue before. Otherwise, their entire military fortress would have been lost. Ahead, after the undead creatures finished off the remnants of the Holy See, they continued to surge towards the military fortress. Magic Crystal Cannon. Fire. The magic crystal cannon placed on the military rampart was reactivated, continuously bombarding the advancing zombie horde from the outside, reducing the number of undead creatures. Coate was filled with resentment, grumbling about the Prime Minister. Although he maintained a calm appearance on the surface, he harbored his anger, thinking about how to continue dealing with the situation. Although they had temporarily preserved a portion of the fighting strength of Jones's country, how long could they hold out against the continuous onslaught of the undead from outside? The large teleportation channel had just been opened once, and if they wanted to wait for the next wave, it would take at least 6 or 7 hours. They definitely couldn't wait that long. A minister said, "Prime Minister, the magic crystal cannon has been used for a long time, and is currently being forced to operate in an overheated state. Continuing like this will greatly increase the chances of malfunction." The Prime Minister narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, saying, "No need to panic. I have already invited the Zhao Ren tribe to assist us. They should be arriving soon, and when they do, working together with the Zhao Ren tribe, it won't be difficult to defeat the enemy." The Zhao Ren tribe. Upon hearing this, not only the ministers of Jones's country, but even the members of the Holy See showed astonished expressions. The Zhao Ren tribe was a special race living in the edges of the ocean, rumored to have the blood of the dragon inside them, with a size larger than ordinary humans and staying on the edge of the ocean through generations. The Zhao Ren tribe was known for their brutality and love for killing, but their overall strength surpassed that of humans by one level. Angshia's heart sank. This time, the Lord had staked everything. Even the notorious Zhao Ren tribe was willing to cooperate. The Prime Minister also felt somewhat unhappy. He didn't really want to collaborate with the Zhao Ren tribe either. In his original plan, the Zhao Ren tribe was supposed to arrive before the main reinforcements of the Holy See, weaken some of the undead strength first. Then, the people from the Holy See would join the battle and completely eliminate the undead. They would have dealt the Zhao Ren tribe along with the Holy See altogether, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Unexpectedly, the reinforcements from the Holy See arrived ahead of the Zhao Ren tribe. Originally, it wasn't a big problem. They could have just taken care of the undead first and then dealt with the Zhao Ren tribe together. But never in his wildest dreams did the reinforcements from the Holy See turn out to be so unreliable. unable to even withstand the support of the Zhao Ren tribe, and got completely wiped out. Anxia looked at the situation outside the city walls and said, "Lord, I am willing to lead the knights to intercept the enemy's advancement toward the fortress. Go ahead. The Zhao Ren tribe will arrive soon." "Anxia, you've worked hard as the Grand Commander." The Prime Minister glanced at Kote. "If it weren't for the untrustworthiness of the people from the Holy See, the battlefield outside wouldn't be in this situation at all. By your command." Outside the fortress, at the entrance of the gorge, from afar, the players led by Miles saw the elite Holy Sea Knights led by Miles being completely defeated under the successive siege of zombies, causing an unimaginable shock in their hearts. Those were the powerful elite knights of the Holy See from a high-level gaming world. The Realm Master actually single-handedly wiped them out, harvesting a team of high-ranking elites from the Holy Court, and completely killing a high-ranking Legion leader of the Holy Court, directly increased the completion rate of the main mission by 32%. Finally, the current completion rate reached double digits, with the remaining time approaching 8 hours, no longer as urgent as before. Fang Heng touched his chin, looked at the towering city walls in the distance, and even considered whether to continue besieging the fortress, lure out a few more Holy Court teams to clear out, and complete more mission tasks. It's not possible. The people of the Holy Court are not foolish. They were only fooled by him once just now. Succeeding a second time would be difficult. Next time, the enemy's strength will only be stronger. We cannot give them more chances. Seize the opportunity. Fang Heng immediately controlled the zombie legion to split and rush towards the military fortress. It's a pity. In a siege like this, if given a little more time, the parasitic worm skills of the fused tyrant body could have been very effective. But unfortunately, the parasitic worm skills of the fused tyrant body need time to accumulate, and the newly reborn fused tyrant body does not have any worms inside, requiring time to accumulate. In addition, in the current intermediate game world, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones have higher physical fitness and stronger resistance to worm bodies, so a small number of worms cannot have much effect. At present, we can only let the zombies continue grinding. It is estimated that soon, the magic crystal cannons on the city wall will not be able to hold on. After a big battle, spirits relaxed slightly, feeling a bit fatigued. Fang Heng took the opportunity to turn his head and look at a few players behind him, asking, "During the time I was away, are there any updates on the Enigma Empire and the Kingdom of Jones?" The players looked at each other. One of them nodded and said, "Just some minor news. It is said that due to the sudden rebellion in the Kingdom of Jones, there have been some riots on the Enigma Empire front line, and they may not be able to hold on much longer. There are also rumors that they are preparing to retreat." Fang Heng's heart sank as he listened. The battle that erupted in the Enigma Empire is a unified one. The battle he is currently engaged in on the border with the Kingdom of Jones is only a small part of it. If the front line collapses, he will also be in trouble. On the line, he did not add Lady Danny's survival radio as a friend, and could not contact Lady Danny, so he did not know the specifics of the battlefield situation ahead. He needs to find an opportunity to communicate with Lady Danny. He decided to log off first and see if there is a way to contact Lady Danny. "Okay. Understood. Wait for me here. I'll log off first and check." "Okay. Sure." Returning offline, it was already evening. The curtains of the hotel room were drawn tightly, blocking out most of the light. Fang Heng walked out of the game storage and noticed that the study door was open. It seems Gu Qingju had already left. The shadow phantom rat was also not there. On the desk, there was a note written by Gu Qingju. Fang Heng picked it up and shrugged. Gu Qingju had taken the shadow phantom rat to bathe again. Perhaps because both she and the shadow phantom rat had gone through the lazy ritual, they were particularly intimate with each other. It looks like I need to learn animal control as soon as possible to prevent Gu Qingju from unintentionally running off with the shadow phantom rat. Fang Heng muttered to himself and then dialed Mo Jiawei's number on his phone. "Huh, what did you say? Lady Danny contacted you?" Fang Heng had intended to contact Lady Danny to learn about the frontline battle situation, but to his surprise, Lady Danny had already learned about his entry into Kaibo Lei and had found Mo Jiawei to contact him in advance. Yes, Lady Danny has not given up on the front line. The rumors circulating outside are deliberately leaked by Lady Danny. They want to play a big game. Fang Heng suddenly realized at the words. That's why there were rumors flying all over the place. It turned out they were Lady Danny's strategy of deception. Lady Danny is currently focusing on the online situation and can't leave. She is preparing to act soon, and when the plan succeeds, it may buy the Empire more time. On the other end of the phone, ManhwaRecap also became a bit nervous. He paused for a moment and continued, "Fang Hen, we can't help with the frontline situation. Lady Danny hopes that you can take full responsibility for the tasks related to the Kingdom of Jones. They currently have no spare resources to allocate." "All right. Tell Lady Danny through me that I understand. The tasks related to the Kingdom of Jones can be entrusted to me, and I will find a way to handle them." "All right. By the way, Lady Danny has one more thing to tell you." ManhwaRecap's voice lowered. "Actually, the Holy Court has been eyeing the Kaibolaya game world for some time now. Lady Danny feels that aside from searching for the trace of the Saintess, there is also a significant reason for them to make a move on Kaibolaya." Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, furrowing his brows. "The Kaibolaya game world? What do you mean? Be clear about it." "The Kaibolaya game world is very suitable for the study of undead creatures, and it is said to be related to some special changes during the world's initial establishment period. Lady Danny is also unclear about the true intentions of the Holy Court, but only has a premonition, advising us to be cautious and pay attention to relevant intelligence in this regard." "Okay, I understand. Please thank Lady Danny from me." Hanging up the phone, Fang Heng couldn't help muttering to himself softly, "Secrets related to the Kaibolaya game world. It's so coincidental. Could it be related to the Holy Sword of the Holy Court mission in Kaibolaya that Ji Xiaobo discovered? It's highly possible." The more he thought about it, the more Fang Heng felt that there might be a connection between the two events. It seems to be the time to bring Ji Xiaobo into the game world. He is now too occupied to deal with the Holy Court directly. After some consideration, Fang Heng decided to act on both fronts, enlisting ManhwaRecap's help to recruit Ji Xiaobo to Kaibolaya and try to find clues related to the Holy Sword, and have him deal with the Holy Court in the military fortress. From the beginning until now, the undead creatures have been besieging the 3 military fortresses for over 2 hours. As the sun gradually set, the field outside the city walls became narrower. Both sides were depleting their resources. Commander Anya's heavy armored knights charged back and forth hundreds of times, already exhausted several times. They were now being replaced by the reserve team for a brief respite. Casualties were increasing. The magic crystal cannons also started to show signs of deterioration, and the undead creatures under the city walls seemed endless. The Kingdom of Jones was still holding on. After some thought, there doesn't seem to be a good solution. It's better to continue recruiting soldiers. Fang Heng took the map and started to check it, thinking about finding another place to recruit some more soldiers. Suddenly, he saw an unusual game prompt. "Prompt: Your zombie avatar is being attacked by Jiaoren tribe warriors, knocked back, and enters a stun state." "Huh." Fang Heng let out a soft gasp, couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the chaotic rear of the zombie horde. The rear of the zombie horde was in turmoil, as if under attack from unknown enemies. "What's going on?" The Jiaoren tribe mentioned in the game prompt. What kind of tribe is the Jiaoren tribe? Where did they come from? How could it be? It's the Jiaoren tribe. Jesming also noticed the commotion happening at the rear of the zombie horde and couldn't help but whisper in surprise, how did the Jiaoren tribe join the battlefield? This was the first time Fang Heng had heard of the Jiaoren tribe, so he couldn't help but frown and look at Jesming, asking, "Do you know about the Jiaoren tribe?" "Yes. The Jiaoren tribe is a very brutal race that has long occupied a large coastal area of the Jones Empire. It is said that the people of the Jiaoren tribe are the descendants of the sea god and dragon, possessing powerful bloodline strength and water-based elemental abilities. Perhaps because they do not like the climate of the land, they mostly stay within their territory, slowly expanding along the coastline. The Jones Empire has waged several wars against the Jiaoren tribe in the past, with many missions within the country targeting the Jiaoren tribe. I didn't expect the Jiaoren tribe to come to the aid of the Jones Empire this time. It seems they have reached some sort of cooperation agreement. Fang Heng squinted his eyes as he looked toward the rear of the zombie horde. It seemed that the Jiaoren tribe had appeared from the heart of the Jones Empire and was biting at the tail of the zombie horde. Jiaoren tribe warriors appeared to be more robust humanoid beings, with dark scales covering their skin and bulging veins, giving the appearance of tattoos. Are you saying they also understand elemental magic? Yes, that's right. Jesming explained with a serious expression. Adult members of the Jiaoren tribe generally possess abilities of intermediate-level elemental magic, although their abilities are very single-minded. Their water-based abilities approach high level, while they have almost no abilities in other elements. Interesting, Fang Heng muttered softly. He recalled seeing on the map of the surrounding area that there was a large area designated as the territory of the Jiaoren tribe, marked with danger signals. Fang Heng, the Jiaoren tribe is fierce, as skilled in combat, very difficult to deal with. The Jones Empire has never had an easy time dealing with them, so you must be careful. I understand, Fang Heng said, feeling a sense of alertness and starting to remotely control the zombie avatars into action. The zombies no longer continued to attack the military fortress, but instead turned around to slowly launch an attack on the Jiaoren tribe warriors coming to the aid. Upon the city walls, the people of the Jones Empire became nervous when they saw the Jiaoren tribe coming to the rescue from behind. The continuous 2 hours of almost uninterrupted use of the crystal cannons to assist in defending the fortress had caused all the crystal cannons to overheat. Continued use would lead to frequent malfunctions. The arrival of the Jiaoren tribe provided the fortress with a momentary respite as the crystal cannons were temporarily silent. It was about 20 minutes since the complete annihilation of the Paladin team, during which time the team that had come to support through the first teleportation channel did not directly leave the fortress, but gathered inside and prepared to launch a deadly strike when the Jiaoren tribe reinforcements arrived. Seeing the arrival of the Jiaoren tribe reinforcements, the general began to signal the team to attack. Warriors of the Jones Empire, the Jiaoren tribe has arrived. It is now. Inside and outside. Everyone charge out together. Break through them. Completely annihilate the Jiaoren tribe army. Yes, charge. Apart from some necessary guards, all the living forces within the military fortress rushed out together. It was a true counterattack. Perhaps this was the best opportunity they could find at the moment. The paladins cooperated with the soldiers inside the fortress, charging towards the external zombie horde, attempting a pincer attack to eradicate the undead creatures completely. Many players participating in the mission also followed the team, charging forward and preparing to profit from the situation. Outside the city, Angxia was still leading the heavy armor knights to clear the scattered zombies around. She looked at the soldiers of the Jones Empire charging towards the distant horde of zombies, and a hint of worrying appeared in her eyes. After continuous battles, the combat effectiveness of the heavy armor knights under her command had significantly decreased. They were in desperate need of rest at this point. However, it was very likely that this was their last chance in the Jones Empire. Everyone, brace yourselves. Charge with me, Angxia shouted, commanding the heavy armor knights behind her to charge towards the horde of zombies ahead with all their might. At the same time, the Jiaoren tribe from behind was wielding tridents and rushed into the zombie horde. Numerous devourers sprang out from the zombie horde, fearlessly charging and biting fiercely at the Jiaoren tribe warriors. Die. The young chieftain Abdullah of the Jiaoren tribe, leading the troops that came to help, waved his trident and pierced the head of a devourer, killing it instantly. He completely disregarded these zombies. He only knew that after helping to deal with the undead this time, the ruler of the Jones Empire had promised to allocate a large peripheral mining area to the Jiaoren tribe. The Jiaoren tribe was not good at operating and managing mines. They only needed to collect money. This deal was very profitable. Charge. Fight. The smell of blood excited Chieftain Abdullah as he yelled and led the Jiaoren tribe warriors into the midst of the zombie horde. Initially, the army advanced aggressively, but soon the Jiaoren tribe warriors realized that the situation was more challenging than they had imagined. The tenacity of the undead creatures exceeded their expectations. The inherited tridents in the hands of the Jiaoren tribe warriors could easily penetrate through the thin bodies of the undead and fling them away. But more terrifying is brute force. The Jiaoren tribe surprisingly managed to forcefully fight their way through the zombie horde by using brute force. However, when faced with the zombie clones, their efforts came to a halt. Fang Heng noticed that the Jiaoren tribe did not use any elemental attacks in their combat. So besides the special skill possessed by the Jiaoren tribe team leader that could deliver a lethal blow, the other Jiaoren warriors were unable to completely kill the zombie clones. With this advantage of being invincible, the zombie horde became almost unstoppable. Soon, as the Jiaoren tribe delved deeper into the zombie horde, the first Jiaoran warrior fell under the siege of the zombie clones, with more and more Jiaoran warriors continuously surrounded and devoured by a large number of zombie creatures. The young tribe leader, Abdullah, initially did not grasp the situation, feeling that their advancing team was slowing down as if trapped in quicksand. By the time he realized the situation was dire, he and his over 2,000 Jiaoran warriors were firmly trapped in place by a large number of zombie creatures. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What frightened the Jiaoran warriors even more was that the corpses of their fallen comrades began to rapidly and eerily decompose, giving rise to a multitude of horrifying meat cocoons. Hint: player zombie clones mutated, infected bodies deal 365 claw damage to Jiaoran warriors, reduced to 175 damage with scale armor, and absorb 150 damage with water element blessing, resulting in 25 damage. Hint: player zombie clones passive skill. Mutated infection activates. Player consumes additional energy, summoning a total of 29 zombie clones mutated infected bodies closing parenthesis ... Alright. Their defense was so strong that even regular zombies' attacks could barely breach it. Fang Heng glanced at the game hints, feeling relieved, but suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Surprised. Fang Heng quickly flipped through the game hints again, and his pupils constricted. What's going on? 29. Killing one Jiaoran warrior actually hatched so many mutated, infected body zombie clones. Speaking of it, based on past experiences, the number of zombie creatures summoned after getting infected by the mutation skill was usually related to the strength of the original body. Previously, even with additional energy consumption, at most, around 10 mutated, infected body zombie clones could be summoned at once. But now, suddenly 29 appeared at once, and they were just regular Jiaoran warriors. A bug? Special circumstance? As he pondered, numerous game hints flashed on a retina. Hint: your zombie clone liquor formed to Jiaoran warriors. Hint: player zombie clones passive skill. Mutated infection activates. Player consumes additional energy, summoning a total of 32 zombie clones mutated infected bodies closing parenthesis ... 32. Even more. Fang Heng gulped, realizing that the numbers were abnormal, and he reviewed the game hints again. It wasn't an isolated case. After killing a Jiaoran warrior, about 30 mutated, infected body zombie clones could be summoned through the mutated infection skill. Perhaps, Fang Heng stroked his chin, speculating without basis. Maybe the zombies summoned through the mutation infection skill were more related to the innate physical strength of the original body. Regardless, a good thing. A great thing. Fang Heng raised his head, looking at the over 2,000 Jiaoran warriors behind him with a fiery gaze. He felt that these Jiaoran were not here to assist the Changxi fortress, but to reinforce him. It was as if they had come to do a good deed. With each falling Jiaoran warrior, nearly 30 zombie clones slowly emerged from the meat cocoons, joining the battle. More and more Jiaoran warriors continued to fall. Countless zombie clones gathered. In just under 3 minutes, as the Jiaoran ventured into the zombie horde prepared for a massacre, Chief Abdullah suddenly found himself surrounded by nothing but undead creatures. When did this happen? When were they encircled by so many zombie creatures? Perplexed at being trapped, Abdullah had no idea what had happened. Suddenly, he found himself completely surrounded by undead creatures, unable to move a muscle. While these undead creatures individually were weak, their resilience was astounding. Unless bloodline powers were triggered, they seemed impossible to kill. Not only were they unkillable, but there was also an illusion of more appearing each time they were killed. Before Chief Abdullah could find the reason, he found himself increasingly trapped by countless undead creatures, with less and less room to evade, until he was scratched on the arm by a lesser undead creature. A blooded scratch on his arm stimulated Abdullah's nerves, fueling his anger. With eyes ablaze, a fiery crimson rage clouded his vision. The bloodline of the dragon stimulated, surging a powerful force, as he wildly brandished his trident. Not far away, a small squad of holy knights had just joined the soldiers of the Jones Kingdom in charging towards the external zombie horde, preparing to encircle the Jiaoran tribe. Never did they expect that before the encirclement began, the 1,000-strong Jiaoran tribe had already been overwhelmed by the undead creatures from behind. What was this situation? The side of the Holy Corps was left dumbfounded. The soldiers of the Jones Kingdom were bewildered. Before the coordinated attack even started, how did you get surrounded by zombies so quickly? In just 2 to 3 minutes of delay, what was initially an advantageous encirclement on both sides had turned into a rescue mission. What's wrong with you, Zhao Ren tribe? Even a group of over 2,000 people can be surrounded by these undead creatures unknowingly. What a chaotic situation. At first, players were ready to pounce on the drowning dog, eagerly preparing to fight, but seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, they slowed down their pace, following the team from the Jones Kingdom, ready to observe the situation. After all, players didn't have much stake in this, and if things got out of hand, they were prepared to run. No need to waste a life here. The people of the Holy Court side are all dumbfounded. So fast? Gone? Wasn't it supposed to be a pincer attack from inside and outside? Wasn't it said that the Dragon Clan was very strong? Just a few minutes, all wiped out. And why does it seem that after the Dragon Clan was completely wiped out, the number of undead creatures has not decreased but instead expanded significantly? Is it an illusion? The players following behind the team are also dumbfounded. Such a huge disparity in strength between the enemy and us, right? These 6th old masters are really impressive. The people from the Kingdom of Jones can really talk. They said that the Dragon Clan was brave and skilled in battle, capable of a pincer attack from both the inside and outside. Is this it? Is it all over now? Forget it. Let's run quickly. When it comes to running away, players are professionals. Upon seeing that the situation is not good, they immediately shout and run back. On the city wall, seeing the Dragon Clan being devoured by the undead creatures in the blink of an eye, the ministers of the Kingdom of Jones fell into silence, unable to utter a single word. They are the ones who truly understand the strength of the Dragon Clan. The territories of both sides overlap, with centuries of friction and conflict between them. In fact, the history of the Dragon Clan goes back even further than that of the Kingdom of Jones. If it weren't for the Dragon Clan's extremely strong territorial nature, perhaps the Kingdom of Jones would have been wiped out by the Dragon Clan long ago. Even the mighty Dragon Clan was completely wiped out in just 5 minutes of fighting the undead creatures. When did the undead become so strong? The players in the first wave ran away quickly. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones saw the situation and their morale plummeted, and everyone started fleeing. The entire team of the Kingdom of Jones gradually revealed confusion. At the mouth of the canyon, Jizming and a few others watched the battle ahead, their eyes filled with disbelief. Weren't they just attacked by reinforcements from the Dragon Clan? And so quickly. Suddenly, the undead creatures managed to crush the Dragon Clan. Jizming was a bit suspicious of his own eyes and suddenly felt a light tap on his back, making him jump in surprise. Turning around, he saw Fan Heng standing behind him. Let's go. Let's retreat too. Jizming hesitated, looking at Fan Heng. Huh? Retreat? What does that mean? With such a great situation, retreat? Follow me. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The front lines of the Holy Court and the joint team of the Kingdom of Jones have already engaged with the undead forces, making it difficult to retreat at this point. The undead creatures have already gotten too close. But it's not impossible. As long as one runs faster than their teammates beside them, there is still a chance of survival. And after experiencing the brief clashes earlier, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones also discovered that the undead creatures harbor more hatred towards the people of the Holy Court. Leave them to attract the undead's firepower. The 3 squad captains who came to assist from the Holy Court at this time wanted to curse those idiot teammates. After wiping out the Dragon Clan, the undead creatures turned their target towards them, rushing towards them one after another. Not only were the Dragon Clan idiot teammates, but the soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones were also idiots. Not far away, Anxio, with her rear team, had just completed a charge and defeated a group of undead creatures below the city wall, immediately withdrawing. With rich experience in combating the undead, she knew they must not be surrounded by the undead. Looking back, she saw the teams of the Holy Court and Kingdom of Jones behind her being chased by the undead. Furrowing her brows, she focused on dealing with the scatter undead below the city wall and was unaware of the specifics of the main battlefield. But seeing the defeat on that side, her already exhausted heavy armored knight group couldn't help much. Something bad had definitely happened. Preserve the strength as a priority. Anxia quickly led the heavy armored knights to retreat. On the fortress wall above, the regent watched the joint forces of the Holy Court and the Kingdom of Jones collapsing outside, his fists clenched tightly. And dead. He couldn't understand how the Dragon Clan, which he had high hopes for, suddenly became so weak. wiped out in less than 5 minutes. When they were at war with the Kingdom of Jones, it was not like this. They could strike hard when they were enemies, but allowed themselves to be slaughtered when they were allies. Below the fortress, the gate opened. A large number of players, mixed with the Holy Court and severely wounded soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones, together fled back to the military fortress. Doom. Boom boom boom. The crystal cannons on the military fortress fired again, blocking the pursuing undead creatures. Notably, no one noticed that at some point, Fang Heng and Jizming's group had also mingled in the fleeing crowd, retreating into the military fortress together. Jizming and his group mixed in with the crowd, their hearts still pounding wildly. It's too crazy. They actually took advantage of the chaos during the retreat and followed Fang Heng among the fleeing crowd into the Kingdom of Jones' military fortress. In contrast, the master of the Fang Heng domain beside them. At this moment, Fang Heng wore a pricey human skin mask on his face, and deliberately darkened it a bit, making it hard to see his appearance. But it was clear he was calm and composed, showing a face that didn't flinch. It was evident he had experience. He must have done similar things countless times. After entering the military fortress, Fang Heng immediately scanned the surroundings, then looked up at the high position on the city wall. The crystal cannons. The areas of the crystal cannons were guarded by soldiers of the Kingdom of Jones, and ordinary players were unable to get close. However, from what he could see now, soldiers on the wall were hurriedly transporting ammunition back and forth, and a large part of the crystal cannons were already damaged and couldn't continue to be used, while the remaining ones were in an overheated state. It was almost as he predicted. By continuously using these massive weapons like the crystal cannons, and in an overheated state, the failure rate and damage rate would significantly increase. The Kingdom of Jones was just barely holding on. Just as the undead clones received a wave of reinforcements from the Dragon Clan, their numbers increased significantly, causing a drop in the morale of the Kingdom of Jones soldiers. It was almost time to launch a full-on attack now. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, remotely controlling the undead clones to launch a full-on attack on the military fortress. Suddenly, there was another commotion on the wall above. Undead, they're coming back. Stop them. Ji Siming and a few others followed Fang Heng cautiously, watching as he stood quietly on the side without making any moves. Several minutes later, there were only a dozen or so players left in the temporary resting area inside the castle. Ji Siming occasionally glanced at Fang Heng from the corner of his eye. The lord of Fang Heng's realm remained quiet, still sitting there. Is he waiting for an opportunity? Wow. Is this what they call hidden under the lamp? The people from the Holy Court probably never dreamt that Fang Heng, whom they were desperately searching for, was actually inside the military fortress at that moment. But what comes next? What other big plans does the Lord of Fang Heng have? Ji Siming and the others felt somewhat uneasy, pondering this, when suddenly, they saw Fang Heng look up and gesture towards them with his eyes. What does this mean? What is this look for? They hadn't communicated at all before. Ji Siming hadn't figured out what Fang Heng was signaling to them with that eye contact, when suddenly several rotating magic arrays appeared around Fang Heng, and dead creatures crawled out from the magic arrays. What? Ji Siming's pupils contracted in shock. A strong attack. Launching a strong attack from the inside. Undead. It's the undead. How can there be undead here? Then, Ji Siming saw Fang Heng's exaggerated expression and heard him shout. Ji Siming was momentarily stunned, but his two teammates immediately reacted and shouted, Undead. When did they invade here? Quick, come support us. Undead creatures have entered the fortress. Ji Siming was still somewhat dazed. Before he could react further, other resting players were already taken aback. What on earth? When did undead creatures invade the inside of the fortress? The players were immediately thrown into chaos. Undead. Quick, come support us. These were not ordinary undead zombies. They were transformed undead creatures. Just the thought of the cocoon that forms on the body after being killed by a transformed zombie chilled the players to the bone. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the brief chaos, Fang Heng moved unnoticed to a dark corner where nobody was paying attention, and began to conjure a spell in front of him. Swiftly, for magic arrays began to rotate rapidly in the open area ahead. A cold breath emanated from the magic arrays. Undead summoning art. Undead bone leader. What? What are they saying? Upon hearing the shouts from the resting area, the castle guards of the Jonesy Kingdom immediately led a team to investigate. Just then, 4 undead bone leaders wielding cleavers emerged from the rapidly rotating magic arrays and charged towards the guards who had come to investigate. Upon hearing the shouts, "Undead! Sound the alarm! The undead have invaded!" The guards from the Jonesy Kingdom castle were shocked. What is happening? The defenses outside were intact, and there were no signs of the undead breaking through the fortress. So how did undead creatures suddenly appear inside the fortress? And they were not the same as the ones outside. They were higher-ranking undead bone leaders. Before they could fully grasp the situation, a chilling icy breath swept towards them. The undead bone leader swung his icy cleaver forward, hitting one of the guards and sending him crashing into the wall, knocking him unconscious. Over a dozen recently resurrected zombies immediately targeted the fallen guard, moving in to finish him off. Familiar sounds filled the air. The surrounding players, realizing what was happening, cautiously took a few steps back and gazed at the body left behind by the fallen guard. The body quickly decayed, and terrifying cocoons emerged from it. "Be careful. Don't get close to them." The undead creatures began to spread throughout the castle. Fang Heng nodded towards Ji Siming and the others. Ji Siming and his companions saw Fang Heng's gaze and glanced at each other. What did the look from the Lord of Fang Heng mean? What was he going to do next? How should they cooperate? Fang Heng's look was simply asking them to stay put and not cause trouble. He immediately commanded the 4 undead bone leaders to break through the fortress guard and head towards the right staircase of the military fortress. After giving it some thought, Fang Heng split the undead bone leaders into 2 groups. One continued rushing towards the staircase, while the other group headed towards the location of the Holy Court's teleportation corridor. This military fortress was in the shape of a character, and the central one was the strongest defense. The Lord of the Fang Heng had it all planned out. With time running out, he decided to directly seize the strongest point. Since he had already heard from Ji Siming and his team, that the main initiator of the cooperation with the Federation this time was the Duke of the Jonesy Kingdom, he decided to take the Duke down directly. Capture the ringleader first. On the top of the wall, the Duke and many ministers of the Jonesy Kingdom noticed the massive disturbance happening below. The Duke was somewhat flustered and loudly questioned the Archbishop Coate standing next to him. "Coate, what's going on down there?" A guard quickly ran out from below to report to the Duke. "There is a disturbance in the lower part of the military fortress, and dead creatures have been discovered, and the black armor guards have been sent to intercept." "What?" Upon hearing this, the ministers of the Jonesy Kingdom turned pale. The Duke's face also paled. Archbishop Coate felt a sinking sensation in his heart. How were these undead creatures able to infiltrate the military fortress so stealthily? Archbishop Coate was particularly worried about the teleportation corridor located within the fortress. He said solemnly, "Your Grace, the undead likely targeted the teleportation corridor inside the fortress. Please rest assured, the Holy Court has guards stationed at the teleportation corridor, and dealing with the invading enemies inside the fortress should not be a big issue. I will go personally to check." Feeling increasingly agitated, the Duke waved his hand, urging, "What are you waiting for? Go quickly." "Yes." Archbishop Coate waved a signal and immediately hurried down with the Holy Court guards to provide support below. Just as they descended the stairs and turned the corner, Coate immediately sensed a strong undead presence coming from the direction of the lower passageway. "Be careful," Coate warned as he and his men turned the corner, only to come face to face with 2 undead bone leaders engaged in battle with the Jonesy Kingdom forces. Their faces turned slightly pale. It turned out to be undead bone leaders. Attack. On the city wall, the prince didn't know that he had already caught Fang Heng's attention and was now feeling extremely uneasy. These undead were too eerie. The castle gates outside appeared perfectly fine, clearly not breached, yet they had somehow invaded unnoticed. How did they manage that? Would they perhaps use some bizarre method to approach him? Fear anything that could happen, the prince was thinking when suddenly he noticed something unusual and lifted his head abruptly. He saw a strange ripple appearing in the space not far from the right side ahead. It was like concentric ripples spreading outward on a calm lake's surface. What? The prince suspected if he was mistaken, staring fixedly at this ripple. Suddenly, Fang Heng stepped out of a secondary spatial projection. "Protect the prince." Chauncey's black armor, Imperial guards shouted as they drew their long swords and attacked Fang Heng. "Stop." In the blink of an eye, several black-armored Imperial guards surrounded Fang Heng and thrust their swords. What the Imperial guards of Chauncey did not expect was that Fang Heng just stood there motionless, offering no resistance at all. The guards looked in horror at Fang Heng, eyes filled with disbelief. Over 10 swords pierced Fang Heng's body, even puncturing him, yet Fang Heng seemed completely unharmed, standing still. Dang! Fang Heng suddenly swung the metallic staff in his hand forward. To black-armored Imperial guards who were caught off guard felt a surge of force coming towards them and were pushed back. Fang Heng did not continue his attack but calmly gazed at the prince hiding behind several black-armored guards. He removed the mask from his face, revealing a smile, and said, "Hello, you must be the prince, right? Nice to meet you. I am Fang Heng." The prince's pupils suddenly shrank, tightly fixating on Fang Heng, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Fang Heng? The first time he heard Fang Heng's name, the prince was somewhat dismissive. But now, after only a few hours, experiencing how Fang Heng single-handedly had the upper hand against the entire country of Chauncey, even the 3 military fortresses established with a huge investment were about to fall. The prince no longer dared to underestimate Fang Heng in the slightest. "Prince, I come with sincerity. I hope we can have a good conversation," Fang Heng said, staring at the prince intensely. The prince, feeling a sense of fear, spoke hesitantly, "What do you want to talk about? Surrender. Then choose to cooperate with me. Together, we can deal with the Holy Court. You have made a wrong choice. Now I hope you can change it, or else." Fang Heng glanced at the black-armored guards standing in front, a murderous intent emanating from him. From a distance, he activated the Vampire Blood Bowl skill aimed at the prince. "Otherwise, I will let you leave first. You don't need to worry about being lonely. The soldiers of Chauncey will soon catch up with you." The prince felt a murderous intent from Fang Heng, his body suddenly getting hot, his blood surging uncontrollably, even his breathing becoming very difficult. "What's going on? It's him." The prince felt that his life was under extreme threat, and the guards around him were unable to protect him. "Wait!" the prince shouted, staring at Fang Heng closely, feeling that his life was in Fang Heng's hands, and involuntarily took a half-step back. "I agree." The ministers were all shocked. No one expected the prince, in all his glory, to be so despicable, surrendering so easily after being intimidated, without a hint of dignity. "What are you standing there for? Get out of here." "Hurry." "A smart choice," Fang Heng said, releasing the Vampire Blood Bowl skill and looked at the black-armored guards who were retreating, then walked up to the prince, extending his hand. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation." The prince's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Fang Heng, his hand shaking as he extended it to shake Fang Heng's hand. Fang Heng glanced at the ministers of Chauncey, then looked out beyond the castle. The Holy Court's army outside was still maneuvering while dealing with the undead. "Change the target of the magic crystal cannon. Aim at the Holy Court team," the prince heard, and his pupils shrunk. Fang Heng slowly turned his head to look at the prince and said, "What? Is what I said not clear enough?" The black-armored guards all subtly moved closer, gripping their weapons tightly. The prince nervously swallowed and nodded, commanding his men, "You all heard. Change the target of the magic crystal cannon. Aim at that group of Holy Court people and attack." "Yes." The soldiers accepted the order and redirected the magic crystal cannon to target the Holy Court team outside. "Good. I sense your sincerity to cooperate." Fang Heng nodded satisfactorily. Dang, dang, bang. Soon, the magic crystal cannons on the fortress launched another round of attacks. This time, the artillery did not hit the horde of undead but exploded within the Holy Court team. Several Holy Court paladins were instantly killed by the magic crystal cannon, and more paladins within the blast area were severely injured. The Holy Court was baffled by the attack from their own allies. The fools of Chauncey. How could they even make a mistake with such a simple attack as the magic crystal cannon? Before the Holy Court members could clear their minds and understand what happened within the fortress, a second round of cannon attacks was launched at them. Not good. The Holy Court now realized something was wrong and looked towards the castle walls. Chauncey had betrayed them. Even though they did not know what happened on the city walls, it was obvious that two consecutive attacks could not be explained as mere mistakes. They did it on purpose. While they were still struggling, the Holy Court found themselves targeted within the range of the magic crystal cannon and could only passively endure the attacks. Want to escape? Know where to run. The gates of the fortress behind were tightly closed, and a large group of marching undead was heading towards them in front. At that moment, the hearts of the Holy Court knights were filled with sorrow, cursing the people of Chauncey 1,000 times in their hearts. "Chauncey, shameless traitors! They had abandoned them at this crucial moment. She did not think that the idiotic Viscount Guojui would suddenly come to his senses, or have the courage to tear up the cooperation with the Holy Court, and even make a move against the Holy Court. Something must have happened on the city wall. Undead? Could it be that the undead had actually breached the military fortress? Regardless, continuing to deal with the undead at this moment did not align with the interests of their Jones kingdom. Anastasia thought to herself and waved her hand decisively. Let's go. With that, Anastasia led the heavy armored knights to regroup and headed towards another military fortress. Can't provoke, can't hide, can they? Regardless of what happened on the city wall, the overall situation outside the city was already set. The Holy Court side had already lost its combat effectiveness. At this moment, it was important to ensure that the living forces found a military fortress to hide in and wait for the dust to settle before emerging. On the city wall, watching the external holy knights being gradually worn down by the magical crystal cannons and zombies, Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction. In this situation, even if the Jones Kingdom wanted to continue cooperating with the Holy Court, the people of the Holy Court would probably not be willing, right? Very well, the city gates can now be opened. I will go deal with the people from the Holy Court. It would be troublesome if you all stay here for now. Is that all right? Viscount Guojui nodded repeatedly. Okay. Fang Heng nodded towards the group from the Jones Kingdom and continued to hurry towards the lower teleportation channel. 2 minutes earlier, Bishop Hope had just led a group from the Holy Court to eliminate 2 undead skeletal leaders blocking the passage, and hastily rushed to the teleportation channel area for reinforcement. Seeing the undead creatures fighting with the guards outside the teleportation area, Bishop Hope breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they arrived in time. Only a small group of undead creatures had breached the military fortress. They might have used some unknown method to infiltrate the fortress. The situation was still under control. Bishop Hope was relieved that he had left a group of Holy Court guards to closely watch over the teleportation channel, preventing the undead from succeeding. At least the teleportation channel set up by the Holy Court remained unharmed. Bishop Hope. Several players who had received relevant tasks were currently guarding the teleportation area. Startled by the sudden appearance of undead creatures, they were immensely relieved upon seeing Bishop Coat returning to support them. Attack. Get rid of them. Coat gestured, leading a small team to support the situation and prepare to clean up the undead. Apart from 2 undead skeletal leaders, there were also a few ghouls and zombies attacking the outskirts of the teleportation channel. This was troublesome. It would take time and patience to deal with them. As Coat led the team to attack the undead skeletal leaders, he suddenly noticed several players in front showing expressions of astonishment. Bishop Coat. Be careful. Upon hearing this, Bishop Coat's pupils constricted suddenly, and he swiftly turned around. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Several heavy soul chains suddenly surged towards him. Gripping the sacred scepter tightly, Coat struck the ground heavily and exclaimed, "Illuminate." A dazzling light shone from the sacred scepter. Bang, bang, bang. The black soul chains hit the radiant shield, releasing dark ripples before being flung away by the light shield. As the light faded, Bishop Coat gazed at the young men steadily approaching him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Fang Heng, Fang Heng. How could it be him? The few Holy Court players guarding the teleportation area were equally shocked at seeing Fang Heng, as if seeing a ghost. When did Fang Heng intrude into the fortress? The players glanced at each other, sensing fear in each other's eyes. In fact, they had received a triggered camp mission earlier, rated as SS level difficulty, to kill or capture Fang Heng. The difficulty was evident. Now that Fang Heng was right in front of them, no one wanted to undertake the arduous task. Initially, they had come to help by passing on information between online and offline players, and to gain some Holy Court task points and friendliness, that they couldn't handle the challenging task of killing Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng approaching, several players subconsciously took a few steps back, retreating into the rear guarded by Holy Court defenders. Fang Heng's gaze was cold as he looked up at Bishop Coat and coldly said, "Bishop Coat, nice to meet you. I'm in a hurry, so let me cut to the chase. I can ask you to die now." "Just you." Coat stared at Fang Heng, irked by his disdain. "Fang Heng, I admit I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to come this far, but trying to take on the Holy Court alone, isn't that a bit arrogant? I'll give you a chance. Come back with me to the Holy Court now." Fang Heng glanced at Coat and retorted, "Take on the Holy Court alone." Coat paused again. Then, he heard a squeaking sound not far away. Turning his head to look outside the fortress gate, Kote and the holy court guards were stunned. The city gate was open. At some unknown time, outside the fortress gate, a large group of zombies had already gathered densely. When did this happen? With magical cannons outside, and the holy court team, how could the undead creature silently breach the defense lines in such a short time? Kote felt a cold sweat behind him. Before he could figure out what had happened, the numerous zombies started pouring into the fortress, flooding the area near the entrance of the teleportation channel. Fang Heng. Kote clenched his fists, staring at Fang Heng, but he suddenly realized that the Jones Kingdom guards around him were not moving forward to help subdue Fang Heng. Instead, they were watching from afar on the city wall, looking like they didn't want to get involved. Could it be? At that moment, Kote suddenly realized something, and his heart sank. He had deliberately lured himself here, then went to deal with the Viscount of the Jones Kingdom. Damn it! Why did it turn out like this? Kote felt once again he had been outwitted by Fang Heng. Fang Heng sneered, his face full of disdain. The holy court was really annoying. He actually hoped that the undead could completely tear apart with the holy court and go straight to war. Fang Heng didn't want to give Kote any more time to react. With a wave of his hand, the lickspittle was the first to burst out from the zombie horde, rushing towards the holy court paladins. Kote's face turned serious, forcefully opening a thick holy defense in front of him and joining the battle. In the rear, the holy court team that arrived from the teleportation area rushed in again, colliding with the attacking zombie horde. Earlier, they had been watching the battle outside from the city walls, but now they were finally in combat with the undead creatures. Kote personally felt how troublesome the undead creatures were. Like an invincible lump of rotten mud sticking to his body. Disgusting to the extreme. Fang Heng hid among the layers of the zombie horde, staring intently at Kote, rapidly forming a mark in front of him. Gather. Swish. Kote, who was concentrating on a holy spell, suddenly changed his expression, his spell that was just halfway being interrupted abruptly. What? Kote's heart trembled. Then he quickly turned, his gaze piercing through the layers of the zombie horde, landing on Fang Heng. Looking at Fang Heng, Kote's eyes were full of fear. What is that? Kote felt the blood flowing rapidly throughout his body, the discomfort so extreme that it made it impossible for him to focus on casting spells. So that's how it is. No wonder the actions of the Holy Court squad leaders fighting the zombies on the city walls were always abnormal. Kote raised his eyebrows, his mental strength bursting forth, trying to isolate the mental and sensory influences around him, but he couldn't do it at all. Fang Heng's ability to control the accelerated flow of blood was not through mental power. Kote felt his blood boiling uncontrollably, making him extremely uncomfortable. Not good. Swish, swish. Several lickspittles took advantage of his interrupted skill and rushed towards him. Protect the bishop. Several holy court paladins immediately rushed to his aid upon seeing the situation, but they were a step too slow. Several lickspittles slipped past the gaps guarded by the holy court paladins and tackled Bishop Kote to the ground. Moaning, moaning, followed by a frenzy of tearing and attacking. Fang Heng concealed himself in the zombie horde, his hands forming in front of him. Previously, he had mostly used the boiling blood technique to deal with warrior-type enemies, but unexpectedly, it worked exceptionally well against mage-type enemies. Pressed down to the ground by the lickspittles, Bishop Kote struggled to get up, but his physical strength and attributes were weak, unable to push himself up. And under the conditions of his blood boiling and accelerating, he couldn't even use his vital mage skills. Although the lickspittle creature's attacks on the body could be withstood for a short period by the holy shield, at this moment, Bishop Kote's blood was boiling to the extreme, running rampant in his body uncontrollably. Moan. Kote could no longer control his blood, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his holy shield shattered instantly. Blood kept flowing from Kote's facial features, then under the control of some special force, it gathered at his neck, tightly wrapping around it, tightening. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, more lickspittles rushed towards the fallen Kote. Bishop Kote. The surrounding holy knights who were guarding him had no idea what was happening. Why did Bishop Kote suddenly fall and couldn't get up? And they desperately swung their long swords to keep the lickspittles away. But it was futile. Watching Bishop Kote gradually engulfed by the zombie horde, Fang Heng's pupils were covered with a layer of gray mist, his hands quickly forming in front of him. Swish! The gray mist overflowed from the bone spirit altar in front of him, swiftly attacking Bishop Kote's soul in midair. Dang! Kote's soul was tightly entwined by the gray mist, then poured into the bone spirit altar. At the same time, on top of the city wall, just at the moment of Kote's death, the crystal pendant worn by the royal uncle in front of him burst with a bang. The royal uncle seemed to age more than 10 years in an instant, his eyes filled with confusion, and then he collapsed backward stiffly, supported by 2 imperial guards behind him. "Royal uncle," the surrounding courtiers exclaimed, crowding around. "Give some space, I will check." A minister stepped forward, pulling open the royal uncle's collar and discovering a vivid red holy pattern on his chest. Seeing the pattern, everyone fell silent. The minister said, in a deep voice, "It seems that the royal uncle's previous actions were all influenced by the power of the Holy Court." The Holy Court. They actually use this method too. When did this start? When will the royal uncle wake up? It will take some time for him to wake up. The situation is urgent now. Quickly bring in the leader Anya to take charge of the situation. Alright, let's do that. Notification. The player successfully killed a Holy Court Bishop Ko and exterminated his soul, gaining 21,000 prestige points for the undead faction and 50,000 prestige points for the Angma Empire faction. Notification. Player's current mission, sniping the Holy Court Legion frontline. Completion rate increased by 5%. Additional estimated time for the mission 60 minutes. Bishop. The Holy Court members, upon seeing Bishop Kote's tragic death under siege, immediately felt their morale plummet. Several players who had come to complete the task with the Holy Court were even more horrified. What's going on? Even Bishop Kote is dead, and died inexplicably. Before entering the Chibolia game world, no one expected this situation. Assisting the Holy Court's mission was clearly of C-class difficulty. Why does it now feel like it's of SS-class difficulty? Several players were a bit stunned. They reviewed all the events that took place after accepting the mission. It seemed like they hadn't made any wrong decisions, right? How did things suddenly deteriorate to this point? Fall back. Quickly. Retreat to the rear teleportation area. Hold on. Reinforcements are coming soon. One player suddenly shouted. Guard the passageway. Protect the teleportation passage. Don't let Bishop Kote's sacrifice be in vain. At this point, they could only make a desperate stand. Quick. Guard the entrance. Don't let them in. The player thought it through. The teleportation area passage was now their last line of defense. If they lost the last line of defense, their lives would definitely be forfeit here. The attribute comparison is average. It's not useful for Fang Heng's needs. Fang Heng walked to the ground and picked up a scroll. Hint. Player gains item. Medium Magic Ritual. Sacred Awakening 12. Item. Medium Magic Ritual. Sacred Awakening 12. Description. Consuming this item allows mastery of. Medium Magic Ritual. Sacred Awakening requires player to master intermediate sacred studies. Description. Performing this ritual can awaken the corresponding seals set by the Holy Court. What's this for? It doesn't seem useful for now. Fang Heng took another look at the game prompt, frowned, put the scroll back into the backpack, opened the survival radio to send a message to Li Qingren, inquiring about the situation on their end. Li Qingren did not respond immediately. It seems the situation in the heartland of the Empire is still not good. Fang Heng put away the survival radio, looking at the Holy Knights who were still fighting to death in the trap teleportation channel area. It's a bit troublesome indeed. The endurance and defensive capabilities of the Holy Court are strong, and the Sacred Series can specifically counter undead creatures. Coupled with their firm hold on the advantageous terrain, the Holy Court's knights at the intersection are holding firm, while the priests behind continue applying status recovery to replenish health. Currently, a large number of undead creatures are densely packed in front of the entrance, unable to create a surrounding effect, further weakening their damage. At this rate, they might really be able to delay it until subsequent reinforcements from the Holy Court arrive. Fang Heng squinted, pondering how to break through. At this moment, Angia arrived with a few trusted followers. Having just learned everything from the guards, she hurriedly came to find Fang Heng. Angia looked at Fang Heng's eyes with a hint of fear. Failure. Angia had made preparations for failure. She just didn't expect it to come so soon. She also didn't expect the influence the Holy Court had on the regent. No wonder he made many irrational decisions before. Currently, things haven't reached the worst point yet. The Kingdom of Jones has already made one wrong choice. She needs to correct this choice and fight for sufficient benefits for the Kingdom of Jones. Lord Fang Hen, I am Angia, the commander of the First Legion of the Kingdom of Jones. The regent was previously manipulated by the bishop court of the Holy Court and was subconsciously influenced, which led to the foolish decision to start a war against the undead. We have only just learned of this. The regent is currently unwell and unable to continue commanding the battle. The Kingdom of Jones has granted me temporary authority, and we are willing to surrender unconditionally. I can only ask for another chance for our Kingdom of Jones. Fang Heng was considering how to deal with the Holy Court when he heard a voice behind him. Turning to look, the leader of the Knights of Jones stood there. He admired this female commander, having gained little advantage from her in several encounters. Just then, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: Commander An Jia of the Kingdom of Jones represents the Kingdom of Jones in an unconditional surrender. Hint: the player's current mission, tasked to sniper the Holy Court Legion on the front line, increases by 30%, estimated additional for 150 minutes. Hint: the player's current mission, rescue Kibalea team mission completion, increases by 5%. Fang Heng quickly scanned the hints. After the surrender of the Kingdom of Jones, the overall mission completion rate had exceeded 50%. It was good news. And Jia looked at the besieged teleportation channel and said, in a deep voice, Lord Fang Heng, you may not have received some information yet. The Holy Court has established two teleportation channels within the fortress, each leading to two high-level game worlds. The other teleportation channel is more hidden and is expected to have a high-intensity Holy Court team arriving through it in 4 hours. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched. There's another teleportation channel? All right. Take me there. Okay. Please follow me. Fang Heng also divided a group of undead minions, following An Jia into the fortress, through the hall into the underground area. At the newly established teleportation hall entrance, the Holy Court's knights had already firmly occupied the entrance. They had learned of the fall of the military fortress. The Holy Court knights still chose to defend this place with strong conviction. Hold on for 3 hours. After 3 hours, the next batch of high-level Holy Court team support would arrive. They still had the power to fight. The Holy Court had not yet been defeated. Fang Heng watched the high-spirited Holy Court team and didn't say a word, directly waving his hand. A large number of undead minions rushed forward. The Holy Court knights had long put life and death out of consideration, each one ready to sacrifice, using their lives to guard the entrance, resisting fiercely under the successive waves of undead attacks. Even An Jia, who was watching beside Fang Heng, showed some admiration. The determination of the Holy Court was strong, yet they still lost to the undead, that the current situation needed to be resolved quickly. And Jia turned her gaze to Fang Heng and suggested, Lord Fang Heng, the Holy Court wants to use the terrain advantage to hold this area. The teleportation channel in the rear hall is still operational. I suggest taking action immediately, as delays could be risky. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the deeper area of the teleportation channel. His eyes lit up. The still operational teleportation channel, such a good thing. Commander An Jia, what do you suggest? We suggest organizing an elite team to break through the entrance area, forcibly breaking through the entrance. Or we can arrange teams for long-range attacks, or conduct explosive attacks inside the teleportation area, or dig a passageway from other directions to attack. Fang Heng couldn't help but glance at An Jia. The solutions she provided were all good. Unfortunately, they all had flaws. First, he didn't really have an elite team at hand. Second, Fang Heng looked at the large space instability device faintly visible in the hall. This thing could be very useful. Methods like explosions are too dangerous. If there were other choices, he didn't want to damage the spatial teleportation device. Thank you, but I have a better way. And Jia was surprised to see Fang Heng looking confident. She was curious about how Fang Heng would solve the current problem. Fang Heng took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hands in front to make a sign. The group of zombies blocked behind the entrance immediately sprang into action. Swoosh, swoosh. Upon seeing this situation, Anastasia's heart began to race faster. It was just like the feasters she had encountered outside the city before. Not only the feasters possessed this spatial jumping ability, the zombie creatures had it too. About a minute later, a white spatial light appeared in the teleportation hall guarded by the Holy Order Paladins. A group of zombie doppelgangers stepped out from the secondary spatial projection. They crossed the guards outside the door and appeared directly in the hall. They are undead. How did they appear here? Be careful. Don't let them get close to the spatial channel. Suddenly, Cries and sounds of battle from the paladins resounded throughout the teleportation hall. The zombies emerged from the space out of nowhere and directly lunged towards the nearest Holy Order paladins. Anastasia looked up at Fang Heng, her eyes filled with astonishment. Fang Heng remained calm. The reason he had not allowed the zombie doppelgangers to use the secondary spatial projection to break through the crystal cannon blockade earlier was mainly due to his inadequate spatial manipulation ability. Using this move was very mentally taxing. Coupled with the slow movement speed of the zombie doppelgangers, in less than a minute, they could only move a short distance forward within the secondary spatial projection and couldn't escape the bombardment zone of the crystal cannon, achieving little effect. About 1/3 of the zombie doppelgangers would even perish in the spatial time turbulence of the secondary spatial projection. Now, 1 minute was enough time for the zombies to pass through the intersection area sealed by the paladins in front of them. However, just teleporting a group of zombies in might not completely solve the problem. Let's do it again. Send another group in. Fang Heng gathered his hands in front of him once again. Under Anastasia's astonished gaze, the second batch of zombies disappeared into the space and entered the teleportation hall a minute later. As more and more zombie doppelgangers crossed through the space directly into the teleportation hall, the Holy Order paladins suddenly lost their positional advantage, and the deficiency in their defensive strength was exposed. The Holy Order defense team was besieged by the zombies, and the divine shield that enveloped them quickly dimmed. In just 5 minutes, until the last Holy Order paladin fell, the entire team of the Holy Order inside the secret teleportation passage was thoroughly cleaned out. Hint: player kills the guarding Holy Order team. Hint: player current mission: achieve 3% completion progress in assaulting the frontline Holy Order Legion. Estimated remaining mission time increased by 15 minutes. As Fang Heng scanned through the game prompts left on the retina, he entered the underground teleportation hall, his gaze fixed on the teleportation channel in the center. An advanced spatial rift device, a channel that could transport troops across worlds. Good stuff. The spatial device had sustained some damage in a recent battle and had ceased operation. Fang Heng assessed the teleportation channel and turned to Anastasia beside him, asking, "Was this teleportation channel established by the Holy Order?" The teleportation device was urgently deployed here by the Holy Order after we cooperated with them. According to the Holy Order, the channel connects to a higher-level gaming world, and the 2 invading Holy Order large legions that entered the heartland of the Myanmar Empire came through here. Fang Heng nodded, walked forward, and reached out to touch the teleportation channel. Hint: player discovers high-level teleportation channel device. Current status: slightly damaged, currently inoperable. Hint: player detected to possess relevant blueprints and skills. Player can repair the device. Hint: current integrity 80%, key parts damaged. Repairing to key issues and raising completion progress to 82% will allow minimum functionality. It is recommended for player to increase completion progress to 90%. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Great. It can be repaired. However, repairing it would require a lot of maintenance materials. Recalling from the teleportation channel, Fang Heng asked Anastasia, "Are there still materials left after constructing the teleportation channel?" "Yes, there are quite a few left." Anastasia looked at Fang Heng in surprise, wondering if he intended to repair the teleportation channel. She continued, "The remaining materials and repair tools are temporarily stored in the underground storage room on the 2nd floor. Good. Show me the way. Please follow me." Anastasia nodded and led Fang Heng to the storage room on the 2nd floor. The storage room contained large wooden shelves and large wooden boxes arranged along the walls. Fang Heng approached, opened a few boxes by the wall to inspect them, and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Most of the materials needed to repair the teleportation device are here. With a bit more time, fixing the teleportation channel should not be a problem." Thinking carefully, the Holy Order had found the disappearance of the Saintess as an excuse to send troops into the Chiburia game world. However, the undead faction had been silent except for releasing a contribution ranking. It seemed like they had given up. Perhaps, the undead faction was always lying flat when facing the Holy Order's attacks, ignoring even their territories being attacked, always talking about outlasting the other with such nonsense. Fang Heng hardly saw any fighting spirit in the undead faction. Perhaps to most of the master-level undead scholars, the outcome was death anyway, and the struggle had no meaning. Still wanting to continue the fight, then it meant you have not cultivated enough, you have not understood the true meaning of death. Fang Heng pondered that the undead faction was probably unreliable, so he had to find a solution himself. After the teleportation channel was repaired, if he could connect with the Blood Clan Doomsday world, and allow the Blood Clan to come to this world to join the battle, perhaps that would be a good choice. The Blood Clan had aerial reconnaissance capabilities, could control the airspace, and would have a significant advantage in reconnaissance. It would be only a matter of time before they discovered the invading Holy Order squads entering the Angmar Empire. Also, the Dragonkin. Fang Heng remembered the Dragonkin he had encountered on the battlefield previously. The Dragonkin were not only suitable for conscription for the zombie doppelgangers, but also had powerful blood within them. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to brush up on his Blood Clan lineage too. The Blood Clan was one level away from reaching the highest level. Let's do it. Making a quick decision, Fang Heng directed the zombie doppelgangers to start repairing the spatial teleportation device. Under Anastasia's astonished gaze, the zombies followed Fang Heng's lead, moving slowly, each swaying towards the corner where the boxes were located, until they arrived and then laboriously rummaged through the boxes, taking out a few components before heading back upstairs. Several players trapped in the teleportation area were on edge. Although they had temporarily blocked the entrance to the teleport area, the forces of the Holy Court soldiers were gradually being depleted. Just 5 more minutes. In another 5 minutes, the next batch of Holy Court squads would be able to enter Chibalai, and new reinforcements would join the battle to help them fend off the zombies. In fact, during the time Fang Heng had left, another batch of Holy Court support teams had arrived from the other side of the teleportation channel, joining the fight and giving the team on the verge of collapse another chance. Hold on a little longer. Perhaps there was hope. The players felt a glimmer of hope in their desperation and desperately tried to seize it. After wandering around downstairs with Angxia, Fang Heng quickly returned and looked at the determined Holy Court team inside the teleportation area, falling silent once again. These guys, they can really hold their ground. Fang Heng admired their perseverance. Angxia saw a hesitant expression on Fang Heng's face. She was curious. Are we not going to take action? Didn't we just try downstairs earlier? By directly using the special spatial movement ability of the zombies, we could break through the defenses of the Holy Court Knights and eliminate the guards inside the teleportation channel. Why the hesitation? What is he worried about? Angxia waited with Fang Heng at the door for 2 to 3 minutes, watching the morale of the besieged Holy Court soldiers showing signs of recovery, and even the teleportation channel in the rear hall began to prepare for the next activation. Angxia couldn't contain her impatience and asked, Lord Fang Heng, are we not going to take action? The teleportation channel is starting up again, if we don't stop them. Fang Heng made a soft sound and looked away from the teleportation channel, asking, I remember you said that the transmission capacity of this teleportation channel is relatively weak. It can only transport a small Holy Court team at a time. Hearing Fang Heng's question, Angxia was momentarily stunned, but suddenly she seemed to have an idea, although not fully clear. Seeing Angxia's lack of response, Fang Heng asked again, Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Angxia nodded. The teleportation channel, you see, now has undergone modifications in a military fortress. The intervals of transmission compared to the teleportation channels downstairs are shorter, but the strength of transmission is weaker, and it can barely transport a small Holy Court team each time. That's quite good. Satisfied with the affirmation, Fang Heng nodded. Quite good. Angxia looked at Fang Heng, puzzled by what he meant by quite go. Let's go. Go? Angxia was puzzled. Are we not going to deal with them? Don't worry. They can't come out. Angxia glanced at the teleportation area surrounded by layers of zombie creatures. Indeed, the members of the Holy Court could barely hold this entrance by fighting to their deaths, but as for breaking through, it was completely impossible to continue under the current circumstances. But we are really not going to do anything. Why? Angxia was very puzzled, but still quickly caught up with Fang Heng. Hint. Players successfully killed a Holy Court support team. Players gained 3,891 reputation points for the undead faction. Players gained 8,123 reputation points for the Empire of Enigma. Hint. Current mission for players. Sniper frontline of the Holy Court Legion completion rate increased by 2%. Estimated additional time for mission completion 15 minutes. Hint. Current mission for players. Rescue Chibalai team mission completion rate increased by 0.01%. Fang Heng glanced at the game hands and continued walking forward. They left them to continue grinding monsters. Every period of time, a wave of Holy Court teams would be teleported out from the advanced game world. Then they would be slowly consumed by the zombie doppelgangers. Wow. Isn't this just leveling up resources by AFK farming? Where else can you find such a good thing? Each time a new wave of Holy Core support teams spawned, the completion rate of the main mission, rescuing Chibalai, would increase by 0.01% to 0.02%. It's not much, but is it not free? On the other side, inside the besieged teleportation area, players were more spirited after seeing Fang Heng leave the entrance after a while. Hold on. They could still hold on. Even the Lord Fang Heng couldn't do anything to them. Continue to guard the entrance, and the Holy Court reinforcements will arrive one after another. By then, they would have a chance to break out. There is still hope. Brothers, we still have a chance. Keep holding on. Meanwhile, outside the fortress of John Eski, an undead studies player had just arrived. Looking at the gradually being overrun fortress in the distance, Yuan Ji's eyes showed a trace of astonishment. Could it be? According to the original plan of the Holy Court, the second large-scale Holy Court team should have invaded the heartland of the Empire of Enigma over an hour ago. Yuan Ji had accepted the related mission and had been waiting there for half a day, but had not seen anyone. Just to be safe, he came here to investigate. He didn't expect to see a scene that shocked him. Not only was the Holy Court Legion lost, even the entire war fortress of John Eski had been destroyed. What happened? What had occurred? Could it be Fang Heng? Yuan Ji muttered to himself, quickly sending a message to his companions via the survival radio. Who would have thought that Fang Heng had suddenly joined the battle in the game world of Chibalai? Here he came. Why didn't he engage in the main battle? Why did he choose this mission instead? Can the Holy Court really not win? Is Fang Heng's combat strength so terrifying? We must figure out a way to make the Holy Court act in advance. Yuan Ji frowned and, after pondering for a moment, closed the survival radio and quickly retraced his steps. Half an hour later, Fang Heng allowed the Holy Court people in the teleportation channel to guard, only monitoring the channel from the outside, continuously spawning monsters using the Holy Court's reinforcements. With Anxia's help, he quickly gained control of John Eski's military fortress, firmly controlling the Holy Court spawn point. Every so often, he would receive relevant game hints, gaining some experience points and advancing task completion. Holding on to the enemy's spawn point to constantly gain experience points seemed to be the right move. He hoped the group of players could hold out a bit longer. It was time to consider the next course of action. Plan to deal with the enemies of the Holy Court who had previously invaded the heartland of the Empire of Enigma. So, if we can find the exact route of the Holy Court's invasion of the Enigma Empire, and give advance warning for pursuit, perhaps we can thoroughly solve the problem. Wait until the spatial tearing device is repaired and opened again. Wait for the Blood Clan to arrive at the battlefield to gain air superiority. By then, every move of the Holy Court will be exposed before our eyes. While waiting, Fang Heng checked some game data to see if the Holy Court would play any other tricks in the Jones Kingdom. Following Donnie's earlier reminder, Fang Heng also kept a close eye. Previously, the cooperation between the Jones Kingdom and the Holy Court was all handled by the courtier. Lots of information and Jia also just obtained from the courtier's confidants are being sorted out. Lord Fang Heng, we have collected the information left behind by the courtier according to your instructions. As you predicted, the courtier has been influenced by the Holy Court before the war between the Enigma Empire and the Holy Court, and they have closely collaborated, most of which were done in private. And Jia walked in, followed by two guards carrying stacks of thick materials. In the process of inspection, Angia found a lot of problematic information, which she organized and handed over to Fang Heng. It is now certain that the courtier's mind has been guided by the Holy Court. It can't be said that he is completely controlled, but many of his actions have been subtly influenced. Angia signaled her guards to place the thick stacks of materials on Fang Heng's desk, and finally pulled out one of the top documents and handed it to Fang Heng. This document is related to the recent actions of the Holy Court. You may be interested. Fang Heng took the document and checked it, instantly discovering something interesting. Showing a puzzled look on his face, he asked, "Merc Secret Mark. Do you know what this is?" Merc Sacred Temple in the Enigma Empire, where practicing necromancy receives additional bonuses. In fact, practicing necromancy in the Enigma Empire can provide additional bonuses, and it is said that a mysterious and dead power continues to emerge from the underground on this continent. The Enigma Empire is the source of this mysterious power, and Merc's temple can harness this power. And Xia continued to explain, as for Merc's secret mark, it is said to be an ancient hidden treasure that possesses special powers, able to guide the power of the undead. This rune was found only recently after much effort, and the Holy Court has been urging the courtier to find similar runes. Apparently, they are very useful to them. And Xia placed a sacred rune on the desk and pushed it towards Fang Heng. This one was obtained from the courtier. Fang Heng picked up the rune from the desk, carefully examining it in his hand. From the outside, Merc's secret mark was just a coin-shaped metal object. The metal coin had 2 different patterns carved on it. The patterns were unlike any alchemical magic arrays he had encountered before. A game prompt flashed on the retina. Hint: player obtains item, Merc's secret mark. Item: Merc's secret mark. Level: unknown. Description: a coin with an unknown material engraved with a special secret mark, seemingly possessing special powers. Description: when the player is in the Akubaria game world, they gain an additional 10% experience bonus when practicing necromancy. When in the Merc Temple, they receive an additional 20% experience bonus when practicing necromancy. All effects are limited to below the master level of necromancy. Description: this item is a special item for a special task and cannot be destroyed, cannot be taken out of the Akubaria game world, and will be dropped upon death. Hint: this item is a special item and cannot be appraised by players. Hint: player currently triggers the special task, Merc's secret mark. Mission name: Merc's secret mark. Mission difficulty. Mission description: you have inadvertently obtained Merc's secret mark, a mark that may be related to the Akubaria game world. You can further explore it. Additional mission description 1. You hear that the Holy Court is also investigating information related to the secret mark. You might explore this as a breakthrough. Additional mission description 2. You hear that there is more than one secret mark. Perhaps you can try to obtain more marks, discover the connection between them, and explore it as a breakthrough. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt on his retina, his eyes showing more doubt. Merc's secret mark. He remembered the recent discussion with Lord Donnie about the secrets related to the Akubaria game world. Is the Holy Court looking for this thing? Perhaps this thing is related to the Holy Court's visit to Akubaria this time. Alright, I understand. You can leave now. Yes. Fang Heng checked the survival radio again, deciding to log off temporarily and figure out how to contact Lord Donnie for more information. What? The front lines of the Akubaria game world. A major event, directly confronting the Holy Court, and Fang Jie is already there. Ji Xiaobo was shocked after hearing the news. He immediately jumped up and took action. He had recently heard some rumors about the Akubaria game world. Upon receiving the news that Fang Heng wanted his support for exploring in the Akubaria game world, he was pleasantly surprised and hurried to join. Ji Xiaobo thought Fang Jie was quite straightforward. On the surface, he seemed calm and slow-paced. But when dealing with the Holy Court, he was not soft. He believed in quietly getting things done. That's why, as soon as the Holy Court and Akubaria started a war, Fang Jie rushed over to help. He was a guy who was deceitful. Ji Xiaobo felt extremely excited and, after entering the game, he headed straight for the royal family of the Enigma Empire. Based on the partial information he and Zandy had deciphered from various historical records, the divine giant Sor was likely related to some legends from the ancient times of the Empire. The relevant data was likely to be found in the records of the royal family of the Enigma Empire. With his noble status in the Necromancer Research Society, it shouldn't be a problem for him to find information in the royal family. On the other hand, Li Qingren had just led a team to resist a wave of attacks from the Holy Court. After finally catching a breath, several pieces of bad news came in succession. 4 towns in the Enigma Empire had fallen into the hands of the Holy Court. Unfortunately, the power gap between the 2 sides was too great, and it couldn't be compensated for by her alone. Reminder: current player mission, Frontline Crusader Legion completion, 66%, estimated time remaining for the mission, 740 minutes. Reminder: current player mission, Rescue Chi Balai team completion, 8.22%. How can this be? Li Qingren saw the completion percentage of the game mission, feeling extremely surprised. The completion percentage of the mission was unexpectedly good, much better than she had imagined. Fang Heng, how did he achieve this? Has there been significant progress? Li Qingren couldn't help but feel excited, thinking of sending an urgent message to Fang Heng on the emergency radio to ask. Only then did she realize that while she was leading the team in a fierce battle with the Crusaders, Fang Heng had already sent her a message. However, the battle was too intense, and she had not paid attention to the game prompts. Seeing the message, Li Qingren's heart started beating faster. Fang Heng had actually taken control of the 3 military fortresses of the Jones Kingdom. Did the Jones Kingdom surrender too? Li Qingren was instantly thrilled. All previous exhaustion swept away. Once the Crusaders' deployment point was destroyed, the next step would be to slowly clean up the remnants of the Crusader forces invading the heartland of the Angma Empire. The difficulty of the mission had decreased by more than half. The frontline battlefield between the undead and the Crusaders. Tonight's surprise attack was extremely successful. The Crusaders misjudged the situation, mistakenly thinking that the undead side had retreated to support the Angma Empire under attack. Unexpectedly, Lady Donnie led the undead team to confront them head-on and set up an ambush in return. A brilliant counterattack. In the meeting hall, the players were very excited. By seizing the enemy's weaknesses and dealing a heavy blow, they gained many advantages in the frontal battle. The situation was still far from balanced, but at least for a while, they could catch their breath. The biggest problem now was the rear. The situation in the Angma Empire's hinterland remained unclear, with news of the fall of towns belonging to the empire coming in one after another, becoming a major concern for everyone. A player team leader pondered for a moment and asked, "Lady Donnie, now that the Crusaders have retreated, should we send a group to support the Empire's heartland?" "No need." Lady Donnie shook her head to reject the proposal, continuing, "The crisis is far from over. The Crusaders are all eyes on us, and we must not split forces now. But, don't worry, I have arrangements on the Jones Kingdom side." Lady Donnie was also concerned about Fang Heng's situation. Just as they were discussing the next steps in battle tactics, a player hurriedly approached her, whispered something in her ear, and handed her a note. Lady Donnie's expression improved instantly after reading the note. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Jones Kingdom surrendered already. She knew Fang Heng was strong, but she had not expected him to completely control the Jones Kingdom in just a few hours. That was truly a pleasant surprise. Seeing Lady Donnie's unusual expression, everyone couldn't help but ask, "Lady Donnie, what's happened?" Well, Donnie put away the note, raised her head, maintaining a calm expression, and said, "Let me tell you some good news. The rebellious Jones Kingdom issue has been resolved. Jones Kingdom has surrendered unconditionally to us. We have captured 3 military fortresses, controlled the Crusaders' transit channel in the Jones Kingdom." People were first surprised, then applauded and cheered loudly. "Great. That was well done. With Jones Kingdom's trouble resolved now, we can finally focus on the Crusaders' frontal forces." Dealing to successive blows to the Crusaders, the morale of the undead players soared. However, everyone remained very puzzled. Who else could have this kind of ability to swiftly infiltrate and capture the Jones Kingdom in such a short time? Could it be that a main force from the undead camp came to assist? Hearing this question, Donnie shook her head and raised her hand, saying, "There's no need to ask about this. A friend of mine came to help this time, and when necessary, he will appear. Trust me, he will surely surprise you. As for now, the crisis in the Empire's heartland is not completely resolved. There are still several Crusader teams advancing into the heartland, including a large legion. That friend needs some time to deal with. Once the troubles there are solved, we may be able to face the Crusaders head-on together." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, feeling they had found a powerful ally, giving them more confidence to face the Crusaders. Back to offline, Fang Heng soon received a phone call from Lady Donnie. "Yes, indeed. I have heard some stories about the main quest of the Chi game world." After a few pleasantries, Donnie got straight to the point. "The arrival of the Crusaders this time is likely to be related to the origin of the Chi game world." "Origin? You are also a scholar of our undead studies. You should have heard of the name of the quasi-divine undead mage." "Merc." "Merc," Fang Heng muttered to himself, nodding. When he got Merc's insignia earlier, he felt that the name sounded familiar. He had seen the name Merc in more than one undead studies book before. Besides being a highly talented scholar in undead studies, He had a passionate interest in undead studies. His experiments were daring, and many considered him crazy. Many thought that if his research didn't hold him back, Merc would be the most likely undead scholar to enter the divine realm. Although the undead faction was still lacking in terms of raw power at the time, they still chose to face the Holy Court head-on in battle. What followed was months of continuous skirmishes. We were not aware of what exactly happened at the time, as many things have been buried in history. From what we know now, we were defeated. Merc, along with a large number of core forces of the undead faction, died in that battle, and the entrance and exit of the realm of the dead were completely destroyed. This battle also brought great trauma to the Holy Court. 2 of the 12 holy sages of the Holy Court fell in the great battle, leading to a significant decline in the overall strength of the Holy Court. The Holy Court realized they could not fight on multiple fronts, so they temporarily retreated, leaving behind the shattered world of Kibalea. Many things happened afterwards. The Holy Court was severely weakened and unable to fight on multiple fronts, temporarily reaching a peaceful agreement with the undead. The world of Kibalea once again returned to peace, and various races began to thrive in the world of Kibalea. However, remnants of the undead energy from the time when the realm of the dead portal existed still linger. Players studying Undeath discovered that practicing Undeath in the world of Kibalea still provided significant benefits. Gradually, this place became a training ground for the study of Undeath. Fang Heng listened to the account of Lady Donnie with a furrowed brow. The past of the world of Kibalea and the information he wanted to know did not have much connection. The only slightly strange thing was probably the sacred greatsword, combined with the information Ji Shabo had previously obtained. The sacred greatsword they found in the Pronos Ice prison might have been used by the Holy Court in the great battle to destroy the realm of the dead portal. However, with insufficient clues, Fang Heng could only speculate randomly. It was likely that after that incident, with the fall of one of the 2 sacred sages of the Holy Court, the sacred greatsword was taken back by the Holy Court and used to seal the rifts of the realm of the dead within the Pronos game world. Fang Heng felt this speculation was more plausible. It seemed that Ji Xiaobo was most likely making a fruitless trip this time. The sacred greatsword seemed to have little connection to this place. So, the question arose, what exactly was Merc's secret rune? Fang Heng pondered for a moment and continued to ask, what about Merc's secret rune? I found a Merc secret rune in Jones country. The Holy Court is also searching for these runes. Is there any connection? Well, that's a story for another time. Undeath and the Holy Court reached a visible peace agreement, gaining control of the Kibalea game world. Later, as Undeath began to flourish again, players discovered Merc's secret runes, which were related to the Merc Temple. Through these runes, players received additional boosts in their training. That Merc's secret runes were left behind long before the conflict between the Undead and the Holy Court factions, so to this day, many people still believe that Merc's secret runes are related to the deepest secrets of this world. Donnie paused for a moment and continued, a few years ago, I was also lucky enough to obtain a Merc secret rune. I spent a lot of effort on it, but never received any useful information. As you just mentioned, if the arrival of the Holy Court is related to these runes. Fang Heng asked, what is it that you have in mind? The Merc Temple is also established in the heartland of the Angma Empire. I am thinking, could it be that the true target of the Holy Court's invasion of the Angma Empire this time is the Merc Temple? Fang Heng's eyes lit up at the possibility. Indeed, this speculation was highly probable. Fang Heng, the current frontline facing the Holy Court, is extremely difficult. To be honest, I have no confidence in becoming the final winner. If the current situation continues, I'm afraid we will fail in another half a month. If there is really a turning point, perhaps the Merc Temple is our last hope for a comeback. Donnie continued, I can't leave at the moment, but once I go online, I will have someone bring the secret runes to you immediately. I hope it can be helpful to you. All right. Thank you. Keep in touch. Fang Heng nodded and hung up the phone. He was very interested in Merc's secret runes. It's a pity. Fang Heng sighed. The people of the Holy Court were tough nuts to crack, making it difficult to extract information from them. Otherwise, interrogating one of them might reveal some valuable information. He put down his phone and, seeing that it was late at night, stretched lazily. Qiu Qingzhu's room was tightly closed, indicating she was already resting. He decided not to disturb her and quickly returned to the game to continue his efforts. In the game world, Fang Heng quickly received relevant game prompts after logging in. Hint: Player and net avatar normal form has completed high-level teleportation channel repair. Teleportation channel device integrity increased by 0.07%. Hint: current high-level teleportation channel device integrity, 87.1%, meeting the minimum activation requirement. Very good. The teleportation channel has been repaired. The undead avatar's number was still very useful, even though the completion rate was in single digits. If you were to handle it personally, it would take at least a day or two to complete. Fang Heng nodded inwardly and called in Jia and the others to return to the underground teleportation hall. Upon entering the inner areas of the castle, Jia was the first to step into the teleportation hall. Seeing the repaired teleportation channel, a hint of astonishment appeared in Jia's eyes. She couldn't help but look at Fang Heng beside her. In less than an hour, the teleportation channel was already repaired. The more than 10 engineers from Joan's country who accompanied Jia also marveled inwardly at the sight. Jia, the teleportation device has been partly repaired. I will need your assistance to help me activate the teleportation channel. Okay, we will do our best. Jia waved her hand and the more than 10 engineers from Joan's country entered the hall. They walked to the control panel of the large space rift device and began to assist in opening the teleportation channel for a verification test. Opening the teleportation channel required player assistance. Although Fang Heng could handle this part with the undead avatar, the operation was too cumbersome. After all, the undead avatar lacked sufficient intelligence and could only carry out most of the low-end commands. The engineers from Joan's country quickly got the hang of it and immediately began to test the status of the teleportation channel. Testing of activation site 1 completed. Okay. Fang Heng nodded and said, prepare to activate the passage. Target link coordinates 3298716566120. Received. Establishing connection to the target world. Fang Heng stared at the various data indicators on the screen in front of him. Passage charging. Activating the passage. Countdown starting. 5, 4, 1. Instantly, as the countdown reached 0, a 3-meter-high blue light pillar radiated in the center of the transport hall. The central part of the light pillar gradually expanded to the sides, forming an ellipse. Buzz. Fang Heng looked at the somewhat unstable blue transport passage with narrowed eyes. The transport device had not reached 100% completion, so it was a bit unstable, but it could still be used. There shouldn't be any problems. Jia also closely watched the transport passage, feeling her heartbeat quicken. The UNDEAD ... have finally begun to recruit from another world. This battle between the undead and the Holy See might now head towards a different outcome, and she would be a witness to it all. Instantly, a figure suddenly leapt out from the slightly flickering blue light screen. The person took in the situation in the hall and immediately walked over to Fang Heng, kneeling in front of him. My Lord King. Vampire Prince Gao bowed respectfully to Fang Heng. Since Fang Heng helped them resolve part of the curse within them, the loyalty of the entire vampire clan to Fang Heng reached an unprecedented level. Rise. Fang Heng nodded. Very good. The transport passage had no issues. Previously, the Holy See had connected a middle-tier game world to a high-tier game world, so the transport passage had limitations on the number and strength of units allowed, as well as the transport time, due to additional game penalties. However, Fang Heng was different now. He was transporting within the same tier of the game world, so there were no additional penalties. Soon, the vampire team led by Prince Gao continued flowing out of the passage. After transporting over 200 high-tier vampires, the passage temporarily stopped due to instability and required some time for repair. Jia gazed at the vampires gathered in the center of the hall, her eyes filled with astonishment. She was certain that these people were not undead. Jia was startled and turned around, saying, yes, the transport passage will open at intervals. As I've said before, I don't want anyone else coming in here. Understood. You can rest assured. No one will approach. All right, go down and prepare. We will take the lead and wait for you at the gathering place of the Jia people later. Fang Heng nodded towards Prince Gao beside him. Let's go. Follow me. Yes, my Lord King. Under Jia's amazed gaze, the 200+ vampires gathered in the hall suddenly transformed into bat forms, flapping their wings and swiftly flew into the air, leaving the military castle area. In the night sky, the bats split into two groups and flew in different directions. Under Fang Heng's command, The vampires who entered the Queberia game world through the spatial channel were temporarily divided into two groups. One group headed towards the heartland of the Enigma Empire, utilizing the vampire's unique flying ability to conduct reconnaissance in the skies and gather information on the Holy See team sneaking into the Enigma Empire, trying to discover the true purpose of the Holy See's mission. The other group of over 100 followed Fan Heng in the opposite direction, flying towards the heartland of the Joneser country. After flying continuously for over half an hour, Fan Heng saw the distant deep blue sea surface ahead, the land of the Jiao people. In previous battles with the Jiao people, Fan Heng discovered they had remarkable vitality. Killing a Jiao person could spawn around 30 zombie clones from the corpse. Moreover, from his blood-sensing ability, he could distinctly feel the powerful blood energy emanating from the Jiao people. Taking advantage of the time he had now, he decided to deal with the Jiao people. If he could elevate the vampire lineage to the highest level during this opportunity, it would be best, but even if he couldn't, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Either way, he would gain experience. Along the coast, a large forest area, the vampires landed with Fan Heng. According to the map provided by the Joneser country, the coastal area ahead was the territory of the Jiao people. The Jiao people had occupied a large coastal area for generations, and their territory was quite extensive. The zombie clones had arrived at the coastline half an hour earlier and were now slowly gathering behind Fan Heng after passing through the dense forest. Fan Heng pointed forward. Go. Instantly. The first group of feeders and fusion tyrants stepped out of the forest, charging towards the Jiao people's territory ahead. The Jiao people's territory was alarmed by the invasion of external enemies and immediately bustled. Horns blew in the Jiao people's camp, signaling the assembly. Jiao people warriors swiftly assembled inside their territory, forming formations and brandishing tridents, bravely confronting the invading feeders and fusion tyrants head-on. Courageous, Fan Heng watched from a distance as the two sides swiftly engaged in close combat, silently admiring the bravery of the Jiao people. In previous battles on the border with the Joneser country, it had been troublesome. The Jiao people were straightforward. They didn't hesitate to confront challenges head-on. A large number of Jiao people warriors poured out of their territory, wielding tridents to thrust at the invaders energetically. Even the fusion tyrants were not taken lightly, as the courageous Jiao people warriors dared to charge directly into combat. In the rear, a large number of zombie clones staggered and assembled, slowly moving towards the Jiao people's territory with firm steps. It's worth mentioning that Fan Heng had not used the fusion tyrants in the battles with the Joneser country before. The fusion tyrants were not deployed mainly because their size made them easy targets for the crystal cannon during sieges, and once inside the city, their large size hindered their battle effectiveness. Additionally, Fan Heng wanted to keep the fusion tyrants as a trump card, planning to use them to outwit the Holy See whenever the opportunity arose. However, now the situation demanded the deployment of the fusion tyrants as the main force. They all sensed it too. The Jiao tribe possesses a stronger blood power than ordinary humans. However, Fan Heng hesitated to give orders, and no blood tribe dared to act rashly. Jiar. Prince Jiar's expression turned serious as he stepped forward half a pace. Yes, establish a blood tribe altar, refine the blood. Understood. Prince Jiar suddenly realized. It turned out that this time, the royal lord didn't call them from afar to assemble for a fight, but to assist in refining the blood. That makes sense. If it's a fight, this group of zombie creatures is enough. Prince Jiar glanced at the distant battlefield and confirmed the terrain, then waved to beckon the blood tribe underlings. Follow me. Set up the altar. Yes. The blood tribe members quickly transformed into bat forms and flew towards a clearing on the coast with Jiar. Soon, a large blood tribe magic array was gradually constructed on the ground by the coast. Prince Jiar stood in front of the blood tribe magic array, controlling it. Behind him, hundreds of blood tribes simultaneously activated the magic array. In an instant, a blood red light emerged from the magic array. Fan Heng stood quietly in place, watching the central battlefield. Unlike the previous battle with the Jiao tribe, this time, he voluntarily turned off the infection enhancement passive talent of the zombie avatar. The passive skill would create infected zombie avatars, but it would also cause the bodies to mutate, making it impossible for the blood tribe to extract blood power. He could only choose one, and Fan Heng couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. Unable to conscript anymore. Oh well. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soon, The battlefield filled with hissing sounds. Under the effect of the magic array, tiny nearly vaporized blood gas continuously overflowed from the bodies of the Zhao Ren tribe, floating in the air, gradually gathering towards the magic array. In a short moment, a red blood mist covered the entire coastline. The Zhao Ren tribe fought valiantly, occupying a large coastal area, continually gathering and resisting the invaders from deep within their territory. Throughout the battle, they showed no fear, charging forward with a single-minded death charge. Even Fang Heng couldn't help but admire this unyielding force. The battle lasted for over an hour before coming to a close. A large area of scattered corpses was left along the coastal edge. The blood mist shrouding the surroundings had become so thick that one could almost taste the rust in the air by taking a deep breath. On the coastal edge, under Prince Jar's control, 18 dense blood pools had already condensed. Seeing Fang Heng approaching, Jar temporarily stopped controlling the magic array, knelt down, and reported, "My lord, the blood power of the Zhao Ren tribe is stronger than we anticipated. It's difficult to control the magic array. We still need some time to complete it all. It may take over 10 more hours." Leave it to you here. Make it quick." "Yes." Fang Heng nodded, signaling Jar to continue. Then he extended his hand forward. Hiss, hiss. The blood pool in front of him churned. The blood pool, already refined to a high degree by Jar, was extremely rich. But it wasn't enough. Fang Heng needed to further refine it. After the refinement was complete, he would need to use the Blood Tribe King's coffin to refine it again before finally transforming it into experience points. These 2 steps were tasks that no one else could assist with. Fang Heng was refining when a game prompt quickly flashed across his retina. Hint: the player successfully wiped out the Zhao Ren tribe residing in the Chauncey country. The player gained to 7-1 W Enigma Empire reputation, 5 W Chauncey country reputation. They're eradicated. Darn. That's a loss. Fang Heng felt a bit rueful seeing the game prompt flash by. Being in a hurry this time without time to search for related missions, naturally, he couldn't claim the rewards. The task of exterminating the community, coupled with the strength of the Zhao Ren tribe, was at least an S-level difficulty mission. Missing out on a reward was a bit of a loss. While thinking, Fang Heng heard a commotion from the area behind him, turned back, and looked towards a spot not far away. And Jia, leading a small contingent of heavy armored knights, had hurried over to provide support. Both sides had left the military fortress almost simultaneously, but due to the mountain range separating the Zhao Ren tribe's territory and the military fortress, Jia was delayed and had just arrived. Emerging from a dense mountain forest, Xia's eyes also showed a hint of surprise when she saw the vast coastal area covered in a red blood fog. The soldiers of the heavy armored knight group with her were full of awe, even a tinge of fear. The entire coastal area was shrouded in heavy blood fog. What exactly happened here? The intense smell of blood. It felt like being in hell. Even the experienced Jia felt deeply unsettled. When Fang Heng had asked her about the Zhao Ren tribe earlier, Jia found it a bit strange, and now, inviting her to the edge of the Zhao Ren tribe's territory, she couldn't wrap her head around it. Fear was evident in Xia's eyes. She never expected the boundary Lord Fan Hen to take the initiative to attack the Zhao Ren tribe at this critical moment, and she never imagined that Fang Hen would succeed. The Zhao Ren tribe was extremely sensitive about their territory. They would attack recklessly upon invasion, even to the point of fighting to the last member of the tribe even if it led to the complete extinction of the entire group. But from the current situation, not even half a living member of the Zhao Ren tribe could be seen on the coast. The war had come to an end. The Zhao Ren tribe had been completely wiped out, and Jia took a deep breath, instructing her heavy armored knights to stay put as she rode her war horse forward to Fang Heng's side. "Lord Fang Hen, General Jia, you came at the right time. You understand the situation of the Zhao Ren tribe better than I do. Let's go inside and take a look together." "All right." Fang Heng nodded and followed Jia into the Zhao Ren tribe's territory. As they explored deeper into the territory, Fang Heng soon noticed several excavated caves on the coastal edge. Jia noticed Fang Heng's gaze and explained, "Lord Fang Heng, the coastal area is where the Zhao Ren tribe resides. They are adept at water battles, but most of the time, they live on the ground. These caves are where the Zhao Ren tribe rests and lives." Fang Heng thought to himself that it was fortunate the Zhao Ren tribe was so valiant, as otherwise, if they took refuge in the sea, it wouldn't be easy for him to completely eradicate the entire tribe with their geographical advantage. Anxia took a few steps forward and stopped at the edge of a cliff by the sea, taking a few more steps towards the cliff wall, then peering downwards. This is it. There is a hidden cave entrance below the cliff, which is the sacred place for the generations of the Zhaoren tribe. I've heard rumors about this sacred place, but I've never been inside to investigate, Anxia said, with anticipation in her eyes. The council chamber, the Zhaoren tribe's sacred place. Now that we're here, we can't let it slip by. Take everything with us. Fang Heng first instructed his zombie subordinates to search the council chamber, then followed Anxia and peered downwards. All right, let's go inside and take a look. The two climbed down the cliff face and entered the hidden cave in the cliff wall. Inside the cave, there were rugged rocks decorated with the teeth and bones of some giant beast. The aesthetic sense of the Zhaoren tribe was significantly different from that of humans. If you had to describe it, it would be primitive and rough. Following the passage into the depths of the cave, Anxia continued to explain, it is said that the area of the Zhaoren tribe's sacred place houses the Jialong Pool. The Jialong clan is born from the Jialong Pool, which is extremely important to the Zhaoren tribe. Of course, these are just unverified rumors. Fang Heng followed Anxia as they explored the surroundings. Apart from the decorative bones, there didn't seem to be anything else noteworthy. Found it. It's the Jialong Pool. Anxia discovered something in a corner. Her eyes brightened, and she hastened towards ancient well in the center, turning to Fang Heng. Lord Fang Heng, this is the Zhaoren tribe's sacred water that I previously introduced to you. Fang Heng quickened his pace and walked to Anxia's side to observe. The Jialong Pool was about the size of a basin and not very deep, only about a meter or so. Anxia observed the sacred water in the Jialong Pool and continued to explain, the Zhaoren tribe's sacred water possesses a powerful force. It can heal injuries rapidly and even regenerate severed limbs. It is said that every member of the Zhaoren tribe drinks the sacred water after 100 days of birth to pray for strength, regenerating severed limbs. Such a powerful effect. Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. Yes, Lord Fang Heng, the ability of the sacred water to regenerate severed limbs is not just a rumor. The Kingdom of Jones had a brief alliance with the Zhaoren tribe and obtained 2 small bottles of the tribe's sacred water, Anxia explained, gesturing with her hand to indicate the size of the bottles, but the effect of a small bottle can probably only regenerate a severed finger. Hearing this, Fang Heng took out a glass bottle from his backpack and filled it with water from the Jialong Pool. Hint: player acquires Zhaoren tribe sacred water item. Zhaoren tribe sacred water description: a special water condensed with special powers that, when used, greatly speeds up the healing process for a short period of time, temporarily enhancing strength, constitution, and agility, while also providing the effect of regenerating severed limbs. The specific effect depends on the amount of Jialong tribe sacred water ingested by the player. Description: if the player has Zhaoren tribe bloodline, using the sacred water can enhance the bloodline and earn bloodline experience points. Zhaoren tribe bloodline. Fang Heng muttered softly upon seeing the game prompt, recalling the scenes of battling the Zhaoren tribe. It probably wasn't a very high-level bloodline. He wasn't too interested. Nevertheless, the sacred water was indeed a very valuable item. In the game, the usefulness of regenerating severed limbs might not be significant, but outside the game, the ability to regenerate severed limbs would surely fetch a high price. Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction. After touring around and collecting their gains, taking all the sacred water with them was the plan. Fang Heng directed his zombie subordinates, who were following behind, to clear the well and check the entire sacred place again. The altar in the deepest part of the sacred place was more of a symbolic meaning, and the remaining items seemed to be of little value. As for the most valuable blood of the Zhaoren tribe, it had already been extracted. They had also gathered some valuable items from the council chamber, which could fetch a good price. With everything worth taking already in their possession, Fang Heng was ready to leave. Fang Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows. What's this? Hint: your zombie subordinates have discovered a special item. Hint: this item is quite special. Forcibly acquiring it may trigger special changes. Please be cautious. Seeing the red-lettered game prompt, Fang Heng paused his steps. After the zombie subordinates had retrieved all the sacred water from the Jialong Pool, they unexpectedly found something protruding at the bottom of the spring water that seemed to have merged with the water basin due to the passage of time. If not for the careful search by the zombie subordinates, it would probably have been forgotten. What's this? Fang Heng squinted his eyes, walked to the edge of the spring, and tried to touch it. Snap! A round cone-shaped object covered with moss was pulled out from the bottom of the Jiaolong pool by Fang Heng. Hint. Player acquires an item. Merc Secret Seal item. Merc Secret Seal level. Unknown description. A coin of unknown material with a special secret seal engraved on it. Seems to possess certain special powers. Description. When the player is in the Kebolia game world and practices necromancy, they receive an additional 10% experience bonus. When in the Temple of Merc, the player receives an additional 20% experience bonus in necromancy practice. All effects are limited to master level necromancy and below. Description. This item is a special quest item, cannot be destroyed, cannot be taken out of the world of Kebolia, and will definitely be dropped upon death. Merc Secret Seal. It's him again? Fang Heng's heart trembled as he held in his hand the secret seal he had just obtained from his backpack, observing and comparing it with the other secret seal. After clearing the moss and stains on the surface of the secret seal, he found that the two are identical in material and structure, with only slight differences in the patterns on the seals. Could it be that the terrifying combat talent and strong vitality of the Zhao Ren tribe were related to this secret seal? Was it just a coincidence? Fang Heng couldn't help but ponder. Upon seeing the true form of the secret seal, Anxia's eyes also showed a surprised expression. This is Merc Secret Seal. I didn't expect that Merc Secret Seal would also exist among the Zhao Ren tribe, Anxia said, in a low voice, her face showing confusion. Lord Fang Hen, the Kingdom of Jones also made some attempts with the secret seal. Besides having some reaction to necromancy, it had no other effect. I didn't expect it to be related to the Zhao Ren tribe sacred water. Just conquered a small city of the Empire of Anmo. The Legion Commander Savage led his team into the city to rest for a bit. Savage had a clear sense that something was amiss in the battle. The teams available to support them were decreasing. This situation was clearly abnormal. Just as he was preparing to call over players to inquire, two players had already come forward to seek an audience. Savage waved his hand to signal his subordinates to bring the players up, looked at the two players, and asked, "What's happening on the side of Jonasia?" The players felt somewhat uneasy. With a solemn expression, nodded and responded, "Commander Savage, Jonasia is currently under attack by the undead. The teleportation point area surrounded, preventing the reinforcements from the Holy Court from entering Angma Empire for support. We have lost contact with Jonasia for over 2 hours now, and not long ago, a teleportation channel also lost its stable connection." Savage frowned and asked, "Is it Fang Heng?" "We cannot confirm for sure yet, but it's highly probable." Fang Heng. Savage muttered to himself, repeating the name. Previously, if Fang Heng had just stolen a chicken and secretly intercepted the supply line, it would have been manageable. But now, the Holy Court had raised extreme vigilance, yet they had not been able to take down Fang Heng even in a direct confrontation. Even the military fortress of Jonasia was under a significant threat. Fang Heng's power was not to be underestimated. Savage hesitated for a moment, even briefly considering whether to return immediately to support the teleportation channel in Jonasia. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. It was already too late to go back now. Besides, he had more important tasks to accomplish. Miles' team still hadn't arrived, which would greatly impact his next steps in the mission plan. Savage looked up at the players and asked, "All right, let's set that aside for now. Any new instructions from the Holy Court?" "None. The Holy Court allows you to act at your discretion." Convey to the Holy Court that I understand." Savage waved his hand, preparing to send the players back, but suddenly his expression turned serious, and he looked up at the sky. The players suddenly felt a surge of divine energy emanating from Savage, and seeing his extremely serious expression, they couldn't help but feel a bit alarmed, looking up involuntarily towards the sky. In the dark and cloudy sky, something seemed to fly by. Swift. Savage abruptly drew his sword and pointed to a spot in midair. Swish! A dark golden beam of energy burst out from the tip of his sword, attacking towards the sky. The beam narrowly missed a flying creature in the air. Unfortunately, it didn't hit. The distance was too far, and Savage himself wasn't skilled in long-range attacks. The small creature seemed startled and quickly flew away. Savage, with a stern face, asked, "Are there vampires in this world?" Hearing Savage's question, the players were puzzled, not understanding his meaning at all. Savage repeated, I'm asking you, are there vampires in the Queberia game world? The players quickly shook their heads. No, never heard of it. Fang Heng, Savage stared at the sky. A hint of dread in his eyes conveyed to the Holy Court. Fang Heng has arrived, and Jonasia has probably fallen. I will initiate action ahead of schedule. The player swallowed cautiously. He also knew that Fang Heng's strength as a realm lord was formidable, but he never expected that even the Holy Court would be wary to this extent with just one player. Go quickly. Yes. The player hurriedly left, running out to offline and deliver the message. Savage looked up at the sky again. Trouble. Vampires had a significant advantage in reconnaissance. Once the vampires joined the battlefield, their movements would be completely exposed. Then if they found the temple, it would be troublesome. This mission was highly likely to fail. There was no time to waste. He needed to go immediately to complete the task. Hopefully, everything before would deceive the Empire of Engma and trick the undead. 20 minutes later. After temporarily clearing the territory of the Jiao people, Fang Heng left Prince Gar with the vampires to continue refining the blood pool. He first transformed into a bat form and returned to the military fortress. Your Majesty. Fang Heng nodded, gesturing for the vampire Prince Makar to rise. The vampires have just explored a portion of the hinterland of the Empire of Engma, discovering a total of 34 scattered small to medium-sized teams and one main large-scale team. 20 minutes ago, the main force of the Holy Court was in this location, heading in that direction. It seems they intend to target the main city of the Empire. Fang Heng looked at the location indicated by Makara on the map, furrowing his brow. The main force of the Holy Court was still quite away from the Merc Temple. Could it be that the Holy Court's target was not the Merc Temple? Judging from their movements, it seemed they were more interested in the main city of the Empire of Enmao. Were they planning a direct assault against the ruler of the Empire of Enmao? Had his previous speculations about the Merc Temple been wrong? After some thought, Fang Heng pointed to the location of the Merc Temple on the map and asked, "What about here? Have the Holy Court's forces been spotted?" "No. But there are 2 Holy Court teams roaming within 5 kilometers. Fang Heng found it even more perplexing. In addition, Your Majesty, during our tracking, a vampire was attacked by the Holy Court. They've discovered us, and the Holy Court now knows we've entered this world, so they may be on high alert next." Good. Noted. Fang Heng was already mentally prepared for this. The Holy Court's perception of vampires was not weak, and being discovered was expected. But since they were found, he needed to act quickly. In any case, he should first go towards the direction of the Merc Temple and investigate. Thinking so, Fang Heng said to Makar, "I will rush to support the Holy Court immediately. You stay here for now to command the vampires, awaiting my orders." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fang Heng wasted no time, controlling a group of zombie minions to transform into Lick Eaters and rush towards the direction of the Merc Temple, also transforming into a bat form and accelerating towards the Merc Temple. Over an hour later, Fang Heng flew above the Merc Temple. A game notification popped up. Notice: players entering a special area. Within this area, players cannot log in or out. Survival radio and other communications cannot be used. It seemed there was something unusual about the Merc Temple indeed. The guards outside the Merc Temple immediately became alert when they saw Fang Heng approaching, looking towards the figure approaching from outside. The guards had already heard about the Sacred Court team infiltrating the Empire's territory and were currently guarding the temple with caution. Seeing someone approaching, they became tense. Fang Heng slowed down his pace, looking at the guards just passing by, coming for a visit. Several guards looked at Fang Heng with heavy suspicion in their eyes. Normally, the Merc Temple did not prohibit ordinary and Ned scholars from visiting. But in the current situation, and this guy looked suspicious at first glance. He even had a mysterious demon mask on his face. However, members of the Sacred Court would not use such a strange mask. Could he not be part of the Sacred Court? Halt. The Merc Temple is now under martial law. The head guard looked at Fang Heng with a hint of suspicion and said firmly, "The Empire is under attack by the Sacred Court. It is extremely dangerous here now. Please leave immediately and come back in a few days." Fang Heng looked at the dozen or so guards at the entrance, pondering whether barging in directly would lead to a decrease in friendliness between him and the Empire, when suddenly he heard a voice of surprise coming from inside the Merc Temple. "Fan Jie." "Ha." Fang Heng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ji Xiaobo in the depths of the Merc Temple looking outwards. Ji Xiaobo had just heard the commotion outside, and the voice sounded familiar, so he came out to check. Seeing Fang Heng, Ji Xiaobo's eyes lit up with excitement, and he ran towards Fang Heng, waving his hands to signal him. Ji Xiaobo. Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. He had just asked Ji Xiaobo to join the mission in the afternoon, but he didn't expect him to find his way here so quickly following the mission clues. Did he have some sort of talent for exploring missions? You don't need to worry, this is my friend. Ji Xiaobo walked over and signaled the Imperial Guards to stand down, leading Fang Heng towards the depths of the Merc Temple. Not far from the Merc Temple, as they watched Fang Heng enter the temple, two undead players hidden in the shadows exchanged a glance. Fang Heng. No. How did he come here? Wasn't he just at the border of Jones? Yuan Ji's felt like he was seeing a ghost. He had just seen Fang Heng's trail on the border of Jones, and hurried back when he noticed something wrong with the military fortress. He hadn't been back long when Fang Heng appeared again. Yuan Jixian and Yuan Ji's were players from the undead player camp. They had undertaken a special secret mission and had been observing and waiting in the shadows for a while now. I can't believe it. How did this guy find his way here? How did he discover the Merc Temple? Will our mission encounter trouble? Initially, the two were excited when they learned about the Sacred Core invading the Empire, thinking their plan was going smoothly. But Fang Heng's appearance had brought some unexpected twists to their mission. Who could have expected that a player could single-handedly defeat Mile's Sacred Court team, or even destroy the Sacred Court's teleportation point in Jones? Fang Heng's presence was something they had not anticipated at all. Well, Fang Heng may have sensed something amiss with the Sacred Court mission, so he rushed here to investigate, Yuan Jixian reasoned. Although there's a tiny possibility that he could defeat Mile's team with his current strength, it's impossible for him to directly crush the Sacred Court's teleportation point. I suspect, did Fang Heng use some external power? Did you see Fang Heng personally attack and break through the military fortress in Jones? Ow. This exactly. Brother, stop overthinking. Regardless of external help, what should we do now? Yuan Jixian looked a bit anxious, looking towards the entrance of the Merc Temple. Should we go in and stop him? Yuan Jixian looked at his brother, asking, can you stop him? Initially, the two were very confident in their abilities. But now big brother, what should we do? Should we try reasoning with him? The Sacred Court people will arrive soon. Going over now might alert them. Besides Fang Heng, there are others with him, which might leak information. Yuan Jixian paused and continued. And the teacher said, the fewer people know about this, the better. You don't want our mission completion rate to be deducted, do you? Yeah. Let's wait a bit longer. Fang Heng has very little information. He might not discover the secrets of the Merc Temple. The Sacred Court team has likely dealt with most of the seal points. They will probably arrive soon. So let's stay put. Okay. Inside the Merc Temple, Ji Xiaobo led Fang Heng towards the main hall. Fang Jie, you've also come. I was thinking of ways to quickly find you. How did you find your way here? Did you make any discoveries related to the Sacred Court artifacts? Yes. When it comes to the mission, Ji Xiaobo instantly became spirited. Fang Jie, I went to the Empire's library this afternoon and turned everything upside down. Then I found this place. Fang Heng was even more curious, asking, oh, so, what's special about this place? Hehe. Ji Xiaobo chuckled and teased. Fang Jie, do you know how the Chapolera game world came to be? Are you saying it was transformed from the Death Realm exit? Huh? Ji Xiaobo was surprised and turned to look at Fang Heng, filled with astonishment. How did you know? He had spent half a day to find out, only for Fang Heng to already be aware of it. Fang Heng shrugged, saying, I got the information from Lady Donnie. Well, according to historical records, the Merc Temple appeared long before the Empire was established. The temple might have been left over from that era. Ji Xiaobo lowered his voice, whispering to Fang Heng, Fang Jie, it's rumored that the crack in the Death Realm split open by the Divine Giant Sword is in this area. I searched through ancient maps for a long time before finding the Merc Temple, and it seems the temple might be related to the mission we are looking for. Debbie Matisse. Debbie slightly bowed towards Fang Heng. I am a heritage records officer of the Angma Empire Royal Library. This time, I was ordered to assist the two of you. Fang Jie, when I came, I went to the Angma Empire Royal Palace. With her help I found the relevant information, then noticed something strange here, and immediately rushed over. Ji Xiaobo explained, then walked into the hall with Fang Heng. I just checked and found that the magic array here was indeed set up a long time ago, and has been modified and rebuilt many times. The Merc Temple can gather some of the undead energy emerging from the underground. Other than that, it seems to have no other purpose. Fang Heng nodded slightly, nodded towards Debbie, and entered the hall. The floor of the hall was engraved with special alchemical magic array runes. Fang Heng squatted down and carefully inspected it. Indeed, as Ji Xiaobo said, the alchemical magic array's function is to gather power, slowly absorbing the undead energy dissipating from the earth, which promotes the undead studies practice in the Merc Temple. But it's strange. The power of the undead is gathered from the earth. Then where does the slowly overflowing energy of the undead from the earth originate? Fan Jie, did you find anything? Ji Xiaobo looked at Fang Heng expectantly, scratching his head, and glanced at Debbie next to him. He wanted to ask Fang Heng about the sacred greatsword, and was thinking of having Fang Heng take the sword to try it out, to see if there would be any reactions. With an outsider present, Ji Xiaobo hesitated. Fang Heng stood up and asked, "What about Merc secret runes? What are the runes used for?" This was the first time Ji Xiaobo had heard of the secret runes. Looking confused, "Secret runes? What secret runes? Are you talking about Merc secret runes?" Debbie, who had been listening to their conversation on the side, nodded and said, "Merc secret runes were left over from ancient times, possessing special energy that resonates with the Merc Temple, aiding in the undead studies practice. Record books say that there are a total of 12 secret runes in existence. 12 in total. Do we need to collect all 12 secret runes to understand the mysteries? Counting the 2 previously obtained, and the one just brought by Lady Danny, it adds up to 3. Fang Heng frowned and took out one of the secret runes from his backpack. Faint ripples appeared on the secret rune. A game prompt flashed on Fang Heng's retina. Tip: the player's Merc secret rune resonates with the Merc Temple, providing an additional 20% experience bonus when practicing undead studies in the Merc Temple, limited to advanced 10 below undead studies. Merc secret rune? Debbie saw the secret rune in Fang Heng's hand, and her eyes showed a hint of surprise. Fang Heng tried holding the secret rune in his hand, but nothing else happened. Just as he was experimenting, a vampire flew into the hall from outside. The vampire reverted to human form in front of Fang Heng, knelt down and reported, "Your Majesty, we have found several groups of the Holy Court army gathering and moving towards the direction of the Merc Temple, most likely coming for you." Fang Heng's pupils shrank at the news. They arrived at just the wrong time. Just when they came, the Holy Court was also hurrying over. There was definitely an issue here. Ji Xiaobo got excited at the news. Fang Jie, see? There is definitely a problem here. Great, when the Holy Court's people arrive, let's capture a few and interrogate them. Fang Heng thought for a moment and found the feasibility of this plan average. The Holy Court members were tough. It wouldn't be easy to extract information from them, especially considering that even ordinary Holy Court teams might not know about the secrets of the Merc Temple. Fang Heng looked up at the high part of the temple. The interior of the Merc Temple was decorated with many areas suitable for hiding. "You guys take the people and go first. I'll stay here." Ji Xiaobo was surprised and said, "Fan Jie, let me stay too. I can help with ideas." "No need. I have stealth skills. Wait here while I hide and see what tricks they are up to." "It's not good for you to stay and confront the Holy Court," Fang Heng said. Looking at Debbie, "The Holy Court's people will arrive soon. You lead the Merc Temple guards to leave. No need to stay and confront the Holy Court." Debbie nodded, waved to signal the guards to prepare to leave. "Okay." Ji Xiaobo did not insist further, and when Debbie and the guards left first, he whispered to Fang Heng's side, "Fang Jie, should we bring the sacred greatsword over to have a look? What if something here triggers a reaction?" Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, staying here alone wouldn't reveal much, but bringing the sacred greatsword over might lead to some special discoveries. However, the sacred greatsword couldn't be put in the backpack, and bringing it over recklessly could be dangerous. "I understand. You take them away first. Be safe." "Okay. Fan Jie, you be careful too." Once Ji Xiaobo and the others left, Fang Heng lightly leapt up, quickly transformed into a bat form, and flew towards a corner of the Merc Temple, hanging upside down on the ceiling, concealing his own aura. According to the information obtained from the vampire, only a squad from the Holy Court was coming this time, not very strong. Were the Holy Court's targets really the Merc Temple? If so, Why did only a squad come? Fang Heng waited in place for more than 10 minutes, soon hearing hurried footsteps outside. The Holy Court Knight Squad Captain, DRIZZLE, entered the temple hall with his team. DRIZZLE quickly scanned the temple hall. When the squad invaded the temple, they did not encounter any resistance from the Anma Empire. It seemed they had discovered the team's movements in advance and withdrawn early. As a precaution, DRIZZLE instructed his team to carefully inspect the hall. Check it thoroughly. Be careful. Yes. The Holy Court immediately conducted a thorough check of the entire temple's interior. Fang Heng's figure slowly disappeared into a secondary space projection, avoiding the Holy Court's inspection, and reappear after the inspection was over, concealing himself in the shadows of the hall's corner, silently observing the Holy Court squad. After the Holy Court squad completed the inspection, they did not take any action, continuing to stay in the temple for a temporary rest. The meticulously planned surprise attack by the Holy Court was unexpectedly disrupted by the undead. No wonder Sadvich laid the team to launch the second part of the plan in advance, bringing them to the Temple of Mercurius. But even the elite team led by Miles from the Holy Court was defeated. Who could it be? I heard it was Fang Heng. Fang Heng? A blood vampire? Joel raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes. There have been rumors recently that Fang Heng is somehow connected to the demon race. Joel furrowed his brows even deeper. Let's not focus on that for now. Joel glanced at his two companions and asked, on our way here, did the undead notice our movements? The heart of the Anmar Empire is now in chaos because of our actions. The undead are in disarray. When they saw us coming, the outside guard forces all fled. Rest assured, no one noticed our gathering. Joel nodded, then looked at the time, nodded again, and said, it's almost time. The captain should be attacking the Polar Night City, attracting the attention of the Anmar Empire. Let's start our move. All right. The group nodded and began to set up in the main hall. They did not notice that Fang Heng, hidden in the shadows at the top of the temple, heard every word they said clearly. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes involuntarily. Indeed, the Holy Court had designs on the Temple of Mercurius. What exactly did they want to do? Fang Heng patiently observed. He saw the members of the Holy Court gathering around the central magic array in the Temple of Mercurius, taking out special runes from their backpacks. From a distance, Fang Heng scrutinized the runes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How odd. The runes they pulled out were not Mercurius runes, but runes of the divine element. Thus, under the influence of spiritual power, a dark golden light shimmered from the runes. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. These aren't triggering runes. Under the illumination of the divine runes, the ancient alchemical magic circle on the ground of the Temple of Mercurius began to slowly dissolve. Not good. They are destroying the Temple of Mercurius. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart, hesitated for a moment, but refrained from immediately intervening, choosing to continue observing patiently. The light emitted by the runes gradually dimmed until it lost its power. At the same time, the magic circle inscribed on the ground of the Temple of Mercurius was mostly disintegrated, completely ceasing its operation. Another holy knight approached Joel and quietly asked, Captain, can we begin now? Let's do it. The other branches of the plan have already been destroyed. There is no problem. Let's move. All right. The holy knight nodded heavily, raised his divine hammer, and fiercely struck the position of the runes on the ground. Bang. With each strike, stones were sent flying. Bang. Bang. Dang. The holy knight continued to swing the heavy hammer on the ground, gradually creating an opening. After a moment, when the central region of the floor in the Temple of Mercurius was mostly smashed open, the holy knight stepped back a few paces with his hammer raised. It was at this moment that Fang Heng finally saw the area in front of the holy knight. The ground that had been broken open revealed a metal box sealed with iron chains. The leading team captains of the Holy Court stepped forward, looked at the metal box below, and simultaneously looked up at each other, their eyes showing a serious expression. They found it. It was no different from the intelligence they had received in advance. The undead had placed a seal here. No wonder after all these years, the game world of Chibolaya remained unchanged. Despicable undead. Open the seal, Joel said softly. Soon, the three team captains of the Holy Court formed a triangle around the large hole in the ground, with the square metal object buried underneath. Suddenly, a dark golden light appeared. Divine power emerged. Hiss, hiss. The chains entwined around the square metal object emitted a hissing sound under the influence of divine power. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. A metal box. Well, there was actually something hidden under the main hall of the Temple of Recurers. Who could have thought of this? Fang Heng was even more curious now. It seemed that the seal outside the box was set up by the undead. So, what important thing could be inside the box? No, he had to stop them. What if the lock seal was really broken by them and their mission suddenly failed? The risk was too great. After contemplating for a moment, Fang Heng decided to take action. While the attention of the Holy Court members was focused on dispelling the undead aura entwined in the chains, Fang Heng hovered in the air, swiftly forming a secret rune with his hands. Summoning ritual, undead skeleton leader. In an instant, four rapidly rotating magic arrays appeared on the ground ahead. What is that? Be careful. The Holy Court members, who were gathered in the hall, suddenly sensed the presence of the undead aura and the appearance of the magic arrays. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked towards Fang Heng hidden in the shadows. There's someone over there. Look. At the next moment, before the crowd could fully discern Fang Heng hidden in the background, a dense icy breath gushed out from the magic array. The undead skeleton leader stepped out of the magic array, brandishing his ice-cold reaper blade towards the front. Dang! The guards of the Holy Court at the forefront were immediately knocked away. A commander creature. The two team captains of the Holy Knights were surprised, and they all looked up at Fang Heng in the air, shouting loudly, "That person! Take down the summoner first!" With that, the three Holy Knights of the Holy Court rushed towards Fang Heng, falling from the air. Fang Heng leapt down from the air, swinging his metal staff forward. There were only 3 operational teams on the other side, with the strongest combat power being just the 3 team captains of the Holy Court. Simply not a match. Swish! The metal staff made a sharp sound as it swiped through the air, then struck heavily against the long sword. Dang! The sword was instantly sent flying. After a brief exchange, the 3 Holy Knights keenly felt a surge of immense brute force emanating from Fang Heng. Terrifying power attributes. Dang! The 3 Holy Knights were blown away with a single strike from Fang Heng. Joel and the other 2 team captains of the Holy Court, noticing this, gave up on their undead seal and looked at Fang Heng with fear in their eyes. Who are you? HMPH. The leader of the undead skeletons is powerful, and it's not wise to confront them head-on. It's better to just run away. After all, the undead skeleton leader isn't adept at pursuing. Fang Heng furrowed his brow, planning to run. Just then, Fang Heng swiftly moved forward, swinging the metal staff in his hand towards the front. Doom! A heavy impact sound echoed as the sacred shield surrounding Jer burst out with a roar, sending him flying backward. Dang! Under the blow, the sacred shield covering Jer's body was already filled with cracks. Jer looked at the figure of Fang Heng attacking again, a hint of fear flashing through his pupils. What a terrifying power! Despite his full resistance, he still couldn't hold on. Fang Heng glanced at the members of the Holy Court fleeing outside the hall, his brow furrowed. Damn it, the Holy Court is fleeing so decisively this time. It's very unusual. Once they leave the Mercurial Temple, it's an open field, and it's difficult for him to catch up with this group with his current abilities, not to mention they are also protected by the Holy Court. Fang Heng knew his weaknesses and decided not to pursue them, choosing to deal with one at a time. Once again, he raised the metal staff and fiercely struck Jer. Dang! With the second strike, the sacred shield surrounding Jer shattered instantly. Fang Heng's right hand swiftly shot forward, grabbing Jer's neck tightly, pushing him against the wall and staring coldly at him. Jer looked at Fang Heng in front of him, cold sweat instantly oozing from his forehead. Who are you? The question is now mine. What is your mission? What is in the box? HMPH. Stupid, undead. You will never get a word from my mouth. Fang Heng knew they wouldn't easily talk. Troublesome. He didn't want to waste more words and, with a strong tug, twisted Jer's neck completely, and then used the soul Ultra Bones to completely obliterate his soul. After doing all this, Fang Heng looked at the empty hall, slowly walked forward, and continued to inspect the hole smashed into the ground. Under the hole in the broken hull was a rectangular metal box. A piece of it protruded about 1.5 meters long and wide, with a large part of the box buried in the ground, making it impossible to see how high it is. The metal box was surrounded by circle after circle of iron chains, densely covered with intricate patterns. Fang Heng could tell at a glance that the engraved patterns belonged to a certain seal. A seal of the undead. So, is the Holy Court looking for this thing? What important thing is hidden in this metal box? Fang Heng stroked his chin, unable to help but speculate. In fact, the magic array carved on the floor of the Mercurial Temple and the box buried underneath are connected. Originally, before the seal on the Mercurial Temple floor was destroyed, a large amount of death ore gathered on the seal from the underground of the Chibolia game world, providing some power for the seal. The remaining ore overflowed from the temple, providing a bonus effect for the player's cultivation. So, was the establishment of the Mercurial Temple actually to protect the box? Fang Heng became even more curious and tentatively reached out to touch the seal. No game-related mission prompts were triggered. So, should he continue to break the seal or try to reseal it? Fang Heng was a bit undecided when hurried footsteps were heard from the outside passage again. Ji Xiaobo had been watching from a distance outside and had seen the members of the Holy Court fleeing in panic. He hurriedly brought Debbie and a few Angmar Empire guards to investigate. Brother Fang, did you drive away the people from the Holy Court? Did you find anything? When Fang Heng saw Ji Xiaobo coming over, he nodded. He stood up from the mostly destroyed ground, making way for Ji Xiaobo. You guys came just in time to take a look at this. What on earth is this? Ji Xiaobo was taken aback when he saw the large pit smash in the center of the hall and hastened his steps to observe. It had only been a while since he went out, and the hall was already in such a mess. Debbie followed Ji Xiaobo up and, seeing the destroyed magic array and the metal box and the undead seal below, also showed a surprised expression. Indeed, it's a seal left behind by the undead. It seems to have been here for a long time, and we can't yet determine what's under the seal. Ji Xiaobo was puzzled. So, why did our undead seal something valuable here? Wait a minute, if there really is something valuable, why hide it here? Fang Heng looked at the seal, then at Debbie, and asked, the seal absorbed some of the undead aura that overflowed from the underground to strengthen itself. It can be judged that the person who left the box here is very likely the one who built the Mercurial Temple. Does the Angmar Empire have any relevant information? I've never heard of any records about the Mercurial Temple. There have been no such records in the Empire's data either. After the founding of the Empire was under the will of the undead and took great care to guard the temple. Scholars from the undead camp who came to the temple were also very respectful and would not dare to easily disturb it. As for the box, I can't recall any related information, but I seem to have seen similar symbols somewhere. Debbie observed the seal, her face wearing a serious expression. She took a few steps forward to examine it carefully, showing a pensive look on her face. I'm not entirely sure, but the symbols on it may be related to the sacred marks of the Holy Court. What? Sacred marks? Fang Heng and Ji Xiaobo became more puzzled. Yes, according to records, there was a strong earthquake in the Angmar Empire once. After the earthquake, we discovered buried sacred marks in a seismic area. At that time, many scholars of the undead were curious about this discovery and rushed to investigate, but soon after, undead forces came to investigate and temporarily sealed the sacred marks themselves. Later on, the Angmar Empire issued an order that any similar seals found in the future were not allowed to be destroyed privately. Even if similar seals were found outside the country, they must be reported to the Empire immediately. I have met Nbudu before. He is now a member of the Council of the undead camp, involved in the decisions related to the undead camp, and holds a significant influence within the undead camp. Ji Xiaobo scratched his head while speaking. He definitely knows what this thing is, but time is running short now, and it's hard to find him to ask. Ji Xiaobo then continued, but Brother Fang, the undead camp has never really been focused on attacking the Holy Court's Chibolia game world, so maybe whatever is sealed below is not that important. Fang Heng nodded and said, or it could be that the undead camp simply doesn't consider them important. Fang Heng glanced at the metal box revealed under the ground below, feeling more and more puzzled. Undead and Holy Court, what are they up to? Everything seems so confusing, with no clues to unravel the mystery. Oh, by the way, Brother Fan, there was one more thing. We were intercepted by 2 undead players on our way here. They advised us not to get involved in this mission, and mentioned that the Holy Court's people would be coming to support soon, suggesting we leave quickly. They claimed they would take care of things here and asked us not to interfere, hoping we wouldn't delay the undead camp's affairs. Fang Heng was surprised at this revelation, wondering if there was a conflict with other players' missions. Do you know them? Ji Xiaobo shook his head repeatedly. No, I don't know them, and both of them had masks on. However, they used undead techniques and seemed powerful. They only said a few words to me before leaving, but it felt more like a warning. I don't know if they are friends or foes. What does it mean? Does the undead camp have a plan? Do these two know that the people from the Holy Court are targeting the Merc Temple? Why would delaying the undead camp's affairs matter? Are they keeping some mission-related information to themselves as a riddle, or are they just trying to intimidate us? The more unclear it gets and the more they urge us to leave, the more Fang Heng felt intrigued. Should we listen to these two enigmatic individuals? Ridiculous. Fang Heng and Ji Xiaobo exchanged a look. Maybe, regardless of what those two players said, let's pretend they don't exist. Break the seal and see what's inside. Ji Xiaobo saw the determination in Fang Heng's eyes and nodded in agreement, looking excited. Just as Fang Heng was about to act, a vampire flew in from the passageway and knelt in front of him. My lord, a part of the Holy Court's team has shown signs of movement, and their route indicates they are converging towards this location. The same team that was attacking the city has now diverted towards here. I see. You may go down. Fang Heng's expression turned serious. Have they run out of options? Are they no longer disguising their intentions and coming straight for us? The Holy Court seems to highly value the buried metal box underground. In that case, Fang Heng licked his lips slightly, dismissing the thought of breaking the seal immediately. Let's not worry about minor details. Since they have come forward, let's save the trouble of searching for them one by one. Let's just deal with them all at once. As for temporarily keeping the undead seal, think of it as bait. Outside the Merc Temple, Yuan Jixian and Yuan Jais, the two brothers, lurked in the shadows, closely monitoring the Merc Temple's situation ahead. After Ji Xiaobo and the others went in, they did not come out again. Didn't we advise them to leave early? Damn it, why aren't they heeding the advice? With the Holy Court members arriving one after another, staying there would pose a great danger. If they accidentally trigger the sacred seal. The two brothers exchanged a glance. Brother, should we go in now and get them out? No. We can't startle the snake, and it seems they are not the type to easily heed advice, so we can't just forcefully pull them out. Let's continue waiting. Soon, 5 Holy Court teams hurriedly arrived in the distance, assembled, and immediately rushed into the Merc Temple. Inside the Merc Temple, the Holy Court squad leader led his team cautiously along the corridor ahead. After reuniting with the two dispersed teams and exchanging information, they learned about the presence of leader-level undead skeletons in the main hall. The squad immediately sent someone to inform the commander to come and support, and at the same time, developed a combat plan specifically targeting the undead skeleton leaders. As they reached the central hall, the Holy Court team saw the 4 undead skeleton leaders occupying the hall. Unlike the previous sudden attack that forced them into a hasty battle, this time the Holy Court was well prepared. The Holy Knights guarded the front, while the Holy Court priests provided long-range purification and support. With their vast experience dealing with undead creatures, the Holy Court was prepared to face the undead skeleton leaders. Sensing the sacred aura that repulsed them, the undead skeleton leaders brandished their ice-cold cleavers and charged towards the Holy Court team outside the hall. They are coming. Be cautious. Holy Knights, take the front. Stop them. Activate the protective aura, the squad leader shouted, directing the Holy Court team to unite and engage in combat. While dealing with the undead skeleton leaders, several team leaders of the Holy Court squad kept an eye on the interior of the hall, searching for the mysterious individuals who had attacked their team earlier. In the deep hall, Ji Xiaobo was not nervous at all. Rather, he was excited. After waiting for so long, he could finally confront the Holy Court face to face. Isn't this what he had always dreamt of? Rubbing his hands together, Ji Xiaobo couldn't help but ask, Brother Fang, shouldn't we start now? Almost. We'll begin shortly. Fang Heng said, patting Ji Xiaobo's shoulder. You wait here. I'll go deal with them. Okay. With that, Fang Heng swiftly merged into a secondary spatial projection and quickly passed through the Holy Court combat happening in the projection. The Holy Court team didn't notice anything abnormal and, after withstanding the first wave of attacks from the undead skeleton leaders, slowly adjusted their formation. As long as they could endure the initial assault, the subsequent battle would be more manageable. Relying on teamwork and healing advantages, they could wear them down gradually. Fang Heng looked at the Saint Court team inside the passage, with both hands concentrated in front of him, and dozens of magic arrays rapidly spinning around his feet. A large number of elite, undead skeletons were summoned from the magic array and rushed towards the Saint Court. With Fang Heng's current mental strength, he could probably summon 4 undead skeleton leaders at once, or perhaps 40 to 50 elite undead skeletons. The former would require more time to recover mental strength. Undead skeletons, the people of the Saint Court, were temporarily thrown off balance by the sudden influx of elite undead skeletons. They were puzzled. Clearly, guards had been sent outside. So why did Fang Heng appear there? As the undead skeleton elites were summoned and poured into the passage, the Saint Court team had to adjust their formation once again. But some were already too late. The team was ambushed from front and back, leading to immediate chaos. That person. It's him. Over there. He's controlling the undead creatures. Fang Heng stood behind many undead skeletons, watching the chaotic team, once again concentrating his hands in front of him. The combat power of several small teams of the Saint Court was not weak. His zombie avatars were still on their way from the border of Jones's country. It would take some time for them to arrive. For now, they had to rely on fighting with the undead skeletons. Outside, watching the Saint Court squads pouring into the Merc Cathedral for reinforcement, Yuan Jixian and Yuan Jize, the two brothers, couldn't help but glance at each other. Starting from a while ago, 8 squads had charged into the fortress. The battle inside the cathedral had not ceased. Were they still fighting? Had they not stopped? What's going on? Was Fang Heng really that powerful in battle? Yuan Jize was a bit anxious, thinking about whether he should go in and check the situation. Let's not rush, let's wait a bit longer. Yuan Jixian was trying to convince him when suddenly he sensed something. Turning to look into the distance, they have arrived. The large-scale Saint Court team was approaching. Oh no. Yuan Jize noticed his brother's unusual expression and turned to see the main Saint Court forces coming quickly from behind, feeling the urge to lightly tap his own forehead. Originally, they had a rough idea of the Saint Court's action plan. They estimated that the Saint Court would likely send Sadvich and his large team to attract the attention of the Angma Empire, while only small teams would carry out the mission. Initially, it was more or less in line with their speculation. But now, due to Fang Heng's appearance, there was a disturbance in the Merc Cathedral. Sadvich had just been attacking the Imperial City and immediately stopped upon hearing about the assault on the cathedral, returning promptly to support. In fact, according to the Saint Court's original plan, it was not supposed to be ordinary small squads operating the magic array, but instead Miles's large team. It wasn't until Miles was taken out by Fang Heng that they had no choice but to assign other squads. Yuan Jize couldn't help but feel unlucky. Originally, they only needed to deal with Miles's team, but now they were facing Sadvich's team, doubling the difficulty of the mission. Not far away, Sadvich was in a hurry, leading the Saint Court army to quickly rush to the support of the Merc Cathedral. A very bad piece of news. The Saint Court's actions at the Merc Cathedral had been discovered. The Saint Court's operation to break the seals was disrupted as the Saint Court team encountered undead attacks. The early efforts of the Saint Court to control Jones's country and persuade them to cooperate using the mentally controlled royal uncle had been great. However, after invading the Angma Empire, the Saint Court deliberately made some moves to confuse both the undead and the Angma Empire, making it difficult for them to determine the Saint Court's objectives. Unexpectedly, their actions were now exposed. Initially, two large teams were supposed to invade the heart of the Angma Empire, with Sadvich responsible for drawing the Empire's attention, while Miles's team would attack the Merc Cathedral. But as soon as Miles's team emerged from the teleportation point, they were completely annihilated, instantly shattering the plan. Sadvich had to hand over the mission to the deputy team leader. Unexpectedly, there were further problems, forcing him to rush back in person to deal with the trouble. Sadvich had no time to think about which stage things had gone wrong. He couldn't allow this operation to fail. Watching the Merc Cathedral gradually coming into view, Sadvich raised his knight spear high in his hand. The evil undead are up ahead. Follow me. Completely crush them. Roar. A unified shout erupted from the Saint Court army behind him as they accelerated their advance. Inside the Merc Cathedral, Ji Xiaobo heard the loud commotion outside and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Judging from the sound, the Saint Court's main force team had definitely arrived. The situation seemed a bit unfavorable, judging by the current circumstances, right? At the moment, several Saint Court teams were trapped inside the Merc Cathedral's passage, entangled with undead skeleton creatures, with casualties on both sides, probably a 60-40 situation. The undead were barely holding on thanks to their numerical advantage. But once the main Saint Court forces joined the battle, would they still stand a chance? What should we do? Ji Xiaobo couldn't help but step back a bit, feeling a bit nervous. After summoning several waves of elite undead skeletons outside, Fang Heng quickly retreated back. At this moment, hearing the echoing sounds from outside, he knew he couldn't stay any longer. He turned to Ji Xiaobo. Let's go. We need to retreat first. He was limited in mental strength at the moment. The number of undead skeleton leaders he could continuously summon was also limited. Using elite undead skeletons for a battle of attrition was just a waste. It was unnecessary. Fang Heng poured a bottle of mental power restorative potion into his mouth, then concentrated his hands in front of him, creating a mark. Gather. Swish. Swish swish. After the surge of mental power, it swiftly poured into the mark formed in his hands. For swiftly rotating magic arrays emerged in the area in front of Fang Heng. A deep blue frosty breath overflowed from the magic arrays. Four undead skeleton leaders stepped out of the magic arrays, leading the way, charging out of the Merc Cathedral towards the outside. Dang! The first to Saint Court paladins who tried to block them were immediately pushed back by the ice-cold blade slashes wielded by the undead skeleton leaders. Let's go! Fang Heng led Ji Xiaobo as they followed, breaking out to the outside of the Merc Cathedral, taking a quick glance again at the game prompt. Swoosh! Captain Elite of the Holy Court team swiftly emerged from the side, swinging his sword to forcefully block the icy blade attack of a lich skeletal leader, attempting to halt their forward momentum. Dang! Got him! Elite's heart stirred, about to intercept once more with the group of holy knights behind him, when suddenly a sharp sound pierced through from the right side of him. Swoosh! What? Elite's expression tightened, immediately swinging his sword backhand to defend. Dang! Another extremely heavy impact sound. Elite immediately felt the huge force attacking his hand. The longsword in his hand, unable to hold on, and flew out in an instant. Looking back at the player in front of him once again, a look of astonishment appeared in Elite's pupils. It's him, the person who summoned and controlled undead creatures from behind. Wasn't he proficient in undead summoning magic? Why does he possess such brutish and unreasonable power attributes? Elite was sent flying backward by a strike, his mind momentarily stunned. The next moment, he immediately lost the thought of continuing to block Fang Heng, turning his head to look at the seal in the center of the Merc Temple. Seeing that the seal was still intact, Elite breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the other party hadn't touched the seal. Oh well, since he couldn't stop them, might as well let them leave the Merc Temple. After all, Sadowich's team outside has already arrived. They couldn't escape in the end. Don't chase. Be cautious in dealing with the enemy. Seeing that they couldn't stop Fang Heng's escape, Elite simply gave up on pursuit, instructing his team to let Fang Heng and the others go and regroup to deal with the remaining undead skeletal creatures. Far outside the Merc Temple, Sadowich's team was chasing after Fang Heng towards the Merc Temple. Seeing Fang Heng and the others breaking through the right side area of the Merc Temple and quickly fleeing, a hint of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Who are they? Are they the ones who attacked the Merc Temple before? Several deputy commanders of the accompanying team looked at each other, shaking their heads in confusion. They were too far away to see clearly. Sadowich was concerned about the status of the Merc Temple. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "These people have unusual identities. Jet, take a squad of honor knights to pursue them. Make sure to stop them. I need to find out their identities." Understood. Second Army, follow me. Deputy Commander Jet shouted, immediately directing a team of the Holy Court Knights to chase after Fang Heng, who had run out of the temple. Fang Jie. They are chasing after us. Ji Xiaobo was experiencing such a battlefield for the first time. Hearing the galloping war horses behind him, the slight nervousness he had just felt was instantly replaced by excitement. This is the battlefield. This is where real men belong. I know. Keep up. Fang Heng shouted, continuing to lead the group towards the right side area outside the Merc Temple, taking out a group teleport scroll from his backpack. The teleport scroll could not travel a long distance, but it was enough for Ji Xiaobo and the others to escape danger. As for the remaining adversaries, he could handle them completely. The area outside the temple was flat and open plain. The advantage lay with the cavalry. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed in. Fang Heng and the others had only fled for a short while before being caught up by the pursuers from behind. The Holy Court Honor Knights had already activated their charge skill, their speed skyrocketing to the limit. Swoosh! Just before the two groups were about to meet, Fang Heng suddenly turned around, forming a mark with both hands in front of him, a dark book of the dead appearing before him. Bone wall. Doom. Boom boom. With his spiritual power infused into the book of the dead, 10 consecutive giant bone barriers rose from the ground in front, firmly blocking the path of the charging knights. Deputy Commander Jet's eyes flashed with surprise. Large bone barriers. And being able to summon over 10 in a row. It seemed like this group was indeed extraordinary, but attempting to stop them with just this, that's too arrogant. Charge. Jet shouted. The entire squad of Holy Court Honor Knights immediately emanated a hot and sacred light, gathering together like a group of arrows burning with holy flames, fiercely charging towards the bone barriers ahead. Bang, 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 bang. The 10 bone barriers shattered one after another under the charge of the knights, until the last one was pierced through. Jet's pupil suddenly contracted. Behind the final bone barrier, 2 undead skeletal leaders suddenly emerged, wielding icy blade knives and slicing forward. Bang. The icy blade knife collided head-on with the charging Holy Court Honor Knights. Even though they were leader-level creatures, they were still unable to withstand the charge of the knights and were pushed back to both sides, losing a large portion of their health. At this moment, due to the continuous obstacles, the charging speed of the knight squad was finally slowed down. Jet furrowed his brow. Looking ahead again, he realized that the earlier pursuers were completely gone. Only a masked player remained in front. That person was staring intently at them, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Odd. Where did the others go? What's that again? Jet suddenly felt that something was amiss. While looking further ahead, he saw on the plain not far behind the player, multiple red spakes of light seemed to appear. The spakes of light quickly connected into a large group of creatures rushing towards their location. What kind of creatures are those? Ghouls? No, not ghouls. Jet denied his own speculation. Red-bodied creatures swiftly crawling on the ground. Strangely, not a hint of undead aura leaked from them. TSK. Playing tricks. Charge. Crush them with me. Regardless of what they were, just crush them directly. Jet had great confidence in his squad of honor knights, shouting again, raising his knight-long spear high, leading the team in a fierce charge towards Fang Heng. That person. First deal with him. Swoosh. Jet stared at Fang Heng closely. Just before the knight's sword was about to pierce Fang Heng's body, he found that the opponent's figure seemed to blend into the space, gradually disappearing from the spot. What? Next moment, the long spear pierced through the air. Gazing at the rapidly approaching pack of lickers in front of him, a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Git's mouth. It seemed like the other party wanted to use these summoned creatures to block their path. Ridiculous. Thinking they could stop the elite knights of the Holy Court with such lowly creatures. Dream on. Since he couldn't find their main bodies, Git decided to tear apart the summoned creatures first. Follow me. Charge. Git shouted, urging the Holy Court Honor Knights team behind him to accelerate and charge towards the pack of lickers. In his eyes, on the vast plain, this group of frail and dead creatures could never withstand the charge of the Honor Knights. Even the undead skeletal leader wouldn't be able to stop such a forceful charge. Relying on them, as the Honor Knights rapidly approached the lickers, suddenly, Git noticed something strange, furrowing his brows, feeling that something was not right. What is that again? Drawing closer, Git suddenly noticed that among the lickers, there were also some large lifeforms standing at over 3 meters tall, interspersed among them, fused tyrant bodies. At this moment, Fang Heng stepped out from the spatial projection behind the Holy Court Honor Knights team, looking at the Holy Court cavalry team charging ahead with a cold gleam in his eyes. After opening the teleportation channel leading to the Blood Clan's end days, what was teleported over was not just the Blood Clan. There were also high-level equipped weapons and ammunition. The combat power that the fused tyrant bodies equipped with weapons and armor could unleash on the battlefield was simply worlds apart from the standard fused tyrant bodies. Under Fang Heng's control, over 50 fused tyrant bodies standing at the back of the team stood in unison, pulling out super heavy energy beam weapons from behind, aiming at the cavalry team charging towards them. What? Git vaguely saw the large weapons carried on the shoulders of the giant creatures behind them, instantly a look of astonishment in his eyes. What is that thing? Could it be bad news? Git's heart shook violently, realizing immediately that the situation was dire, and attempted to stop the team from charging. However, it was too late. The Honor Knights had already entered high-speed charging mode and couldn't stop in time. Kit's pupils contracted sharply, shouting, "Spread out! Quickly! Everyone! Disperse!" Whoosh! 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 Before the words had even finished, the next moment, blue beams burst from the super heavy energy beam weapons carried on the shoulders of the fused tyrant bodies. Doom! 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 The energy beams fell among the Holy Court cavalry, causing the entire charging team to stumble and fall. The subsequent explosion damage even created huge craters on the ground. Even though the Holy Court Honor Knights had powerful divine shields to protect them, their war horses were not as well protected. Kit leapt off his horse ahead of time, looking at the group of undead creatures in front, his eyes filled with disbelief. Who could have predicted that there would be such monsters among this group, equipped with super heavy high-level beam weapons? Instantly, the entire cavalry team fell into chaos. Boom! Boom! The fused tyrant bodies continued to target their weapons, bombing the area where the Holy Court Honor Knights were densely gathered. Who cares about other details? Just target the area with the most Holy Court Knights, and that's it. Nearby, Jixiabo, who had just escaped through a short-distance teleportation scroll and saw the situation suddenly flip, slapped his thigh in excitement, his eyes showing a triumphant look, couldn't help but exclaim, "Fang, you're awesome." Debbie watched the Holy Court team in crisis from a distance, her brow furrowed as well. Fang Heng's control over the undead creature's combat power far exceeded her expectations. At a further distance, Yuan Jixian and Yuan Ji, who had been watching from afar, couldn't help but look at each other, both seeing a sense of shock in each other's eyes. Wow, that thing is a fused tyrant body from the zombie apocalypse world, right? Fused tyrant bodies can actually cooperate with super heavy energy beam weapons, and can operate like this. The output power is too exaggerated. Even the Holy Court Honor Knights suffered a big loss in front of the beam weapons. But isn't the super heavy energy beam weapon a secret weapon developed exclusively by the Federation? How could Fang Heng have one? Does he have a secret collaboration with the Federation? Or did the Federation also participate in this operation? For a moment, Yuan Jixian's thoughts deepened even more. Yuan Ji didn't think too much about it and opened his mouth. "Big brother, can that thing join the battlefield too?" Cavalry is pretty strong on the plain. However, after the defense line boosted by the artillery, Fang Heng's side was completely different. Just now they were still thinking about whether to go help, hesitated for a moment, and the situation suddenly turned around. Yuan Ji took a deep breath, sighing, "Fang Heng's strength indeed lives up to the rumors from the outside world. I am convinced." Don't even mention the fused tyrant body. Just avoiding the Holy Court Honor Knight's spatial displacement ability he saw just now made his eyes hot. A player who can become a world lord is definitely not an ordinary person. "Big brother, should we go over?" "Don't." In the current situation, they couldn't go over. Both sides were fighting fiercely, and if they were to rush over now, each side would think the other was reinforcements and might end up being chased and attacked by both sides. Yuan Jixian observed that the fused tyrant bodies carried limited ammunition, probably only able to sustain a few waves of bombing. Besides, the people from the Holy Court were not stupid. Having been caught off guard and then tricked, they would definitely not make the same mistake again. However, even so, being surrounded by over 100 Holy Court Knights would be a huge loss for the entire Holy Court army. According to Yuan Jixian's estimation, Fang Heng had taught the Holy Court a lesson and should withdraw soon after. But what he never expected was that after 3 or 4 rounds of barrage, a large number of lickers rushed towards the front of the Holy Court team once again. It seemed they wanted to completely engulf the entire Honor Knights brigade. Such a huge appetite. Yuan Jixian couldn't help feeling odd. What kind of undead creature is that? Sadvich did not anticipate encountering such a strange situation and was completely unsure how to resolve this dilemma. To save or not to save? The team of knights, consisting of fewer than 100, was initially bombarded under intense artillery fire, causing significant damage and reducing their capabilities after being dispersed. They were then surrounded by a large number of lickers and continuously depleted. The Holy Knights could only effectively inflict harm with the Lonswords in their hands. As for killing, it was nearly impossible. Soon, as each honorable knight fell, a flesh cocoon emerged from their bodies. New zombie doppelgangers were born, continuing to launch attacks against the remaining living honorable knights. Before Sadvich's team could arrive to rescue them, The entire group of honorable knights had been completely wiped out. The new dead creatures gathered briefly on the spot before continuing to slowly encroach towards the Merc Temple. The brothers Yuan Jixi and Yuan Jais witnessed the entire process of the Holy Knight squad's annihilation, shocked to the core. In just 5 minutes, the zombie creatures not only devoured the entire Honor Knight corps, but also seemed unwilling to stop there, continuing to attack the Holy See. This was completely different from what they had originally anticipated. Initially, they had thought Fang Heng would likely flee, or even be in danger of losing his life. How did the undead suddenly gain the upper hand? It seemed like they wanted to give the Holy See a push. The two exchanged a glance and saw the incredulous expression on each other's faces. Ji Xiaobo was the most excited upon seeing this, waving his fists, feeling the urge to shout out, "Damn it! Let the Holy See witness the power of their undead." After the formation of the Zombie Legion moved slowly towards the Merc Temple, the blue beams of light blasted towards a Holy Knights team in front of the Merc Temple. The sacred defense barrier suddenly opened, and the blue beams fell within the Holy Knights camp, but were completely blocked and eliminated by the Ryzen Golden Barrier. Yuan Jixi and Yuan Jais were startled by Fang Heng's sudden attack, watching the Holy Knights block the assault, feeling extremely anxious. Directly attacking the Merc Temple? Weren't they afraid of breaking the seal underneath the Merc Temple? Fang Heng didn't seem to care, not even considering such consequences during the attack. Regardless, they needed to take down this Holy See team first and deal with the current mission at hand. After several consecutive rounds of attacks from the fusion tyrants with high-energy beam weapons, the ammunition was completely depleted, just as Savage predicted. The barrier created by the Holy See also became shaky, and the mental strength of the priests supporting the barrier was also significantly drained. At this moment, the Lickers rushed towards the forefront of the team. The Holy Knights at the front immediately engaged them in close combat. "Charge! Take him down!" Savage glanced at Fang Heng, who was among the zombies, raised his longsword high, and personally led his trusted followers into battle, engaging in combat within the zombie group. Although he couldn't clearly see Fang Heng's face, Savage was sure it was him orchestrating this attack. If they could find a way to deal with him, they could minimize the casualties of the Holy See as much as possible. Damn it, why is he so difficult to deal with? As he charged into the Lickers, Savage suddenly noticed something was off. These were not ordinary undead creatures. Could that person be Fang Heng? Wasn't he in the Jones Kingdom? By combining various intelligence gathered prior, Savage was convinced that the one controlling these unknown creatures was undoubtedly Fang Heng. He knew Fang Heng was powerful, but he didn't expect these undead creatures to be so formidable. Under normal circumstances, holy damage could cause significant additional harm to undead creatures. However, these undead creatures in front of him were clearly different. Not only did they have thick health pools, the additional damage from holy attributes was minimal, rendering the usual undead counterattack ineffective. Even with his personal intervention, killing a zombie became a laborious task. It was even more challenging for the group of normal Holy Knights beside him. Meanwhile, Fang Heng was observing Savage's team from afar. The battle between the zombies and the Holy Knights was not going well. The Lickers were outnumbered and were being held back steadfastly by the frontline Holy Knights. If the Holy Knights' formation were to break apart, despite the Lickers' sturdy health, there would still be casualties. As he contemplated the situation, Fang Heng suddenly felt something and turned, glancing at a high point behind him. In the sky, a dense black cloud appeared. "It's here," Fang Heng muttered. The cloud of bats. In the distance, the vampires transformed into bat forms, carrying boxes of ammunition, flying in the sky towards the battlefield. Seeing the bats carrying ammunition for reinforcement approaching from the sky, Ji Xiaobo, who had seen the zombies in a disadvantageous position, was delighted. Reinforcements have arrived. Looks like they have this plan too. What they were carrying beneath was actually... Sadovich looked out and saw a swarm of bats gradually approaching from afar in the sky. The boxes being pulled below them were then let loose one by one and thrown to the ground, causing a deep sense of unease in his heart. What? Boxes? What's inside the boxes? Dang, dang, bang. The wooden boxes landed on the ground and exploded, revealing ammunition boxes. Sadovich, fused with the tyrant body below, picked up the scattered energy ammunition for the beam weapons on the ground, quickly changed the magazine ammunition, and then aimed the barrel of the super heavy energy weapon at the frontline team of the Court of Holy Knights. They actually chose to use vampires for transporting supplies. Sadovich instantly thought of something terrifying. His face changed drastically, and he shouted to the team behind him, "Holy Shield! Quickly, open the Holy Shield!" Upon hearing Sadovich's shout, the team of priests in the back hurriedly opened the defensive shield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blue energy beams kept hitting the golden defensive barrier. Doom, boom, boom. In a critical moment, the Holy Shield finally opened a step ahead, blocking a wave of attacks from the energy beam weapons of the fused tyrant bodies. Taking advantage of this opening, the pack of lickers engaged in close combat seized the opportunity to keep approaching, while the frontline Holy Knights of the core, lacking the support of the priests in the rear, could only resist forcefully to barely maintain their formation and avoid dispersing. Doom, boom, boom, boom. With the replenishment of ammunition, the fused tyrant bodies continuously fired the beam weapons at the shield. In just half a minute, the Holy Shield supported by the priests of the court camp was on the verge of collapse. There seemed to be a trend that they couldn't hold out any longer. Not good. Sadovich felt a layer of sweat forming on his forehead, staring intently at the group of fused tyrant bodies ahead. The priests couldn't hold out for much longer against the heavy weapons of the enemy. If they continued like this, once the Holy Shield collapsed, they would be completely exposed to enemy fire. How did the players gather their intelligence? How did the enemy manage to acquire such high-level weapons without any of their information? Sadovich knew that the players were unreliable, but he didn't expect them to be this unreliable. With such heavy weaponry, no wonder Miles' team was defeated. If they kept going like this, they might face defeat next. For the current situation, either retreat immediately or there was only one way to turn the tide and survive. Break through the enemy forces. Sadovich immediately chose the latter option. Even if they retreated now, the casualties would still be huge. Moreover, after putting in so much effort to strategize and set up the layout earlier, how could he bear to fail at the last moment? A fight to the death gave them a chance. Follow me to fight through. Take out the rear firepower of the undead, Sadovich shouted, leading his elite guardsmen towards the rear line of the fused tyrant bodies. As long as they could deal with the rear firepower of the fused tyrant bodies, there was still hope. Seeing the enemy commander charging towards them recklessly, Fang Heng also felt a sense of fear in his eyes. The number of lickers was insufficient. With the enemy charging so recklessly, they instantly broke through the first line of lickers' attacks. Relying solely on the fused tyrant bodies might not be enough to hold them back. Shun. Fang Heng immediately gathered his hands in front of him, activating his mental power once again. Gather. Shun. Shum shum. Instantly, for alchemy magic arrays appeared on the ground in front of him. The alchemy magic arrays spun rapidly. Visible frost overflowed from the magic arrays. 4 undead skeletal leaders emerged in succession from the magic arrays, blocking the halfway charge of Sadovich's elite team. Get out of my way. Sadovich saw the large summoned creatures and rushed forward again at high speed, loudly shouting as a blazing holy light burst forth from his longsword. Doom. The undead skeletal leaders were sent back several steps by Sadovich's attack. Suddenly, Sadovich was shocked. After repelling the undead skeletal leaders with a single blow, a young man wearing a mask appeared before him. Although the opponent didn't exude any undead aura, Sadovich almost immediately recognized his identity upon seeing him. Fang Heng. That's right. It's me. Fang Heng also shouted loudly, swinging the metallic staff in his hand towards Sadovich. If they wanted to take action against the fused tyrant bodies, he couldn't let them succeed. Next second, Fang Heng's metal staff fiercely collided with Sadovich's longsword. Doom. A dark golden light burst forth. Fang Heng felt a powerful impact and had to quickly retreat under the force of the collision. Crack. Fang Heng landed steadily, looking ahead again. Sadovich's elite team of holy knights from the core was finally temporarily blocked in their path. Sadovich stared intently at Fang Heng. At this moment, he found a better target to deal with than the group of fused tyrant bodies. Kill Fang Heng. As long as he killed the summoner, dealing with the remaining summoned creatures would be much simpler. Follow me. Take him out. Over 50 elite holy knights from the court followed Sadovich and aggressively attacked Fang Heng's location. Fang Heng quickly supported himself to stand up, fighting and retreating, wielding the metal staff in his hand under the cover of the surrounding undead creatures. Sizzle. Sizzle sizzle. Despite the relentless attacks, with sword after sword piercing Fang Heng's body, leaving behind multiple blood holes, The damage was extremely limited to him. Unfortunately for Sadovich, his continued attacks on Fang Heng only filled him with more anxiety. What kind of monster was Fang Heng after all? Why couldn't he be killed? It seemed like all their attacks on him were being completely ignored. Sadovich even noticed that Fang Heng's movements remained at their peak state, unaffected by the injuries. But as they continued to focus all efforts on fighting Fang Heng, they were also constantly under attack by the surrounding lickers, with injuries large and small accumulating, and their energy gradually depleting. They suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion creeping up. Yet, on the other hand, why was Fang Heng seemingly unaffected even after being attacked so many times? Did he possess immortality? As this thought arose, Sadovich suddenly felt his body significantly weighed down, a sense of powerlessness rising from the depths of his heart. Under the enhanced effect of the talent skill life drain, all the damage received was shared by the surrounding fusion tyrants and lickers. Over 30 fusion tyrants had thick health bars and incredibly fast health recovery rates. The amount of health restored per second could completely offset the damage. Not far away, the two brothers, Yuan Jixian and Yuan Jize, watched in disbelief as a single person single-handedly faced the entire small team from the Holy Court. This was possible. Just one person was able to resist the entire elite team led by Sadovich. What kind of cheat was he using? Sadovich watched as the strength of his paladins behind him drained gradually, struggling to keep up as the lickers surged forward, gradually overwhelming them. With a look of determination in his eyes, Sadovich shouted, "Undead, die." With a resolute expression, a vibrant and powerful wave of sacred energy emanated from Sadovich's long sword. Whoosh! The sword flashed swiftly in front, emitting a shimmering light. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. Sadovich's sword strike was too fast. It released a residual sacred light that passed through only briefly during the attack, giving Fang Heng no time to evade through secondary spatial projection skills. Whoosh! The sword slashed, leaving a blood stain on Fang Heng's neck. It's over. The undead. Sadovich stared intently at Fang Heng. A blow at the cost of his own life force. Sacrificial glory. The sword was imbued with the burning power of life. A life for a life, worth it. Trading his own life to eliminate a potential huge threat from the Holy Court. What? However, the next moment, a flash of fear flickered in Sadovich's eyes as the blood stain swiftly healed beneath Fang Heng's neck. After the sword strike, the wound that was opened actually healed rapidly in an instant. It's as if the previous strike had been completely ineffective. Feeling a chill in his neck, Fang Heng was filled with lingering fear, warning himself to be extra cautious. A single move almost drained his health completely. Fortunately, Sadovich's attack did not have a fatal effect. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of a resurrection opportunity. After Sadovich slashed, he instantly aged several minutes, grasping his long sword tightly with his right hand before disappearing from sight once again. Trouble. Fang Heng sensed a sword aura attacking from behind and immediately took refuge in a secondary spatial projection. Whoosh! This life-burning attack by Sadovich was much weaker than the previous strike. Having evaded beforehand, Fang Heng dodged the attack as it struck nothing. Spatial fluctuation. Damn undead! Sadovich shouted. His life-burning strike was wasted in vain. Whoosh! Fang Heng suddenly emerged from the spatial projection behind Sadovich, swinging a metal rod directly forward. Simultaneously, Sadovich turned around, thrusting his sword with the last remnants of his life force. Doom! The strike caused Fang Heng to be blasted back by the explosion of radiant power waves once again. After 3 consecutive sword strikes, Sadovich's life force was completely depleted. The sacred light enveloping his sword quickly faded away, and he lacked the strength to even hold on to the knight's sword. The world before his eyes began to blur. Captain! Members of the elite squad from the Holy Court rushed forward to support the faltering Sadovich. However, Sadovich's life force was already spent, and he had ceased to breathe altogether. The Holy Court members turned to look at Fang Heng, who had been knocked back. Fang Heng fell heavily to the ground after being struck, then slowly got up, looking towards the Holy Court members and brandishing his metal rod provocatively. At that moment, a deep sense of despair permeated the Holy Court Legion. How could they kill him? None of their attacks were effective. How could they possibly restrain him? No one could provide an answer. Bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, a series of violent explosions were heard, and members of the elite Holy Court squad turned to look towards the source of the explosions and cries coming from behind. In the time they had spent battling Fang Hen, the divine shield formed by the priest team from the Holy Core had been shattered under the relentless energy beam assaults from the fusion tyrants. Disaster. Doom. Boom boom boom. At that instant, the fusion tyrants aimed their energy beam cannons at the priest team from the Holy Court. The gunfire erupted in their midst. Before the Holy Court paladins could avenge their captain, their teammates behind had already fallen into a dire crisis. Turning their heads once more, they saw the lickers closing in on them from all sides. Hint: the player uses the altar of bone spirits to destroy Satovich's soul, gaining 30,000 reputation with the undead faction, and 80,000 reputation with the Empire of Enigma. Hint: player's current mission: rescue the Kyberia mission completion rate increased by 1%. It was almost over. With the team leader Satovich dealt with, finishing off the rest of the team was just a matter of time. Fang Heng put away the altar of bone spirits, looked at the pop-up notification on his retina, then lifted his metal rod once again, thinking about ending the battle quickly. Suddenly, he noticed something. What's this now? After Satovich's death, there was a wooden box emitting a faint dark golden light on the ground. Fang Heng approached, squatting down to pick up the box. Hint: player gains item: Holy Court Scripture Casket with special traits. Description: seals special sacred items, condensing their energy within the box, preventing outward diffusion. Description: rituals are required when using the scripture box. What's this? Fang Heng puzzled over the cube-shaped wooden box measuring over 20 centimeters in length, an expression of confusion in his eyes. What's it for? The box had very limited capacity and could probably only hold small ornaments. It seemed like it could only be used in certain special circumstances, right? It had appeared after Satovich's death. Was it an accident? Since there was no game prompt triggered, Fang Heng carefully examined it, but finding no clues, he simply stashed the box back into his backpack and continued controlling his zombie doppelganger in combat. Not far away, witnessing Satovich's demise in battle and then the gradual consumption of the Holy Court squad by the undead creatures, the brothers Yuan Jixian and Yuan Jize were shocked. They glanced at each other in disbelief. The plan was to use the Holy Court to break the seal, but now, the target that was supposed to be utilized has actually been eliminated by Fang Heng. So what should they do now with the remaining tasks? Are they done for? Is it a declaration of failure? Brother, over there. Yuan Jize was stunned for a moment, then suddenly noticed the changes on the battlefield and quickly reached out to pull his brother Yuan Jixian beside him, reminding him, brother, over there, those fewer players, they want to escape. In the Holy Court team, to players who had accepted the relevant tasks to assist the Holy Court in relaying information were also dumbfounded. Goodness, it was supposed to be a pretty safe task, just helping to deliver a message. Nothing dangerous. The situation had just been very favorable. How did it suddenly turn into a complete defeat? Sensing the danger, the players quickly tried to run. Stop them. Yuan Jixian furrowed his brow, immediately leading Yuan Jize to intercept. Things were happening a bit too fast. His mind was in chaos right now, not able to figure out how to handle the situation before him. But one thing was certain. Regardless of what to do next, they had to stop the players, prevent them from spreading information outside, and by time for the task, go. Don't let them escape. The two of them immediately chased after the two players from the Holy Court team, who were trying to flee. Meanwhile, the Holy Court frontline team had a breach torn open by the ancient lickers after the Holy Barrier was shattered. Coupled with the fall of Satovich, the morale of the Holy Court team plummeted. As more and more members of the Holy Court fell, more and more mutated infected zombie minions rose from the bodies, resurrecting and joining the battlefield. Retreat. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Holy Court began to retreat towards the Merc Temple, seeking to utilize the terrain of the Merc Temple and wear down Fang Heng in a battle of attrition. TSK. Fang Heng looked disdainfully at the Holy Court knights retreating into the Merc Temple, sneering. Thinking they could hide away. Their usual trick. Blast them. Without any hesitation, Fang Heng ordered the fusion tyrants to attack. Not coming out. Then let's just blast the Merc Temple along with them. The fusion tyrants aimed their high-energy beam weapons at the Merc Temple and began a continuous bombardment. Doom. Boom boom boom. The beam weapons landed on the Merc Temple, blowing it up in succession. The entire Merc Temple was instantly on the verge of collapse. The Holy Court Knights, who had just taken refuge inside the Merc Temple, suddenly saw large pieces of rubble falling from the ceiling. Seeing that Fang Heng meant business, they were afraid the Merc Temple would really collapse, so they hastened to escape, only to be besieged outside by a group of zombies and lickers. Yuan Jixian and Yuan Jais had just captured and temporarily controlled the two Holy Court players who were attempting to escape. Upon seeing most of the Merc Temple collapse behind them, they turned pale. It was one thing if the mission target was killed, but now they wanted to directly destroy the mission location as well. Fortunately, after seeing the Holy Court escaping from the Merc Temple, the Fusion Tyrants ceased their assault on the temple. Yuan Jixian and Yuan Jai's breathed a sigh of relief. The zombie horde continued to consume the living forces of the Holy Court, firmly encircling the Holy Court team in the center, leaving no one behind. Until more than 10 minutes later, a game prompt appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Hint: players have successfully eliminated the Holy Court, high-ranking elite team, and some affiliated teams. Player's current mission: Sniper in the Frontline Holy Court Legion. Mission completion rate increased to 98%. Estimated remaining mission time increased by 1800 minutes. Hint: player's current mission: Rescue the Kaiboria. Mission completion rate increased by 2%. Seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng nodded in satisfaction, walked out of the zombie horde, and surveyed the battlefield. The Holy Court's main force that had entered the Enigma Empire was eliminated, and the remaining scattered small teams within the Enigma Empire posed little threat. It would only take some time to deal with them quickly. He didn't even need to personally act. With just Li Qingren and others, the task completion rate would likely reach 100% for rewards. Fang Heng wasn't in a hurry. He controlled the zombie minions to clean up the battlefield, then entered the Merc Temple. The outside world might not know that the Sadovich Legion had been eliminated. There might even be more Holy Court teams coming to aid. The more, the merrier, to increase the completion rate of the main mission. Brother Fan. Fang Heng heard someone call his name and looked towards the voice. Watching Fang Heng successfully defeat the Holy Court team, Ji Xiaobo returned with Debbie and several Imperial guards. Fang Heng squinted his eyes, focusing on the two undead players among the group. Both of them wore masks, and from their aura, Fang Heng sensed that their strength was not weak. Master Fang Heng. At this point, Yuan Jixian and Yuan Jais had no choice. They brought the two controlled Holy Court players to meet Fang Heng. Brother Fang, you are really powerful. The Holy Court guys couldn't even last 2 rounds in your hands. Having won a great victory in battle, Ji Xiaobo was extremely excited, regretting not joining the fight personally earlier. Fang Heng motioned for Ji Xiaobo to pause, then turned to the Yuan brothers and asked, "Who are these two?" "Oh." Ji Xiaobo stepped aside and introduced, "These two are the guys I mentioned to you before. The ones who warned and tried to stop us earlier. I saw them acting suspiciously on the side." Yuan Jixian and Yuan Jais exchanged glances, a touch of bitterness on their lips. "What do you mean warned?" It was clearly reminder and advice. And acting suspiciously. Where did they act suspiciously? They just wanted to see if they could help on the side. "Ahem, Master Fang Heng, I am Yuan Jixian, and this is my brother Yuan Jais. In fact, we have received a special mission from the Undead Camp. We have important matters to discuss with you." Yuan Jixian cleared his throat, sighed silently in his heart, realizing that their mission was probably impossible to complete now. So, might as well lay all cards on the table and see if they can salvage anything. Fang Heng glanced at the two Holy Court players being held by the Yuan brothers, nodded to them. "It's not suitable to talk here. Let's go inside and discuss." The group re-entered the Merc Temple and gathered inside the main hall once again. What kind of secret is this? We can't even say it? Ji Xiaobo curled his lips, feeling a bit annoyed, and asked, "Who exactly is your teacher? Why all this fuss?" "Necromancy scholar. Taikas. Sorry. The mission requirements prohibit us from disclosing to any players or NPCs, or else it will deduct from the completion rate." Ji Xiaobo and Fang Heng exchanged a glance involuntarily. Quite a coincidence. If I remember correctly, Taikas is a student of Elder Anbudu of the Necromancy Council. So these two are really extraordinary. Ji Xiaobo curled his lips and continued. "All right, with such a grand background, can you tell us now, what is your mission exactly?" "The mission has already failed. There's no need for secrecy anymore. In fact, our main task was to observe the movements of the Holy Court on the side, and find a way to guide the Holy Court to lift the seal left inside the Mercurial Temple," said Ji Xiaobo, listening, stunned for a moment, blinked several times in a bewildered expression. What did you just say? Guide them to lift the seal. What seal? Let me explain. Yuan Jixian said, I assume you two are familiar with some historical information related to the world of Kyboria, so I won't dwell on that. I want to introduce to you that after the fierce battle between the Holy Court and the necromancy in Kyboria, the resulting impact caused extremely violent fluctuations throughout the space. Intense spatial fluctuations lasted for a full 6 months before gradually dissipating. Our Master Anbudu is proficient in spatial studies and had a certain level of resistance against spatial fluctuations. Therefore, he was the first to enter the post-war world of Kyboria to investigate. According to him, upon entering Kyboria, he confirmed that there were no other survivors in Kyboria world. In addition, he found the artifact giant sword scabbard left by the Holy Court in the Mercurial Temple. Hearing this, Feng Heng and Ji Xiaobo both felt a slight tightening in their hearts. Artifact giant sword, a scabbard. Capturing these two words, Ji Xiaobo's expression changed even more. Eager to interrupt, hold on, slow down. Before anything else, can you explain to me in detail about the scabbard? The Holy Court and the necromancy battled in Kyboria. At that time, the two great sages of the Holy Court, among the 12 holy sages, used the artifact giant sword to destroy the exit of the Death Realm to stop Mercurial's experiments. This is the version circulated outside. Yuan Jixian paused and continued, but in fact, we don't know exactly what happened. When Master Anbudu came to investigate, everything had already turned into ruins. The exit of the Death Realm had completely disappeared. The two great sages of the 12 holy sages and Mercurial had also vanished, leaving only the scabbard emitting a sacred power on the battlefield. Feng Heng asked, what happened next? Well, Mr. Anbudu speculated that due to the violent explosion, all living beings evaporated under the instantaneous power burst, including the two great sages of the Holy Court and the demigod necromancer Mercurial. All perished in the explosion. What remained here was only the scabbard and half of the temple left behind by Mercurial. After more than half a year, the scabbard continued to release waves of sacred power, purify the residual necromantic aura in the vicinity. At that time, Mr. Anbudu attempted to destroy the scabbard, but before he could do so, the Holy Court's reconnaissance team arrived quickly. So Mr. Anbudu had to hide and observe using his spatial abilities. After the Holy Court personnel arrived one after another and confirmed the fall of the two great sages of the Holy Court, they were unable to move the scabbard. At this time, there were still a large amount of necromantic residual power left in the Kyboria world. So the Holy Court, after deliberation, took another approach. They laid down seals and secretly buried the scabbard underground, while also setting up 18 large and small magic arrays in the area around the scabbard to conceal its sharpness and gradually purify the remaining necromantic aura in this world. What does this operation mean? Ji Xiaobo was already starting to not understand as he scratched the back of his head. Wait a minute, I didn't quite catch that. Are you saying that the holy sword that destroyed the Death Realm exit went missing? The Holy Court didn't take the scabbard with them, they just left it here. And they also set up magic arrays here. Why is all this done? Well, I have asked the teacher about this. Yuan Jixian nodded and continued to explain. According to Mr. Anbudu, the scabbard of the sacred giant sword contains extremely strong power. Without the sacred giant sword, even this group of Holy Court people who arrived hurriedly couldn't take the scabbard away in a short time. They just happened to want to weaken the death aura in the world of Kyboria with the power of the scabbard. At the same time, the necromantic aura would gradually weaken the power of the scabbard so that they could recover the scabbard when they came back next time. After hearing Yuan Jixian's explanation, everyone finally understood. However, later on, there were many more incidents in the Holy Court after the completion of the magic arrays, to the extent that even few within the necromancy camp knew about it. Subsequently, after consulting with the necromancy elder council, Mr. Anbudu secretly sealed the scabbard buried by the Holy Court, preventing the scabbard from purify the remaining death aura in the world of Kyboria, making it easier for the necromancy camp to gain control of the Kyboria world and then slowly figure out how to deal with the scabbard. Later on, the Holy Court and the necromancy had a temporary reconciliation, and this matter has been put on hold until now. On the one hand, the undead camp indeed does not want to directly engage in war with the Holy Court. Yuan Jixian paused, hesitated for a moment, and refrained from saying, "I'm sorry, I can only tell everyone now that the undead are currently dealing with bigger trouble than this. On the other hand, we also hope to utilize the power of the Holy Court to unlock the seal left by the Holy Court. After the Holy Court successfully unlocks the seal, we can find a way to snatch the scabbard from the Holy Court." Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. What a hidden move. After all the fuss, the undead camp had not been idle, but was carefully scheming on the side, preparing a secret trap for the Holy Court, achieving the greatest possible result with the smallest effort. Quite cunning. Yes. This is the task we received. Yuan Jixian sign. Master Fang Heng, as you can see, this is the situation. The task requires us not to reveal any information, otherwise the reward will directly decrease a level. Don't blame us, we didn't know you could directly wipe out the Holy Court. Yuan Jixian felt bitter. If they had known Fang Heng was so capable, they would have joined forces with him long ago. The worst outcome would be a downgrade of the task by 1 level. Still better than getting nothing at all. Yuan Jixian then shared the task details and said, "For now, we can't just abandon the mission. Master Fang Heng, how is the situation in the Jones country now? Do you think there's a way?" "I was thinking, maybe while the news of Sadovich's team being annulled hasn't leaked out yet, we could seize the chance to lure another Holy Court team to the Merc Temple to break the seal of the scabbard." Difficult. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and shook his head. Yuan Jixian looked at Fang Heng's expression of difficulty and couldn't help but sigh. They had finally snagged a big task, only to fail in this way. It was extremely unlucky. Who could they reason with? Fang Heng carefully examined the task instructions shared by Yuan Jixian. Hint. Player Yuan Jixian shares the task plot of the Undead Council with you. Players can choose whether to accept it. Task name. Plot of the Undead Council. Task difficulty, SS. Task description. The Holy Court is launching a full-scale attack on the Kyleblea game world, and may have intentions regarding the relic giant sword scabbard berry in the Merc Temple. The Undead Council is prepared to completely destroy the scabbard sealed by the Holy Court through this opportunity. Task requirement. Assist the Holy Court in unlocking the seal on the relic sword scabbard, prevent the Holy Court from obtaining the scabbard, and destroy the scabbard directly. If a player can seize the scabbard and submit it to the Undead Camp Council, they will receive additional task evaluation rewards. Extra task instructions. If this task is leaked, it will result in unknown events occurring and the final evaluation being lowered by 1 to 3 levels. Please be cautious. Failure penalty. Decrease in Undead Camp reputation. Decrease in the friendship level of some relevant camp NPCs. Players involved in a shared task will receive a partially reduced failure penalty if they choose to accept it. Maximum task rating achievable. Upon seeing the task description, Ji Xiaobo was truly excited. He turned to Fang Heng, his eyes showing a hint of inquiry. "Fang, do we really have no way out? This is the scabbard of the artifact giant sword. Not to mention why the artifact giant sword ended up near the rift in the Nwo's dead realm, but now the giant sword is in Fang Heng's hands, with the scabbard within reach. If they could get both items at the same time, wouldn't that be a huge gain?" Ji Xiaobo's face was flushed with excitement, looking even more thrilled than Fang Heng. These were the weapons used by the 12 ancient saints of the Holy Court. It was said that in legends, the 12 ancient saints of the Holy Court were the most godlike beings in the Holy Court. Fang Heng was examining the task instructions and raised his head to see the eager look from Ji Xiaobo and nodded in agreement. Well, there may still be some opportunities, despite the current situation not being completely over yet. Upon hearing Fang Heng mumble softly, Yuan Jixian and his brother were taken aback and both looked up at Fang Heng with questioning eyes, offering him inquiring gazes. "Master Fang Heng, what do you mean by not over? Are there any ways to salvage the situation? If so, please help us. We are willing to provide all the assistance needed." To Yuan Jixian and his brother, Fang Heng seemed to be their only savior now. They were not even thinking about whether they could receive the rewards from the task anymore. The important thing was not to fail completely and lose the trust of their teacher. Just managing to complete the task would suffice. Everyone else was certainly out of options. Only Fang Heng. Could Master Fang Heng possibly do something about it? "Well, I do have some thoughts, but I have a question now." Yuan Jixian raised his spirits and nodded seriously. "Please ask, as long as it's something we can answer. Why do you have to wait for the Holy Court? It has been so long. Haven't you tried to break the seal yourselves? As you said, Master Anbudu has tried many times to unlock the seal left by the Holy Court, but it's difficult. Apart from the seal on the scabbard itself, the Holy Court has added multiple seals afterwards, including the united seals positioned on the outer perimeter of the Merc Temple. Only the people of the Holy Court know the specific locations of those seals. Yuan Jixian nodded in agreement. Yes, among the various teams sent by the Holy Court to invade the Jones country this time, some of them were actually sent to the seal locations. They have not shown up until now. Calculating the time, they should now be positioned at those external seal locations, waiting to activate the seal concurrently with Sadovich. According to Master Anbudu, only a few semi-divine undead mages working together, or a god-level mage personally coming, could forcefully break it. Yuan Jixian shook his head. Unfortunately, because of the world barrier, they are unable to enter this world currently. Fang Heng nodded, understanding, but the Holy Court can break this seal their way, right? Yes. Fang Heng thought his speculation was correct and took out a scroll from his backpack, saying, "Take a look at this." Yuan Jixian shook his head and poured a bucket of cold water. The conditions for using the scroll are too strict. Apart from the practitioner needing to master advanced sacred studies and basic alchemy, a ritual coordination is required. At least a sacred court ritual team of more than 100 people is needed, which is simply impossible to gather. Yuan Ji's then fell into silence again. Indeed, it is very difficult to meet all these conditions at once. The hardest part is how to gather the ritual team. It is almost impossible to find so many insiders to help within such a short time frame within the Sacred Courts team. It's not too early to give up now. I feel like we can still give it a try. What? Everyone turned to look at Fang Heng simultaneously. When Fang Heng saw the skeptical looks in everyone's eyes, his expression became solemn, and a holy expression gradually appeared on his face as he reached out his hand. Under the shocked gazes of the Yuan brothers, a book on sacred studies floated in front of Fang Heng. What the hell? The expressions of the Yuan brothers now looked as if they had seen a ghost. Fang Heng, the domain lord. He actually knows sacred studies too. Yuan Ji's looked at Fang Heng for a long time without being able to say anything. Fang Heng put away the book on sacred studies. Fortunately, I have learned a bit about sacred studies and have temporarily entered the advanced stage. What? The advanced stage of sacred studies. The two were even more astonished. It should be noted that advancing in sacred studies is no easier than necromancy studies. When they advanced to the advanced stage of necromancy studies, it was already extremely difficult. And now someone can simultaneously advance in necromancy and sacred studies to the advanced stage. It can be imagined that the difficulty of cultivation and the price paid will be tens of times higher for an ordinary person. Ji Xiaobo glanced at the two dumbfounded men and thought to himself, what's the big deal? Besides sacred studies and necromancy studies, Brother Fang knows a lot more. The Yuan brothers looked at each other and took a long time to digest this information. Their gaze towards Fang Heng completely changed. Compared to this, it seemed that Fang Heng wiping out the legion led by the sacred course Savovich had become an ordinary feat. It was quite normal. At this moment, they felt somewhat lucky. Fortunately, they had realized that something was amiss and quickly put a stop to it, rushing to find Fang Heng to discuss the matter. Otherwise, they might still be running aimlessly on the wrong path. Please keep this information confidential. The Yuan brothers took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Of course, we promise in the name of death. Lord Fang Heng, even with that, it's still very difficult. The ritual cannot be performed by a single person alone. We still need the cooperation of the Sacred Courts believers to perform the Sacred Studies ritual, not only here but also at several subsidiary sites occupied by the Sacred Court squads outside. Roughly calculating, we still need nearly 100 people. Fang Heng nodded. This was indeed the biggest problem they were facing now. Fang Heng raised his head and asked, 2 hours, starting from now, if we can prevent the news of the Merc Temple being captured from leaking out. Can we deceive the Sacred Court and make the external Sacred Court squads gathered at the branch seals mistakenly believe that Savovich is still alive and assist us in opening the seals? The two looked at each other, somewhat surprised by Fang Heng's plan. Honestly, there was a real chance. Whether they could pull it off was another matter. Seeing the hesitation on the faces of the two, Fang Heng nodded and said, we don't have much time. Let's give it a try. Yuan Ji's hurriedly asked, all right. Trying is no problem, but, Lord Fang Heng, even so, We still need at least 30 Sacred Court believers to activate the main seal. Where can we find these 30 people in such a short time? Leave it to me, I have a way to find people. Fang Heng nodded. With the teleportation channel opened by Kyong-siki, they could just pull people from the blood apocalypse. After all, in the zombie apocalypse, the Temple of Zeus was established. The Sacred Court believers brought out from the was-game world some time ago could finally be of use. They would be directly brought in to help perform the ritual at the Merc Temple. Calculating everything, it could be done within 2 hours. Fang Heng immediately said, I'll take care of the 30 people needed for the main ritual, but I need your help. By any means necessary, stabilize the other 10 or so Sacred Court squads at the sacred sites outside, and keep them on standby. Yuan Jiz looked at Fang Heng, who seemed absolutely serious, and also showed a sense of solemnity. All right. Yuan Jixian immediately agreed and pulled Yuan Jiz along. We will do our best. Brother, let's go. The two had some understanding of the movements of the Sacred Core and could find ways to provide the Sacred Core with some false information. Keeping them stationed in their original locations was not entirely impossible. If necessary, they could even directly use various means to force them to stay put. Fang Heng watched as the two brothers quickly left. In his opinion, the biggest problem was to make sure that the Sacred Court's members stayed in place. This troublesome task was left to the Yuan brothers, while he only needed to start the ritual and unseal the seal. Fang Heng called over a blood tribe member and whispered a few words in his ear. Yes, my lord, we will take care of it immediately. After receiving the orders, the blood tribe member quickly flew back to report. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze and focused on the deep pit on the ground. With no outsiders around, Ji Xiaobo approached and quietly asked, Brother Fang, does the scabbard have any connection with the giant sword artifact we found earlier? Fang Heng nodded gravely and patted Ji Xiaobo on the shoulder. You're right. This time, we've achieved another great feat. Hehe. Ji Xiaobo rubbed his nose in satisfaction. So, Brother Fang, what do we do now? You go offline first to inform the Sacred Court believers to move over, then guard the temple. To be safe, I will go back personally and bring the giant sword artifact. Got it. Savovich attached great importance to this operation, as he had always been a cautious person. Therefore, only he knew the true mission relating to the seal in this operation, while the missions received by the other squad captains were split and they only knew a small part. Both sides are playing a game, and they both know that there are traitors within the team, so they dare not reveal too many specific details to the players. At least for now, due to the lack of news from Savovich, the team from the Santing side is more nervous than Yuan Jiz and his team. At this moment, Yuan Jiz and his brother are lurking in the distance, carefully monitoring one of the restless teams from Santing. The Santing squad has sensed that something is amiss and is starting to move towards the Merc Temple. Trouble. The two brothers exchange a glance. It's only been less than an hour since all this started. If they can't stabilize the situation. As they ponder, a message comes over Yuan Jiz's survival radio. Lowering his head to read, he says, Brother, Dao received a message saying that Savovich and his Santing team had originally agreed to act after an hour. It's time now, but the team leader has lost contact with Savovich and is preparing to leave, feeling the situation is not good, and he can't persuade them. Bad news. Yuan Jiz's heart sinks. Forget it. Let's find a way to stop this team and prevent them from triggering a chain reaction with other teams. Got it. A couple of teams in chaos won't cause much of a problem, at most causing a bit of trouble for breaking the final seal, but if more teams have issues consecutively, it will be troublesome and may ultimately prevent the seal from being broken. Seeing the Santing team starting to gather and gradually move towards the right side of the basin, Yuan Jiz hastily sets off, heading towards the exit on the right side of the basin to hide, waiting for the team to enter the ambush area to launch a surprise attack. Seeing the Santing team about to leave the basin, suddenly something seems to happen within the team, causing them to stop in their tracks and start looking towards the direction of the Merc Temple in the distance. What's going on? Yuan Jiz and his brother can't help but look towards the area behind them. Looking back, they both show expressions of surprise. A large beam of light rises from the direction of the Merc Temple in the distance. It's the magic array beam to break the seal. As soon as the Santing squad realizes the appearance of the beam of light, they immediately halt, and there's a commotion inside the team. The team leader looks at the beam of light in the distance, bowing his head in thought. Since they have already seen the beam of light, it means that the commander is still in control, and leaving now would only disrupt the commander's plan. Return. Go back to the original location. Set up the magic array and wait for further orders. Yes, understood. The team immediately returns to the central seal area in the basin. From the Santang team's perspective, it seems the Commander Savage has encountered some trouble while setting up the magic array and is currently dealing with it. The rising beam of light is the best proof. As long as it's not a surprise attack from the Undead Legion, there shouldn't be a big problem. They continue to patiently wait. Seeing the Santang team peaceful once again, the Yuan brothers also breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they don't have to take action against the team. However, the two exchange another glance, seeing the suspicion in each other's eyes. Didn't Fang Heng say it would take another 2 hours to set up? It's been less than an hour. How come so soon? What's with the sacred beam of light? This isn't right. Yuan just looks towards the beam of light in the sky from a distance, his eyes filled with doubt. The power of the beam seems stronger than Elder and Budu described. What's going on? Yuan Jizz's frown deepens. The intensity of the beam of light is likely related to the strength of the sword sheath. The strength of the sword sheath is unexpectedly much stronger than Professor Tika's predicted. Both fall silent. Regardless of these questions, there's a bigger issue at hand. If they want to trigger the sacred seal, it's also the most puzzling to them. How did Fang Heng manage to gather 30 members of the Santang faith to complete the ritual? Yuan just worries about this, then suddenly notices something. Looking up at the sky. In the sky, a swarm of bats is flying towards the nearby Santang team. The Santang team immediately stirs up upon seeing the circling bats in the sky. And the team leader's face turns grim, as he shouts to command the team, "It's the vampires. Quickly! Protect the magic array." Frontline of the Enigma Empire War. After suffering heavy losses, the Santang side retreats and defends. Meanwhile, B and Ed side takes advantage of the night to continue advancing, trying to expand their gains. The small-scale frictions between the two sides have never ceased. Suddenly, all eyes from both sides on the battlefield are drawn to a towering beam of sacred light emerging from the heartland of the Enigma Empire. A sacred beam of light. How could it appear in the heartland of the Enigma Empire? Players from the Undead side are stunned upon seeing the sudden appearance of the sacred beam of light from a distance. Even from afar, they can feel the divine power emanating from the beam of light. Is it from the Santang? Despite having the home advantage, it seems the Enigma Empire now experiences a surge of powerful divine energy from the rear. Is it related to the previous invasion by the Sacred Legion into the Empire? Has something gone wrong back home? With uncertainties, the undead players dare not continue the advance, but consolidate their gains and begin to retreat and defend. Soon, the pursuit stops, and the leaders of the major undead teams gather again in the main base to discuss. After the initial astonishment and debate, disputes among the players erupt once more. The players are divided into two factions. One believes they need to immediately return to the location of the beam of light to investigate, lest they fall into the trap set by the Santang, risking losing along with the entire Enigma Empire. The other faction thinks the beam of light is clearly a diversion by the Santang, and retreating now would play into their hands, possibly leading to a pursuit and significant losses. Lady Donnie does not join the argument between the two factions, instead pondering with a skeptical look in her eyes. The Santang. Their previous invasion into the heartland of the Enigma Empire was indeed part of a larger plan. The position where the sacred beam of light rose happened to be near the Merc Temple. Lady Donnie recalls the recent discussion with Fang Heng about the Merc Temple. She hopes Fang Heng can make it in time. Meanwhile, at the Santang frontline headquarters camp, the overall commander sent by Santang to the gaming world, the commander of the Santang Legion, Jorge Gonçalves, stands outside the camp, gazing at the rising sacred beam of light in the distance, pondering. Strange. The plan to enter the undead territory to find the sword sheath was not proposed by him. With Santang's forces holding a clear advantage, victory seemed inevitable to him. I can still release such a great power fluctuation now. Always feel like something is not quite right. Could Sadovich still be hiding something from himself? ... Merc Temple. The large box buried in the underground pit was opened at this moment, revealing a small piece of scabbard that was sealed inside. The giant sword itself was very large, but the scabbard seemed to have shrunk countless times, only the size of a third of a fist. The undead seal chain wrapped around the box had long been completely severed. A rich beam of light overflowed from the scabbard, directly illuminating more than half of the Merc Temple. The dense beam of light rose into the sky. At this moment, Fang Heng was gripping the artifact giant sword obtained from the Puno's ice prison in his hand. Stimulated by the artifact giant sword, the scabbard, which was in a sealed state, emitted intense waves of sacred power. The beam of light continuously spread waves of fluctuations around, dispersing the surrounding undead power. How is it? Fang Jie. Ji Xiaobo also did not expect such a big movement. Unable to get too close under the influence of the sacred ripples, he could only hide far away outside the Merc Temple passage, shouting at Fang Heng in the hall. Well, for now, it's okay. Fang Heng took a breath, raised the sacred longsword in his hand, and waved to Ji Xiaobo outside. Just as he had just broken the undead seal chain on the outer layer of the metal box, and then opened the iron box, revealing the sacred seal on the scabbard below. Before he could react, the scabbard within the sacred seal began to interact with the artifact giant sword in his hand. Then a beam of sacred light rose into the sky. The commotion was so great that Fang Heng was also dumbfounded. Currently, the sacred seal still existed. Fang Heng cautiously approached to observe. The seal set by the sanctum on the scabbard was very ingenious, using a part of the scabbard's own power as the energy source. At present, due to the stimulation of the artifact giant sword, the scabbard was attracting resonance with the artifact giant sword, adding a bit of sacred power out of nowhere, making it more troublesome to completely break the seal. Even Ji Xiaobo and the blood clans were affected by the fluctuations of sacred power, unable to approach the range of the Merc Temple at all. After some consideration, Fang Heng could only temporarily run out to give orders to the blood clans, commanding them to harass the various external seal points left by the sanctum in the vicinity, applying pressure to them so they wouldn't get impatient and cause trouble. I wonder how those sanctum squads outside are doing now. In any case, let's give it a try. Fang Heng took out the sanctum ritual scroll from his backpack and began to instruct his undead avatars to clear a central area in the hall and set up a ritual magic circle on the spot. Soon, outside the Merc Temple, the blood clans in bat form flapped their wings and, together with the sanctum believers, flew through the air one after another and arrived. Unable to approach the interior of the Merc Temple, the blood clans could only leave the sanctum believers at the entrance. The Lord is waiting for you inside the temple. Understood. Feeling the strong sacred power fluctuations and the sacred beam of light, the believers had no doubt and respectfully saluted towards the temple before hurriedly entering. Mr. Fang Heng. Well, thank you all for coming from afar. The situation is urgent now. I need all of you to cooperate with me and conduct a ritual immediately. Understood. We will definitely cooperate. The sanctum believers, without any doubt, followed Fang Heng's instructions, standing in the ritual magic circle one after another, and starting to cooperate with Fang Heng to complete the seal of the magic circle. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, when all the sanctum believers had gathered, Fang Heng took a deep breath and stood in the central area of the ritual magic circle, with a book of oaths floating in front of him. His spiritual power gathered, and the alchemical magic circle under his feet slowly began to operate. A game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Tipped. The conditions for releasing the media magic ritual, Sacred Awakening 12, have been met, and the player is currently driving the ritual forward. Suddenly, a dark gold light emerged from the gradually rotating magic circle. At the same time, the entire interior of the Merc Temple burst into dazzling light once again. At this time, the exterior seal point of the Merc Temple. They're here. The captain has started to drive the magic circle. Everyone hurry up. The Sanctum Squad encountered several waves of Blood Clan harassment during the waiting period, which made them more determined to protect the branch magic circle. They immediately ordered the squad to drive the branch magic circle seal when they saw the fluctuation of the light pillar in the central scabbard, mistakenly believing that Captain Sadovich had started to drive the main seal. Yuan Jixian and his brother stood far away and watched as the rich light beam of sacred light erupted in the distance, their eyes filled with amazement. He really did it. And he even did it half an hour faster than planned. Despite the facts being right in front of them, Yuan Jixian and his brother still felt like they were dreaming. This is really unbelievable. How did Fang Heng do it? Where did he find so many Sanctum believers to complete the ritual? Let's go. Let's go back and meet Lord Fang Heng. Yuan Jixian hurriedly pulled his brother and the two immediately rushed towards the direction of the Merc Temple. As they followed the rich beam of sacred light and arrived at the outer perimeter of the temple, the two saw waves of sacred power ripples continuously spreading from the position of the giant light pillar. The powerful sacred power fluctuations even prevented them from approaching, but they could see a figure behind a large stone not far away. Jishabo. After the seal magic circle was activated and the sacred light diffused, Jishabo couldn't hold on at the entrance of the Merc Temple. Unable to avoid, had to escape from the temple and hide behind a large stone. When Jishabo heard someone call his name, he turned around to see Yuan Jixian and his brother coming urgently, waving to them, "Come, quickly hide over here." Yuan Jixian and his brother hurried to Jishabo's side, using the stone to block some of the spreading sacred ripples, and carefully looked towards the interior of the Merc Temple, wondering what was going on. Yuan Jixian couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Jishabo, how is the situation inside the temple? Is everything going smoothly? Is Lord Fang Heng okay?" "It's fine, everything is going well. He's already trying to unseal it. Let's be patient and wait. It should be done soon. The efficiency bonus is about 90%. As long as there is no external interference, the ritual can be completed quickly." Under the slow infusion of spiritual power, the holy light column lasted for more than 10 minutes before slowly diminishing until it completely faded away. Suspended in the center of the hall is a dark gold scabbard. The scabbard slightly enlarged after unlocking, but not by much, still only about the size of half a fist, floating in midair, continuously emitting ripples of holy power. Fang Heng stopped the ritual, glanced at the calm surroundings, and then focused his attention back on the scabbard. "So that's how it is," Fang Heng murmured to himself. Previously, a wooden box had exploded after defeating Sadewitch. Now it appeared that the Academy had prepared two different props in advance to retrieve the scabbard. The first was a seal-breaking magic circle ritual originally intended for the Miles team. The wooden box on Sadewitch's body was used to temporarily store the scabbard in the second step. However, he might not need the wooden box now. Just to be safe, Fang Heng took the wooden box out of his backpack as a precaution. Under the divine light, Fang Heng slowly approached. Hiss, hiss. Fang Heng furrowed his brow, noticing that as he got closer to the scabbard, the divine sword in his hand continuously emitted holy light and even trembled slightly. It seemed to be excited in some way. Suddenly, the scabbard of the holy sword in front seemed to be attracted, swiftly rushing towards Fang Heng's scabbard in his hand. Swish! The scabbard suddenly enlarged by more than 10 times, fiercely enveloping the divine sword in his hand. Fang Heng received a game prompt on his retina once again. Prompt: player obtains combination item, unknown divine sword. Item: divine sword of the chosen seal. Tier: artifact. Description: an unknown divine sword that besides possessing powerful holy attributes also contains spatial powers. Due to the weight of the sword, it is very difficult to control and often requires more physical effort to use. Skill 1. Guard Stance. Skill description: this sword will not incur damage from any attacks. The sword can adopt a guard stance, which allows for an additional absorption of 70% of attack damage. Cannot equip shields while in this stance. Dual-wielding weapons is also not possible, and attacking with the sword will additionally consume stamina. Skill 2. Eternal Brilliance. Skill description: Holy Study level plus 25. If the current level is already maxed out, automatically advance to the next tier. Max level possible is D My God Max, only effective during the weapon use, ineffective if kept in the inventory. Skill 3. Undulation. Skill description: each attack will deliver an extra divine wave, causing damage to enemy units within range and providing healing effects to friendly units. Actual effects are influenced by players' strength, mental attributes, and Holy Study relevant factors. Effects decrease gradually with distance. Upon hitting an enemy, the sword will deal an additional 200% holy damage and conduct an assessment. If the target's strength is less than 1.2 times the player's strength, there will be an additional knockback and heavy blow effect. Skill 4. Conditions not met, not unlocked. Skill 5. Conditions not met, not unlocked. Minimum usage requirement: Advanced Holy Study. Strength attribute 300. Constitution attribute 300. Weapon awakening requirement: player must possess D My God level Holy Study. Advanced Spatial Study. Once the conditions are met, the weapon will automatically awaken, unlocking skills for N5. Fang Heng examined the attributes of the sword in his hand, a satisfied expression in his eyes. Not bad. It truly is a divine-level weapon. Excellent. Among the 3 skills included with the divine sword, the second skill was the most satisfying for Fang Heng. Eternal brilliance. Extremely practical. Simple but strong. He was now at the max level of advanced holy study, and with this divine sword, he could reach the level of a grandmother in holy study. That's a leap of an entire tire. It's also extremely heavy. Swift. Fang Heng lifted the sword with one hand, swiftly thrusting it forward, creating a sonic boom. Whoosh! A holy power ripple emanated upward in an instant as the attack spread outwards. Thus, the wave rapidly expanded in all directions, almost instantly enveloping the entire hull before dispersing upon hitting the walls. The range of the ripple from the skill was impressive. The believers of the Holy Court, witnessing Fang Heng effortlessly unleashing the ripple of holy power, bathed in its divine light, were filled with reverence, collectively kneeling in prayer. Very well. Very well. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Heng put away the divine sword into his backpack. Now that he had obtained the scabbard, the divine sword had finally reverted to its original appearance. He could now conceal it in his backpack, rather than keeping it ostentatiously displayed. The only downside was that the divine sword could only be used in a state of holy study. As for the other 2 hidden skills, he would need to increase his academic level before being able to use them. Spatial study was somewhat acceptable, but reaching the demigod level in holy study seemed exceedingly difficult to Fang Heng. As Fang Heng stowed away the divine sword, the light column that had risen within the hull dissipated completely. A game prompt appeared on his retina once more. Prompt: player has now obtained the divine item, Divine Sword of the Chosen Seal. Player can choose to return the mission item to the Undead Council to gain more completion, or choose to immediately complete the mission forcibly. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and furrowed his brow. The initial mission requirement was to prevent the Holy Court from obtaining the scabbard and to destroy it directly. Returning the scabbard to the Undead Council would yield a higher reward. However, it seemed that the mission was only halfway completed, at least in disrupting the plans of the Holy Court and preventing them from getting the scabbard. As for the final step of destroying it, Fang Heng wasn't inclined to do so. He decided to keep the scabbard for himself. With a divine-level weapon like the divine sword, along with the scabbard, how could he just treat it as a casual mission task? It would be a waste. Even if he were to exceed the mission requirement by 1000%, the Undead Council most likely wouldn't reward him with a divine-level item. So, he chose to forcibly complete the mission and immediately enter the mission settlement phase. Another game prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: player has chosen to forcibly complete the mission. Player mission completion rate: 60%. Player mission evaluation: average. Prompt: player has been deducted 50,000 reputation points from the Undead Council and 20,000 faction contribution points. Prompt: main mission: rescue from Kyberia mission completion rate increased by 5%. Prompt: player has not accepted relevant linear task lines, therefore, the next stage of the mission cannot be triggered. Fang Heng carefully reviewed the game prompts. Since this mission was shared from Yuan Jixian, he hadn't been involved in the earlier related tasks, thus the subsequent task lines could not be initiated. Only 50,000 undead camp prestige and 20,000 camp contribution were deducted. Just a small matter. Not a big deal. Fang Heng didn't care about these reputation points and contributions at all. He could easily earn them back by casually killing a few of the Holy Court squads. Getting the completed combined artifact giant sword is the real deal. Fang Heng looked at the completely dissipated holy light column and then glanced at the deep pit left on the ground. Suddenly, he noticed something, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. What's this again? Not far from the Merc Temple, Yuan Jixian and the others also received the game prompt for completing the task and couldn't help but look at each other. The task completed. Indeed, although their camp prestige and contribution were deducted, at least other favorabilities were not lost, and the related follow-up tasks were successfully triggered. The punishment for failure was within the expected range. Much better than the complete failure of the task, deducting the teacher's favorability. Let's go. Let's hurry over and take a look. Seeing the holy light gradually dispersing from the Merc Temple, Ji Xiaobo called out and rushed towards the temple. Fang Jie. Ji Xiaobo shouted loudly from a distance outside the temple. Fang Heng was in the center of the Merc Temple, squatting beside the large pit on the ground, observing. When he saw the two approaching, he stood up. Fang Jie, Is everything going smoothly? Ji Xiaobo quickly walked to Fang Heng's side, excitement in his eyes, and whispered softly, "Did you get the scabbard?" Fang Heng responded softly. Ji Xiaobo's face immediately showed exceptional joy. "Great. Excellent." The giant sword and scabbard combined into one, a weapon of artifact level in hand. Finally, gave the holy court a heavy blow. "Let's not make a fuss about it for now." Fang Heng put his hand on Ji Xiaobo's shoulder, asking him to calm down and come to observe. "You can man take a look at this first." What's this? Ji Xiaobo stepped forward, looking at the deep pit left underground after the seal was broken, also showing a puzzled expression. Originally, after opening the seal of the Holy Court and retrieving the scabbard, they thought everything was settled. But unexpectedly, there was a broken passage left under the sealed box. The passage was covered with large chunks of debris, making it hard to see where it led, but it seemed quite deep. At this time, Yuan Jixian and the others also hurried over. "Fang Heng Realm Lord, how's the situation?" "The scabbard. It's been dealt with." Fang Heng turned sideways, showing the location of the deep pit behind him, changing the subject and asking, "But let's not talk about this. Come man, take a look. Do you know what this is?" Yuan Jixian heard that the scabbard had been dealt with and was still a bit puzzled, wondering what it meant for the scabbard to be dealt with. Was it damaged? Or was the scabbard completely destroyed? But if it was destroyed, why was the task only 60% completed? He felt that something was not quite right. Before Fang Heng could fully comprehend the situation, his younger brother suddenly shouted in excitement, "Brother, come quickly. There's a secret passage down here. Another secret passage below. Could it be something Merc left behind?" Yuan Jixian's heart skipped a beat at his brother's call. He immediately set aside the issue of the sword sheath and turned to look. At the bottom of the newly unearthed pit, another opening was visible. Judging by the direction and trajectory of the breach, it seemed as though the sword sheath had forcibly broken through. Fang Heng directed his zombie clones to stumble forward, clearing away the scattered debris and stones around the area. A sloping downward passage was soon revealed. The group followed the path carved out by the zombies, exploring a short distance ahead, until they came upon a large pit. "Let's go in and take a look." Sensing no life force or energy fluctuations, Fang Heng jumped directly into the pit below. At the bottom was a passage. One side of the passage had completely collapsed into ruins, while the other was blocked by a massive stone door. Rubble was scattered around the stone door, indicating they had fallen straight into the passage from above. Ji Xiaobo and the others followed Fang Heng, one after the other, leaping down. As they approached the massive stone door blocking their path, Yuan Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. He stepped forward to inspect it closely. "Look here. It's Merc's insignia." "Indeed, this is Merc's mark," Debbie confirmed as she approached, examining the stone door. She shook her head and added, "However, according to everything I've read, there's no record of this entrance in any imperial texts. Judging by the remnants on the stone door, it seems to predate the construction of the Merc sanctuary. Let's see if we can open it," Fang Heng suggested. He directed his zombie clones to continue clearing the rubble around the entrance. Soon, the entire stone door stood unobstructed before them. The door was tightly sealed, covered with intricate runic seals. Fang Heng approached the door and examined it closely. Despite the passage of time, the seals on the stone door remained intact and effective. He lightly tapped on the door. It was made of some kind of extraordinarily hard, special rock. Opening it by force seemed unlikely. Yuan Jixian studied the surrounding passage thoughtfully and then turned to the others. The necromancer Merc once conducted research here on the entrance to the death realm of the Kyberia world. Could this be one of his research facilities? Over there is that another entrance. Following Ji Xiaobo's pointing finger, the group spotted a small, blasted opening in the wall above and to the right. Fang Heng compared the opening's position to their current location and then stepped back to observe the path they had taken. It all made sense. The sword sheath must have been ejected from that breach, eventually landing in the outside world. The good news was, with the breach now accessible, they no longer needed to open the main stone door. They could directly enter the underground palace through the broken passage. "Let's head back and follow the breach. We can get behind the door from there and continue our exploration." All right. The group returned to the upper pit. Using the zombie clones, they spent about 10 minutes clearing the debris from the broken passage. Finally, they opened up a pathway to the underground palace below. Before them stretched a vast, ancient underground palace. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! Asterisk. Fang Heng was the first to step into the palace's entrance, immediately sensing the overwhelming presence of undead energy. The others followed him in, their expressions shifting as they took in their surroundings. The underground palace was expansive and, judging by its architecture, clearly older than the Merc Sanctuary. Feeling the aura of the living, vengeful spirits and creatures surged towards them from all directions. Yuan Jixian saw the vengeful spirits floating towards them and felt slightly relieved. Dealing with vengeful spirits should not be a problem for survival. They are evil spirits, everyone be cautious. Perhaps due to the long-term infusion of the aura of the dead, the entire underground palace was filled with evil spirit creatures. Right in front of Yuan Jixian and his brother, a book of the dead appeared simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of soul chains shot out from the two books of the dead, piercing and capturing the evil spirits attacking from all sides, dragging them into the books to digest. Back off. Initially, Yuan Jixian and his brother had the upper hand, but they did not expect their attacks to provoke more evil spirit creatures in the underground palace. More and more evil spirits rushed towards them from all directions. Not good. It's an elite-level giant creature. On the right side, a giant vengeful spirit emerged from the passage area. Unlike all the vengeful spirits encountered before, this giant vengeful spirit had a touch of dark red on it. Yuan Jixian frowned, about to retreat, when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. Whoosh! A figure swiftly zoomed past him. It was Fang Heng. Whoosh! Fang Heng wielded a holy scepter in his hand, striking heavily forward. Doom! The scepter exploded with a burst of holy light upon the vengeful spirit leader, forcing it to step back. Yuan Jixian and his brother's eyes lit up at the sight. That's right. They almost forgot. Fang Heng also knew holy magic. Initially, when they saw Fang Heng hesitating to act, they thought he was not good at dealing with soul-type creatures. But now they realized that Fang Heng, being a domain lord familiar with holy magic and having strong melee abilities, was more adept at dealing with these undead creatures than they were. Fang Heng lightly tapped the ground with his toes and swiftly followed up with a series of strikes with the scepter, completely crushing the vengeful spirits. Doom! The giant vengeful spirit creature in front of them exploded and dispersed completely. It's a bit troublesome, Fang Heng thought to himself. There were too many vengeful spirit creatures, and his zombie avatars only dealt physical damage, making it too complicated to handle. He didn't want to spend the whole night here. Well then, time to use that move. Fang Heng glanced back at the group behind him and shouted, "You all retreat." Yuan Jixian was momentarily stunned, wondering if he misheard. What? Retreat? Weren't they cooperating just fine earlier? Fang Heng was handling the high-level vengeful spirits, while they were supposed to deal with the lower-level ones. Why suddenly retreat? Before Yuan Jixian could fully comprehend, his companion Ji Xiaobo pulled him, urging, "Hurry. Let's go." Okay. Yuan Jixian agreed, casting a puzzled glance at Fang Heng standing alone. Why was he staying back? Was he planning to confront the numerous vengeful spirits all by himself? Different from the others, Fang Heng was enveloped in a layer of sacred energy fluctuations at that moment. The vengeful spirit creature's primary target was Fang Heng. Whoosh! Dozens of vengeful spirit creatures from all directions immediately rushed towards Fang Heng's position, after losing their other attack targets. What? Yuan Jixian watched Fang Heng's actions, his pupils contracting suddenly. He saw a giant sword over 2 meters long, shimmering with a dark golden sacred light, materialize in Fang Heng's hand. Whoosh! The artifact sword was swung forward with a ripping sound in the air. Doom! The elite-level vengeful spirit hit head-on by the weapon, disintegrating instantly into dust. Thus, simultaneously, the golden sacred energy spread outward from the impact point. The ripple quickly expanded outwards. Vengeful spirit creatures touched by the golden sacred wave staggered momentarily, only to be hit by damage numbers reaching up to tens of thousands all over their bodies. What in the world? Yuan Jixian was shocked by the sight. Could a sword's regular attack also carry such powerful ranged effects? As he was pondering this, the sacred power wave had already rushed towards them. Doom! The moment his body came into contact with the sacred light, Yuan Jixian felt as if he had been punched in the chest, losing over 1,000 health points. He was astonished. Yuan Jixian and his brother looked at Fang Heng, their eyes filled with fear. This guy, how could he be so fierce when dealing with the undead? They had heard some rumors about Fang Heng during their time at the Undead Research Association, even the joke that Fang Heng was sent by the Holy Court to infiltrate there and add studies. Now it seemed like there might be some truth to that. On the other side, surrounded by a large number of vengeful spirit creatures, Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game prompt. The power of the artifact's sword was much stronger than he had imagined. The holy magic attack bonus was incredibly useful when dealing with the undead. Any vengeful spirit creature hit head-on by the artifact sword was instantly killed. In addition to that, each attack caused additional spreading ripple effects. The accumulated damage from the ripples against groups of enemies was impressive. The only slight trouble was that the sacred ripple could also cause healing to friendly units, but since his current teammates were all undead in form, the healing turned into damage. This was anticipated by Fang Heng, prompting Ji Xiaobo and the others to move back first. After being affected by the sacred ripple, the vengeful spirit creatures around them hesitated momentarily before once again charging towards Fang Heng. Perfect timing. Fang Heng snorted, advancing one step with his right foot and swinging the giant sword forward again. The sword made a heavy tearing sound. 3 of the closest vengeful spirit creatures were instantly obliterated by the artifact sword. Thus, another sacred ripple spread outward. The ripple struck the vengeful spirit creatures around them, displaying a series of red damage numbers. Keep going. I can't believe there's such a move. Today, my eyes have truly been opened. No wonder Fang Heng had urged them to leave quickly earlier. Run. Yuanji was still lost in thought when he heard his brother shout, and with a start, he realized what was happening. Quickly, he turned and sprinted towards the right side passage, fleeing. Having already distanced themselves from the center of the ripple explosion, the continuous emanation of sacred ripples wouldn't cause them serious injuries, but it was still uncomfortable. Everyone only came to a stop when reaching the entrance of the underground palace. After pausing for a moment, they decided to wait a bit longer before going in, so as not to accidentally get affected by the ripples released by Fang Heng. After waiting in place for a few minutes, Ji Xiaobo suddenly noticed something, pointing towards the opening they had come through. Look. Following his gaze, they saw numerous liquors pouring in from a higher point in the palace towards Fang Heng's direction. Odd. Especially since this group of liquors seemed completely unaffected by the power of the sacred ripples. They looked at each other in confusion. So many liquors? What was the domain Lord Fang Heng planning to do? Should we go and take a look? Yuanji was about to say this when he suddenly felt the overflowing sacred ripples from the palace, causing his words to choke in his throat. The domain Lord Fang Heng surely has his plans. We should wait a little longer. Yes, let's wait a bit longer. Inside the palace, Fang Heng held a sacred giant sword in one hand, resting for a moment. The sacred aura that had spread out earlier drew more attention from the vengeful spirits, causing more and more of them to converge towards him. Well then, let's continue. Might as well eliminate the entire population of vengeful spirits in a palace at once to avoid future trouble. After a considerable number of vengeful spirits had gathered around him, Fang Heng swung the divine sword in his hand once again, using its effects to finish off all the vengeful spirits in the palace in one go. Still not fast enough. After eliminating several batches of vengeful spirit creatures continuously, and seeing no sign of them stopping, Fang Heng considered increasing the intensity. He decided to control the liquor group and lead them into the palace to search rapidly, luring all the vengeful spirits in the palace to converge towards him. Soon, a large number of liquors poured into the palace passage through the opening. More and more vengeful spirit creatures were attracted towards Fang Heng's location by the liquors. Surprisingly effective. After transforming into sacred forms, the liquor group was positively affected by the sacred ripples, which now had the effect of restoring their health, while their emitted sacred aura attracted more vengeful spirit creatures to chase after them. Swish! Another wave of sacred ripples. After around 20 minutes of continuous extermination, and no new vengeful spirits being attracted by the liquors, Fang Heng finally stopped his attacks. The divine sword was excellent, but it also consumed a great deal of stamina. Even for him, swinging it continuously for a dozen or more times required a break to recover before continuing. Outside the palace, Ji Xiaobo and the others confirmed that the sacred fluctuations had ceased, and cautiously entered to investigate. When he saw Ji Xiaobo and the others approaching from a distance, Fang Heng sheathed his divine sword and nodded toward them. You're here. Perfect timing. I've made a discovery. Follow me. The liquors had already lured all vengeful spirit creatures in the palace once over, and had also used the opportunity to explore the general area of the palace. Van Heng had found an entrance leading further down through in-game hints. Without hesitation, they followed Van Heng's footsteps. Soon, Van Heng led the group to a wall about 10 meters ahead. There was a huge gaping hole in the wall, clearly blasted open. Van Heng stopped in front of the opening. "Fan Jie, is this it?" Van Heng inspected the hole in the wall and nodded, "Yes." After the lickers searched the entire palace and found no other passages, this particular breach in the wall revealed a passage extending beyond. Continuing through the passage, the lickers discovered another lower-level space. Debbie stepped forward, observing the opening in the wall carefully and then turning to the group, saying, "Everyone, after a rough estimate of the size and angle of the opening, I believe this was caused by the sword sheath." They exchanged glances. So, the sword sheath was originally blasted out from deeper within, breaking through walls along the way, creating a path that finally landed below the Merc Temple's ground. Let's go inside and take a look," Van Heng said, taking the lead and stepping through the opening in the wall. The passage behind the wall was completely created by the force of the sword sheath, sloping slightly downwards. They cleared the rubble along the way and soon found an inclined exit ahead. It seemed like the sword sheath had been propelled from this spot. Van Heng approached the exit, peering downward. It appeared to be a new chamber below. Several lickers were already searching and scouring the area. It seemed safe. "I'll go down first." Van Heng nodded to those behind him and leapt down. The sound of his landing echoed through the chamber. It seemed to be the secret area beneath the palace. Traces of the battle, after so many years, were still evident, as if frozen in time since the Great War ages ago. It looked like no one had been here in the interim. Yuan Ji and the others followed, leaping down one by one, exploring the lower chamber. The walls and floors were engraved with numerous magical array marks, but there were also heavy cracks that had completely disrupted the arrays on the ground. It appeared as if struck by an extraordinarily large weapon, perhaps the divine sword, in its maximum form. Additionally, there was a large depression in the central area, about 3 meters in radius and 1 meter deep, covered with an unknown advanced metal. Van Heng approached and saw that the pit was empty, except for 2 deep cracks. An aura of undeath continuously emanated from the pit. Things were getting stranger. "What?" Van Heng stopped observing the magic circle on the ground, stood up, and walked over to everyone. On the wall was engraved a circular magic circle. In the center of the magic circle was a fist-sized circular recess, surrounding the outer edge, or 12 smaller circular recesses, all looking like cones. It looked like Merc's secret pattern. At the sight of the recesses, Van Heng immediately associated them with Merc's secret pattern. Debbie studied the recesses on the wall, deep in thought. It's a special alchemy magic circle. After embedding the secret patterns, it can achieve special effects. The text and images above look a lot like Merc's secret pattern. Van Heng looked at the Yuan brothers and asked, "Do you know about this?" The brothers shook their heads. "We haven't had much contact with the Echo Lea game world before, and we only know some things about the Holy Court. As for this underground palace, it's our first time hearing about it. I'd say even Mr. Anbudu might not know that there would be something like this here." After some contemplation, Van Heng reached out to touch the rune gap left on the rock wall and compared it with a Merc's secret pattern, embedding it into one. Click! The secret pattern fitted perfectly into the stone slab. It was almost certain that Merc's secret pattern was meant to be embedded there. However, even after embedding the secret pattern, there was no movement in the magic circle on the wall. Everyone looked at each other. "Wasn't there any game prompt refresh?" Debbie asked. "Maybe we need to trigger the magic circle for it to work." "It's possible, but by now, so much time has passed, and most of the magic circle was damaged in the battle years ago. It can't be activated now. Let's search around some more to see if there are any other discoveries nearby." The group immediately dispersed to explore the useful clues within the palace. "Van Heng, look at this." Debbie squatted down, picked up some black fragments on the ground, roughly pieced them together to form a circle, corresponding to the central circular mark above. "Yes." Debbie nodded. "It's a substance that stores energy. I've read about it in a book before. The production method has long been lost." Van Heng examined the black debris on the ground and then looked up at the wall. "So the central hole is for placing the energy trigger, and the remaining 12 holes require Merc's secret patterns?" "Fang, over here." Van Heng heard Jixiaobo calling him, stopped his research, and walked over to Jixiaobo. Jixiabo found several damaged books on a nearby metal shelf. Unfortunately, due to the long interval, almost all the books turned into dust as soon as they were touched by fingers. Only the last book was preserved intact. Jixiabo picked up the last book, saw the game prompt, hurriedly called Fang Heng over, and handed him the book. Fang, look at this. It's related to the mission. Fang Heng walked over to Jixiabo and took the book. Hint. Player obtains item. Merc's Death Realm Maxit Speculation Notes. Item. Merc's Death Realm Maxit Speculation Notes. Level. Type. Book. Mission. Description. Reading it will yield a large amount of spatial and undead study skill experience points. Description. Reading it will allow additional experience points for studying and analyzing Merc's remaining magic circles, research books, notes, etc. Special note. This item is a special one. Once read for the first time, it is bound and cannot be traded. If the player dies, the item will be wiped out, limited to the bound player using it for reading. At the moment Fang Heng picked up the book, mission-related game prompts finally surfaced on his retina. Hint. Player current mission completed. Merc's secret pattern. Player triggers next stage mission. Merc's Great Speculation Team. Mission name. Merc's Great Speculation. Mission difficulty. Unknown. When this mission triggers, the opposing camp will activate some hostile missions. Please be cautious. Description. Legendary Undead Mage Merc is also an outstanding researcher. He has always had a strong interest in the Death Realm Maxit. Unfortunately, his research was suppressed by the Holy Court in its final stages. However, Merc's secret research laboratory, still intact. Perhaps you can try to revive Merc's research. Mission guide requirements. Read books to get more information related to the Death Realm Maxit. Try to understand Merc's research and obtain all of Merc's research. Mission reward. Information on Merc's researched magic circles, the next stage mission. Failure conditions. 1. If the player team loses. Merc's Death Realm Maxit Speculation Notes. 2. The palace is destroyed. If any of the conditions are met, the mission will be considered failed. Here it comes. Fang Heng saw the prompt and felt a stir in his heart. The attributes of the hostile camp mission. No need to look further. Being able to receive a hostile mission probably indicates that players from the opposing Holy Court are involved. This means that from now on, they will likely have to compete with players from the Holy Court. The other people in the hall also received game prompts and gathered around. Fang Heng gestured with the book in his hand. The mission is related to the book, but the book has restrictions. It can only be read once. Yuan Jixian did not hesitate and said directly, Master Fang Heng, you read it. They both understood the situation clearly. The mission was discovered by Fang Heng, and they were just tagging along. It would be best if they could get the mission at the end. If not, there would be no loss. Fang Heng immediately opened the book to read. Hiss. The moment he opened the book, a tiny bone spur shot out from one side of the book. The tip of the bone spur pierced Fang Heng's skin, staining it with a drop of his blood. In an instant, the previously old book emitted a faint dark glow. The game prompt appeared again. Hint. Player has bound the book. Merc's Death Realm Maxit Speculation Notes. Fang Heng frowned slightly and immediately used the skill-efficient reading to speed up his reading. The thin notebook of 20-odd pages took Fang Heng more than 10 minutes to flip to the last page. Hint. Player has finished reading. Player gains mission skill. Inspection effective only on mission-specific targets. For the entire undead camp, it is a great enhancement. No wonder the Holy See took immediate action when they received this news. Even though they were facing the dilemma of multiple fronts opening at the same time, they decisively clashed with the undead camp. Brother Fang. Ji Xiaobo looked at Fang Heng with a serious expression after finishing reading the books, and walked up to him, asking softly, Did you find anything? Fang Heng collected his thoughts, put the books back in his backpack, nodded, and walked towards the center of the hall, saying as he walked, from the records in the books, the magic arrays here are all arranged by Merc. The center of the hall was originally the exit point of the world. Speaking, Fang Heng came to the recently discovered pit in the center of the hall. The pit was also the point where the undead aura was most concentrated. I think this is the original exit point of the Dead Realm. Merc once temporarily controlled the release of the Dead Realm's exit. As for the current exit, it has completely disappeared. According to external rumors, it should have been completely destroyed by the Holy See 12 Holy Sages using the Sacred Giant Sword. As for the magic arrays on the wall and the storage grooves for Merc's secret runes. Fang Heng paused. then raised his head to look at the circular groove on the wall in front of him. These are the external magic arrays left by Mr. Merc. According to some descriptions in the notebook, they have two functions. One is to help alleviate the pressure released by the spatial fluctuations when the main magic array is activated. The other part is for positioning. The stone material is special, with the ability to absorb spatial energy. Merc spent a lot of time collecting it. The large groove in the middle is used for energy infusion. As Fang Heng explained, everyone understood roughly and nodded. Ji Xiaobo scratched his head and asked, "Brother Fang, so now we need to find the rest of Merc's secret runes?" Fang Heng furrowed his brows. "It's uncertain. The current task stage does not require us to find all of Merc's secret runes, but it might be related to subsequent tasks. We can try to find them, and if we find them, it's good. But if not, we don't need to force it. What I'm more worried about now is the task instructions. If enemy camps join, it means the difficulty will increase significantly." Fang Heng pondered, continuing, "The Holy See may find out about the situation here through some special means and take action to obstruct us from completing the mission." The others felt Fang Heng's guess was very accurate. Similar tasks had occurred before, and they were usually designed this way. That would be bad. Yuan Jixian couldn't help feeling a bitter taste in his mouth when he heard this. The Holy See places great importance on the research of Merc. They even went to war with the undead at full force before, just to make sure Merc's research was completely destroyed. If they find out Merc's research hasn't been completely eradicated, won't they go crazy? They will definitely come knocking on our door. Yuan Ji's also nodded in agreement. Once the Holy See goes mad, it is possible that they will go all out against Jebolea, and the front line will definitely face greater pressure. The front line situation is already bad. The undead camp has not yet joined the main battlefield, and Lord Donnie is just barely holding on with the undead camp players. If the Holy See sends reinforcements, we'll be in even deeper trouble. The group discussed back and forth. Ji Xiaobo followed this line of thought and pondered. So, after all this consideration, isn't Lord Donnie the unluckiest one again? Why don't I report the situation here to the teacher first, see what the undead camp's intentions are? If the Holy See sends a large army, it will also create pressure on the undead camp, and Merc's magic arrays left behind are very important. The teacher can try to persuade the undead camp. No hurry, everyone wait a moment. Fang Heng interrupted the discussion with a wave of his hand. He suddenly noticed new instructions appearing on the magic array routes on the ground after reading the books. Hint: players can currently use the skill inspection. So that's how it is. Fang Heng stared at the magic array on the ground, and an alchemical magic array shadow appeared rapidly swirling in his right eye's pupil. The others watched as Fang Heng made a new discovery and stopped discussing, standing quietly to the side waiting. 3 minutes passed. The progress bar that appeared on Fang Heng's head concluded, and the magic array in his right eye's pupil gradually faded away. A game prompt appeared. Hint: player analyzed Merc's residual magic array with the skill inspection, and gained analysis progress 0.02 assisted by the player's special skill omniscient eye, an additional plus 0.02. Hint: player's current analysis progress of Merc's residual magic array 0.04%. Hint: after completing the analysis, the player will gain the ability to repair Merc's residual magic array. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt and understood. That's how the skill was used. He needed to continuously study and learn by using it. Probably after reaching 100% analysis of the magic array, he would understand the large magic array left by Merc, triggering the subsequent missions. All eyes were on Fang Heng. Fang Heng saw everyone's gaze and nodded, briefly explaining the new skill discovered just now. It seems like this mission is just a way to waste our time. Yuan Jixian furrowed his brow, immediately entering the player's mindset to solve the puzzle, calculating based on gaining 0.02% completion percentage every 3 minutes. Only one person can complete the mission. Even with no rest, it would take more than 10 days to unlock everything. Indeed, it seems like the game is trying to balance the two sides for the Holy See. Fang Heng listened to the analysis of the others and nodded in agreement, saying, perhaps the understanding of the magic array's structure is also the reward given by the mission, and how much reward we can get depends on our efforts. Ji Xiaobo felt a bit unhappy listening and complained, the Holy See will definitely arrive within 10 days, and we can't possibly go without rest. Is the system biased towards them? Fang Heng smirked. It's not bias, It's just balancing the difficulty so that the rewards aren't obtained too easily. As they were analyzing, they suddenly noticed several devourers who had entered the underground Talus Hall with them quickly curling up on the ground, condensing into cocoons. After a moment, ordinary zombies emerged from the cocoons. Reading the game tips, Fang Heng nodded silently in his heart. Even the zombie doppelgangers could assist him in executing the scrutinizing skill, enhancing the task completion rate. The additional cost of spending double the time didn't have a significant impact. As long as there were a large number of zombie doppelgangers to stack up, it would work. Yuan Jixian and the others were still unaware of Fang Heng's abilities, discussing casually on the side. Fang Heng immediately raised his head and interjected, "Everyone, leave the task of reading the magic array to me. There are still many little troubles to solve at the moment, such as the current situation with the undead camp and the Holy Court camp. We need to investigate, find ways to know ourselves and know our enemy. All right, leave that to us. We'll go back first to report to the teacher and try to involve the undead camp in this battle." Yuan Jixian's two brothers immediately took over this task. "This is crucial. Do not leak any information to the Mercury Temple." "Got it." Yuan Jixian nodded at Fang Heng. This was related to the research of the second-tier undead scholar, a significant player in influencing the situation between the Holy Court camp and the undead camp. A big mission. "What about me?" Ji Xiaobo thought for a moment and proposed, "Should I try to find more mercury runes?" "Yes. Good idea." After a brief discussion, everyone split up and left the underground passage one after another. When everyone else had left the secret underground palace, Fang Heng once again controlled the group of lickers to crawl into the main hall through the external passage. So lickers quickly transformed into ordinary zombie forms in the hall and began to release their scrutinizing skill on the magic array. Soon, Fang Heng's retinas rapidly refreshed with the game information. Tipped. Your zombie doppelganger in ordinary form has analyzed the Mercury's leftover magic array through the scrutinizing skill, gaining an analysis progress of 0.02%. Realm of the Gods. Star Observation Temple. Above the building was a shining starry sky. In the starry sky, a dark shadow star bloomed with crimson light. Several temple astrologers responsible for surveying the scene showed surprise in their eyes and began to whisper softly to each other. Some remnants of the Holy Court have been triggered. Soon, the elder of the Star Observation Temple hurried to the central hall of the Divine Realm. Outside the central hall, a guardian elder of the Divine Realm blocked the path of the Star Observatory elder. "Elder, why the rush? Is there something urgent at the Star Observation Temple? An emergency has occurred at the Star Observation Temple, and I need to report to the Great Sage." The guardian elder was taken aback by the words. The Star Observation Temple had been peaceful for a long time. If even the elder of the Star Observation Temple was this anxious, could something major have happened? The Great Sage just entered a state of cultivation. What exactly happened? Half an hour ago, Mercury's note store in the Star Observation Temple were triggered. From the undead camp. Yes. The name of Mercury brought back a long-buried memory in the elder's mind. In that war with the undead, the Holy Court lost to great sages. It was the beginning of the Holy Court's decline, which directly led to the complete dispersal of the Holy Court's battles later on. Otherwise, the Holy Court was just a step away from saving the entire world back then. The guardian elder knew the seriousness of the matter and his face turned grave. "Hold on, let me inform him." In the central hall, Aral Yelden, one of the 12 sages of the Holy Court, was in cultivation. Upon hearing the news, he opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Mercury's notes." At that time, the Holy Court was at its peak. It was through a betrayal of the undead camp that they learned of Mercury's research, and they later tracked Mercury's specific location through his notes. With Mercury's death, the seal on the notes was completely locked, losing all contact. When the Holy Court believed that Mercury's research had died with him. Now, the Mercury note store in the Star Observation Temple had been triggered again. Was Mercury really dead or not? Or had Mercury's notes been discovered again? Or perhaps the undead had already mastered Mercury's research and chose to restart it at this time. As a warning, no matter which was the truth, it was not a good sign for the Holy Court. After pondering over it, the great sage Aral Yelden personally left the central hall and looked at the Star Observation Temple elder waiting outside, asking in a firm tone, "Has the Star Observation Temple located the position where the seal was triggered?" "Yes, Currently, it can be locked into the area of Mercury's temple in the middle-level Cabaret game world, which is the location where Mercury died and disappeared many years ago. I see, the great sage Arai Eldon nodded. Based on his judgment, he believed that there was a higher chance that Mercury's notebook had accidentally been discovered again. I remember that Jork is launching an attack on Cabaret, right? Yes. Jork's Legion has been in action for a week now. Is there any news of the sword sheath of the Divine Sword yet? No news has come so far. Judging by the time, they should be starting soon. Got it. I will immediately report to the Divine King. Arai Eldon keenly realized that the team sent out by the Holy Court to search for the sword sheath of the Divine Sword had encountered some trouble. Mercury's research was crucial. With this trouble now, the Divine Realm had to respond more cautiously. Arai Eldon's eyes flickered with seriousness as he muttered to himself, "The undead. Haven't they given up their attempts to conquer this world?" Mercury Temple. The Yuan brothers had already given up hope. They thought that the sword sheath mission had failed, and with a less than stellar evaluation, they were likely to receive an earful from their teacher upon their return. Unexpectedly, luck turned their way, and they actually unearthed the research of Mercury, a second-tier undead mage, beneath the Mercury Temple. Can you believe they went from rock bottom to striking gold? If they played their cards right this time, they might even receive personal teachings from their teacher. With this thought in mind, the two of them hurried back to find their teacher. However, to their surprise, instead of receiving approval from their teacher upon returning, they were scolded at length. After being chased out by the teacher, they rushed back to the Mercury Temple to meet with Fang Heng and exchange information. As they followed the previously explored passage to enter the underground palace once again, the Yuan brothers were also somewhat surprised by the scene inside the palace. What's going on? They saw hundreds of zombie creatures gathered in the hall, surrounding a magic array in the center of the hall. At this moment, Fang Heng was also standing by the wall. The master of the Fang Heng domain. Yes, so soon back already? What did the undead camp say? Yuan Jixian and the other walked towards Fang Heng with a troubled expression. Yuan Ji couldn't hold back and spoke first. Hey, let's not talk about it. We were scolded by the teacher for a long time. He told us not to dream of completing the mission and to quickly come back to see what else we can take from the Merc catacombs. Anything we can take, we pack up and get ready to run. Take away. Run away. The response from the undead camp took Fang Heng by surprise. Yuan Jixian organized his words and said, the research on Mer was a secret of the high-level undead council, but in fact, quite a bit of information leaked out through various channels. That as Mr. and Badu said, there are significant risks in Merc's research, and it cannot be put into use until these risks are completely resolved. The news that the Holy See received made them anxious, fearing that Merc would perfect the magic array, so they immediately took action. So the research left by Merc is not complete. The teacher asked us to find a way to pack up everything we can take from the catacombs, and then stay here to attract the attention of the Holy See. However long we can distract them, the better, to delay the Holy See's progress as much as possible. Fang Heng, with a hint of doubt on his face, couldn't help but ask, what does delaying the Holy See's progress mean? The undead camp just detected significant movements from the Holy See camp. Several high-level world teleportation channels are being set up, and based on the target range calculation, it is highly likely that they are targeting the game world of Chebaria. The undead council was just wondering about the Holy See's major actions, how they suddenly exerted such force to attack Chebaria. They found out after encountering us. The Holy See attaches great importance to the research in Merc. They believe that possessing the power of the Dead Realm Rift teleportation channels is a significant enhancement for them. So even at great cost, they would choose to deal with us. Opening teleportation channels from high-level worlds to mid-level worlds consumes rare resources significantly, and every minute of continued operation adds a burden to the Holy See. So the undead camp hopes that we can delay the Holy See's attack as much as possible. As for the rescue, the teacher said they are currently in big trouble and can't come to help. Yuan Jixian was explaining when a game prompt appeared on the retinas of everyone. Hint: player triggered mission, commission from the undead camp. Mission name: commission from the undead camp. Mission description: the undead camp realizes that the Holy See is attempting to open numerous world channels to launch a full-scale attack on Chebaria. The undead camp needs you to guard Chebaria for as long as possible to deplete the resources of the Holy See. Mission requirements: delay the Holy See's destruction of the Merc Temple. Mission reward: Undead Camp reputation, contribution points, honor points awarded once every 24 hours, increasing gradually with the total time spent. I see. Fang Heng listened to Yuan Jixian's explanation, combined with the emerging game prompt, and roughly understood the attitude of the Undead Camp, nodding in understanding. It seems the Undead Camp is not prepared to continue interfering in this matter. Perhaps for them, disrupting the Holy Sea's plan to seize the Scabbard and making the Holy See expend a lot of effort to open teleportation channels to the world of Chebaria is already a significant success. There is no need to commit more resources to Chebaria. In fact, this is the second time he has heard Yuan Jixian mention the significant trouble the Undead Camp is currently facing. However, it seems that Yuan Jixian and the others are reserved about the matter. Most likely, they have accepted relevant tasks that they cannot disclose to the outside. Fang Heng did not press further, looking at the mission rewards. Undead Camp reputation and contribution points are not very useful. Honor points seem to be a new addition to the gameplay. Fang Heng raised his head and asked, "What special rewards are contribution points?" Contribution points can be exchanged for items at various Undead Camp major army supply officers, such as props, equipment, spells, points, experience points, and the like. Oh, right, if the favorability is high enough, you can also use points to get high-level Undead Camp NPCs to help with related tasks. The recent supply officer can be found on the Engram Empire front line. Fang Heng's heart stirred, suddenly hearing something. He interrupted, "Wait, what did you just say? Exchange points? Are they main god points?" Huh. Yuan Ji looked at Fang Heng, who suddenly seemed excited, thinking he had misspoken somewhere. After pausing, he continued, "Yes, Undead Council contribution points can be exchanged for main god points, but the exchange rate is not too high, so it's generally not recommended to exchange. Main god points. He needed a lot of this stuff now. The modification of the zombie avatar requires a significant amount of main god points, not to mention he still owes a lot of external debts. If the Undead Camp can exchange contribution points." Fang Heng rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment, thinking that this task was good. Since the Undead Camp was giving up, he might as well completely abandon his fantasies and figure out a way on his own to delay the Holy Sea's attack on the game world of Chebaria. "Jixian, what should we do now?" Yuan Jixian looked at the zombies in the hall and also was unsure. The current situation was neither good nor bad, just different from what they had expected. The task's difficulty is naturally extreme, and how much they can ultimately accomplish will depend entirely on themselves. Let's not rush, there's still some time before the Holy See arrives. Even if we have to run, it's not now. Fang Heng waved his hand, signaling them not to be hasty for now. Yuan Jixian and the other found a spot, sitting against the wall to rest.